This is Vintage Story. It's a survival/progression-focused voxel game by Inigo Studios. Apparently it originally started out as a mod for Minecraft, but the creators realized the scope of their ambition was beyond that, and they made their own game. You might have heard of it, might not, whatever. As someone who's played Minecraft pretty much non-stop for 15 years, I really don't venture out into new games very much. But people have been recommending me this non-stop, and sometimes I do wish that Minecraft had a more immersive survival mode. Anyway, I'm really excited to try this. I've only seen a few trailers and that's it. I'm going in pretty much completely blind. I've heard this game is really difficult and maybe you'll enjoy seeing me struggle. Anyway, here we are. Create new world. Okay, so we got options. What should I name it? I'm gonna call this T world. I like T. I'm probably gonna stick with standard for now, but there's all these options, you know, you can focus on whatever you like. I think if I were to pick, I would do wilderness survival, but I don't want to miss out on anything, so we're gonna stick with standard. Pretty interesting. Change log. Oh, okay, there's a character creator. I can hear water. Alright, well, I'm gonna, try to make this realistic to myself. I'm pretty pale. That is weird. Alright. I'll pick the least annoying one. Kinda like that. Alright, let me give myself a happy smile. There we go. I don't have a mustache, don't have a beard. I am a redhead. So, there we go. That's good enough. Oh, class. Okay. Commoners. Hunters. Malefactor? Clockmaker. Okay. Blackguard. Tailor. Okay, again, I don't really want to miss out on anything, so I'm going to stick with commoner. Maybe if I became more adept at this game, I would pick something else, but I'm going to stick with this. Oh, wow. Okay. Wow, this is gorgeous. Check this out. Oh, I spot something. Okay, I'm noticing that I'm, very slow. So, like I said, I played Minecraft for 15 years, and that's pretty much my frame of reference for everything. Okay. What do we got? Bricks? Flint? What is that? There's all these tooltips going on here. Bauxite stone. Throw. Well, I mean, there's already a house right here. What is this? Oh, is that a wagon? Oh, wow. That's not a block. It's a wheel. Wait, can I push it? Can I give it a push? Hold on. Let me try to push it. No, I don't know how to do that. Oh, open. Chest contents. Nothing. Okay. Interesting. Ooh, I like that sound. Okay. That looks like gears to me. I cannot build or destroy here. It belongs to trade. Wait a minute. Can I build or destroy here? It belongs to trader? That's interesting. Minecraft would never let you do that. Like in a normal world. But where's the trader? Oh, okay, good to see that crouching works. Oh wow, butterfly. Look. Oh, that's pretty. Well, I suppose that... What do we do in voxel games? We punch trees. Here we go. Wow. I don't think this is doing anything. Oh, look at that. Requires tool tier 1 stone to break. I need stone. Well, shoot. How do I... Okay, need help figuring out the game. Hold K to open the introduction menu. At any time, press H to access the handbook. Provides guides, tutorials, recipes, blah, 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 blah. Alright, we're not doing any tutorial level. Oh, interesting. How do I make a tool? Cheese making? Alcohol? What? Building a sailboat? That's awesome. I saw that in the trailer. First steps. Edible bamboo shoots. Spelt bread. Look at all these types of bread. God. Okay. Good lord. How am I supposed to keep all this stuff straight? Alright, let's search. Stone. Tool? Where are the tools at? Look at all this stuff. Look, I just gotta tell myself this is a survival-focused game, not a building-focused game. But that's crazy, because I feel like this game has 10 times more blocks than Minecraft does. How ironic is that? Okay, look, here we're in our pickaxes. Bismuth, bronze, prospecting pick. What on earth? Anchor, wrecked boat. Alright, I can't look through here. I feel like I'm gonna give myself spoilers. Flint. Okay, can be napped into slightly better stone tools and weapons. Shift right mouse click on the ground to begin napping. Okay, let's do that. Wait. that was the wrong one. All right. Flint arrowhead, flint axe head, hoe head, knife blade, shovel head, spearhead. Oh, let's do axe head. Okay. Oh, wow. Oh, okay, so I trace it out like a cookie cutter. Oh, that's convenient. I have an axe head. Running and jumping does not make me quicker. I feel like this still isn't working. Alright, can I get like tooltips in this thing? No? Axe head. Ingredient 4. Okay, flint axe. We need bone. I have to get a bone? What do I get a bone for? Oh, okay. Stick. Where do I get a stick from? Oh, okay. Hey, come here. Oh no, I can't reach it. Alright. Nice. Alright, I assume this works just like Minecraft. Oop. Okay. How about that, eh? I kind of like how this guy is holding it. Wait, can I go in F5? Jeez, I look so weird. Kind of cool. I like the clothes, but the proportions of this guy is strange. Nice. That sound is definitely not in time with my axe swings. Whoa! Wow! Okay. Wow, look at that. I got everything. I guess that is realistic, right? Well, I should have just started with the bottom one. Why was that easier to break? That's strange. That's so interesting. Let me break another one. Wow. Look, if that's how immersive breaking a tree is, then I'm pretty excited to see the rest of this stuff. We got our axe. We got our birch logs. That's kind of a nice forest over there. So the trader man is, I guess he's gone. Where did he go? He's just not here. I feel like I should stay around here just in case whoever it is comes back. You know what I mean? Look at that. Is that an animal? What is that? Oh. Oh, it's a boar. Wait, come back. Can I throw rocks at it? Come here. Alright, I get it. Did I die? I got killed by boars. That's so cool. I don't know, I just think that's neat. I got killed by a pack of wild boars. That's awesome. Alright, there's a little gravestone in the little mini-map thing. If I come over here will the boars chase me again? How do I go faster? God, I'm so slow. Yeah, look at it. They're right there. Oh, hey, look, there's a cave. I'll look at that later. These boars, they hurt me. They gonna leave me alone? Okay, that little green bar is, I'm assuming, is hunger. It's still half full. Dang, these guys are stupid. Maybe I'm the stupid one. Why won't he die? Oh, I think I got him on the run. Oh. Alright, we're not making this mistake again. Alright, come here. Alright, Ooh. Oh, wow. Just barely made it on here. And he fell back asleep. Of course he did. Alright. Oh, hey, look, the trader. Where'd you come from? Hello. I haven't seen you around before. You just wake up? I don't know what you mean. You're kind of been popping up like daisies across the land. Don't know where you're from. Don't know what you're doing here. What is going on with my face? None of you seemed keen to talk about it. What, is he yelling at me? Why is he yelling at me? Welcome back, monster. What can I do for you? What's your name? Kind of you to ask, traveler. It's Mouse. Why live out here like this? Most people live in villages, hold up and cautious of any threats, and there certainly are threats, as you've likely seen. Not me, though. I like it out here, and besides, there's a profit to be made. What are those horrible creatures? The beasts are ravenous. Is wealth really worth out of the what? That doesn't sound good. Alright, got anything to trade? Oh wow, he's got a lot of stuff to trade. Ooh, sleek door, redwood, wooden chest, bismuth bronze lantern. This is some nice stuff. I mean, I assume it's nice stuff. And I could sell him... I have literally none of this. Alright. Can I sleep in his bed? I'm not tired enough to sleep. Okay, well, I'm hurting pretty bad. Oh, or freaking Bora woke up. Hey, I think he's sitting down. Maybe he'll leave me be. Okay, yeah. I'll leave him be if he leaves me alone. I don't like having so little food, though. I have an idea. Alright. Boom! Ah, I guess I'm gonna chase him. How long is this gonna take? Look, if he kills me, it's fine, because because I'm low health. Where'd he go? There he is. Oh, is it raining? Alright, you know something? I've spent way too long literally just chasing around a freaking boar. I need to find something else to do, I think. And would you look at that? Some berries. Why does the mouse drift so much? Is that because I'm in damage? I heard a rooster. Indigo milk cap. Okay, whenever I eat, it fills up the green bar, right? What are these? Earth ball. Like it's an earth ball. I can eat it? Oh, okay. Alright, I need to find where the heck that was. There's something about this. The rain sounds are beautiful. They're honestly really nice. Look at that, mushrooms. White oyster. Oyster mushrooms I know are edible, right? Oh wow, it's already done raining. Alright, that was probably kind of embarrassing. Oh, the clouds are amazing. Look how they're just kind of like rising up and down in columns. That's super cool. Anyway, I think that this pretty forest is kind of like the place I need to be. I like it. You know, I think it looks neat. There's another cave. Let me find like a nice flat spot. And then I'll start building a house of some kind. I mean, I assume it's that easy. Oh, what's that? Oh, it's a wolf. I guess I'll leave it alone. And this forest just goes on forever. Look at that. Large piece of driftwood. Interesting. I hear bees. I hear bees somewhere. I'm gonna leave those alone too. Okay, I kind of feel like I want my house to be near some water. Oh, I see something on the mini-map out there. What is that? Is like a little gold thing? Is that a cave? Might just be a cave. Oh, it's a very deep cave. Wow. Oh, there's a little creature. Come here. Oh, I killed it, I think. Did I get something? I don't think I got anything from that. Ooh, thatch. Okay, thatch is what they used to make roofs. Some more berries. Where's that sound coming from? Oh, there's another wolf. I feel like I'm getting the hang of this. King Bolette. I'm kind of afraid to eat mushrooms now. You're a rooster. Oh. Oh. Oh, hey, wait. This is the strat. Get him in the water. Whoo. It ran away. Oh, there's another one. Leave me alone. Hey, leave me alone. Oh, no. Hey, look, a fish. Dang. Nice. Alright, I'm getting rid of this. Okay, I think I need a knife for that to really properly do this. Alright, I'm too dang picky and it's gonna get me killed. Let me just put the house like right over there. On this side of the water. I like how gradual the shift to night is, though. That's pretty interesting. Alright, I guess I should wait! Dang! Is he just gonna keep coming back? Alright, I'm gonna put my Minecraft knowledge to use here. I think what I should be doing is just kind of like clearing out all this grass. What was that? What is that noise? What is that? Oh! Wait. A surface bow torn. What just happened? Was I getting shot? I think I just got shot by that thing. I feel like I sound so clueless. Oh, wait. It's aiming for me. Oh, it hit me. Dang. Oh! Wait. Alright. How come I'm glowing? You know, now that I think about it, I don't have a torch on me. It's kind of interesting that I'm glowing like this. Is he gonna leave me alone now? Dang, those things didn't even wait for full nighttime. They didn't even wait for full night. They just came right out of nowhere. It's getting all like red. It's kind of weird that's red, right? Yeah, hello. What are these horrible creatures? Ah, these miserable souls, cursed ones, drifters, they come and go, lasting grief and rage. Punished by God they were. They could seek atonement, but nay, all they wish to do is spread more misery. Interesting. What crime could have led to such a dreadful fate? They challenged God himself, and God cast them down into the earth to wriggle like worms. They remain there still in the deep. It's not safe down below, not safe at all. Okay. Oh, it's very dark. Okay, well, I'm gonna borrow your... I'm gonna borrow your bed. What's happening? I got a lot more hungry. Okay, well, it's definitely not morning. I mean, I can see the stars kind of, which is pretty. Can I go back to bed? I'm not tired enough to sleep. Well, how do I know how tired I have to be? That's not helpful. I can see off in the distance over there. The sun... Oh, hey. Looks like it's coming up. This thing's been bothering me, though. Hey, come here. Ow! Ah! Dang, these guys are crazy. Leave me alone. Oh! Can they get me in here? Hello. What is that? You guys see that? Hey, get out of my way. I'm looking. There's like some black mist over there. Yeah, no kidding. It is dangerous out here. Am I more tired enough to sleep? No? So literally all I do is wait out the night. I can't even do anything. I guess I'm just gonna wait here. I'm too afraid to go out, and I don't think there's much else I can do, so let me talk to Mouse a little bit. Why gears? They're limited, they're durable, and they're frankly useless to us. Perfect for currency. Wish they weren't so damn heavy, though. Oh, so that's money. Can't reproduce them? Afraid not. You can always pour some ore in a mold and leave it in the rain for a while. You have yourself a rusty gear, sure, but there's precision and uniformity to these that's remarkable. They're tough as hell, too. We're not sure what sort of alloy was used to make them. Some folks believe they weren't made by human hands at all, but rather by something greater. Surely you could find something better to use. Truth is, the gears mean something special to most folks. We have no idea why they're out here, but if you can find them in the old places of the world or deep under the surface, if you dare. They're the seeds of the past, they're promise of the future, and like as not, many of us can feel God's grace upon them. They're part of something greater, as are we all. Holy symbols to us, what can make for a better trade than that which is sacred? Huh. I see. That's interesting. I feel like I'm reading a fantasy novel, you know what I mean? Did that thing leave yet? Nope. Oh, nope. They're still out there. Do they burn up in the daytime? That'd be nice. Can I take that arrow? What is that thing over there? I feel like I should run into it. Yeah, I feel like I should run over there. Hey, he's running. He's scared. Oh, alright. Alright, let's go see what this is. Hey! Hey, that little gear thing is spinning really fast. What the hell? Oh, alright. I get it. What the heck? Alright. These guys have crazy aim. Alright. Okay, well, I think it's basically day 2. I don't want to make the same mistakes that I made day 1, so let's get after it. Oh, here's all my stuff. I'm glad I didn't despawn. Oh, my axe broke. What is this? Birch seed. I don't think I need that. It's pretty, though. Alright, spending some time kind of like clearing out this little area. I don't need all the foliage, but it would just be nice to have a flat spot to build a house, right? I think it would. Also, I'm noticing that I can't I can only really hold what's right here, as far as I understand it. Maybe this area unlocks with like a backpack of some kind? That's my thought. Oh yeah, there's some white oysters. Let me eat them. Hey, look, there's that thing. Oh, there's another one. It's stupid, but I am really curious what this is. Okay. What am I meant to be thinking about this? Yo, that gear thing is turning down. What on earth is happening? Alright, you know what? Yeah, tempting to see what happens when that gear comes all the way down, but I'm gonna leave it be. Because whatever that thing does, I don't think I'm prepared for it. So they're really ominous and I wish they would go away. There's a little rabbit over there. Alright, I feel like it took me way too long just to clear a place to live. Can I make a chest? Let me look it up. Ingredient 4, debarked birch quarter logs, pulverizer pounder, wooden axle, angled gear, windmill rotor. Alright. How do I make a chest? That's what I needed to know. Reed chest, papyrus, cattails. Okay. Well, there's some cattails right there. Let me do a little bit of napping. I think if I make a knife, I should be able to get some of that, right? Knife? Knife blade. Okay. I'm too good at this. Hooray! Alright, I want that. Take that, make a knife. There we go. Alright, harvest with the knife to keep the roots intact. Okay, interesting. So that means it'll grow back. Okay. Smart. Look, I need a little bit more, but that means getting close to that thing. Alright. One more. Perfect. Okay. It's not gonna chase me, is it? I just noticed I don't need a crafting table to have like 3x3. That's interesting. I thought I was supposed to make a reed chest. What did I do wrong? Hold on. Reed chest. Oh, it's... Oh, 3. 3, 3, 3, 3, 3. What? Okay. So you stack. Alright. Okay, I'm not being nearly fast enough. Alright, I'm gonna have to worry about this a little bit later. Let's make a house. Okay. Okay. I don't need any of that. Alright, maybe I just need like a quick and dirty hut, you know? Alright, a shovel will make this easier. Let's make a shovel. Shovel head. Okay. Flint shovel. Okay. That's a lot easier. Nice. Here's a question. If I mine the dirt underneath this log, will the entire thing collapse? No. That's interesting. Okay. It's just gonna float there. Alright, I'll be honest, this is quite the learning curve. Let's start building. How tall am I? Can I go under 2 block space? Okay, yeah. Building doesn't seem to be that convoluted. Okay, so we're really starting from the beginning here because, like, now I'm thinking about it, making a normal wood chest that would take 5 seconds in Minecraft would be really difficult here. I mean, for all the effort it takes to make a reed chest, just to weave reeds together, or just to make an axe head or something, like, getting the materials to make a nice wood chest must be very time consuming. We're almost done with the dirt house. Heck yeah. Low fertility soil. So, not good to grow things in. Alright. Pink salmon. Interesting. Oh, hey, there's another fish. I can harvest it. Hey. Contents. Nothing? Well, that was lame. I didn't get anything from it. Oh. Oh, I got a bone. That's something, right? Oh, hey, look, it's bugs. Gross. Alright, I'm just gonna, like, put this thatch out here. Does it need more dirt? How do I get those things to go away? I keep hearing they're freaking creaking. Whatever. Oh my gosh, there's grass already growing on my house. Boop, 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 boop. Beep. That little chimney in the back. Heck yeah. It's a window because I'm not cheap. Ta-da. Perfect. Alright, what are our next steps? I need to probably find a way to make a chest of some kind. Reed chest, age reed chest, ruined reed chest, labeled chest, wooden chest. Alright, I need boards, I need nails, and strips. Okay, yeah. That's not going to be that easy, is it? Yeah, okay, that's our only options. Reed chest, wooden chest, and then like these treasure chest things. Okay, so I can use cattails. Alright, that's what I'm going to go do. I'm going to go hunt for some cattails while I still have the daylight. So I assume I just go near water. Where are those bees? I keep hearing them. Oh, hey, look, there's something over that way. Maybe it's these bugs I've been hearing buzzing around. There's something right there, a little black spot on the mini-map. Oh, that's just water. Okay. Well, let's head north. Maybe I can find something interesting. Bitter bolete. I don't want that. Keep hearing freaking chickens. Hi, a little creature. Oh, cave. Oh, I see little monsters down there. Yeah, we're gonna leave that be. Jackpot. Nice. Alright, by my calculations, that should be enough to make a reed chest, but just to be sure, I'm gonna grab these over here since I'm in the area. It's kind of nice over here. I swear I hear bees. This is driving me crazy. Where are they? Fine. Look at that. Ooh. Bearded tooth. I feel like I've had this mushroom before. Maybe I'm thinking of lawyer's wig, or like a lion's mane, or something. That's what it kind of reminds me of. Bearded tooth. Interesting. Ooh. Oh, hey. It's kind of pretty out here. The forest is kind of giving way to some plains. I have an idea, okay? I just want to see. Oh, look like there's a storm coming. Alright. Let's pillar up. I just want to see. What is around here? Let's get really high up. As high as we can go. Or, you know, as high as I can go with dirt. Okay. Alright. There's plains and forest and desert. Okay, well, I guess it's not that interesting. Alright, I gotta hand it to the game. It is very pretty. Alright. Alright, finally back. And I found 2 berry bush leaves that I thought might be helpful. I think I can just kind of plant them right beside the house. Boom. So I have a food source. Those stupid things are finally gone. Thank goodness. They're freaking me out, man. It's getting into the evening. Let's make a reed thing. Ta-da! Reed chest. Nice. Oh, okay. Can I get it to sit in a certain direction? Not that I didn't like it, I just thought it was interesting that it's directional. Okay, basket contents. Wow. Let's put a bone in there. Some of this dirt that I don't really need. Cattails. I'm gonna keep the birch logs around. Bearded tooth. Cool. That's super neat. I get up these berries I found. Are those crickets? Those crickets? Is that what that is? They're like hopping away. You see that? That looks like a cricket to me. Am I just freaking them out? Yep, that's a wolf. Okay. Oh, a little bunny. Can I get it for some food? No? Okay. Blueberry bush empty. I'm gonna find as many of these as I can. I feel like this is gonna kind of be my lifeblood for the time being. Blueberry bush flowering. We're ripen in 8 days. I'm lucky there's so many of these nearby. Okay, so when I mine grass, I can create a fire pit. That's interesting. What does that do? Fire pit in construction. I feel like I should get some more grass here. Oh my goodness, there's a cave. Ooh, stalagmites. That's what that is. See these like topography right here? That's interesting, huh? Look at these ridge mountains up here. Let me see if I can climb this thing. Oh my gosh, there's a boar. He's gonna bore me to death. Alright, well, sun's going down. I think that I should definitely get out of here before things get hairy. Ooh, stormy. Okay, got some blueberry bushes going. I have the tiniest inkling. Like I should probably block myself in for the night. Oh, it's really dark in here. Okay. Alright, so kind of like rub sticks together to make a fire. Stick. Okay. Wow, look at all those ingredients. Steel forks. God. Bronze pickaxe, iron saw, crude shield, wooden ladder, crude door, wattle fence. Ooh, wattle's cool. I've seen people work with wattle in real life. Straw dummy, layer of sticks. What's the point of that? Sign, sewing kit, bamboo gate, wooden fence. I need to make fire. How do I make fire? Alright, guides. Fire. That is a coke oven. Coke is to coal what charcoal is to wood. Oh, okay. Alright, let's do this. Meal making. The creation of meals will allow you to subsist for longer on the food you've gathered. Create a bowl and a pot with pottery and fire them in a pit kiln. Once you have a fired pot, place into a fire pit. This will add 4 cooking pot slots to the fire pit inventory where you can place ingredients. Okay. Seems like I need to do clay forming first. Clay forming produces many pottery items and also tool molds. As with knapping, hold shift right mouse with clay in hands to create a clay forming surface. A selection of recipes will be offered once you have selected a recipe to form it. Use the left mouse button to remove voxels and the right mouse button to add voxels. Once the shape is complete, pick it up and fire it in a pit kiln. Okay, so it's telling me that I need clay. How do I get clay? Red clay in soil, red clay in soil. Seems like that's the only way to obtain it. I just want to torture something. Can I get a light source? Temporal stability. Cyan gear between your health and hunger bar is your temporal stability meter. Staying in areas of low stability will drain your temporal stability, which is indicated by your gear turning counterclockwise. If your temporal stability reaches 0, you will enter the Rust world, where tough enemies are more likely to spawn and you will take constant damage. Certain areas, especially deep underground, are temporarily unstable. If your temporal stability is dropping when on the surface, you might want to find another place to settle down. Sometimes you will encounter temporal storms on the surface which have the same effect as having low temporal stability. When a temporal storm is approaching, the chat box will let you know so you have time to prepare. Ways to increase the temporal stability. Enter temporally stable area, which is indicated by your gear turning clockwise. Killing drifters will recover small amounts of temporal stability. Putting temporal gear in your left hand, a knife in your main hand, or holding right mouse will transfer temporal stability from the gear to you, but consumes the gear and some of your health. Rifts. Rifts are portals to the Rust world that appear at random on the surface, which spawn drifters and cause your temporal stability to drop greatly when up close. Disappear on their own after 1 or 2 in-game days. The amount of appearing rifts depends on the current global rift activity. This is too much stuff. There's a lot going on here. Torchlight currently deters rift appearances in case you want to make your base more rift proof. Alright, okay, torch. Obtained by breaking a torch. What? Burns for 48 hours when placed. Created by cooking, smelting, roasting. Okay, crafting. Dry grass, stick. Papyrus, stick. Cattails in a stick. Perfect, okay. Let's do this. Have some dry grass, stick. Was it more? There we go. Torch. Okay. What is that? How do I ignite it? Fire. Fire starter. Okay. Need dry grass, stick, and stick. I've got that. All right. Hooray! Okay, now I have a torch. Can I carry it? Nice. Is it safe out? It didn't seem like it's that dark. So apparently I need to find clay. Where do I find clay? Like right here? This is muddy. Muddy gravel. What can I do with that? It does nothing. Okay. Alright, let me make a few more torches. Nice. This game's pretty fun. I'm enjoying it. Alright, we got 4 torches. Cool. Okay. Okay, nice and bright out here. Let me put... Will this cause a fire? Doesn't seem like it. Alright, well, let me just put some torches out here so I'm safe. Able to keep monsters away, right? Seems like dry grass is the key to most things. And look, it's already grown back, so let me harvest some more. Oh, peat. Sparse grass. If I know anything about peat, it's like pre-coal. Oh, what's that? Oh, that's real peat. Interesting. Okay. Alright, I feel bad for ruining the water. Looks like the water mechanics are pretty similar to Minecraft's. I think I just saw something move over there. How do I know I'm supposed to be tired? You know, I really don't have much food. Okay. I want to have a window. Let's see. Can I craft a fence? Rough-hewn fence. So I have birch logs. Stick, copper axe. Oh, I don't have none of that. Can I use a flint axe? Yeah, I think I could use any kind of axe. Let's try it. First I need an axe. I also noticed that there's colored lighting here, which is pretty cool. And dynamic lighting, something Minecraft does not have and should have. Axe. So it's axe, 2 sticks. Look at that. Rough-hewn fence. That's kind of cool that the axe is involved in a crafting recipe. So put this right here. I could kind. All right. I could kind of see outside if I put that right there. I hear some monsters, but they can't get to me. Oh, that's too bad. That's too bad. All right. Well, hope it doesn't root on my berry bushes. All right. So what do peat bricks do? Drops when broken. Okay, I can just straight up burn it. All right. What about planks? How do I make birch planks? Obtained when breaking that. Ingredient for a board. Created by boards. How do I make birch boards? Created by a bronze saw and birch log. Okay. How do I make a saw? Meteoric iron saw. Alright, buddy. Okay, it looks like I have to get one of these saw blades in order to do this, and I don't think anything close to being able to do that. Copper. Copper saw blade. That looks like it's the lowest one, so let me think about this. How do I find copper? Do I have to go mining? Created by smithing. Got your anvil ready? Time to get real. Smithing is a way to enter the late Copper Age and beyond. If you don't have an anvil yet, create an anvil mold through clay forming. Fire it and fill it with 900 units of copper or bronze. You also need a hammer. Smelt some ingots to be... Alright, we're far away from that. I just want to have wood for a house, man. Okay, wattle and daub. I know that's a thing people used to use to make houses. So if I take low fertility soil, which I have, granite sand, fire clay, and dry grass. Get fire clay by breaking soil, fire clay and soil, cracked vessel. I think what I have garnered from all of this is that I just need to do some exploring. If I really want to advance, I need to go look around for some new materials, clay, that kind of stuff. So let me get prepared for that. First, let me make some more. I don't have enough to make another cattail thing. All right, let's see if I can make a few more tools. I only have 2 more of these left. So I have an axe head. Let's make another shovel. And that's honestly really smart the way that this is done. Let's make another knife blade. It's almost broken. Oh, wait. Oh, I need another one to nap. Okay. Can I use a bone? I mean, I guess that makes sense. I need another piece of flint. Can I do this? No. Alright, can I pick it up? Can I get rid of it? Okay, I've only got the one knife. Alright, I guess I'll just sit here and wait till day again. But we're doing pretty good so far, right? Like I did something really stupid. Oh, he's dead. Alright, I made a door. And then one came in here. Wow, that really knocked me down in health. Alright, I needed a knife and then shift to harvest. Contents. Literally nothing. It didn't give me anything. Dang, okay. Yeah, I got curious and I made a door and then one of them came in and I killed it, but it almost killed me. And I dropped the torch. Alright, yeah, just be safe. I'm gonna wait. Okay, I was away for a bit and I come back and like, look, my hunger's all the way down. I feel like I'm dying. The clock's kind of moving back and forth. It looks like it's brighter out. I mean, I feel like my guy is like yawning and stuff, you know? Ooh. But I keep hearing freaky monsters outside. Alright, how do I sleep? Hay bed. Or by hay. Hay is made by lots of dry grass. Alright, so we need 24 dry grass. Ooh, just my luck. I have exactly that. Alright, calm down. Ooh, thunder. Okay. Okay, gosh. Alright, get out of here. Sleep. Phew. Okay. It's daytime. Does that mean I can go out? Good morning. Any berries? No? Oh, it broke. Alright, I have some mushrooms. I know I could probably eat those. Oh my goodness gracious. I wanted to go adventuring, but maybe I should just take it easy. Oh. What was that? Was that one of those skeleton guys? It is, okay. He's in the woods over there somewhere. Ah. This door sucks. You know, what I'm noticing is that the waves are moving up and down. That's pretty interesting. Will flower in 7 days, weather permitting. That's interesting. Will flower in 8 days. 7 days, 7 days, 8 days, 7 days. Oh, low fertility soil. If I found some better quality soil, would they fruit faster? Maybe they would, huh? Hey. Oh, he's over there. Shouldn't he be, like, going away? Shouldn't he be leaving? It's daytime. Alright, let's see what's new with this guy. What's up? Okay, I can buy a sleek door. 11 gears, huh? Heavy tool belt. Red glass, green glass, brown glass, yellow glass, violet glass. Nails and strips. Copper, small brown carpet, glass, blue glass. I have literally nothing to give this guy. Alright, we're gonna have to rough it. See if I can't find some more flint, huh? Or some mushrooms or something. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go straight west and see if I can find something interesting. Oh, hey, look. There's a boar. Okay, alright. We're getting out of here. Cranberry bush. Wow. Oh, that one had some cranberries on it. Okay. Well, we're not doing amazing, but we're doing something. Ooh, flint. Perfect. Field mushroom. That's good for me, right? Yeah. Alright, I'm seeing all kinds of bushes out here, so I think I should grab, like, literally all of them. Ooh, puffballs. Sometimes when I'm out in the woods in real life, I see puffballs like this, and I always think about how they taste. I've seen people try to eat them online and stuff, and I feel like next time I see one, I should try it, you know? Maybe it'd be good. Alright, let's make a new knife. Perfect. Okay, so here's something I'm noticing. We have sandstone sand and bauxite sand. I feel like maybe I can use the sand to make glass and then sell it to the trader. Oh, medium fertility soil. That's interesting. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to leave the sand here. I'm going to dig up a lot of this soil. I'm going to take it all the way back. I'm going to plant all these cranberry bushes on the medium fertility stuff. I'm going to run back here and grab the sand and then keep going looking for cool stuff. Stay there. Oh shoot, is it already getting dark? What? I heard something. Okay. Let's chop some more trees while I'm out here. Where's my house? Yeah, that day was short. Alright, yeah, let's plant some of this stuff. Maybe they'll grow faster? Still says 8 days. I don't like this tree being in the way. Get out of here. Leaf decay. Interesting. Okay. Don't break. Ah. Alright, we had a semi-successful day. Let's put these puffballs in here. And the flint. We don't need it right yet. I feel like it wouldn't hurt to make some more torches. And really, we kind of need some more reed baskets to hold all our stuff, don't we? Nice, okay. Let's put a torch right there for a chimney. Like one like back here-ish. It's very dark. Aha, a fish. Nice. Ooh, hey, I got something this time. Raw fish, fresh for 2 days. Okay, I think I can make a bonfire, right? I feel a little bit safer out here now that everything's kind of lit up. Let's try it, it wouldn't hurt, right? Okay, create fire pit. Shift, refuel. How do I guess I need my fire starter, don't I? Let's burn. That won't do it, okay. Maybe I need to add sticks. Maybe I need to come grab the fire starter. It's pretty fun. How am I supposed to light this? Just a tad confused. Let's go back inside. Let me just eat all my freaking cranberries. Let's look up. Fire pit. In construction. Placing dry grass in the ground and then adding 4 firewood. When the firewood is complete, connect with a fire starter or torch. What's firewood? Crafted by, I guess, using an axe and some kind of log? Or large pieces of driftwood? So, axe. Let's do up the maple. Can't hurt, right? There we go. Firewood. Heck yeah. Feel bad for burning maple. I wonder if you can make maple syrup. That'd be cool. I kind of like how nothing is bothering me right now. Nice. Okay. Look at that. Alright, let's cook it. Can I cook it? I can. Alright, so I click. Ooh. Oh, we need more heat than this. Okay. That's interesting. It's gauging my temperature. I mean, that is immersive. Fresh for 5 days. How about that? Alright, well, we made some progress today. Let's go to bed. Alright. Look at that. It's daytime. How nice is that? I feel like we really got something going here. Let me eat this up. That didn't really heal me that much. How long is this going to go for? I guess I'm going to leave that alone. I don't need to cook anything right now. Get rid of this tree behind my house. Oh, alright. The branches all fell. I haven't seen that yet. Alright, we need some more basket things. So let's go harvest some more cattails. You know, I just noticed something. The gear is turning counterclockwise. That's a bad thing, right? Yeah, what is causing that to happen? Is it the storm? I don't really know. There's a little rabbit over there or something. See if I can go get it. Ooh, I'm swimming. Oh no, he's too fast for me. Whoa, whoa! Let me be. Oh no! How did that happen? Oh no. Oh no, okay. I gotta run and get all that stuff. That wolf is still gonna be over there too, isn't he? Oh, there's all kinds of berry bushes back here. I didn't even notice. I don't even know what that was at first. I mean, it just came out of nowhere. This is called an almond mushroom. I assume I can eat it, right? Yeah, because it's almonds. Oh, there's some cattails. That's what I came all the way over here for. Alright, phew. All my stuff's back. I mean, it does despawn at some point. I'm certain it does, right? I really just need 2 more cattails and then I can make 2 total chests. I'm just 2 away. Maybe I can find some over here? No? The dynamic sound is really compelling. I mean, the flowing grass, the trees blowing in the wind. I mean, the air moving around, the bugs. I mean, all that stuff. I mean, it's very immersive. Ooh, wow, jackpot. But it's not in the game yet. Ooh, jackpot. Look at that. But yeah, soundscape is quite impressive. Oh, it can really only hold 64? Well, okay, fine. Let me mine up the rest of these cattails that I see. I'm just gonna toss this knife since it's almost busted. Alright, finally. I think I can make a decent amount of these. Yeah, okay, just 2. It's good enough for me. Perfect. Some cattails in there, or oak logs, bone. Let's split some more firewood. Let's do a little bit of napping to get another knife. Perfect. Oh, I knew it was going to happen eventually. Nice. Some raw fish cooking. Beautiful. Alright, I've been playing this for hours, and I feel like I've barely made any progress. That being said, I also feel like I've done so much stuff. I mean, that's... wow. Even this crappy little dirt hut looks really pretty. I mean, it's growing on me, I admit. I mean, it's very immersive. It's a very different experience than Minecraft, but I'm really loving how survival-focused it is. The monsters kind of freak me out, but I guess that's what makes it hard, right? I guess if it wasn't as hard, it wouldn't be as rewarding. Little crickets are kind of neat. Did I kill him? Nope. Anyway, hey, look. There's me. And also, this game runs fantastic. I mean, I feel like it runs way better than Minecraft does. So overall, I'm pretty satisfied, and I am going to continue playing this for sure. And I have heard about this thing called clay forming, which I think is what I need to really advance in this game. To make cooking pots, make kilns, stuff like that. Weapon molds even, I've heard. So let's try clay forming. I think I need to shift and right click. Oh wow, look at that. Raw ingot mold. Okay, so I can make ingots, make flower pots, crucible to smelt ores in the fire pit, raw bowl. Bowls can be used to eat from cooking pots. Interesting. Raw planter, raw cooking pot, crock, anvil mold. Let's start with this. Let's make a big raw cooking pot. Okay. So I basically trace it out. That's so interesting. Minecraft has nothing like this. I mean, Cheezels and Bits, but that's a mod. Okay. Oh, all right. So I just build it layer by layer. That is so interesting. It may seem tedious, but I feel like making everything really hard in this game has made it very rewarding. Oh wow, look at that. Pick up. Now I have... what do I do with it? I don't know. Okay, I've seen primitive... oh, my door. I've seen primitive technology, okay? And I know that one of the things that he does is he'll start a fire and put his clay stuff that he's made next to it to dry it out. So I think that's what I need to be doing. That's a guess, I don't really know for sure. Let me get my fire starter. I have a fire starter in here somewhere. There we go. So I found this clay near a pond. I went exploring a little bit ago and I just found a bunch of it. I hadn't seen any before. I figured it was useful, so I got a bunch. Now I'm gonna try to make some pots. I'm gonna assume this is how this works, but let me take a look at the handbook. Clay forming. Once the shape is complete, pick it up and fire it in a pit kiln. What's a pit kiln? Oh, I'm gonna take a sip of this tea real quick. It's pretty good. That's got a really unique flavor. It kind of tastes like popcorn. Place clay products in a 1 by 1 by 1 hole, then place dry grass, sticks, and firewood. Peat and coal can also be used instead of firewood. Ignite to fire your clay products. Careful ignites nearby combustible blocks. A pit kiln fueled with firewood will take 20 hours to finish. Peat will take 16 hours, brown black coal 12 hours, and charcoal 10 hours. Okay, so I don't think I have the right idea with this. Alright, let's take my pot. I did come across some charcoal recently. When I was exploring, I came across what I think is a cairn, like a grave, and I found that super fascinating. I also have some peat bricks. Put these up for now because I really need to eat some. I have these puffballs I got. Eat them up. So I think I need an area that I can do this that won't spread a fire. And I also probably need to cover it to stop the rain from putting the fires out. Right here seems like a good spot. Let me get rid of this tree. This does take a little while. But yeah, I found a cairn. I found, I think, a rusty gear in there, some charcoal, some patches, rice grains, things that I think are useful. I wasn't really sure what to do out there. It's a little bit far away, but I found that pretty neat. There goes the tree. Alright. Oh, I hear a wolf. That's not good. A wolf has killed me enough times. I don't see it though, so it must not be a threat. Let me clear up all this dry grass. I think it's also getting late in the day, because these shadows are pretty long. Okay, I hope that this is a good spot. I'll just dig a 1 block deep hole. I gotta put my pot in there. Okay. And then, what, firewood on top of it? Keep hearing that wolf. Before I do that though, let me make some kind of roof. I don't have a lot of great materials to do this with. Probably need to get some dirt. Oh. Oh shoot. It's one of those things. Riffs. The sound that those things make is like stuck with me. Oh, there goes my shovel. I need to get away from here. I just need some blocks. I just need a little bit of blocks. Sounds like that thing is moving closer to me, I swear. Anyway, let's make some kind of roof. That's terrible. Alright, let's see, I have charcoal, I've got peat bricks, and firewood. So, how do I do this? Oh, create fire pit. Okay. Whoa! Whoa! Okay. Alright. What the heck? I just like panicked and opened the inventory. My god, he just mauled me and ran away. He just mauled me and walked away like it was nothing. Oh my lord. Okay. Oh, I need sticks. Okay. Alright, sticks. Okay, now what? More sticks? I got some sticks in here. By the way, I would sincerely appreciate it if you subscribe, like, whatever. It really does help the channel grow. Plus, I think this game needs more recognition than it currently has. So, do those two things, please. Okay, thanks. Oh, peat brick, okay. This is taking a minute. How come this isn't working? I feel like I keep seeing the animation restart. Oh, that did it. We have fire. That bear is booking it. Whoa. Yo, should I be concerned? Let me clear some of the brush away from here. It says 20 hours, right? So let me just take a nap or something. Alright, good thing I have this chicken. I don't have a really good window. I wish I did. This is all I got is this rough-hewn fence. Alright, well, whenever I go into the shack at night, that's when I start reading through the handbook. Panning for ore. Let's look at that. Panning allows the player to obtain small quantities of copper and a few other types of nuggets, as well as other items. It is a useful way to obtain copper nuggets in the early game if you're not finding enough through exploring. All the player needs for panning are a wooden pan, water to stand in, and either sand, gravel, or bony soil. Muddy gravel will not work. Okay, wooden pan. How do I get one of these? A log and a knife. Okay, seems easy. I got both of those. One log, one knife. Ta-da! Oh, I hear drifters outside. Yeah, look at him. He thinks he can get through here. I'm so glad that they can't break doors. These things are so weird. Alright, I need a new torch. Ta-da! Now we have light. Oh, there's 3 of them. 4 of them. Jeez. But they spawned here from that rift. So normally in Minecraft, monsters being right next to your bed would make it pretty hard to get some sleep. But, I could sleep just fine. I think. It just costs a lot of hunger, which is concerning. Alright. Are these things gonna go away now? So, I also mined up some sand when I went adventuring. Let's see if I can use that to find some copper, I suppose. Should I try to fight it? I don't think I should. I don't have any food. I heard that there is... Yeah, okay. Look at this. There's me. Nutrition. I heard that if you consistently eat different types of food, you'll be rewarded with your hunger lasting longer, which is very, very smart. Rainfall in this area common. I don't like that. 9th of May, year 0. Okay. How do I see... Ooh, I can crouch? I just sat in the ground. I'm just pressing keybinds. I want to find out. I know there's a world map that you can use. Map. Show hide minimap. Change minimap position, show world map. F6 shows the minimap, M shows the world map. Wow. And I can place pins too. That is so cool. Look at that. That is so interesting. Yeah, so I went pretty far. I didn't know that I went all the way over here. How fascinating is that? Some wolf right out of my house. I had no idea that this was a thing. This is awesome. The cairn was right here, or it was here. Yeah, it was here. These strange structures. I don't know what kinds of ruins you can find in this game, but I like how it's not like every 5 blocks you just find a structure with OP loot. I know that is a thing in Minecraft. You know, there's ruin portals everywhere, there's underwater ruins with diamonds everywhere. Alright, I really need to get some food. Really, really running low. I'm in trouble, man. Oh, shoot, another rift. Okay. If I know anything about this game so far, oh, it's that I need to go where the trees are, because that's where you can find mushrooms that you can eat. Right? Oh, boy. Oh, stop it. Alright, help me out. We're not doing great. At least it stopped raining. What's this? Oh, pretty butterfly. Oh, look. Old drop milk cap. Okay. Nice. I wonder if cooking these mushrooms will make them heal more. I wonder if I could do that. Oh look, there's some berry bushes. Will flower on 1 day, weather permitting. Let me mark that on the map. Why not? Berries. I don't want to harvest them, because if I harvest them, they'll reset their flowering. None of them have any berries at the moment, though. It's like a little ravine. I haven't been this way much. At least I don't think I have. Another cranberry bush. Nice. I'm not coming all the way here for this, so. Oh, that's pretty. Yeah, look at that. There's a fish down there. Time to dive. Oh! What? What? I jumped in water. Are you kidding me? I just have to walk all the way around here. Heather and catmint. These flowers are really pretty. Yeah, so I jumped down there. I'm not gonna do that again. Gosh, I figured the water would break my fall. Thankfully, all my inventory stayed inside the hand baskets, so that's really interesting. Your inventory is only created when you hold a basket or a backpack, and these are pretty cheap to make. Like if I take it off, I'll lose slots. Isn't that interesting? Oh, let's kill this fish. Where's my spear? Look, I know I had a spear somewhere. Oh, there it is. It's all the way down there. There we go. Alright, come on, fish. Dang it. I'll just stab it. This guy is fast. Are you kidding me? Come on now. Ah. Okay, it seems like I'm aiming high. Ooh. Got him. Alright, let's see what we get. I like that I'm just gutting the fish in the water. Nice. Ooh, and I get a bone too. Pretty good. Ooh, that's poisonous. I don't want those. Alright, this is gravel, so that means this is the spot. So, just click on a block to add material. Can only gather sand or gravel from a block with air above. Okay. Oh, interesting. So I'm panning. How long is this gonna take? Whoa. Whoa, whoa! Wait, I heard I could sprint with left control. Dang, this is so much faster. Is he still oh, he is. Okay, alright. This guy cannot catch me. Whew. Wow. I didn't know I could run that fast. While I'm here, might as well cook up some of this fish that I got. Alright, let's cook her up. I haven't really looked at these details before. This fish gives me 100 saturation when I eat it. So when I cook it, it should give me more, right? Okay, 200 saturation. Nice. It still didn't feed me a whole lot. Ah, I swear those things follow me everywhere. Anyway, our pot is done cooking, so I don't know what to do with this. Not yet. Yeah, I don't know what to oh, cool. Look at that. Yeah, it looks like I can put stuff in the pot. That's helpful. Okay, which means I need some meat. to actually put in there. I don't have any of that. It's freaking rifts, man. So when I press C, I can see that the rift activity is medium. You know, I don't know if that's just because of where I am in the world, or if that has something to do with, like, it's just like the weather, you know, it just happens every once in a while. Rainfall is common, rift activity is medium. I'm wondering if I didn't really settle in a very good place. You know what I mean? You know, what I do see is that some of these cattails have grown. I know that cattails are very useful, so I will be taking these. That's how I make chests. That's how I made these baskets that help me hold all my stuff. Pretty helpful. Alright, let's go hunting. The one thing I know I can consistently find is fish. I wonder if I can get something else. I don't have any food, which is not very nice. It's always so rainy. I really would like to be a place where it isn't raining so dang much. Oh yeah, and I saw this tree before. It's an apple tree, I think. I don't really know what to do with it. I think I just gotta let it grow, right? Oh, would you look at that? Almond mushrooms. I know these are good to eat. Ooh, a rabbit. Just saw a rabbit. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. I don't know why I'm whispering. This grass does make it kind of hard to see. Where'd he go? Oh, there he is. Wait, there he is. Boom! Huh! Nice. Nothing? Oh. Alright, well, we'll make do with the mushrooms. I don't think I've really been this way much. Oh, hey, look, another dead thing. Carcass. Interesting. Oh, wait! Oh! Oh, hey! Oh! Dang, he caught me that time. Oh, and it's raining over here? Are you kidding me? Yeah, I need to move out of this spot. There goes that wolf. Oh, that's why it attacked me. It has baby wolves. Oh, that's adorable. Wolf pups. Okay. Bitter bolete. I didn't cook the ones I got last just because, well, I got hungry. I had to eat them. Oh, here, chicken. Oh, what the heck? There's a dead one. Okay. Wolf must have killed it. Not complaining. It's another boar. I had such bad luck with these boars last time. But I have a spear now. Wonder if I can... Boom. Oh man, I keep forgetting that left control is to sprint. Oh, there's the wolf. Oh, he's right behind me. Jeez! Let me get up with the trader, maybe he can protect me. Oh, what? Oh. Jeez, I am unlucky. Got some friends, man? Come on. Hi, Mouse. Okay. Yeah, so Mouse is a furniture trader, which, I mean, I can sell a mooncloth robe. Why would I have that? You know, I do have one gear somewhere. Nothing here is going to cost me just one gear. Yeah, not terribly useful. Oh yeah, here's something else I learned. If you hover over something in your inventory and you press H, it'll go right to the handbook entry on it. So these bitter boletes, I guess they do -1 health, which is not good. So in that case, yeah, if I eat it, take some damage, but I get a little bit of hunger. These ones seem to be doing good. This guy's so noisy. Here. Alright, leave me alone. I wonder if I can make a run for it. I see him, he's sleeping over there. Alright. Now's the time. Come on. Don't break. Alright. Alright, let's cook something. Let's try raw poultry and almond mushrooms. Nice. It's not cooking anything. Yeah, nothing's happening. Alright, well I guess I'll just cook the chicken that I got. I need to do a little bit more research on the cooking pot stuff, I think. Can I cook these mushrooms at the very least? Nope. Need to make another reed chest. There we go. 2 more. I have a lot of these now. I should probably sort these out somewhat. Let's call the plant stuff over here. Animal remains, so like bones and feathers. Hide. I got a hide when I killed a rabbit before. Put wood stuff in this one, which there's not a whole lot of it. I do have a lot of sticks though. Yeah, I don't know how I'm going to keep that going. I'm just going to leave it be. Alright, let's consult the handbook on this one. See meal making guide. You cannot eat from a cooking pot directly. You will need a bowl. Meal making guide. Create a bowl and a pot with pottery, and fire them in the pit kiln. Once you have a fired pot, place it into a fire pit. This will add 4 cooking pot slots to the fire pit inventory. We can place ingredients. You can cook many different meals by filling 2 to 4 slots of the cooking pot with ingredients. All used slots must hold an equal amount of items. Is that where I went wrong? I put in 4 mushrooms and 1 chicken breast. You'll need a bowl to eat it with, so... Vegetable stew, first 2 slots must be vegetables. Porridge, first 2 slots must be grain. Soup, 1 water, 1 vegetable. Place the water using a bucket. Okay, how do I get a bucket? That's what I want to know. Wood bucket, rune bucket, rune bucket, rune bucket. I need boards and flax. Okay, that's a little bit above what I can do at the moment. Let me plant this cranberry bush. Oh, it's literally been raining for days here. All right, let me chop up some logs here. Yeah, it's on top. All right. Let's do some clay forming. Raw crock to preserve meals and pickled foods. I think, again, that's something I can't really do quite yet. Let's make 4 bowls. Wow. If I press G, I can just sit on the ground, and then I can make it. You know, this is really an ordeal. That'll be worth it though, right? Alright, I got 4 bowls. Nice. I wonder if I can go stick it in the pit kiln now. Kinda dark, but should be good, right? Alright, first I need dry grass. Start a fire pit. Oh wait, no, I need to do it the other way around. First I need to place the bowl, and then the dry grass. And then... Wait a minute. Whew! I know what that sound is. That's one of those bow-torn things. There he is, I see him. I see him over there. Alright, fine, I'll do it in the morning. Bedtime. Or is it morning? Whoa! Man! That thing is so freaky. I've never seen one of those up close. That thing looks terrible. Oh my god, lord. Is he gonna go away? No. Oh, he's still over there. Am I safe? Ah, I'm starting to starve. Alright. Whew. Here we go. Come on. Oh, no, 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 no! Ah, now he's just sitting there. He's just sitting there and he just killed me. Jerk. We cool now, huh? Leave me alone. He's gonna leave me alone now, right? He just killed me. His thirst for blood has been quenched. I hope so. Ta-da! There you go, it's burning. Am I being stupid? You know, he is right there. Look, I'm friendly. I'm friendly, okay? I'm friendly. Okay! I really thought that was gonna work. No, I really thought that was... I don't know. I thought he was gonna just be chill. Look, I'm still learning, okay? What was that? Oh! Alright, let's try panning again. You know, I didn't really get a great chance to do that last time. Oh, wow. What did I get? Did I get more charcoal? Oh, no, I got a bauxite stone. Okay. So I'm going to put a sand block there. Click on the block. Oh, what did I get? Nugget. Native copper. Okay. I've almost done this whole thing. Now, I find it odd that this water is not, like, recombining into a new water source. That's how it works in Minecraft. I guess it's just not how it works here. Which means infinite water must not be a thing. Now I got a sandstone stone, got a bauxite stone, 1 nugget, 2 flint. Seems like that was mostly it. Okay. Seems like a storm's coming. I don't get very rewarded for doing this, do I? Okay. 2 total sphalerite. That's interesting. 20 pieces smelt into 1 copper ingot, 5 units of copper. What is that? Oh, okay. Bye. So I know that I can make a raw crucible. If I keep panning for copper, then maybe I can make something with that? I'm gonna keep doing that, I suppose. Alright, so I got 2 native copper nuggets, 2 sphalerite nuggets, 1 quartz chunk, and a flint arrowhead, as well as 6 sandstone stones and 1 bauxite stone. Not bad. I mean, I don't think it's bad. Let me try making one of those crucible things. Okay. I'm realizing that maybe forming clay and doing this kind of thing is definitely a nighttime activity, but I've already started, so. Oh, ta-da, crucible. I'm gonna hold on to this till later. I also heard something that a torch will extinguish eventually, but if you just break it and then place it back, it'll restart its burning. So, a little bit of a trick. Okay. Actually, since it's finally stopped raining, I might as well go around and light the torches I have around here. They do keep rifts away, so that's a plus in my opinion. Ooh, I'm starving. Okay. Let's see if I can find something. Oh, well, there's a rift. Of course there's a rift. So, I'm still running even though that I'm out of hunger, or saturation, I guess is what it's called. Which is surprising to me, because shouldn't I not be able to do that? I mean, doesn't it take away from me in some way or another? Ooh, here, chicken. Come here, chickie. Oh, a goat? No way. Oh, are you kidding me? Leave me alone. I'm gonna starve to death out here. Die. I'm not good at this kind of thing. I think I lost it. Ooh, mushrooms. Yes, perfect. Maybe I can find that chicken now. These trees are really pretty. It's pretty back here. I like it. Oh, hey, I recognize this area. I went out here before and I made this pillar because I wanted to see for a long ways, and I didn't really see a whole lot that was impressive. So while I'm out here, I get all these blueberries and mushrooms. Lots of stuff here. Nice. Indigo milk cap. So, I don't remember, but were these poisonous? No, they're good. Should probably hold on to these, you know, for the cooking pot. Black currant bush. Neat. Definitely taking all those. So where am I right now? It's really windy. This biome looks kind of different. These things are freaking following me, I swear to God. Oh, okay. This is interesting. I wonder if it'll tell me what kind... Oh my lord. I wonder if I can know what kind of biome I'm in. Dude, he's still following me. Current rift activity medium. Rainfall in this area is rare. I wonder if I can kill one. Okay, it's broad daylight. Come on, shoot me. Aw, man. Die. Yes, I know, it hurts. I hate these things, okay? Little chicken legs. What is this thing even supposed to be? Looks like it got blood-eagled. Nice. Oh, he died. And there's a bunch of fish here. Perfect. Oh, okay. Looks like his buddy showed up. You're not tough. Nice. Okay. Let me eat up some of these blueberries. Flax fibers. Alright. Oh, this guy. Nothing. Alright, well, there's a bunch of fish in here, so why don't I get these fish and then head back? Dang it. You know, that little gear thing is like really quickly turning back the wrong way, which is bad, right? This means this place is pretty unsafe. Aw, my spear broke. Ooh, tool. I didn't mean to get that, but... Ooh, thatch. You know, that's pretty useful. You use thatch to make roofs. I know that. Kind of out of tools entirely. Let's see if I can hit him with the axe. Oh! Dang! I can't harvest it, though, can I? Is there any flint nearby? Yes. Let's nap. Nice. Let me make another spear. Alright, we're in business. Oh, I need that. This is good, because I keep seeing these rabbits around here. Aw, man. Aim high, that's what I know. Huh! Alright, let me go find that pond and then get back home. It's a neat place over here, but the temporal stability is terrible. Might as well grab some of this thatch. Oh, hey, fish. Alright, I'll bite. What can I do with thatch? Ingredient for slanted thatch roofing. Burns at a high temperature. How do I make this? Okay. Looks like I can make thatch roofing just by putting this thatch together. Okay, well, that's good to know. I think it's getting dark though, so I should probably make my exit. Fire, clay, and soil. I kind of need to have a shovel for that, don't I? So let me... let's just do it. Fire clay. Cool. So how is it different from the clay that I normally have? I think I had red clay before. Why don't I mark it? There's clay right here. What is that? Cave entrance? No, I don't want that. Vegetable, mushrooms, bees, ruins, rocks, or... So I don't know what this is supposed to be. I'm gonna say it's clay. No, I'm gonna say it's fire clay. I put red for fire. Waypoint number 2 added. Alright, let's get back. This forest is really beautiful. Especially this whole area. Very nice. Reminds me of redwoods. Kind of. What is this anyways? Pine logs? Bauxite sand and bauxite gravel. Huh. Hey look. Red clay and soil. Let's mark this down. I guess I'll mark that one red for red clay. Ooh, earth balls. I know these are poisonous. I've had them before. They killed me instantly. Let's plant these berry bushes. I have so many of these, it's ridiculous. Ooh, these guys are tall. Blueberry bush, black currant. Dang. Let's check on the pit kiln over here. I bet it's done. Ooh. 4 bowls. See if I can fire up that crucible. Oh, that's cool. So if I left click it, it'll just automatically go. It'll stack to something. That's pretty helpful. Rawhide, small, fresh for 4 days. Oh, they're perishable. Okay, I guess that makes sense, but I don't know what to do with that. Let's... Handbook. Ingredient for all these clothes. Salted hide. Oiled hide, soaked hide. Making leather, step 1 of 4. Soak raw hide in a barrel of lime water or diluted borax. Okay. Yep, I don't. That's above my current level. A lot of things are, I'm finding. Bones aren't perishable, I know that. Okay, so let's take the crucible. We have dry grass, got some charcoal, and sticks. Hopefully, okay. Door sure does love to break. Alright, let's see if I can make one of these really quickly. Nice. Did I just take damage for the fire? Alright, well, we'll let that go. While I'm doing that, let's see what we can do about cooking pots. So, where did I put it? There it is. Alright, so, put the cooking pot down. Let's do 2 fish and mushrooms. You know, why not? Huh, look at that. You know, I feel like I should have put water in there, but that's fine. Look at that, it's cooking. That's cool. Alright, what do we get? Pot of cooked food. I feel like that I shouldn't be holding this directly with my hands, but that's fine. So, ooh, alright. Ow. So how much does this do? 750 saturation and 240 vegetable saturation. That's pretty good. Alright, while I'm at it, I suppose I'll just keep cooking. This reminds me of Breath of the Wild cooking. I do up my salmon and my... Let's put a black currant in there. Be like an accent, you know what I mean? Very nice. How much does that give me? 1,170. Nice. Alright. That is so cool. Okay. Time to go to bed. Let me... Oh, well. I don't want to waste my firewood. Time for sleep. You know something I'm noticing? My gear is kind of wiggling back and forth. I don't like that. That's concerning to me. I like how I can just set these on the ground, though. Let's eat up. Wow. That was definitely worth it. Let's reset these torches so they keep burning. That feels a little bit cheaty, but it's okay. Alright, this is still going. I think it's going to take a while. You know, we've done good so far. My vision for this game is I want to have a manor. Not a mansion, but a manor. You know what I mean? Like, way back in the day, manors were like a little functioning society. You had people taking care of the rooms, taking care of the animals, taking care of the food, people who ran the place. You know, it was like a little colony. And I want to have something like that because there's a lot to do in the game. I can do animal husbandry, smelting, meal making, clay forming, farming, smithing, smelting, prospecting. I can make coke, apparently. I can make cheese and pies and fruit trees and alcohol and leather and beehives, and there's just a lot going on here. How do I make spelt bread? Red ceramic jug with 1 liter of water, spelt flour. I can make bread with that. I should make a jug. That's what I should do. I know I was making a point, but I got distracted with all the cool details that this game has. Alright, let's make use of the fire clay. Why not? Like a raw fire clay jug? I really shouldn't be doing this while I still have daylight. Okay, here's what I think I'm gonna do. I'm gonna pan for some more resources, I'm gonna go hunting, and I'll catch up to you after that. Oh. Oh, it died. Oh, man. I was doing so good, too. Huh. Bowl full of water. Oh, no. Did I lose my meal? I did. Yeah. I remember reading in the handbook. Shoot. Yeah, if you drop your bowl full of food in the water, it'll disappear. That sucks. Frickin' bore. Not letting this go unpunished. Alright, where is he? Oh! Alright, is that him? Come here. You're a crazy dude. What is down here anyways? Should I look? No, I shouldn't. I think I need some kind of mushroom or something to go with my food. I'm gonna continue to make good meals. I need to have, like, some food variety, right? I have fruit, but I don't have vegetables. The rain sounds are impeccable, by the way. I mean, they're really good. The sound design is great in this game. Whoa! Alright. Whoa, okay. Oh man, I lose my nerve so easy. Where are you? There he is. Oh, he is... Alright, I know I can kill this thing, alright? Whew, I did it. All that for literally nothing. Okay, literally nothing. That was a raccoon. I'm not gonna bother him. Ooh, there's a chicken. Man, it's really hard to see in here. Where am I now? I wonder if I've been here before. You know what, I haven't checked the map in a bit. Wow, look at that. Alright, I need to get back. I'd say that hunting trip was definitely successful, though. Oh, hey, my crucible's done. Well, I'm probably never going to use these hides. That's unfortunate, but it's the truth. This fat seems like it doesn't go bad, so that's nice. Never did end up panning for much ore or anything, so let me do that right now. What do we get? Nothing. Okay, promising. I wonder if I can get struck by lightning in this game. I assume I can. I just wonder how rare it is. Ooh, I just saw that. Look at that. It was lightning. That goes somewhere. This goes somewhere. That goes somewhere. 5 units of copper. 20 pieces smelt into a 1 copper ingot. Does that mean I need 15 more of these? Let's do the handbook. 20 pieces smelt into 1. Yeah, okay, so 5 units is something else. 20 pieces means I literally need 20 of these. I'm going to leave that be for now. What about this? What does this do? The crucibles use to melt on metal bits and nuggets and to be poured into molds. Well, I can't do that right now, so let's put that just somewhere. Alright, well, let's cook. Might as well, right? I think I can put this... Oh yeah, 1 liter of water. How about that? Okay. Let's put 2 meat and a mushroom. And that doesn't do anything. Do I need more water? Huh. Do I need an entire liter of water? How do I get that out? Oh, okay, so how else to be in one spot? That's interesting. We'll create 1 serving of red meat soup with gold drop milk cap. Let's do Ah. Oh, I can only have a little bit of meat. I can't have more than that. Can I put a bolete? Okay. Interesting, right? A light temporal storm is approaching. What does that mean? This is not good, right? Like, that's a bad thing? It looks kind of red out there. Let me, I'm concerned about this. How do I know when it gets here? Okay, well I got my meal. Cooking is kind of relaxing. I just pour it in here. I can see why a jug would be useful. I bet you I can put more in it, right? Yeah, okay, I guess I can't really put too much meat in here, can I? Oh, no fruit. Another bolete in there. So my little guy is yawning and stuff. I think he does that when he's sleepy. Alright, let me work on this clay, I guess, while I'm doing this. Multitasking. Perfect. I don't have any more water. I'm afraid to go outside now, so let's cook all this meat together. And a little bit of fruit. Yeah, there we go. Yes, I know you're tired. I like this fire clay color. Ta-da, my jug! Alright, well, I'm too afraid to make a pit kiln right now. It's too dark out, so I'm gonna leave it be. There you go, you can stay right there. That's so interesting. It's like it made the meat and it sprinkled berries on top for the visuals. That's pretty cool. Whoa, that hurt me. Why did that hurt me? Health negative 2.5. Oh, some of those mushrooms were poisonous, weren't they? Or is it because it's hot? But yeah, these gold drop milk caps are poisonous. So yeah, I don't want... Here, the temporal storm can have those. Yeah, might as well make some more stuff. Some nasty thunder outside. I honestly like listening to thunder, though. Oh, that made 2 servings. Because it did 2. Cool. This one, though, I guess I need to toss it out. These mushrooms are getting a sea burial. And... that... I thought this was supposed to... Oh, okay. That is a big bear. Yeah, I thought I was supposed to be able to toss that in the water and get rid of it, right? That didn't happen, though. Alright, what else can I make? Alright, lots of meat, because I have lots. Actually, you know what? No. Blueberries. Let's make some more bowls, because I have to select tool. Huh, that's interesting. Is this faster? I don't know. I just realized I don't have a bowl to eat this with. Can I eat this now? Ugh. It won't go away. It's 0.6 of a serving. I really, I think, need to expand my pit kiln operation. I don't want my soup to go bad. I want to clean out a bowl or cooking pot without eating its contents. Just toss it in some water. I did that. Oh, I did that. Oh, it emptied. I guess it just needed to, you know, go in there a few times. Alright, well, why don't I just, you know, since I'm out here, fire these suckers up. Doesn't seem like there's much going on out here. I think I need more dry grass, though. Oh, I don't have enough of that. Dang it. I know, maybe I have some peat somewhere? I do. I guess I can only use, like, one type of thing at a time. Nice. While I'm at it, why don't I get these jugs going? Just take a spot right next to it. Huh, that is so interesting. Alright, well, no temporal storm has seemed to happen yet. I'm going to count my blessings. I think I'm going to go to bed. This guy is clearly tired. Alright, good night. A light temporal storm is imminent. I hear something. What? Oh. Oh. Get out of here. Think I can kill it? This is kind of trippy, man. It's making everything so strange. Look, if they can go through doors now, they can't, right? Let's make some more spears. Oh, this is tough. Man, what is going on outside? I have to look. Okay, I have to know what's happening. Wonder if I can kill those guys pretty easily. I'll like just let one in. Oh, there's 2. What is going on outside? These guys are at my door. I need them to go away. That gear thing keeps going down. What does that mean? I thought when the gear went down, this is what happens. Everything becomes weird, you know? Oh, alright. Bad idea. These guys are strong. Oh. Oh. I didn't know there was 4 of them. Oh. Hello. Where am I? Oh my lord. Alright, there's my pit kiln. Oh, okay. Yes, I see you. Oh. Okay, alright. We're gonna be alright. They've decided to leave me alone. There's only one out here. Oh, I see him. Okay, I can let... Oh, that's 2. So what do? Just wait it out? I really want to know what's going on outside. Can I hit him through the door? No. There's so many of them right there. Can I go to bed? If I go to sleep now, I would no longer be able to wake up. Okay. What am I supposed to do? Temporal storm seems to be waning. I've heard that if I kill one of these guys, I can get a gear, right? Like I can get a gear. And I have one already, somewhere. Yep, I already have 1 rusty gear. So, oh, a bear? There's a bear outside. Are you kidding me? Why don't they just fight each other? Dang. Ooh, yeah, he can't reach me through here, but that's still freaky. Oh. It's done. Okay. That was anticlimactic. I can just let 1 in, right? Get out of here. He's all like weird. Is that bear going away yet? Nope. Still right there. You're stuck in here with me. Oh. Okay. He's so weird. Look at he's like flickering. Is that normal? Flax. Fibers. Well, okay. I don't even know what I'm supposed to do with that. I found some peat underground when I was really just digging up some soil. And this stuff helps me cook things faster, so might as well get it. I was getting some soil because I think that I want to add an addition onto this house. And I like to have some more space, you know what I mean? Have some meat cooking because it was about to perish. Let's make a staircase. Okay, maybe remove this chimney. Be neat if there was an overhang of some kind here. Why not? Placing is so different than Minecraft, you know? I guess it's not that different, but the fact that I hold the block up in front of me like this makes it a little bit hard to see what I'm putting down. Trying to be conservative with my block placement. Ooh, those cattails just grew. Nope, not what I wanted. Shovelhead, there we go. So I did read in the handbook just recently that you can make a cellar to preserve food, and the cellar is any place that's just an enclosed space, and materials like dirt or bricks work for it. The better insulated your cellar is, the longer something will last. I think that'd be useful since all this food I'm making, you know, I might need to store it somewhere. Plus the jugs, the bowls, that kind of stuff, I might need to put that somewhere else, as well as excess storage that I have. How did I make those? Rough-hewn fence. Log, log, stick, stick, axe. Okay. Oh, that broke my axe. Good thing I just made an axe head. Alright. Yeah, it's not a bad view from here. Not entirely sure how this works, but I think I could put some supports here. Nice. Not bad. Right there. And how about over here? You really don't get a great view, but that's okay. Can I make a better window? What? What is this? Another torch up here. Nice. Alright, so check this out. If I were to place this meal outside, it says it's fresh for 2.9 days. If I take it in here, and I place it inside here, it says for 3.5 days. So it's slightly better. This one's 3.3 days, I guess because it's close to a corner. 3.4, 3.4. It's interesting, right? I think that's interesting. What about this meat? I think I can just set this meat on the ground. One cooked red meat. Huh, it doesn't say when it goes bad. That's interesting. But there it is. So yeah, this is not a cellar. It's an attic. But It works. Dang, red smoky skies. One more thing, because I'm just curious, but thatch, you can make slanted thatch roofing, right? I wonder if I could place this somewhere to make it look nice. Oh, there. That's so silly. That looks so weird. So way on top. Why is it so bright out, but it's like black skies? That's kind of strange, isn't it? Shouldn't it be darker now? Oh! I didn't mean to jump that far down. Yeah, I'm thinking about this. You know, chopping wood instead of just crafting it, it'd be cooler if you had to, like, put it on a log and then swing your axe down on it. It would be a little more realistic. I could imagine that might be a little bit more annoying, though. Huh. This one's still going, but this one's done. Nice. More bowls. Perfect. Huh. Now it's fresh for 4 days. I think it's because I put blocks on top of the roof that made its freshness last longer. Oh, there's a bear out there again. Okay. I'm not dealing with this right now. And I guess I just cured some animal hides, so I found out that if you rub animal fat on these, then let them sit for 48 hours, they'll turn into pelts. And you can use the pelts to create better backpacks. So these right here are hand baskets, and that allows, you know, me to have 12 spots in my inventory. I have only 4 spaces here, so they only allow 3 each. But I believe I can turn these into something even better. Let's look, because I'm curious. This is what it can be made into. A hunter backpack. Alright, so I have 1 medium pelt, 15 cattails. I can make a hunter backpack, which will give me 1 more slot. My door. It's not much, but, you know, it's neat. Let me run and do that really quickly. I want to see if I can find some cattails. I know there are some in this direction. While I head in this direction, this area right here is kind of the area near spawn. It's also a nice flat spot. It gets a decent amount of rainfall. You know, there's a trader right here. This would be a great spot to build a real house, not just a dirt house, a real house. And I'll tell you, I am completely unfamiliar with how building works here. I know that you can chisel, and you can chisel blocks, and you can rotate them via like wrenches and stuff. And I know that wood beams kind of work as like drawing a line in 3D space. It's something like that. I made a habit to go on looking some public servers to see what was possible to build in this game, and I've seen some really cool stuff. It's just different than Minecraft, which I've been playing for 15 years, and that's exciting to me. I'm still pretty poor. I just have stuff that I've scavenged. I haven't got mining yet. I mean, I'm too scared to, but I know I'm going to have to eventually. But I want to have something at least a little bit nicer, and after, you know, looking around, seeing kind of what's possible, reading the handbook, I think I have some options. What did I say, 15? Perfect, okay, 15. So, like this, right? There, that gave me an extra spot. Nice. Oh, hey, I can make more. Ooh, I can make 3 more. Let me do that. Oh, yeah, here's some ruins. This is interesting. In Minecraft, you're kind of limited to stairs or slabs or whatever, but here you can do a lot more. Clearly, it works quite a bit different, which is pretty neat. I don't think I have the tools to make something this specific yet, but I will one day. Quick intermission. In the interest of promoting this game, because I think it's really cool and deserves more recognition, I'm doing a giveaway. I'm giving away 1 Vintage Story game key. This is not sponsored, I just thought it would be fun. To win the game key, you gotta answer a question. What's my favorite pasta shape? That's the best thing I could think of. Anyway, leave your answers in the comments. First one to get it wins. So I went hunting a little bit. I suppose I need to cook a meal. I got some more animal hides, which I think I'll cure and make some new backpacks. I got a lump of fat, which is pretty useful for making animal hides, like I said, but also there's another thing you can do with it, and that's make oil lamps. Let's see if I can even open all these. Yeah, okay, so I've got about 5 of them. They don't go bad, thankfully. I've heard that if you combine this with a bowl, you can get an oil lamp. Wow, it's already lit and everything. That's awesome. Yeah, let's just put it right there. Why not? That's pretty nice because I keep making these torches, you know, and they always burn out. This one's burned out. I mean, this one extinguished from the rain, that one extinguished. It's nice to have these. I make one more for upstairs. Also, I love how there's dynamic lighting in this game. It's perfect. Put it right there, right behind the bed. Well, I need to make a source of fire here for the fire pit though, so let's build a fire starter. That's 2 sticks and 1 piece of dry grass. Pretty cheap. Dry grass, 2 sticks, and there we go. Alright, let me get some more of this firewood. This is going to take probably a long time to cook since it's so many meals in one. I don't even think I have enough bowls to hold it all. That's not good. Let me craft up these new hunter backpacks. And now I have 3 extra spots. Cool. I'm not really sure where to put these hand baskets though. This is ridiculous. Put some oil on these raw hides. Put away the fire starter. By the way, if I could ask you to please consider subscribing, it does actually help the channel grow a lot, and I would appreciate it. So while that's cooking, let's review our options for building. There's a few things that I know that I can make. Cobblestone is one of them. See, I can make cobblestone out of, well, pick bauxite because that's the kind of rock that's around here. All you gotta do is combine some kind of clay with rocks and boom, you get bauxite cobblestone. That's great for a base, I think. I got plenty of rocks around here. I've also, well, got a lot of clay. Got a ton of stones that I went and picked up when I was running around exploring everywhere. I also got lots of ore that was just laying around in the ground, which is pretty cool. Chalkstone. I don't know what that does, but it seems cool to me. There's one thing that I also found that'll help me build this house, this clear quartz. And from what I understand, I'm gonna run out here and see if I can find some sticks. It's really dark. Oh, that's interesting. You can see, wow, look at that. I've never looked at the night sky before. I've always gone to bed. It's like there's galaxies out there. Look at that. Never seen anything like this. I mean, there's mostly clouds above me, so it's kind of hard to see. Look how lit up this house is compared to everything around it. The lighting engine is a little weird, I will admit. All right, yeah, I think if I do 4 sticks surrounded by 2 pieces of clear quartz, you can make quartz glass. And that's like a window. It's a little foggy, but it is a window. I'm glad that I get it back after breaking it. A big improvement. And I have a lot of sandstone stones, so let's do that. We can make cobblestone, although I think if I put this down, I can't pick it back up because I don't have a pickaxe. So just take my word for it. That's what it looks like. The other thing that we could do, which I think is going to be our main method, and I need more sticks for this. I don't like running out here at night, but yeah, okay, so it's 5 surrounded by a knife. I got a wattle fence. And a wattle fence, it's something... That's so interesting. This is something that I already know about from watching like people recreate ancient Anglo-Saxon houses on YouTube in real life. But it's small, young, bendable sticks. They use it to make a fence, and then they put daub on it. And daub is like a mixture of clay, which I've already picked up, sand, gravel, and soil, I think. Sand, soil, grass, clay. Boom. Raw daub. Yeah, and then you put this on the wattle, and it turns into a full block, but that was very expensive. Wow. Okay, will I get it back? Yeah, there you go. That's what we can build with. Good morning. Well, my food is done. There we go. I have some more meals sitting upstairs. The problem is they're not gonna last very long. And if I really want food to last longer, I need a place that's a lot more airtight, like a real proper cellar. And this dirt hut is not cutting it. So there's something else I want to build. Anyway, it's the morning, and I need to find a spot where I want to build the first house. Oof. We look here, rainfall is very common, which is good for crops, if I wanted to grow crops. This is a pretty nice spot right here. You can see it's very clear. There are other clear spots, of course, but this one's really close to spawn. I think somewhere in this general area is where we should build. Whoa! All right. About right here. I just gotta clear out some of this vegetation. Let's do that really quickly. So my coworker got married over the weekend that I went, and the venue that the wedding was at was this fancy farmhouse. Not a real farmhouse. There was no farming being done there. Maybe a long time ago. But I thought it looked really cool, so I figured I would try a base to build off that. So this is where the entrance is going to be. This is going to be kind of an arcade area where it's really open with glass. I don't know if I have enough glass to do that, but we're going to try. Gonna have it loop back around kind of the same way. This is loosely based on it. This is also going to be 2 stories, I think. And I get some more dirt. Sorry, I meant soil. This is soil, not dirt. 2 windows up high, like that, and call it good. Right now it's just a rectangle, but I mean, if you think about it, a rectangle is a very effective use of space. I don't think I need to complete it to kind of figure out where this is going. First things first is the base. How many blocks is this? Let me count it. 1, 2, 3, 25 by 9. That's how many cobblestone blocks I'm going to need, although I like to have the floor made of cobblestone just for aesthetic purposes. So 100 and, no, it's 225 cobblestone blocks to do up the entire floor. I don't have that many. Or to craft up some bauxite cobblestone, I would need, how many for 225? I need 113 times 8. That's 800 and, well, it's actually 304 bauxite stones. Or some kind of stone. Ugh. I really need a different door. 304 blocks of at least one kind. I have a lot of granite stones. Granite would be a nice color. Sandstone stone is kind of what I have the most of. Not quite 300 though. I'd really like to have granite stones. I wonder if I can find some. I have chalk, but that's really far away. Let's pack some of this stuff away. See if I can't find some granite stone. Before I do that though, I really need to make some more bowls. Okay, platforming is a lot of fun. I'm gonna make 4 raw bowls. I also learned if you hold Alt, like this, you can free up your cursor. You don't have to look and point. So if I hold down Alt, place clay, this is one of the coolest things about this game. I don't think that's true. I'm sure there's a lot of cooler things, but I just like it. So I think every 25 voxels I place, every 25 cubes I place, I consume 1 clay. I think it's place these down into a hole in the ground, add dry grass. I don't have enough. 4 sticks. Oh, and I need a fire starter. Oops. This takes a minute. There we go. Now it's started. All right. While I'm here, I might as well cook up the rest of this meat before it goes bad, because this is going to go bad pretty soon. It kind of stinks, because this stuff is gonna, this isn't going to last very long. These meals are going to go bad in a few hours. So if I hold on to it, like physically, it'll last a little bit longer. It's kind of lousy, you know, I don't really have a great way to preserve food. There are methods of food preservation, which are pretty interesting. That's a game mechanic I can read about in the handbook. So I can make a cellar. Like I said earlier, any fully enclosed space is considered a cellar. It'll have a low and consistent year-round temperature. I can make a crock, which I can put a meal inside and then seal it, you know, to preserve it for a long time. I can put stuff in a storage vessel. I can pickle things. I want to learn how to pickle. Maybe my problem is that I just make too much food at a time. Alright, night night. Oh, this one goes bad in 1 hour. So it's 3 in the morning. Rift activity is calm, thank goodness. Temperature is 19°C. Date is July 8th, year 0. Hate to carry all this food around with me, but it's probably necessary. Anyway, let's see if I can find a bunch of granite stones somewhere. I believe this direction, there's some granite type mountains I could probably try my luck at. But before we do all that, I am going to brew myself a cup of tea. What kind of tea am I going to brew? I don't know what kind of tea. Oh, the tea I decided to make is called Green Earl Grey. Normally Earl Grey is made from black tea, but this is made from green tea. I got this at a really cool grocery store for pretty cheap. I've never seen anything like it, and it's a personal favorite. I decided to experiment a little bit and add some heavy cream. That's something I normally do with an Earl Grey, but I'm curious by nature. Alright, live reaction. It's not bad actually. Honestly, it's kind of comforting. Like, Earl Grey tea is kind of a nostalgic taste for me because it's one of the very first teas I ever tried. This green Earl Grey, it's a little easier on the stomach. You know, I think that... What is happening? Oh, I guess he's like mining nothing. It looks like I'm running in place. I think that if I had sweetened condensed milk instead of heavy cream, it would taste a lot better and a little bit more honey. Anyway, look at this area I found. I think this is definitely granite. Yep, granite stones. This is exactly what I want to use. Look how cool this is. This is literally just over this ridge right there. I am not very far from the house. Just over this ridge. And there's this really cool spot. Maybe I should have built here, huh? We got floating islands and everything. That's insane. But yeah, basically run around and find rocks. How many did I say I needed? 304? Probably more than that if we're being realistic. I mean, I'm sure I'll screw some up. Now, I know if I had a pickaxe, this would go faster, but I don't know how to make one. It seems pretty complicated, and I want to save that for another time. Oh, not sandstone. I don't want that. Oh, hello. Trust me, this is the only way. Some people have told me that my gameplay makes them scream internally. Dang, look at that, though. Isn't that beautiful? All right, after running around for a little bit, I just found some granite sand, which is exactly what I want to use to make the daub, because it's a lighter color and I think it would match a little bit better. I had the sandstone sand, but it was yellow. This bauxite stuff is going to be, well, I guess orange or red. I'm colorblind, I don't really know. So I'm just going to mine up as much of this as possible, as much as I can find. This daub is not cheap. Well, it's cheap, but it requires a lot of materials. I think, look at that. The gravity physics are cool. Oh yeah, I like how when your tool breaks, if you've already got another tool, it automatically reloads your inventory slot, so you don't have to switch tools. Just a neat little quality of life thing, you know what I mean? All right, honestly, I'm not really getting anywhere with this. I'm not getting very far with this. I need to find a place with a lot more material than right here. Whoa, look how deep this is. The perfect place to go would be a granite desert, almost. I don't know if I've ever seen one in this world, but that would be the place to look. Yeah, I'll let you know if I find one. Oh, jackpot. This looks like a very, very tiny granite desert. I was just kind of hoping I would find one around here, and I did. So look, these granite boulders I can break apart, and I'll get tons of rocks, which is exactly why I wanted to come here, because these are very common in granite deserts, at least from my experience. I can find them pretty easily here. And there's lots of sand, which is nice. This is also where I found a lot of ore, so I would just run around and pick up rocks, and sometimes it would be ore. That's how I got all the clear quartz that I can use to make the windows. You know, trust the process. It really isn't that big, is it? Perfect, we're getting there. Yeah, we still needed quite a bit more, though. Check it out, I found another trader. I think I've been around this way before, but I haven't seen this guy. They are hard to spot. They're easier to spot at nighttime. All right, what kind of trader are you? The poor one. What's your name? Hi, Oliver. The clothing I found so many clothing merchants. I could sell flax twine, which isn't that hard to make. Clothing trader. Boom. Anyway, this is pretty clearly not a granite desert. This is a bauxite desert. Pretty close to the dirt hut. I definitely didn't find enough granite. Ooh, look, fire clay. Nice. I've heard this stuff is rare. There's some fire clay right there too. That looks like fire clay as well. I think fire clay is used to make like forges and things like that. There's probably some right over here, if the darkening of the map terrain is any indication whatsoever. Yeah, look at that. More fire clay. I don't need any right now, but I will, I'm sure. All right, it's getting dark. Almost straight west and I'm homeward bound. This tea is cooling off. It's still pretty good. It's different. This is really pretty though. I like how open it feels. Ooh, more fire clay. This is kind of pretty, isn't it? Yeah, I like that. So I found a trader just north of here, and he buys gears for peat. Peat's pretty easy to find, which means it's a good way for me to get gears and buy things. I don't really know what I would need from the store, but I do know that the trader I live closest to sells glass blocks and other furniture. So let's say I dig up a bunch of peat, you go to that guy, you can just barely see his little wagon over there, get lots of gears, and then bring it to the furniture trader, buy chairs and drawers and things like that to put in a new house. Oh, there's a rift. Yeah, we better get back. Okay, a light temporal storm is approaching. Man, I haven't even started really building yet. Okay, well, I've only managed to get 64 cobblestones, which is not ideal. Oh, it looks like I can actually pick this up. Huh. Okay, no worries. In case I make a mistake, it's not a big deal. Wow, look at that. 64 was a perfect amount to fill this entire space. Now, I definitely want some kind of floor, but you know, at the moment, this is good. Now, I need daub, and to make a daub, I'm gonna need a lot more sticks. So I guess I'll start destroying bushes. I don't know if I ever told this story before, but one time when I was a kid, I was a big fan of primitive technology. one day I decided I wanted to do exactly what he does, you know, in his videos. So I got a hatchet and I ran out to the woods. I cut down 4 trees, it took forever with a hatchet, like young living trees, you know, made it kind of hard to chop. And then I dug the post holes, I put them in the ground, and then I couldn't figure out how to take it further than that, you know? Like, he made it look really easy, but I didn't know how to, like, how do I put cross beams, build a roof? I started to realize it was way over my head, and then I just, like, stopped going out there. So that sat out there just for a long time, just posts in the ground until my dad got rid of it. So there you go. I need a lot of dry grass for this too, if I recall correctly. I think scythes are in the game. If I had a scythe, would this go faster? You know, I just like whew, cut it all. That'd be nice. Never used a scythe in real life, but I'd like to. It seems satisfying. World's first lawnmower? No, the world's first lawnmower was a goat. Alright, a light temporal storm is imminent. Awesome. It looks like I'm gonna have to hold off on, well, everything. I gotta defend my new home. No, realistically, I want to see what happens. The other temporal things that happened before, I just kind of holed up inside and waited it out. And that's really lame, so I just, you know, I want to see what happens. I may regret it. Alright, I'm nervous. It's actually kind of a nervous that I don't really get when I play Minecraft. Oh, okay. Oh, alright. Okay, it's happening. Oh, okay. Okay. The hell is that? Hold on, let me turn up my view distance. Oh, okay. Yeah, I kind of saw this thing last time I had a temporal storm, but just barely. What is that? Can I go get it? What is that? Where's it going? That thing might be moving faster than I can act. Whoa! Oh, that's just a wolf. Okay. Still freaky. Man, that thing is gonna outrun me. Whoa! I don't know what just attacked me. Oh, shoot. Oh, it's a dead end. Oh, shoot. Okay, I get it. No. Oh. Oh, man. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. Alright, I learned my lesson. Shoot. Jesus, these things are fast. Oh, man, my house. Please don't break. Nope. Oh, he can't fit through. That's comforting. Oh, great. I guess I'll wait it out. Alright, well, the temporal storm is over, and those clouds are booking it. I went and got my stuff. It was still there, thankfully. I made some shingles, which was difficult with everything being all wavy. Thought that might look cool, so... the idea is if I can keep making and cooking shingles, I'm gonna dig another one right next to it. I can have something for a nice roof, you know what I mean? Okay, I got a few more shingles cooking, and while those are cooking, because I can only do 12 in a pit at a time, I've spent, I think, the last hour just collecting grass and sticks. So that's where we're at, but I have a good amount now that I feel comfortable trying to actually throw something together with. So let's consider this. Okay, let's put a post here. I can't really debark anything, so that's just how it's gonna have to be. Posts on the corners, of course. This side of the house will be a little different. Yeah, I can only hold 16 logs at a time, which, I mean, it makes sense, right? You've heard chopped firewood in real life. You know, carrying those things, it's hard enough to carry 1 or 2 around, right? Every few years, my family likes to make maple syrup. The amount of wood that we have to chop down for that is insane. We don't have to cut down any trees, thankfully. I mean, there's plenty of fallen trees that we can use. A tornado went through our woods. How long ago was that? A long time ago. And, well, ever since then, we've had plenty of trees to harvest firewood from. Anyway, I'm going on a tangent. Okay, so... That was 4 blocks, so it was about 10 pieces of daub to a block, and then you can add more to make it look nicer. Just 1 each, right? I mean, I kind of like it looking nice. Okay. I've been building stuff out of voxels my whole life. This just feels kind of alien to me. I don't know. It's just such a different process. I like it. It's different, which means it's fun. But good golly, is it expensive. It's looking rough. Oh, let me patch it up just a tiny bit. There we go. We got some glass. Looking nice. I like how that looks. I only got 14. I don't have very much to work with. And I'm either going to have to find more clear quartz, or I'm going to have to find a new way to make glass. I know that normal quartz can be turned into glass, but that requires making, I think, a bloomery. You need a bloomery to smelt glass and a quartz, and a bloomery is made with fire clay bricks, which are made with fire clay. I mean, I could do it. That's another time, I think. Oh, okay. I can rotate this. That's neat. I guess that makes sense. I just didn't think about it. Patchy walls look terrible. I want this to be a nice house, not like a weathered house. You know, maybe for something else. But that's a little better, right? I don't know. Now that I think of it, the house that I am basing this off of has a little bit of an overhang out front. One right there. One right there. I'm already running out of wattle. Oh my gosh. It's a cool mechanic, I'll admit. Need more sticks. Something I learned is that there are leaves and then there are branchy leaves. So if you destroy a branchy leaf, you'll get a stick every single time. This game has just a lot of small details. I mean, blink and you'll miss it, you know what I mean? That doesn't look bad. It looks kind of modern. I don't mind that. So now I want to have, or at least start, doing the roof a little bit. And I think, yeah, slanted ceramic roof. Neat. Let me just make a few more of those, I suppose. How do I make it so it's at an angle? That's what I want to know. Okay, how do I make one of these? Oh, I have to do a different pattern. Interesting. Okay. So the answer is I need more. More than this. Starting to think this was overly ambitious. But looks cool. I like that. Those are still definitely cooking, so. There's one more thing that I did learn, and that's you can combine cobblestones with dirt. I have that correct? Yeah, you can make a stone path block. And these actually make you run faster when you're on them. So, I mean, you get a little bit of a speed boost when you're walking on them. Normal walking compared to, I don't know. That's not enough to tell. Promise me. I promise you that's how this works. But it looks cool, right? Which means I need a lot more rocks. It's a little faster. It feels a little faster. Am I crazy? I don't know. Dang, this is a lot more work than I expected. Let's see if I can at least get a nice door. I wonder how much a door costs. Ooh, sleek door, redwood. 11 gears? Are you kidding me? Pine door's 8 gears. That's much more reasonable. Yeah, I don't have that. I need 2 doors to make a double door. So I'm meaning I need 16 total gears. I know that I can trade peat to get gears from a trader out in the desert. So maybe that's what my next move should be. So I had good luck and bad luck. Bad luck is that the trader only really wanted to buy a little bit of peat for me, and then he sold out, I guess, or didn't want it anymore. So no door today. The good news is I found a gravel desert right by that place. So I have a ton of gravel stones right now. That should be more than enough to finish this place off. The floor and everything. Again, you might think that that's really inefficient, and it probably is. But this is what I'm kind of capable of at the moment, at least as far as I understand. My shingles finished cooking, so let me just finish putting these up and see what I can get. Perfect. Oh, man. There we go. Huh. Well, we're getting somewhere. Look at this. I'm panning for gold. Not really gold. I'm panning for all kinds of treasures. This is a really cool thing that Vintage Story has. You can take sand or gravel and you can stand in water with a hand pan and see if you can get minerals out of it and stuff. And I found out that if you get this bony soil, which is only found in ruins as far as I know, you can pan it and get all kinds of treasure. So far I've got gears, which are the currency of this world, a bunch of bones, flax fibers. I got some silver nuggets, flint arrowheads. Ooh, storm rolling in. I got a copper spearhead, which is really good because I haven't hit the copper age yet. I got a candle, which was already lit. I did get a little bit of gold. I just noticed that. That's cool. A rib cage. Aged lore book. So I feel like this is important. I know that this game has an overall story. I just haven't really gotten invested in it yet. That's enough of that for now. Hey everybody, my name is Monster, and this game is a ton of fun. I would definitely recommend it. Before I do anything else, I want to mention that I am doing a giveaway for a Vintage Story Game Pass, one Game Pass. There's a hidden message somewhere in this video. If you can find it first, I'll give you a free Game Pass, which you can redeem on the Vintage Story website. Ah man, I'm getting hungry. Good thing I just made some stew, or that's soup, actually. So I noticed something about this world, maybe you've noticed it too, and that's that everything is turning orange. My berry bushes, I mean, the leaves somewhat, the ground even a little bit. I'm a little colorblind, so it took me a while to notice. But this game apparently has seasons. Right now, we're in September, and I've heard that winter is a pretty difficult time of year, so I need to probably think about preparing. And I am, or at least I'm trying to. Let me put my treasures away real quick. Never gotten gold before. I also found a way to preserve food for longer, because all food has a shelf life. So I made these crocks, and these crocks last a long time, especially, I think it's this one. This one I sealed using some animal fat, and that makes it last a ridiculous amount of time, 50 days, 40 if I set it down. So yeah, I think I just click on one of these crocks, they hold a lot of meals, and I'll get some food out of it, which is wonderful. But yeah, fall I think is almost upon us, which means winter is shortly after. I've been doing a lot of work getting the materials for this house. So building is a lot more difficult in this game. That's something I've definitely learned. These clay shingle roofs, I've had to fire every single shingle individually. To get the cobblestone, I had to run around and grab all the rocks for it. The windows, I had to look up for clear quartz in deserts. I mean, I've done a lot of scavenging so I can have the materials to finish this house that I've started. And I think I have enough. Although, I don't think I have enough sticks. I need a lot more sticks, which I get from just running around and beating up bushes. But yeah, I want to finish this house, and I need a lot of sticks to do it. So yeah, even though I'm learning this game from scratch, I skipped the tutorial so I would have like an authentic learning experience, which I believe was definitely worth it. I know that's frustrating for some people, but I mean, there's plenty of probably Vintage Story videos where the person reads the tutorial first. This is how I prefer to play. Regardless, it's super challenging and very fun. I haven't played a variety of games. I've pretty much played Minecraft for the last 15 years. And for the last 3 years, I've been playing only old versions of Minecraft. So I switched from modern Minecraft to alpha and beta. I've really been playing a lot of alpha recently, like in the last year. The contrast between alpha Minecraft and Vintage Story is very stark. I mean, alpha Minecraft is very, very simple, very limited. Vintage Story, it feels like the possibilities are endless, and it's very complicated, and I don't know everything about the game, whereas alpha, I pretty much have it all figured out and have for years. So again, I like that. I like that I'm going into this blind, unknowing. That's how I first learned Minecraft. When I started playing when I was a kid, I didn't know everything about the game, and that made it seem all that more magical, in my opinion. Okay, it's about 3 in the morning. I broke tons of branches, beat up a bunch of bushes. I got 55 sticks, which isn't a lot, but it's something. I might as well make use of this copper spearhead because I hear monsters outside the house. This is pretty cool. Look at that. Yeah, I've never had copper tools till now. I found this copper knife in the basement of some ruins. It was a pretty good find, and it just kind of highlights my need to actually start mining and doing something instead of just running around picking up rocks, Oh man. I also made all these storage vessels. So the thing about the storage vessels, you gotta build them up one piece of clay at a time. And I made, I think about 9 of them. Yeah, you build them voxel by voxel. It's very, very time consuming. And then you have to fire them in a pit kiln overnight. And that's how I got these, but it was worth it because they hold a lot more space than these little reed baskets. All right, I think it's getting close enough to day. Oop. Time to test out this spear. Boom. Get out of here, man. Knocked him out pretty quick. See if we get anything. Nothing. Per usual. Look at that, the shiver. This thing is called a shiver. Jeez. Dang, this guy's fast. These are drifters. They're so weird. They're not very scary. These things, though, these are insane. Come here. Boom. There's another bow torn. Ouch. They have a lot better aim than Minecraft skeletons. Oh, shoot. Okay, okay. Alright. I get it. Oh! Okay. Oh, alright. One heck of a spawn point. Yeah, I'm not quite the combat master I like to pretend that I am, so... Where did you come from? Ooh, I got a gear off this one. Nice. So yeah, good test run with the copper spear. I want to do up this back wall. I think it would also be cool if I had a chimney. I also found out you can make something called fanned cobblestone if you use sand and gravel, although I think I need to, yeah, switch it around. Probably need a little bit more, but I've been using it for the floor here. Yep, I need some more. Perfect. All right, now we have our floor. This place is looking really cool. I want to try to chase out some kind of chimney thing. I don't really know how this works or how I'm going to use it. You know, I'm not familiar with this game and everything about it. I figure, though, I ought to give it some kind of space. It's a very large hearth. I don't know if that looks good or not. Very big, but, you know, maybe it'll allow for a lot of different kinds of cooking. For some wattle fence. Got about 10 windows left to work with. Not amazing. Alright, there's one wall. Very expensive, this daub stuff. I'm definitely going to have to go back to the granite desert and get a lot more sand and gravel and stuff. I wanted this wall to have a lot of glass in it, you know, like, so it'd be kind of like an atrium. Maybe I could grow things in here or something. But it's not looking like that's going to happen. So maybe I can just settle for 2 windows right here. I still like to have a solid glass wall on this side, so. But again, I don't have the glass to justify this. Dude, come on. I'm building. Jeez. Rift activity high is usually not a good sign. This house looks really cool while it's under construction. I gotta admit, like the exposed framing and stuff, that's pretty neat. So I want the space in here to be 4 blocks tall. The outside is gonna look a little bit shorter. I wanna kind of cut back on the materials that I'm using though. Oh, okay. As much as possible. So I think I'm just gonna finish the top bit of this wall off with logs, with sideways logs. It's gonna kind of go like this. Almost forgot my axe. Oh yeah, I've been planting like a tiny forest over here from all the birch seeds I've been getting from busting up branches. Oh, one I already grew. Okay, here we are with all this. Shut up. Wish I could tame wolves. Oh, yeah. I'll fucking kill him. Oh, that went right through him. What? Oh, come on. All right. Okay, okay, okay. Don't you run. Oh, I got him on the ropes, okay? He's also kind of got me in the ropes. Dang it. Got him. Oh, nice. Some animal fat. I really needed that. To any wolf lovers I may have upset with my display of aggression, I apologize. It was kill or be killed. I also killed a bear. I got the hides somewhere. I killed a bear. I got 3 huge hides, and then I oiled them up, let them cure. I killed them with rocks. Rocks that I was saving for the construction of that build. But yeah, I did. It was really difficult. I think I used 64 and then some. I used a spear a few times. So unfortunately, this bush meat, this stuff that you get from animals, I guess you don't typically normally eat. Can't really turn bushmeat into meals. You can't cook with it. You can only fry it up on its own. I guess it's to discourage you from trying to kill predators, or like scavengers. Yeah, building this house, it's very expensive. Considering that I want a second story to this whole thing, it's gonna take a lot more materials. Yeah, daub is made, I think it's sand, dirt, grass, and blue clay. And that was the last of my sand. Okay, so yeah, more glass, more sticks, more logs. Hopefully not more shingles, though I probably will need more. Yeah, a lot more resource collection has to be done. Which means it's time for one of my favorite things about this game, adventure. Yo, what the heck? I just tried to open this book. I'm just bored. I just tried to open it, and then it played a bell noise, and then there was an overlay. What? There's a whole story going on here. Okay, I'm sure some of you are probably pretty interested in what this says. I am going to read this later. Correct me if I'm wrong, but I think there is a lore menu. Yeah, J. Diet of Kings. Okay, so I can just read it here? Interesting. Okay. Yeah, there is an overarching story, and I know it's also very tied in with the progression. I really want to explore it. Now is not the time. Wow, look at that. I know it's raining, but dang, that is gorgeous. And that is really beautiful. A house out here in this area would be amazing. I mean, I found a lot of great places to build houses or bases or something, but I mean, right here you'd have quite the view. Imagine a giant castle with huge windows just like pointed this way or something. At the moment, still searching for clear quartz. I know that you can turn normal quartz into glass somehow, but I think that's above like the tech that's currently available to me. But what isn't above it is running around and looking for quartz to pick up. Usually in deserts. Like these types of areas are where I've had the most luck with it. Also, I found some spelt. I learned that you can find wild crops just kind of like growing around, which is pretty cool. I've gotten, I think, a good amount. I don't know if I have every single crop that exists. I doubt it. But I have a lot of seeds so far. I feel like I'll have some good luck in these hills. Kind of daunting though. I don't even know if quartz can be found in granite type biomes. I've seen it like part of blocks, but I haven't seen it on the surface before. Dang, that's cool. Wild country. There's some goats down there. Wonder if I can get some animal fat. Ah. Huh. Oh, wow. Oh. Wow. Dang, that guy's powerful. Well, that's not good. Look at that, on the way back over here, some quartz bits. Nice. Of course, I still need to get my stuff before it disappears. I don't know how long that's gonna be. I think that was all that was over here anyways. F around and find out, I guess. I'm pretty bad at knowing when to back down. Oh boy, I really don't like how late it's getting. That's so pretty though. Okay. Thank goodness it's still all there. Let's call it even, huh? Some good loot though. Alright, well, it's getting really dark. It's 20 o'clock or 8 p.m. So either I can make a bed out here or I can find a trader. And they always have beds with them, which is nice. It's easier to find a trader when it's dark because their little wagons are always lit up. And also, the way that I usually find them is I kind of look for spots that I maybe haven't found one. Because they have like a somewhat even distribution. You can see this, right? So it kind of makes sense that there would be one maybe out this direction. Maybe I just need to get somewhere high. Wow, look at that. Okay, well these trees are kind of in my way, but I do see, looks like a trader over that way, and I haven't been there yet, so let's go check it out. All right. Hey there. What's your name? Haldor. Okay. Building materials trader. Oh yeah, these guys are really useful, I've noticed. So, plaster. Plaster. Okay, cool. This guy sells wallpaper, he sells bricks that I could use, like carpet and stuff. I don't think I really have anything I can give him. But yeah, I found a few of these building materials traders around the place. They've always got some good stuff. Maybe I'll revisit one later in the video, see if I can get anything useful. A medium temp... what? Okay. A medium temporal storm is approaching. Wonderful. Jeez. Current rift activity apocalyptic. Oh, okay. I just wait for them to get out of here or what? That's kind of a shame. I was hoping I would have a little bit more luck with some glass. I really don't want to get stuck out here, especially when a medium temporal storm is on its way. I guess I gotta head back then. Get out of here. Jeez, it really is apocalyptic. That continues to be a really cool sight, though. It's neat how I can see the snow kind of capping the peaks. Dude, back off. Navigating through this is like really difficult. Whew. Whoa, I missed. Oh man, okay. Parkour's not my strong suit. Though parkour in this game would be really interesting. Like, you can't just change directions mid-air. You know, you keep your momentum. I think that's cool. It's realistic. Goodbye, awesome mountains. Wait. See a little bit of quartz dotting the cliffside there. Maybe, just maybe, I can get some clear quartz. Okay, come on. Oh, a medium temporal storm is imminent. Alright, that was really stupid of me. Okay, but I'm so close. I'm so close, okay? I know you guys are probably yelling at your screens right now. I'm so sorry. Oh, okay, fine. Let's leave. All that cliff scaling for nothing. Yeah, and I'm low health too. That's not ideal. Okay, alright. Oh, there's that guy. He's going towards my house. That's interesting. It looks like he has bolts on his legs. Hey, look, it's Stonehenge. Yeah, I've been here before. I've been to this Stonehenge before, and if I'm correct, there is a trader somewhere nearby. If there's a trader nearby, that means I can probably, maybe, find some refuge. Oh, this is so trippy. Open up. Hey, Farhad. You're freaking me out, man. This guy sells artisan stuff, literally nothing. Okay, literally nothing useful. I can sell him a reindeer herder fur coat, which is the colorful wear of a Sami. The Sami is a real thing, you know? The Sami people, like the northern indigenous like nomads of Scandinavia, like those are real people. Yeah, okay, I guess I'm gonna stay in here. Perhaps now would be a good time to read the lore book. Okay. Diet of Kings. Scribe's Notes 1318. Jeez. Master Jonas Fawkes, please come forth. The lords and ladies rose when he entered the room. Even the kings gave him small gestures of welcome. He walked to the center of the court, his attendant behind him bearing a great collection of drafts. My lords, as I'm sure you're now aware, we face a nightmarish threat. This disease, or plague as it has been called, is not overly complex. Neither is it beyond our vision. It is, quite simply, desolation made manifest. Here his attendant began laying out a number of medical diagrams upon the floor. Master Fawkes issued from one parchment to the next, gesturing as he went. It rots the body in its entirety. It begins externally with numbness and darkened skin. Proceeding further into the ligaments, the victim may lose control of entire limbs. Eventually, the flesh sloughs off in small heaps. By this time, the victim has likely entered a cataleptic state. This may as well be a blessing for them. The rot will have overtaken their eyes and ears now, depriving them of their senses. Arriving at the last parchment, he paused and gazed upon it. Many of the gathered assembly also leaned forward to see the image more clearly. From the scribe's desk, it appeared only to be a drooping mass of charcoal smearings. This is all that remains of the poor souls. In its final stages, the rot consumes the mind and the body whole, leaving nothing left of distinction. Here His Majesty, the King of Undland, interjected. Is there truly no method of treating this malady? What preventions are available to us? It's interesting how us is capitalized. No preventions, Your Grace, save total isolation from the populace. Even such a drastic method as that will only last until the food supply is infected. As for treatments, I've found none. Perhaps some of my betters from the academy have made progress, but judging by their silence, I think not. He paused again here and cleared his throat. It is a certain death. However, I stand here now to offer you a better fate. Well, okay. Very enthralling. So, can I leave now? Nope. Yes, I know I'm in your house. Okay, it's going away. Nice. That's interesting. I'm guessing that means that a long time ago there's an ancient civilization, as hinted by the ruins everywhere, and they face some kind of, like, evil plague thing, right? Do I have that correct? I love lore. Lore's cool. Okay. Well, seems like it kind of dissipated. What is going on down here? You can't run from me, man. They're all flickering and weird. Never get anything good from these guys. Oh, flax fibers. Ooh. I see you trying to run away. This guy's tough. What is this? Temporal gear. Can be shattered to create a returning point. Can be used with a knife to restore temporal stability with some pain involved. Returning point. Returning point. So spawn point? Like if I broke it up somewhere, I would spawn back there, I guess? That's cool. Well, that was all fun. I still haven't found any quartz yet, so I'm gonna keep looking. Finally, look. Quartz bits. Oh my lord, that took forever. Andesite. That's interesting. I haven't found andesite yet. It's kind of bluish. Any clear quartz so far? No. Ooh, 2. Andesite. That's kind of a cool color. Maybe I'll take some andesite back with me. Oh boy. Kind of running into the same problem again. I don't see any traders nearby. I think in this case, the best course of action is just to try to really quickly craft a bed. Need about 24 pieces of grass, and then I can make a hay bed. Seems like a nice place to sleep. Yeesh. Well, now it's really dark. Okay, well, it's 2 in the morning, and now I can't see a dang thing. Cannot see anything. Alright, well, as soon as the sun comes up, I'm going to circle this mountain and look for any more quartz I can find, and andesite. Well, after all of that exploration, hours and hours of fighting monsters, temporal storms, scavenging for food and picking through rocks, just trying to find clear quartz to make glass, I have found enough to make 1 block. 1 block of glass. It takes 2, I got 3. I can make 1 piece of glass. That's it. Sure, I got my granite sand, but that wasn't challenging to get. That was like the first thing. Oh my goodness. I still need these windows. I want to finish this house, man. Winter's coming. I need to do stuff to prepare for that. I don't even have a pickaxe yet. There's a lot of this game I want to do. I have a few options. I can just finish this house, leave empty blocks open for the windows, and worry about it later. The second option, I can run to these building materials traders, who I've kind of like marked out in pink. There's a few of them around. There's a chance that they sell windows. I think about 16 at a time for like 2 gears, something like that. I have 14 gears, I just counted. The thing is, I was kind of hoping I could save those so I can get wood, like wood planks. That's another thing I can't really craft without advanced tools. I wanted the second floor and the roof maybe to be made out of planks. So I was planning on using those gears for that instead. So I want to conserve those. Third option is try to make glass the right way. I've done a little bit of reading. I have tons of quartz chunks. I have like 2.5 sacks of quartz chunks. Apparently I can use something called a bloomery, fire this quartz chunk in there, and then turn it into glass. Supposedly. I need a bloomery, which is 8 fire clay bricks, and a chimney, which is 4. So 12. Thankfully, I have been blessed with an abundance of fire clay nearby. That's something I guess that only really happens in bauxite biomes. There's plenty for me to source from, and I'm sure I already have some in the dirt hut. I think I just need to form the bricks, shove them in a pit kiln, burn them up, and then I can build the bloomery. So, bricks. Easy enough, 12. So I think I can just place these in here. I need more sticks and grass. Need some peat. Here's one thing I learned about pit kilns. It's faster to just light a torch with the fire starter and light the pit kilns with a lit torch instead of just using the fire starter on it individually. It's so much faster. Alright, so I just let that cook, I guess. Some of my trees are growing. That's cool. While that's going, let me figure out the shingle situation. Already got quite a lot. I just move those over. I want to make a little bit of room for a stone path. Oh, that's cool. It comes with a little bit of moss. I made a bunch of this earlier. I figured I could have a path going from here to the dirt hut. It wouldn't be bad, right? Look, it makes me so much faster. Goodness gracious. Man, things have gotten significantly oranger since I started. Oh. You know, it's kind of nice to be in a safe area as opposed to earlier. Whoa. Oh, okay, vertical slabs. That's cool. Oh, this is going to be a hassle, isn't it? So maybe if I place those blocks there... What? Come on. There. Okay. Alright, it's tedious, but it works. I'm sure there's an easier way to do what I just did, but I know there's wrenches because it keeps telling me to rotate the blocks with a wrench. Guess what I don't have? Whoa. Ah, man, there's so many things happening that I wish I could catch. There's an eclipse. I was crafting shingles and it just got really dark all of a sudden. That was crazy. Wow. I never use replay buffer. You know, the thing to catch something if you weren't recording. I never use it, and I always regret it. That was really cool. I was like, what the heck is happening? Besides that, though, the house is coming along nicely. I still need my second floor. I redaubed everything. I got a porch going on. This awning thing is done. The top of these pillars are kind of showing, but that's okay. I'm sure that like later down the line I can figure something out about that. It's coming along nicely. I'm gonna need more shingles, unfortunately. But I think my fire clay bricks are done. Alright. Beautiful. Okay. Bloomery base. Bloomery chimney. I'm not really sure where I'm supposed to put this, so I'll just make an extra spot right here. Beautiful. So I'll add the quartz and then add the coal, or charcoal. I have charcoal, brown coal, black coal, tons of quartz. Okay, let's see what we can do. How many can I put in here? Only 24? Okay. Let's do black coal. Just 6 is all that's needed? Okay. Alright, well, how long am I supposed to wait? I have no idea. I suppose while I wait for however long this is going to take, might as well move on to the next phase. So, need a lot more pine logs and sticks, of course. Well, there's tons of pine this way. Oops. Wait, what is that? Something's glowing down there. Shh, okay. Strange glowing cave. Yeah, I don't want to deal with that. Anyway, I came all the way out here to mine up some of these pines just because I don't want to tear them down where I live. I like how they look. This is far enough away that I'm not going to be worried about it. It's a big, lofty tree. That's cool. It's going to take a while, isn't it? Oh. Hey, look, it's some carrots. Oh, I guess that's all I get. Alright, well, while I was waiting for night to pass, I made a bunch of shingles. I believe I can do 48 at a time. Okay, and this is done, so how do I get it out? To break it? I do. Oh, I didn't get it all back. Maybe I needed to destroy the chimney first. Oh well, hey, look at that. 12 glass. Nice. Let's try it out. Oh, that looks so much better than the quartz glass. Oh my goodness. Are you kidding me? They look so much better. I suppose like having a mix of the quartz glass and the clear glass isn't a bad thing, right? Like I could mix it up a tad. But alright, I should have just started with that. That solves that problem. Guess I just need to make more bloomeries, which means I need more fire clay bricks. Yep. Wait, how many can I put in here? Oh, I can put a lot. Awesome. Beautiful. Look at that, mature onions. This is one I haven't gotten yet. Nice. I love onions. One of my favorite vegetables. And now that I know kind of like how to look for wild crops, I keep finding them everywhere. Guess I was just always running past them, you know what I mean? I was about to start cooking some more quartz, and then I realized that brown coal, which I have 8 of, doesn't work. It doesn't burn hot enough. It just doesn't let me add it. What I can add is charcoal, but I only have 1 piece. So according to the handbook, I can get more by digging a 2x2x2 pit, and then fill the pit with complete stacks of firewood, cover the fill pit completely with non-combustible blocks, leave the top of a single stack of firewood exposed to air, using dried grass and 4 more firewood, build a fire pit on the top of the exposed stack of firewood and light the fire pit. Okay, well, that means I need to make some more firewood. Thankfully, I just chopped down a ton of trees. Maybe I had it too easy with the glass the first time around, you know what I mean? Got a bunch of firewood up here already. That should be enough, right? You know, it hasn't rained here in a long time. Maybe that's because of the seasons changing. Alright, it's time to repurpose this thing into a charcoal refinery. Okay, and then I have to start a fire pit on here. 26 in-game minutes before the pile ignites. Make sure it's not exposed to air. Does that mean I have to cover it up with 1 more block? Let me read this again. Cover it up with solid blocks to seal the pit. Okay. That should be working, I think. I mean, I hope that's all I have to do. In the meantime, I need to get some more granite stones, because I've used them all up, and I want to have a staircase that can take me to the 2nd floor. I'm going to put like a staircase over here or something like that. I also want to see if I can get wood, like planks, for this 2nd floor. Let me do a little bit of measuring here. That's 7 by 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 23 times 7, 161. 161 blocks of wood. I wonder if I can even afford that much. Of course, there's going to be a hole cut for the stairs and maybe something else. So let's just see what I can do for now. The other thing is that I know that there's a trader I can sell some peat to and some fire clay. He buys both. Maybe I can get some extra gears while I'm at it. Okay, yeah, this guy. Temper. Okay, he's out of fire clay to sell, but... Oh, he's not buying peat anymore. He's buying blue clay. Oh, okay, fine. I guess I brought that for nothing. I know it's pitch black out, but I hear some bees. Gotta mark it down. You know, that kind of unlocks a little bit of a childhood memory. I'm not gonna say why, but I used to be part of Cub Scouts when I was a kid. And one time, part of like a field trip thing we did was go to a local radio station. This is when I was really young. I went to the radio station, and you know, we're all excited because it's kind of a little famous local celebrity type thing. They showed us the studios, they showed us everything, the equipment, the soundproof rooms, the computers, that kind of stuff. And then as like a little parting touristy kind of gift, they let us record ourselves doing the sign off from that radio station into the microphone, and then they burnt it onto a CD disc and let us have it. So each of us got a single CD with like 10 seconds of us saying a slogan into it to take home. And I recently found it, actually. Of course, I don't really want to dox myself. But why is this so dark? Dude, where's your lamp? Isn't he supposed to have a lamp? No wonder I didn't find it. It's freaking pitch black. This guy doesn't even have a bed. So I can't even stay the night here. Awesome. Alright, Miguel. I got my birch planks, maple planks, plaster, shale rock, sandstone rock, walnut wallpaper, gray wallpaper. The wallpaper's pretty cool. I'd like to have some of that, I think. I do know that I can't hold everything, so I'm just going to stick some stuff in this guy's chest, and yeah, he can watch it for me. How about that? We want birch plank? I think we want maple planks. Those look a lot better, in my opinion. He's got a good amount. One more. You're welcome. Oh, that's all I can fit with me right now. That's not enough, though. I need 2 more stacks, and then some. Here's what I think. I can make some beams in the roof out of pine logs. It's so dark in here. And then, of course, the stairwell will take up some. Perhaps that'll be enough. You know, it is really cool being able to see, like, the stars and the nebula and the galaxies and stuff. All right, time to find my way in the freaking dark. At least rift activity is low. I don't like this. I don't like being so far away from my house when it's just pitch black. It's midnight. I'm in a forest. I mean, I can't hardly see anything. I don't know. Something about it just sets my nerves on edge. This game does a pretty good job of doing that pretty frequently, might I add. And I don't know, it feels like the temporal storm's getting worse and worse. I figure it's just like trying to accommodate for the player building up their skill level and their tool set, but it almost feels like something is coming. Like, I don't mean to be cheesy or ominous, it just feels like something is coming that I'm not prepared for, you know? I don't know, something on the horizon or something I need to watch out for or get ready for, besides just winter. Like, I see more and more monsters, more and more rifts opening up everywhere. Freaks me out a little bit. Oh, finally. Okay. Get me out of here. Man. Alright, well, I assume this is finished. Okay. Wait, do I have to break this one at a time? I do. Okay. Oh, the shovel's a lot faster. Okay, cool. And these are done. Alright, so fill them full of quartz, lots of charcoal. Perfect. Okay, so I think something like this, right? Yep. Granite cobblestone stairs. And the sound it makes hitting the shingles is really interesting. Alright, well, let's start with the second floor. I think I can have the cobblestone right here, right? Wait a minute, I got this wrong. Yeah, dang it, I didn't account for the walls. Alright, nice. I only bumped my head on this thing a little bit. Bang. I don't like how close that log is to this, but, yeah, oh well. Oh, these are directional. Oops. That's interesting. I guess I can kind of play around with that, can't I? I feel like I cheesed my way into building this because, like, this is a lot of stuff I'm not really supposed to have yet. I just did it the most inconvenient way, I think. Yeah, I have 10 blocks left to work with, and that's not nearly enough. I think it's time to be a little bit resourceful. It's a freaking rift right there. I feel like it's moving closer to me when I'm not looking. Oh man, that's all we got? Oh yeah, that's not enough. I'm gonna have to go get some more from somebody else, I guess. It's coming along though. You know, not bad. Well, hello everybody. It's been a little bit. I did a little bit more work off camera. You may have noticed there's some firewood here. I've got plenty of firewood, and that's because my character started getting a little bit chilly, started getting a little bit cold. I've been paying attention to this body temperature thing and the outside temperature, which is dropping. Right now it's October 6th. Something else I figured out is that each month has only 9 days, not 30 or something, although that can be configured on world creation. I tried to make a nondescript way of a lamppost with my limited block choice. Turns out that a single piece of wattle fence is enough to protect a torch from being extinguished from rain, which is nice. So what I want to do is I want to have a bunch of torches leading on this path to go to the house, so I can kind of be protected from mobs and things like that. What is that? Is it a wolf? It is. Okay. Also, I made this path. And these trees are growing. It's turning out quite nice. Also, the colors are very rich. We got lots of reds and yellows and oranges. Even the cattails are red, and I don't know how accurate that is to real life, but it's very cool. But yeah, like I said, October 6th. So that means winter is fast approaching. Alright, so I made 2 bloomeries. They both have, I assume, 12 pieces of glass inside. I feel like I'm doing this wrong, but oh well. Look at that, 24 pieces of glass. Very nice. So I bit the bullet, and I went to another building trader, and I bought more maple planks. So I can probably finish up this floor the proper way. Look at the corners of my screen. You can see a little bit of frost starting to build up. Yeah. My body temperature is dropping. It was 36 earlier, now it's 34, and I'm soaking wet. Yeah, that's not good, is it? Whoa, okay. Oh, my lord. Look at... I'm shivering. I'm shaking and shivering. Oh no, he figured out how to get up. Get out of here. I like that there's a little bit of knockback. Oh, how did you get up here? Get out. Leave. Can he climb walls? Jeez, okay. Little midgets don't scare me. Come here. Aw, man. I gotta say, their pathfinding is pretty good. I'm used to Minecraft alpha mob pathfinding. What is in my hand? What is going on? Oh, I'm holding my... I'm holding my arms together. I'm trying to keep from shivering. Look at that, he's so cold. Alright, let's start up a fire here. I have a torch right here, thankfully. Okay. Not so bad, right? Look at that, the body temperature is going up. That's good. I really have to get this house done before the winter starts. So I'm going to do my best to tie this up as quickly as possible. Look, the outside temperature has dropped to 0. It's dropped to freezing. Thankfully, I'm still nice and warm in here. Yeah, I'm being surrounded by drifters. I wish there was an easier way to get rid of these guys. I hear a bear, too. Oh, man, this is not my night. Jeez. I wish they would fight each other or something. Alright, I dug a hole in here. I wanted to see if they're smart enough to go around it. Come on, buddy. Huh. Oh, man. Oh, no. Look at him. Oh, they're attacking each other. I think they threw a rock and it must have hit each other. That's funny. Drifter infighting. Oh, come on. Come on, buddy. Come on. Wait, is it snowing outside? Nothing. 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 You know what I think I realize is I'm waiting for the day to break, and it seems like, I don't know if this is a feature or if I'm just crazy, but it feels like the day is starting later, you know, in accordance with the seasons, which is interesting. Ugh. I thought you guys had left. What's up with his face anyways? He's just got a little black spot? Is his nose? Is his eye? Is that a hole where his face is supposed to be? I mean, what is that? Why do they keep taking damage? Are they getting cold? There you go. Okay, I think it's clear. There's that bear over there. But yeah, look, it's snowing. I don't know if you can tell, but there is like little white flakes falling and hitting the ground here. Anyway, I don't want to be around him, so let's focus on finishing up this house. There's a rift right on my house, man. Gosh. Once I get this place lit up, I would hope that stops happening. Let's replace some of this dusty glass with some nice, clear glass. What a beautiful view. Next step is to figure out where these next posts are going to go. Oh shoot, I just realized I want this wall to be like right here. That means I need to move these stairs to the right. Oh man. Fine. Fine, 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 fine. Never a dull moment. I suppose I can just like shove firewood in this back corner or something. Maybe that'd be a good place to put it. Alright, floor number 2. Guess it should be spaced out something like this. Feels good to finally start the second floor. There's the chimney. That's good, but I think, what if I raised up this middle section somewhat? Just a little bit. There we go, something like this. I suppose let me start with the roof shape, at least. It'll just help me procedurally figure out how this build is going to work. That bear is still sitting over there. He's like guarding my house. I just saw him sit down right there. Yeah, and like this, I can get a roof ridge block. Oh, man. Hey! It's too early for this. Ah, shoot. Dang, the monster spawning is crazy. Look at them all. Gah, get out of here. Okay, alright, fine, fine, fine. These things are too smart for their own good. Of course, now I gotta run around that bear. Shoot. He decided to take a freaking nap right there. Ah. Yeah, I see you. I see you. This is obviously slow going, so I'm gonna skip ahead a little bit, I think. Well, I went hunting because I was out of food. I got a boar. And then it started to really snow. It started to really come down. And I'm not prepared for this at all. I'm not prepared for this. I need to get as much food as possible and seal them away in crocks. Crocks help preserve food shelf life. And then I need to seal it up with animal fat, which means I need to do a lot of hunting. The house is looking good, by the way. That looks really nice. But I need to kind of refocus my efforts into getting as much game as possible. I've heard that food is a lot harder to come by in the winter. Like, animals are less common and stuff, and so far all I've really been doing is hunting and gathering, literally, and then cooking whatever I find, which I suppose is not viable long term. So let's see if I can get anything. There's wolves everywhere. That's the other thing I noticed. They're everywhere. Wonder if that's just because it's winter, or I'm just unlucky. Ooh, chicken. Wow, look at that. It's crazy how the landscape changes with the winter. It's crazy because in real life outside it's like smoking hot out, you know? Like 80 Fahrenheit, extremely humid. Ooh, a starfish. I always pick up these seashells even though I don't know what to do with them. Not having a lot of luck with hunting. I mean, there's this fox, right? But I can't cook anything with him. I just get bush meat, which, I mean, can't turn into any meals or anything. Raccoon. What's he got? He had something in his mouth. What is that? Cranberry. Ooh, thank you. Look at that, a sleeping boar. Dang it. Where'd my spear go? Okay, well now I'm spearless and my body temperature is 32, so I think I should just go home. Gosh. Oh, alright. I'm starving. Okay. Come on, warm up, buddy. There we go. I wonder if I could take these pelts and make some clothes out of them. Yeah, fur coat, knee-high fur boots, fur gloves. Looks like they're not too hard to make, right? Wish I could make a bone spear, but I can't. Now let's see if we can make something to wear. So first, I think I can do this. Knee-high fur boots. That makes a fur coat and then gloves. Yeah, there we go. I suppose I just swap these out, right? Boom. And look at that, I'm ready for winter. Kind of. Alright, let's cook up some food here. Thankfully, I've been storing some vegetables and some mushrooms upstairs that I can use to cook. Though they all have literally the same exact saturation. 2 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those, 2 of those. It's strange, because I think the snow melted. Like it went away. Which is accurate, I suppose. What is that? Oh! Okay. Oh, alright. Yes, hello, I see you too. Nice. Let's do red meat, chicken, bolete, blackcurrant. One more meal. That's all I could get. Well, good morning. Things are changing rapidly. Wow. Thankfully, ever since making my comfortable clothes, I haven't had to worry about being too cold, which is nice. Right now I have a charcoal pit going, and I just made some more glass. That was... What? Oh, they're hot. Oh, they must have just got done cooking. That's so interesting. Okay, it's just kind of funny. Certainly they'll cool down quickly in the snow. I had wanted to go panning for bony soil because I can get gears that way. Just because I want to buy a door for the house from Mouse, the trader over there. And he sells doors, or she, I don't know. But they're very expensive. And I have 6 gears. I need, I think, about 16. Can I hold them now? Nope. That's so bizarre. I can indirectly hold them. Fine by me. The snow is really beautiful, I gotta admit, though. right? I mean, it looks pretty nice. Here we are with the house. I filled out all the walls with wattle fence. So hopefully that's enough. I've just got to fill them up with daub, which I've made a lot more of, and then that should be good. Okay, that was all the wattle that I had. I need a little bit more. That's about half the house? No, just under half the house. Oh, shoot, that stuff is still hot. How long is it going to be freaking hot for? Oh, look at that. I can see the temperature. That's cool. It's slowly cooling down in my inventory. What happens when I drop it outside, though? I think I have enough stuff to craft the daub that I need. I think. I just need a lot more dirt. I still can't pick it up. Okay. Oh, all right. I get it. I get it. I get it. All right. What is it? Blue clay, grass, dirt, sand. There we go. And now I need more grass. Wait a minute. Oh no, do I have to break the snow first and then the grass? That's exactly what I have to do, isn't it? Ooh, double the work. I should have gotten more when I had the chance. Dang it. You know, apparently I can scoop this into snowballs. Not sure why I'd want to. Snowballs be made into anything? You put rocks in them, I guess. I hit myself. Huh. How about now? Hooray! Temperature 123 Celsius. I feel like that's still too hot to pick something up, but no well. I'm so close to being done. Oh! Where do you keep coming from? So, a little bit ago I went out to this trader again, since he's the second nearest trader here, and that's weird. Look at the mini-map. Strange. Something to do with chunk loading, probably? Ooh. Whew. Oh, 2 rabbits? Oh, man. I'm desperate, okay? Yeah, anyway, take a look at this, okay? I got a gear from killing a Bowtorn. But I also was panning, like I said I was going to, and I got 2 rough peridot. I got this bronze gem necklace. Now, I don't know what the bronze gem necklace is supposed to do, but I do know that when I stopped over here to sell this guy some peat and fire clay, he was buying peridots for a very high price. Hopefully he still is. You can sell it to traders. I mean, I don't know what else I'm supposed to do with it. So I'm gonna trade it to him. It's like a rough peridot will give me 8 gears. 1 more will get me... Wait a minute. Dude, you're selling... Come on. Potential. This is potential low, and that's potential medium. I sold him a potential low one. I don't know what that means. I'm sorry. I don't know what potential means. Potential low? Peridot potential? I was hoping I could get 16 gears off of him, but I mean, it's not terrible. Well, would you take a look at that? The outside is pretty much finished. I think I want to do something about these rough edges on the sides here, the tiles. I think there's something I can do with that. But yeah, I mean, here's our inside. Looking good. We have our fireplace. Will have a use in the future, I'm sure of it. Here's our upstairs. It's thin, but I'm sure I can make use of this space. The top bits, it's just showing the red ceramic tile. And I'm not sure I want it to be that way. I figure it may look nicer if there's some actual roof in here, perhaps. Yeah, maybe some actual wood. I'm gonna have to think about... Ooh, I missed this one. Yeah, I'm gonna have to think about getting some more planks or something. Something to put in the ceiling here. Started tucking some firewood back here. Right now what I need the most is a door. I'm going to do a little bit more panning. I'm going to fix up this rough edge here. And then I'm going to see what I can do about that situation. Alright, I did some more panning, and now I have a total of 18 gears. I also got an emerald, but I don't feel like running all the way back to that guy and selling it to him, so... Alright, what can I get from you? Brass torch holder. I heard these make your torches burn infinitely instead of having to, like, reset them. Ooh, a copper lantern. Looks pretty nice. Let's focus, okay? I'm here to buy a door, so I can buy a kapak door. I need 2, so I can afford this. I can't afford the redwood door, but I can afford the ebony door. Sounds good to me. Goodbye, all my gears. Okay. It's a little dark right now, I think, to be doing construction, so I'm gonna come back in the daytime. Alright, it may not look like it, but it is morning. It's almost 6 in the morning, and that means it's time to put down the ebony doors. Look at that. Ooh. That's nice. That sounds exactly like a Minecraft door. Am I crazy? It sounds really similar. Besides that, I have 4 oil lamps because it's all the fat that I had to work with. So let me put these down. Oop, oop. Yeah, you can put them on the side and they kind of connect. Look at that. That's cool, right? The inside of this place is just gonna have to use torchlight for now because I just don't have enough. I don't have enough of these oil lamps to go around, unfortunately. I'm shielded completely from the snow in here. I can't even hear the wind, which is good. You may also have noticed I did up the rough edges of the roof there with some upside down stairs. Same on this side and the opposite side. So look at that. That's weird. It's not weird, it just means that the snow is hitting it. But yeah, there you go. That house is done. Also, there's this cave in front of here. I don't know if any of you ever noticed that, but it's right here. And perhaps one day I'll go in there. But not today. What the heck was that? Did you guys hear that? That was the second time I've heard something like that. What is that? The first time was when I was standing under this tree. I was standing right under this tree cutting grass, and then I heard that noise. What is that noise? Is it something underground? It must be. Regardless, I don't feel like finding out. But if you know, please leave a comment. And also, don't forget to look for the secret message in this video if you want to win the giveaway thing. A free Vintage Story Game Pass. I'm rocking the bronze gem necklace, whatever that does. It looks cool, I guess. There it is. But yeah, that's gonna be the end of the video. I finally got this house finished, on the outside anyways. Between this video and the next video, I suppose I'll get moved in. I'll transfer everything that's important in that dirt hut over to here. I'll decorate it. I'll start trying to make this place livable. You know, it's gonna be kind of sad because I liked living in that dirt hut, honestly, but it's time for an upgrade. This took multiple months, multiple in-game months to finish, but it's done. It is late spring or early summertime in my world, and that means it's time to farm, or rather, it's time to learn how to farm, because I've never done it. It's an essential part of this game, but I've never really gotten into it. I've been going into this blind, but I've picked up a lot of things since I started. I've been reading up in the handbook a lot, and I'd like to try my hand at farming. There's a few things I want to accomplish here. Of course, planting crops, which I plan to do, but also capturing and domesticating animals is a pretty big part of this game. It's a lot more in-depth than Minecraft, so that's what we're gonna do. Now, after exploring a lot of this world and just kind of spending a lot of time learning the surroundings and gathering things, I've picked up a lot of different types of seeds. So we have soybeans, turnips, onions, cabbage, flax, carrot, rye, spelt, and pumpkins. So we've got a lot to get us started off of, and that's everything that I've gathered over time. I've also got fruit tree trimmings. I have about 6 different types. We have red apple, cherry tree, pink apple, peach tree, pear tree, and pink apple, which I have a lot of pink apple. So five types. Not only that, but I've taken to gathering every berry bush I can find whenever I explore, as much as I can fit in my inventory. And I've come over here and I've planted them. So we have quite a variety of berries to pick from. Some of them have already come in, but I'm gonna leave them for now. We have black currant, big field of black currants, lots of cranberries. Cranberries are very common around me. Over here we have blueberries, most of them are ripe. Red currant bush, also ripening. White currant, which I don't have very much of. It's kind of rare. This is just kind of a hodgepodge of fruit bushes that I planted earlier without any kind of order or care put into it. But suffice to say, we have quite the variety. Before I plant anything though, there's something I want to do. It's in regards to animal husbandry, so I don't know a lot about it, but I have been reading the handbook. And it says you can catch baby animals with a basket trap or a crate trap. Now crates are very expensive, but basket traps are pretty simple and easy. I've got a lot of these over here from where I used to live. I'm going to take these suckers out and repurpose them. I'm going to grab as many as I possibly can here. Okay, in total, I got about 11 that I can spare. So let's set these traps with some bait. Now, there are 4 types of domesticatable animals in this game, and I think each animal has their own slight variations here and there, but I don't know if that necessarily matters for our purposes. We can domesticate goats, pigs, rabbits, and chickens. Now, I've already captured some goats up into the mountains, and it's kind of far away, but I managed to get some in a cage. Pigs, I don't think will be a huge challenge because you can just kind of agitate them and they'll follow you, especially into like a pit or something, so I'm not worried about that. However, hares are very fast. Chickens are small and easy to miss. That's what we're going to be trying to get with these basket traps. Essentially, I guess all I have to do... Yep, there we go. 11 basket traps, which means we need 11 bait of some kind. I don't necessarily know what they go after. Let's do a mixture of grain and fruit. Let's put some of the fruit that we've grown to use. I think blueberries would be the best. I can't think of any wild animal that doesn't like blueberries, so let's get some of those. Okay, we have our bait, we have our basket traps. Let's set them up in a place where animals like to spawn. So, the forest for one, and also the plains that are... Ooh, there's mushrooms. The plains that are west of here, I've seen lots of animals spawn in. That's sort of toward the mountain where I captured the goats. So that's what I'm going to try to make purpose of. Look at that. There's a bear. Okay, we want to avoid this area. I think they can be hostile to other creatures. I suppose right here is good enough. And alright, we'll put a little bit of grain here. And I'm going to mark this on the map. I'm going to make sure that we know that there's a basket here. Basket trap. There's a little yellow dot. I'll know exactly where it is when I come back. Let's do another one here with some fruit. Perfect. Look at that, some more mushrooms. They're really coming in this year. Oh, look at that. Look, it's a pig. And 2 fruit trees growing next to each other. I'm going to leave those alone. Look, they got all kinds of fruit growing on them. I'm going to set a trap here. Hopefully the pig leaves it alone. Now, there's a rather large wetlands and lake system over this direction. That has lots of small animals spawning around it whenever I ran through here, so I'm going to go right up at the base of these mountains and set some more traps. Oh, look at that. It just scared some rabbits away. And there's a baby one, too. Alright, set one right here. Oh, look at that, and chickens, too. Okay, I'm definitely setting a lot of traps around here. You know, these chickens, they're pretty slow. I mean, they're not super fast. I could probably chase them into a pit, but I'm gonna wait and see if these basket traps do the work for me. So I'll tackle that later. This dang pig just ate my freaking trap. I just watched you do this. I just walked up here and did it. Well, that was a pain. Besides malicious pigs, I placed all the other basket traps, so that's about 10 of them that exist now. And according to the handbook, trapped animals will die within about 24 hours. So that means we have basically until tomorrow morning to go out and get them and check them all. So since I'm working in kind of a limited time frame, I'm going to get as much done as possible between then and now. With that said, let's get to planting crops. Okay, there's a few things you need. Hose. I have 2 copper hose. You need good soil. I have a little bit of like really high quality soil they call terra preta. Next thing we're going to need is an infinite water source. So I've got some buckets up here I can borrow. Let's fill that up. And now we have an infinite water source. And the last thing, of course, is all the seeds. So let's grab all of these. All right. Oh, I almost forgot. We need something to make fences with. I'm going to grab a lot of oak planks here. Fences, I believe, are easily crafted. Just like this. I've already got a whole bunch. The other thing I thought might look good is if I take the bark off of these oak logs for fence posts. Okay, there we go. 16 debarked oak logs. I'm going to grab a little bit more. Earlier I was kind of jumping around this area over here. This is a layout I made for the farm. So these two side rectangles that I've kind of traced out, let's look at the map here, are going to be crop areas, and this is going to be a barn. That's the idea anyways. The barn is going to be kind of an ambitious project, but I've gone ahead and got a lot of the materials for it, at least I think. Alright, that being said, let's get this crop system going here. Okay, not bad. I just got to tear up the posts here and replace them with the new debarked oak log posts. Very nice. Okay, and our finishing touches. A gate here and there. Not bad. These look pretty good. Although now it's getting dark. Gotta run and take a nap, and then I'm gonna go ahead and check out the animal traps. Okay, so it's the next day. I went and checked all the traps. Half of them were left alone, and the other half were tripped or destroyed. No animals, nothing caught. I'm starting to wonder if there's a better way to use them, based on what we saw with the pig earlier, going up to the trap and eating out of it and destroying it. That happened to several other of the traps as well. I just wonder if I can use that to my advantage. The other thing is that some of the bait was going bad, so I'm going to have to go and replace it the next time I go out. Anyways, I did a little work around here. Made a gate like this. I made gates over the fence. Nothing fancy. So let's just get to planting. But yeah, you can make oak pathways to walk on. So I'm going to put pathways, splitting this whole thing in half along every line divided by these posts. Thankfully, I made a saw in preparation for this. Okay, let's cut these up and make some pathways. Are these directional? They are. Interesting. I need a little bit more than this, but this is the general idea. Now, this will not only help us walk a little bit faster, because oak path makes you faster, I think, but also it lets us divide our crops by type. So we can have 8 types of crops here, I suppose, and 8 in the other one. Now, I just have another question, and that's, can these oak paths be placed over water sources? Can it happen? Oh no, it needs a solid face to attach to. Okay. Alright, well, it's worth a shot. I was hoping I could just cover up the water sources with these, but maybe that can't happen. Our other option is to stick them underneath these fence posts to kind of keep them out of the way, and I might just go for that. At the moment, though, I want to get planting. Let's start with our first crop area. This allows us to do 16. It's kind of slow. We have a perfect 16 of soybean seeds, so let's do these. Oh, that's so interesting. Look at that. So, nutrient levels, 50% nitrogen, I'm going to guess. 50% phosphorus, 50% potassium. That P almost tripped me up, but I remember K is potassium, so that means P has to be phosphorus, I think. So, growth speeds, moisture 100%. This is a required nutrient K. So K crop is 98% growth speed. I think I'm getting this. Soybean should work here just fine, because there's plenty of vitamin K in the soil. Yeah, okay, 98% K, growth stage 1. Alright, those are our soybeans. Next up, I'm going to try onions, because onions require phosphorus instead of potassium. Let's try those out. Ooh. You know, not too long ago, I went to a friend's house, and they had a garden that was just overflowing with crops. And they offered us a lot. They just had too many to eat. That was lovely. We got onions, peas, everything. Baked them up in the oven with some butter. Just delicious. Fresh vegetables are the best. You know, I like to have a garden like this in real life one day. Let's do turnips in this section. Turnips require nitrogen. Okay. We're doing good so far. I am just going to speed through the rest of this. Okay, I'm out doing my basket rounds again. Some of the bait rotted in one of the traps, so I'm going to repurpose it. I talked about earlier how I thought of a way to lure animals into a trap maybe a little bit more effectively. And here's my idea, I'm sure you can already guess. What if I just dig a pit around these things, and then see if it gets an animal to go in, maybe even a larger animal that can't be picked up by a trap. For instance, I saw a goat and a pig and a rabbit nearby this location, so potentially this might get us some results. Call this one a basket pit. Now any others that I find that are tripped or rotted, I'm going to switch them out for pits as well, and then we're going to see what happens. Look at that, there's a rabbit over there, and nope, Nothing came to eat this. Nothing came to eat this mushroom. Nothing came to eat this or this. Maybe they don't eat mushrooms? I suppose that's a possibility. Alright, let's cut another trap right here, this time with some grain, which seems to be the most effective at catching animals. Alright, basket pit. I wonder if I can... Hold on, look. Look at them, they're approaching. Oh my gosh. Is it already working? Oh, look at them go. Oh, now they're freaking out. Wow, that was immediate. 3 chickens. Looks like 2 hens and a rooster. Perfect. That's exactly what we needed. Okay, so these are awfully effective. I don't think the game was meant to be played this way, but it does work, so take that as you will. I did hear something else after reading, is either the handbook or someone told me. Animals will despawn without light. They need light to stick around. So perhaps that's something I need to do, like a run back, get an oil lamp, or get probably an aged torch holder. I've got some of those. I just plant them over here so they don't leave. I captured some goats probably a week ago. They're up in the mountains, and I put a light source, I put a torch holder there, and when I went back and checked a few days later, they were still there. So I don't want to lose animals I've just caught. Oh. Okay. Well, alright. That seemingly works. I already have a goat, like I've mentioned, so I don't really need this one, but it is a nice bonus. Besides all that, last night I finished planting all the seeds that I had, and it doesn't nearly fill all these spots. I tried to keep them separate in their own spaces. I can't quite do that, so I just mixed and matched over here. Growth stunted due to heat. Only yield 50% of produce. Is it hot? Oh, it's 28 Celsius. It is hot. I mean, relatively. So that's interesting. Some of this rye really doesn't like the heat. What am I supposed to do about that? That's something I really don't know what to do. I would think that 28 Celsius is a great temperature for turnips. Huh. Yeah, they really don't like it. But regardless, we have a lot of crops growing here that mostly all seem to be doing fine. I only had 6 pumpkins. And look here, so I use the terra preta because it's a very nutrient-dense soil for some flax, because flax is very useful. And so look at that. Nutrient levels are much higher. The growth speed is much higher compared to these. So I should get a little bit more bang for my buck over here. Oh, look at that. More stunted turnips. Oh well, we won't be eating turnips this year. Carrots are doing fine. Cabbage is doing fine. Turnips and rye don't seem to like this kind of weather. The next thing is placing some path blocks. So you may have noticed I already dug out this little spot here. For the path, I'm just going to go ahead and place them right now. I like how some of them have like little mossy layers on them already when you place them. It's neat. You know something, it's been raining, I think, the entire time I've been making this video. And you know what, I don't mind, it's good for the crops, it's kind of relaxing. Minecraft rain, and yes, I'm gonna do a little bit of a Minecraft comparison. Minecraft rain is noisy and more obfuscating, whereas this, you know, doesn't hardly interrupt the scenery, right? I like it. Alright, well, there we go, there's our path. And it leads all the way back to the house. Oh yeah, and there was one more thing I was going to do. I was going to put water sources underneath all these pillars. Now I don't necessarily need to, but when it stops raining, and it will, it'd be good to have them, I think. Although, of course, I don't really know how the water spread or the moisture spread really works in this game, but I suppose I'll find out. Better than nothing. Alright, now all the crops are watered. I suppose they can't get any more moist than they already are. These grow rather slowly, it seems like. But that's okay. Oh, wait, look. The soybeans are already sprouting up. And these grow pretty fast, don't they? Okay, it's a tad dark, but I've got my trusty little lantern on me. My one singular lantern, because I don't have any bee farms to get candles. Regardless, I came out here because I want to plant these fruit trees. I figured it'd be cute to have an orchard just next to my crop area. So I'm going to start planting these. I'm going to put about 4 blocks of space between them. So let's start with, I don't know, red apple tree cutting. Why not? So the thing about these is that they have a very high chance of of death. They have a 60% chance of death, 40% chance of survival, obviously. You know, it would be good, I think, in my case, to keep some backups. But yeah, I've been told these can be frustrating to work with because they mostly will just die on you. Let's do our cherry tree cutting. I don't even know where I got these. This isn't a very professional orchard, but I think once I get the ball rolling here, I can decorate it a little, make it a little bit easier to walk through. I didn't think of putting this anywhere specific earlier. Now let's do peach tree cutting. Okay, I got some stuff over here. I guess there's not tons and tons of room for the trees. We have cherry, peaches, and red apples. Suppose I might as well expand to the opposite side here. Though the mob grinder and the trader guy are a little bit in the way. Hope that's not going to cause a problem. Let's do our pear trees over here. Okay, and the rest of these, where should they go? I have so many pink apple trees. Maybe I'll just kind of plant them randomly in this area. There's a lot of space here, right? So far for order. But with this many planted, I mean, surely we'll get some sproutings. Another thing is that fruit trees can be grafted onto other fruit trees. Living ones, once they've taken root and started to grow. You know, obviously I'm not in a state to be doing that kind of thing. Lantern goes back up. Now comes the potentially more interesting part, building the barn that's going to hold all the animals. So I was doing a little bit more reading, and I realized I made a mistake. There are 5 types of animals. There are goats and sheep. I have sheep trapped up in those mountains, not goats. I guess I looped them together in my head because they both have horns. Whatever. There's also bees, of course. So there's 5 animal types. Bees have completely different rules, so I'm not going to keep them in this barn. As far as goats and sheep go, they both essentially serve the same purpose, so I will be satisfied with one or the other. Now, in this barn, I'm going to split it up into 4 sections with a hallway down the middle that allow me to have the animals inside and that kind of thing. I collected a lot of larch and pine logs to get kind of the colors that I wanted. So I'm going to strip these larch logs down, and then I'm going to wrap the surrounding base with larch. I want to get some pine planks going on here. These are directional, aren't they? Yes, they are. Interesting. I'm going to leave that looking like this. I think that looks good. Right here, there's going to be a window. And then I'm just going to continue this pattern all the way around. Yeah, just continuing on like this. It may not look very barn-like now, but I have a pretty good idea of how I think this will end up looking. Now, the reason I chose these colors is because barns traditionally are red with white trim. Larch is the lightest wood type that I at least have found, and pine is the reddest looking wood. I'm very colorblind. I don't really know. I mean, it looks kind of red to me, so it's good enough in my opinion, right? Next thing this place needs is some windows for all these open spots. I was cooking some earlier. I made, I think, 4 bloomeries. Look at these. All the berries are ready. I made 4 bloomeries. I cooked glass and all of them. So let's see what we can get. 48, not terrible. Very pretty. Maybe this will be one of those hipster, modern-looking barns. Now that I kind of have these outer walls in place, the next thing was to build the inner pens and the floor, and then get animals in here. I'm gonna take as much dirt as I can and compact it into packed dirt. Probably gonna need a lot of this stuff. Okay, and then I need to fill this in with something. And all I really have is this andesite cobblestone. I mean, that's the most amount of a stone that I have that I think is at least grayish. It has a little bit of a blue tint to it, doesn't it? Regardless, it's just a filler. Oh no, I don't have enough. Oh no. Well, that's a shame. Hold on. Okay, I have some shale, which obviously looks quite different, but it is a little bit darker, which means it matches the path better. Maybe peridotite would have been better than this. I don't know. Whatever. We're leaving it for now. For the pens, I have some leftover debarked oak logs, so I'm going to make use of that. Let's do this. fence, 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 gate, fence. So the reason I'm gonna be sticking these animals in a barn is one, I don't want them to be cold in the winter, although I don't think that actually matters, and the barn won't keep them warm. But at least keep the rain and snow off. Two, bears and lightning can both kill livestock. I want to protect them from that. So hopefully this will keep them safe. Just realized I screwed up the dimensions of this whole thing. Oh no. Alright, hold on. Oh yeah, just these windows have to move over. Okay. Okay, I need to change how this is organized. Here's a compromise. Now that this is an even length, I can't split it up with one block. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to create some space in between here that'll allow me to maybe go up to the loft of the barn or something like that. I don't know if that'll be useful at all, but we're just going to separate it a little bit. And it's too bad. Almost all the rye is suffering in one way or another. As are the turnips. They're really taking the worst of it. But over here, our pumpkins are doing very well. Soybeans are popping up. I think they're in the furthest stages. And so are our cabbages. Which is good because I'm running kind of low on food. And I need grain. Inside here, I set up some pens for the animals. I have some ladders so I can easily get in case I don't want to use the gate for whatever reason. Though I should have probably thought to put some on the inside. Oh well, it's fine. Unfinished barn, but the pens are here for now. So now comes our mission to try to capture some animals. I've got some rope. I heard you can lead them around. I have aged torch holders and torches. I have a spare shovel, some more grain. So let's see what we can do here. Oh yeah, this one is still trying to catch things. Let's come over here. The basket pit. No luck. I think there was something in here a little bit ago, but it may have despawned because I didn't bother to put torches or torch holders. I mean, I'm not made of money, and those are expensive. Okay. Oh, hey, look at that. We have one rabbit, one sow. I bet that was the one that was messing with my crops earlier. And, what is that? Some kind of deer? Pampas deer. Well, those can't be domesticated, so I'm not really worried about that. Okay, so I guess I just gotta lead these back somehow. Alright, here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna make a secondary pit for the boar, or the sow. See if I can push her in there. Come on. Come on. Maybe I can rope them up. Animal's too wild to attach a rope to. Alright, well that doesn't work. Get in there. Get. Okay, cool. Separate. I was really counting on that rope. If I hit it, will it chase me? Hey, pig. I can't tell if it's angry at me. Let's see if it attacks. No, didn't really seem interested in fighting. Well, gosh, what am I supposed to do about that? Okay, well, let's just move on. I don't really know what to do with that situation. Let's check this other trap. Or pit, that's what it was. And nothing. Okay. This trap has more nothing. Okay. Nothing here. Oh, another rabbit. Okay, not bad. Still 3 chickens in here. That's a good sign. So we're good on chickens. We're potentially good on rabbits. Alright, let's check. Oh, my god. Wait. Hey, no, get back in there. Oh, jeez. This is not deep enough for that thing. Hold on. I guess I do already have those, but I would like to keep this one just in case. Alright, this is the amazing method in which I captured all the goats up in the mountain. Come here. Where'd it go? Oh my god.
Did it fall?
Okay. Ooh, success with chickens. 2 roosters. Oh, no, don't fight each other. Yeah, roosters do that. Hold on, let me separate them. Stop fighting. That's right. Come here. Ta-da. Of course, that means something can get to the baskets now, but I think that's okay. And that's the last one. So we have, we're doing pretty good. I might as well show you the sheep that I captured, since I'm all the way over here already. Okay, with luck, they should still be here. Oh, hey. Wow, look at that. 3 bighorn sheeps of each sex. I'm going to attribute to the torch holder being here that it keeps them alive. Also, 1 raccoon has managed to make its way in there. Here's a problem, okay? I'm 838 blocks plus 321 away from the barn. So in that case, what am I supposed to do? What am I supposed to do with this? I have a bad idea. I could get them to chase me all the way back. I have 6. I only need 2. It is possible. I suppose let me do a little bit of practicing. This is such a bad idea. This is a really terrible idea. Okay. Saw a ram over here. See if I can get his attention with a rock or something. Oh god. I can imagine primitive man's first attempts at domestication were something similar to this. Very dangerous and probably took a lot of lives to happen, especially with larger animals like horses or cows, rams, that kind of thing. Alright. Here goes nothing. Okay, alright. Go time. Oh. Oh, he just ran. Oh. Did he just die? Oh no, he's alive. Oh, he's alive. He's alive. Come on, buddy. You can figure it out. Come on. Come on. I think he's stuck down there. Come on. There you go. There you go. Oh, okay. Where'd he go? Well, shoot. Did I lose him? The continuous rain does not help. Oh, there he is. Okay. Trying again. Come on, buddy. Come on. Does he just get distracted or what? Oh, God. Come on now. Come on. Alright. Shoot. If I keep throwing rocks at this guy, he's just gonna die. Alright, here he comes. Here he comes. Now's the moment. Okay. Okay. Shoot. Oh. Yes. Yes. Oh, yes, you're very strong. Oh, right. Ah. Okay, this is take 2. Tag, you're it. Come on. No, that's not the right way. You got this, man. Come on. Come on. A little too eager. He's very fast, yes. Oh my gosh. Oh, a wolf. Bad timing. Oh, bad timing. Oh. Oh. Go away. Oh, I killed him. This is not a working method. Okay, well, at least I tested that theory. God. Everything is made worse by the fact that those goats or sheep are just so high up in the mountains. Okay, look, I was running back home. I'm very, very close. Very close. Flat ground between here and there. No mountains. And look who I found. I gotta try it, man. I gotta try it. Alright. Oh, okay. The hunt is on. He is fast. Will the water slow him down? Yeah, a little bit. Okay. Ain't no way. Oh. I can't believe it. Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. I'm kind of concerned that this is easily escapable for him. Mainly, he ran right up and over this thing. So, I'm gonna put this here. Here's a question. I guess I should probably test this. He can climb over 2 blocks, so can he climb over a fence? Come here. Come hither. Oh no, he just seems scared. No. I mean, he doesn't seem interested in escaping at all. Okay. That's good to know. While I was being chased, I noticed this cherry tree, this wild one, has sprouted some fruit. Wow, look. Cherries. I've never gotten these before. I've actually never gotten any kind of fruit that wasn't a berry. Very nice. 58 cherries. Goodness. I believe a normal berry... Wait a minute. What? These blueberries have way more saturation than these cherries. And they last the same amount, too. What was the point of that? By the way, it did stop raining finally, even though it's very cloudy. Oh yeah, the clouds are fluffy now. That's because I've updated to 1.21. There's a lot of changes. I'll probably show some more later. Like these wood platforms used to be flat, 2D, and now they're 3D. And you can have one from each type. Anyway, the moisture levels on these are going down. You can make a watering can though, so maybe I'll try one of those later. Alright, he's still here. That's good. I'm gonna do something a little bit silly. I'm gonna put this straight in the middle of this place. And protect it from rain. And, you know, that's not super advantageous, but that should keep the rain off and keep him in if light helps, that sort of thing. Might as well let this guy get fed. There you go. Might be jumping the gun here a little bit, but I think they're not fully grown, but I believe I can get a little bit of vegetables if I cut them early. Alright, wish me luck. No luck. No luck. No luck. No luck, no luck, no luck, no luck, no luck. Perhaps I was misguided. Well, shoot, I gotta feed the other animals something. I can't give them hay. They're all, like, specific. Could fruit mash work? So, fruit mash is when you mash fruits down in a fruit press. That's what you get. You separate the juice from the matter. So it takes a copper rod, some fat, resin, boards, chisels, and a hammer. I have all this stuff, I just have to make a rod. Suppose that's what I'm gonna do. Alright, fruit press. Alright, let's try this out. Place juice container. Let's try the cherries that we just got. Okay. Oh wow, look at that. Okay, so look at that. The liters of cherry juice, that's going up. And there we go. We have 10 liters of cherry juice, 10 dry cherry mass. Look at that. That is just full of cherries. And the cherry mash, because that's kind of what we really wanted. Okay, this is kind of crazy, but I chased a rabbit over here. I was just wandering around, and look, right there. I wonder if I can get him in the barn. Come on, go in, please. Okay, no, not quite. I think I need to go to this side and just completely block it off. If I'm gonna get this to work, that is. Come on, buddy. Yes, okay, he went in. Whew. Oh, he's stuck in here now. Pick your poison. I just need him to go on one of these open gates. Come on. Come on. Come on, buddy. Let's encourage him a little bit. This guy's crazy. Come on, bud. Oh, it's a female. Sorry. My mistake. Up and over. How lucky was that? Maybe I just need to stick with that method. Maybe I just screwed it up the first time. I ran into a boar and a sow. I wonder, if I attack the boar, it'll most certainly chase me, but if I attack the sow, it runs away. Maybe if I attack the sow and the boar's nearby, they'll both chase me? I'm not too far away, I'm kind of far, but you know, it's not a hard walk back home. Oh look, it ran to be close. Oh, maybe I should attack the boar then. Is it'll follow the boar? Here, pig. Will it follow? Doesn't seem interested in following. Oh, there we go. Keep running, bud. Look, here comes the sow, lagging behind quite a bit, but still. There it is. Alright, I just have to keep this up and run all the way back. Make sure that thing is following us both. Oh, they fell asleep. Cute. Where's your partner? There she is, come on. Dang it. I'm gonna have to stick with just this guy, I guess. On my lucky day. Hey buddy, come join us. You know, it's very pretty through here. No napping. Keep falling asleep. Come on now, you're so close. Oh, okay. Well, I want them to come in here. Come on, buddy. There we go. Oh, is he gonna go in on his own? Yeah. Not bad. Okay, well, we have 2 boars. Nothing crazy, but that is something. Let's take a look at the garden. One of these... Wow. It's ready. That's interesting. It grew to the side, so maybe I should have given them some space. That's interesting. Probably need to consider watering them, which means I need to make a watering can. I haven't gotten one yet. Let's make one out of fire clay. Might as well. And look, we have all these new color options here. So raw fire clay watering can. Ta-da! And then we just have to bake this sucker up. Light her up. Okay, everybody, we're gonna try something. I'm just gonna see if I can make this sow run for me until it gets to the barn. There's another pit here that can act as sort of a checkpoint. If I can chase her into that pit, then chase her from there into the barn, we should be good. We only need one. And that'll be our first male-female pair of anything. Be free! I need it to run this direction. Be free, pig. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, okay. This works. I didn't think it was going to attack me. Gosh. Maybe it's because I was standing so close to it that it felt like it needed to chase me rather than throwing a rock at it before. There's no point in hitting this checkpoint if I can just get it to follow me all the way back to the barn. Come on, pig. Wow. Let's just block this off just in case. Perfect. Yes. That's right. No. Phew. Look at that. We got boar. We got sows. Perfect. We have another great opportunity. Over there is a male goat and a rabbit that I don't know the sex of. I didn't make plans in capturing goats. I mentioned earlier I wasn't really concerned about it, but it would be nice, especially with how close this is to where I live. I feel like this one will be hostile to me, so if I get close enough... Oh, no, it ran. Interesting, okay. But it ran into here, which means it's kind of a dead end, isn't it? See if I can chase it out. Or attack it and make it follow me. I've been killed by these goats many times, you know that? They've attacked me, so I don't know what I gotta do to convince them that I'm worthy chasing. Chasing him seems to work for now. Come on, buddy. I'm gonna leave him there. I'm gonna prepare this barn for when he enters. Look at this. I've sectioned this off, and now this is 3 sections instead. Actually, since this one's the largest, I'm gonna have him come in here. There he is by that tree. Just gotta get all the way around him. This is somehow easier than I expected. This is hard to do up in the mountains, I suppose. Run, run, run. There you go. All right, come on. You can do it. Okay, this is not gonna be easy to do. Oh no, that's the wrong one. That's not bad though, actually. I can just move him easily from here to there, I think. Skedaddle. Good boy. Let's see if we can get a female goat somewhere. I don't like how far I'm having to go for this one, but it might be necessary. Oh, there's some. There's some. Okay. So any of them that don't have huge horns. There you go, there's one. It's kind of rough through here, but I think we can do it. Alright, come on. Alright, come on, goatie. What's neat is it runs for me in pretty much a straight line away from me, which makes this pretty helpful. Perfect. This is the tricky part, through the bushes. Easy to lose them. Oh, I see you. Oh no, you're not supposed to go in there. Let's see if I got a female. Yes, okay, I got a female. Alright, come on. Yes! Gah! Dang it. There we go. A male and a female goat. Look, they're so happy. I probably need to get these guys some troughs so they stick around. And a light source. Still haven't got very many of these. But dang, this is easier than I expected. Wow. Our beautiful watering can is ready, and look at that. It's it's very different. It's neat that we have a lot of ceramic diversity with this new update. And it makes me wonder, I've seen in some of the update screenshots that there's tons of colors. I don't really know how to get to that point yet, but I am very curious. Dry farmland, alright. Let's fix this up. This is kind of interesting how this works. I can see why it would be useful to maybe have a little water pool out here or something. Withered pumpkin vine, did it die? I'm gonna assume this means I need to remove it. Okay, hope I was right there. Yeah, watering this is gonna be taking a while. It's making me miss the rain. But you know what? The closer it is to the fence, the more moist it is. Or the further, obviously it's at 0% moisture, so adding in the water did help. Let's see if we can keep this luck going with this rabbit guy here. Push him to this pit, that direction. Or I can run him all the way back to the barn. Come on, buddy. These guys are tough because they're so small, Especially in these bushy areas, they're just so hard to spot. I don't know if I've already lost it or not. Where did it go? There he is. Yes. See if I can get around and push him into that pit there. Where'd you go, rabbit buddy? Not in here. I'm very tempted to start a brush fire and just wipe out this area. Just gotta look for movement. There he is. Yes. Okay. All right. He's sleeping right there. That's right. He's in the water. Go that way. Go that way. Yes. Boom. See, what kind of rabbit is that? Jackrabbit hair and a brown hair. Female and male, exactly as needed. So we still need a male sheep and a male and female chicken. Now this bit here has 2 hens, 1 rooster, and a rabbit that I don't care about. We're quite a bit further from where we've had to go before. Although I suppose I did chase a goat from around this spot, so it's not too hard, but the real challenge comes from these chickens being so tiny and easy to lose. I'm just going to experiment a little bit here. Bear with me. I'm going to set this trap down here, put some grain, and then walk away and see what happens. From here I'll be able to see... Oh! Wow. Something happened? Oh, there's something in there. Hold on, I got to reorganize all my stuff here. What's it got? Contains a frightened hen. Beautiful. See if I can repurpose another one over here. There we go. This one's got a little grain. Look at that. It's shaking inside my inventory. That is perfect. All right, let's see if we can get the rooster. Oh. What's it got? Oh, it's got the other hen. I guess I'll run them both back. It doesn't hurt, right? It'd be cool to have a tower. And the reason I think that is because I spent a lot of time running back and forth. It'd be neat to have a tower I could see from a distance that I know to follow instead of having to use the map. Just be interesting. Occasionally I can see the peak of my own roof, just right there. But a tower would be a lot more helpful. 2 chickens coming right up. Hello. There they are. Gotta grab some more grain. Okay, let's see if we can get the rooster in here. Oh, a rift has taken up residence right by my observation post. Okay, alright. Guess I'll just watch from over here. Oh no, it tripped it. Didn't quite work that time, did it? Good thing I brought extra grain. Come on, Mr. Rooster. Is it full now? I think it's actually full. Like, I ate the last portion and now it's just not hungry anymore. We're gonna try the other method. Come on, chick. Skedaddle. That's interesting. Once animals, they get too far out in the water, they'll just stop trying to swim away and they'll immediately head for the shore. It's an interesting way to make sure they don't drown, I suppose. This is going to be a long walk. Look at him go. Yeah, this method seems to work too. Come now. Whoa! Oh my god. Oh my god, he just fell and died. Well, shoot. Okay, there were these 2 roosters over here. I had to separate them to stop them from fighting. That one has a good weight, and this one has a low weight, so I'm gonna go for this one. Oh, there it goes. Oh, come on, man. I'm pretty sure he's not gonna go after a trap again, but I might as well try. They did a good job designing the chickens. They're pretty. Oh, look. He's trying to walk to that one. Alright. Do your worst, bird. Oh, he's so hungry. Yes! Got him. Welcome to your new home. We're doing very well. In fact, we're only missing 1 female sheep. And that's it. I'm shocked at how, like, easy this suddenly became. So in this game, the guide specifies that chickens need something called a hen box, a place for them to sit and lay eggs. I'm gonna make them one of those. It should be pretty simple to do. Actually, I make two since there's two hens. 2 hen boxes. Let's put them, I don't know, right here. Not bad. They need food. That's the other thing. Oh, he tried to eat in there and there was nothing. All right, let's see if we have anything grown yet in the garden. Spelt. Ooh, these turnips are done. 3 turnips. Wow. Even though it says we're only getting 50% of produce, I mean, that seems very high. Might as well replant them, right? They do take nitrogen, but there's plenty of nitrogen still left in the soil, so I think that's okay. Carrots are almost done. Not bad. Got over a stack of turnips from that. Let's see if I can... Oh, that's only for hares. Okay. All right. Eat up hares. I wonder if these pigs can eat up some of these. Look, he's hungry. Seems like it feeds pretty much all of them, even the sheep. As for the chickens, I have a little bit of fruit mash I can give them, so maybe that'll help. Well, we had a lot of uninvited house guests. I'm gonna leave them be. I saw earlier, and I wanted to get it on video, I saw that we had actually managed already to get an egg. Look at that. So it's a fertile egg, and incubation time remains for 5 days. So in 5 days, I'll have a new bird. So I'm gonna leave it be. But isn't that neat? Over here, the goats. Let's check on them. Let's see, our female goat. It's hard to just stay still. Oh, it's pregnant. Oh my goodness, okay. The rabbits? How are the rabbits doing? It's impossible to tell. It's only eaten 2 portions. It needs to eat some more. There, that should be enough. Let's check in on our pigs. Oh, this one's ready to go. And of course, you are all alone. I've discovered something interesting. So I figured signs existed, but the way that you write on signs is you use charcoal or other powdery materials or dyes. So let me show you what I mean here. I'm gonna take 1 piece of charcoal. I'm gonna write on this sign a little bit. Shift, write text. Hello. This text was written via charcoal. So I can actually change the size of this text. So let's knock it up 1. Look at that. Let's write 1 word. Let's do Mong, because I guess that's sort of relevant to the channel. Let's put that up to 40. That's about as big as it can go. Pretty interesting stuff, and I got my charcoal back because I didn't keep the text on there. Anyway, after all this animal catching, getting some good practice, watching the crops grow in, we're still missing the 1 sheep, as I've mentioned a few times. But I feel like I've built up my skills to the... Wait a minute. Oh no. Oh no, it escaped. Oh no. Oh man, I put this here to see, to make a ramp for the next sheep that I caught, but... Oh no, it escaped. Where did it go? Oh man. Is it nearby? I kinda needed that thing. Well shoot, what do I don't even know where to begin looking for that thing. Could probably theorize that it ran off and just despawned somewhere. There was a temporal storm. Maybe that's unfavorable to loose animals or something. Well, that sucks. Oh yeah, by the way, look at this. So most of our fruit trees have decided if they wanted to live or not. Look at this. Pink apple tree cutting. This is dead. So if it dies, we can cut it. And we should get, 2 firewood. And then these ones that are alive, they sprouted a tiny bit. So they're going to continue to grow. Most of them are dead. But these are going to continue to grow. Oh, look at this one. Cherry tree. They'll probably produce fruit next year, not this year. There's a saying, it's like the wise old man plants an acorn so his grandson can chop it down and build a house. Something like that. Anyway, I've put some plans into place on how to capture this guy. Or these 2 sheep, I guess. I've dug these little pits, and I've marked them on the map as checkpoints with these very big, black, obnoxious gears. I've got quite a few of them here and there. I'm going to probably repurpose some of these pits as well. But essentially, these are like little safe spots. If the goat gets too fast, I can drop him off in here, wait till he de-aggroes, heal myself or come back or whatever, and then continue the march of time. And I've kind of placed these in areas that are seemingly advantageous, because in Vintage Story, when you jump, you actually slow down a little bit, whereas in Minecraft you speed up. I want to jump as little as possible. I want to go through as little terrain change as possible, and so I've tried to put these pits along the flattest parts of terrain I can find. Now, the other thing is that water usually also slows down animals, and there's lots of pools around here, so it's kind of a safe route for me to take. Like, at this point, I could deliberately cross this pond if I really wanted to get to the next pit. I've also tried to clear some of the brush in the way, but that's a monumental task that really just requires a brush fire, and I don't want that to get out of hand and lag the crap out of my game. This is our last pit, which also has a rabbit friend. So starting around here, I began to build ramps that would help me very easily access the pits above instead of having to scale the mountain and whatever else. Running down these should be pretty easy to do, but going up them, it does help a lot. So there's this one. Oh, get my freaking arm out of the way. He's blocking the wind that's coming off the mountain somehow. Interesting. And then I've built these bridges over some of these little crevasses, these miniature ravines. And that leads right to the pit, which I've largened and added some troughs so they would stick around. And I think actually some of these ewes are pregnant. You know, look at that. Anyway, I guess the goal is to separate one of these into its own pit, lock it off from the others, coax it out of the pit by aggravating it, and get it all the way down the mountain into one of those pits. And I'm pretty worried about this. It seems like a pretty hard thing to do. I've got bandages. I've got some good food. I've also made, look at this. I've made bear armor. This is a new thing. Look at that. That's really cool. I killed some bears earlier when I was running around. You know, in the new update, bears now drop their own unique hides, which you can then use to craft into armor. Like this. This is kind of like a high-end Stone Age armor type. And it doesn't offer me like tons and tons of protection. Let's see. This gives me 0.5, but 55% protection. They're pretty good. They have low durability. They give you a little bit of warmth, not that I need it. But they just look super cool. I figured I might as well. I had to kill 2 bears to get this stuff, to get a full suit of it. Alright, let the games begin. Just gotta convince one of these goat creatures... Oh, my bad. To come over and here. They can't fit through a 1-block gap, thankfully, but look at them, they're staring at me. So if I aggravate one, it's very possible that it may aggravate the rest. Okay, look. Now he's separate. And he's pretty... he's pretty mad. Does this armor slow me down? I hope not. It does, just a tad. I may have to end up taking this off. Alright, I just gotta run this way. Get him off the mountain. Hopefully, in a peaceful manner. I'm gonna... see if I can grab a rock somewhere. At least I'll get a bit of a head start on him, you know what I mean? Well, hello! Alright, here we go. Here we go. Yeah, that was just fall damage. Oh shoot, I forget which way to go. I think it's around this direction. Yep. Where'd he go? Did he fall? I seem to have lost him. Okay. At least I didn't get attacked. Oh, there he is. Okay. Well, I guess he didn't fall for very long. There we go. There we go. Oh shoot, he's quite fast. Don't worry, I have bandages. Oh right. Yeah, we're definitely gonna need this pit. Oh no. Oh. Well, there we go. Okay, what's interesting is that these take a little bit of time to apply. And then once they've applied, it takes a little bit of time for that health to apply to you. Whereas before, it was basically instant. But we got him. I mean, that was pretty freaking dangerous, but we got him. I'm going to leave this torch here for now and hope it doesn't rain. In the interest of my own safety, I'm going to dig another tunnel just right here. Or a pit, sorry. That'll give me a little bit more of a head start. Alright, now it's time to get the attention of a ewe. This may be difficult. Oh! No, it runs. Alright, there we go. This might complicate things. Is it aggressive to me? I can't tell. Oh, and it's getting dark. I don't like that. Okay. Well, if I go down here, I'm pretty sure it'll attempt to attack me. Yep. See? I just need a rock or something. Why isn't there any rocks? The step sounds almost sound like a warbled bear noise. Oh, hey, look. Here's a ewe. Ready to mate, she is. I was looking for a rock, but maybe I can get her to chase. She's pretty speedy. Oh, wrong way, bud. Right way, bud. Okay. Ow. They don't do nearly the amount of damage that their male counterparts do. Okay, well, that's something. Since this is one of the most dangerous parts of the journey, to place the rest of these bandages, we might as well. Attack me with all your strength. There she comes. Alright. Oh my god. Alright. I'm sure that wasn't healthy for her either. Oh, okay. Yes, yes, yes. You're very strong. Okay. This way. Yes. Oh, phew. We got him off the mountain. Hopefully that's the hardest part, right? But dang, was it damaging. There's this treasure hunter trader guy who's right by here. I'm gonna take a nap here, hopefully heal up, make it daytime again. Yes, excuse me. Oh. He's only got a bench. Well, thanks. What does this guy sell anyways? Ooh, temporal gears. Treasure map. Oh, treasure map. Ah. Jeez. Is that just decoration, or does it actually lead me somewhere? I mean, it's pretty expensive. I have more than enough to buy this. It has not escaped me that there is a new dialogue option here. I think most of the NPCs have something like this now, a number 5 dialogue option with the new update. Know of any interesting places around here? Got something big for you. Too dangerous for me, but you might be able to handle it. I can't give away a haul like this for free, though. Bring me a tin bronze pickaxe, and I'll tell you where to find it. Trust me, it's worth your while. Okay. Well, I don't have one of those. I don't even have any cassiterite. Cassiterite? Cassiterite. Yeah, that's what it is. I don't even have any of that, so there's no way I could give him one of those, but I'm sure it has something pretty big to do with the lore. But that's just gonna have to be for another time. Part 2 of the great sheep relocation begins now. I feel like if I attack the ewe, they will both chase me. Nope, just her. You're fast. Okay. And this armor makes me slow. But it doesn't make you smarter than me. Haha. Alright, let's get the other guy. This guy is a lot stronger than I am. I almost wonder if it's beneficial for me to just take the armor off. I don't know. Hey, buddy. I'm sorry. Here it comes. Keep coming, buddy. Keep coming. Keep coming. No. Wrong. This way. Don't. Why is he... Maybe he is smarter than me. Come on, bud. Come on. What the heck is he doing? Where are you going? Where'd he go? Am I crazy? I just saw him run to the end of this peninsula. And what, now he's just gone? Did he despawn? Is it that easy? Oh, okay. Hello. Yes, in here. Very strange behavior. I've got to think about where to take him next. And I guess my main concern is getting from here to there is pretty difficult. There's a lot of water on the way there, strangely placed islands and things like that. Just trying to think, what's the best possible way? Now I could just do a little bit of an island hopping mechanic, as in I jump from island to island and it just follows me. And it has to be precise, because if I don't do that, if I swim for too long, it'll automatically go back to shore after a certain amount of time in the water. That's something that's just hard-coded into their AI. They lose all interest in whatever they're doing after being in the water for a certain amount of time, and they head straight back to shore. I want to get them on land as much as possible. Let's see if... I don't know. Let's try something, I guess. First, let's try separating them. Weird division line, but there you go. The ewe is now on her own. So even though it is a little more dangerous, I'm going to use my fist. Rude. Where'd she go? Hold on. I'll try. Alright. Yay, you did it. Looks like she has no problem swimming. I'm a little bit unmoored right now. Oh my gosh. Yes, you're very fast. Wow, really booking it. I wouldn't recommend this at all with one of the goats. Alright, come on now. Where's one of those checkpoints when I need it? Oh, seems to have lost interest. Okay, so that would be the checkpoint to go to, I think. Alright, come on, girl. What? Odd. You're doing great. You're doing great. Ow! Maybe I shouldn't be condescending. Okay. Come on, water, save me. Yay! Whew! We went quite far. Alright, I've dug a new checkpoint right here. That's the checkpoint that we put the U in. Hopefully we can do this little island hopping thing with the same or close to the amount of effectiveness. Either way, I got a little bit more bandages. I healed up a tad. Let's put the bear armor on. Oh boy, here we go. Oh, hello. What a curious boy. Let's see how far he'll walk on his own, huh? That's right. This way. Interesting. Now's the time. Come on, bud. We're... Okay. We got a pretty good head start. Oh. Hello. That's right. This way. Oh, gosh. Okay. Alright. Come on now. Yes. Alright, so I'm gonna unpin this one. I'm gonna pin that one, because that's where you is currently residing. Managed to do that entire run without any damage taken. This is pretty nice. Especially along this route. There's lots of open caves. I just have to be really careful not to drop them down into one of those. That's right. Come on out. Come on, bud. Come on, alright. Here we go. Oh, he's so fast. This armor makes me so freaking slow. Oh, a lake. Alright. Come now. Boom. United again. Ah, I could see the peak of my house. Alright, halfway between here and there is this one. So let's go for that one next. Now, the closer I get to my own home, the less afraid I am of dying. See if we can separate these animals again. Alright, there we go. Let's start with you. No, not you. Alright. Ice block. It's August, and there's still ice in the water. That's crazy. Alright. There you go. Your turn. Here we go. Oh! Oh, man. Okay, thank gosh it didn't fall in there. Oh, phew. Amazing. We're currently in the closest checkpoint to the farm. Look at that. I don't care if this kills me at all. Let's see if I can get them both. I just don't want to hit them with more rocks, you know? I feel like I'm pushing it with the rock thing. I guess that's what I'm gonna have to do. Alright. Be mad. Be angry. Where's the you? There you are. Oh, okay. Here they come. Ow. Rude. Come on. Come on. Yes, I know. Ow. Wow. Maybe one day I could experiment with player launchers using these things, but hey, look! We got them! I can't believe it. We got both of them. That was the last animal that we needed. Now we have everything. Well, the last thing that I have to do is finish up this barn, which is a considerably more relaxing task than being chased by gigantic rams. So, let's get after it. Ta-da! Here is the overall structure of the barn. I think this is a wonderful shape, but we still have some places to go here. There's a few details that can definitely be put in. I've been using slate as the roof, which means I had to go mine it somewhere, and that was incredibly tedious. You know, this is a slanted slate roof, and there's also these half roof things, which look very nice. But there is no roof slab, so I can't decrease the pitch of my roof once I got to the top, which is what I wanted with this barn. So I was forced to use regular slate blocks. I don't have a huge problem with that. It's just that it, you know, you look close, it does look awfully out of place. I have a solution to this. First of all, when it comes to cleaning up these sides, because they also hang over a little bit, I haven't really gotten into chiseling yet, but I feel like it's probably about time I get my hands on it, you know? So I'm pretty sure that I can take out sections of blocks and things like that if I just... Oh, wow, look at that. So I right-click it. And as I suspected. Okay. Look at that. And now it's perfectly in line with the rest of the roof. Very nice. So I just right-click it, and it becomes a chiselable block, if that makes sense. There we go. Not bad. I think it looks better. So the next thing I really want to get done is this is obviously kind of a crude shape. So I want to fix that up. I feel like it would be neat if I chiseled a small section out of there, make it look a little bit more fine, instead of these harsh outcroppings and things like that. So let's try it. So I think I need to change to smaller, yep. Ooh, I like that. Wow, actually looks way better than I expected. Wow, that is really nice. That is super cool. Wow. Sorry, I'm saying wow a lot. It just looks very neat. I suppose I can probably do the same to the underneath of these blocks as well. I'll worry about that a little bit later. At the moment, I have a lot of chiseling to do. Here's a cool little trick that I picked up here. So if I look at one of these blocks that I'm chiseling, I've been putting the slope down here that leaves some black parts exposed, and I would like it to be pine. So if I look at that and I press F, this is plus sign, drop blocks here to add a material. So I'm going to do exactly that. Now I can choose between which ones I can add and replace. So I'm going to pick pine planks, remove those two pieces, add in pine, and look at that. Now it's seamless. I don't know, it's really cool. What a pretty morning. It stopped raining, and the barn looks very good, but it keeps spawning these shivers everywhere. At least they don't harass my animals. Anyway, there's a few more tricks that I've... Oh, what the heck? Don't you dare shoot my goats. Yeah, I need some light sources in here for sure. Anyway, there's something I'd like to try that I've seen around, especially in the title screen menu. But if you take debarked logs, which is what I've made the base of this out of, I think you use a hammer and axe. Something like this, right? Oh no, that's how you debark them. You use a saw, cut up debarked logs, you can get something called a support beam. And that is what I want to try. Because they're kind of like thick lines you can trace along the edges of things. I'm just going to try this out based on what I understand of it. Oh. Okay. Hold on, how do I get rid... Okay. Easy enough. Set beam, start, endpoint, snap to 4x4 grid. Okay. I'm going to click here. Oh, wow. Look at that. Well, that's fascinating. Yeah, now we have some trim. That is super cool. Zoop. Right on up. Very neat. I screwed this up just a tad bit. Huh. Fascinating. Okay. There we go, that's what I want. Beautiful. Isn't that pleasant? That is super nice. It's kind of like chiseling, I guess. But this is a really interesting way to do things. Now, I already figured a little bit about this by looking at other people's builds, title screen menus, going on servers. I've never done it myself, but it's very intuitive. My idea when I started this build here is I thought it would be interesting to make a lot of these beams everywhere, and I think that I'm going to try to do that. Here's something interesting. That beam isn't quite as lined up with that one. Odd, but I don't understand that at all. That is actually really beautiful. Now I want to see if I can create a support beam that kind of trims out this roof a little bit. Oh, look at that. I really can have all range of angles. Huh, look at that. Look at that. That really changes things up, doesn't it? Huh. Okay. All the beams are up, at least the ones I deemed were necessary, and the weather is a little bit rainy. It's good for the crops, but it's not good for the visuals. I think this turned out great. I moved the beams from the outcropping just below the ridge of the roof. I think that looks a lot better. They were really hard to remove. I made this window up here. I think that looks really cool. Added some more trim around the sides and things. Over here, I did some traditional diagonal boarding. I felt like it looked better than without them. So there's that. Over here, same thing. I bet you could probably guess what's on this side. More diagonal boarding. It's amazing, really. This place is not totally safe. I've had lots of mobs spawn in here, and I don't like that. But the thing I'm really worried about the most is wolves and bears, since we're right on the border of a forest. And winter, when it comes, we'll have the game spawning a lot more of them. I need to have some kind of gate system in place. It is possible. There are very large gates in Vintage Story. I've seen them. I've even prepared to make them. And I'm going to do it right now. By the way, the fruit trees are really growing, but they're not going to bear fruit till next year, so I went and found another fruit tree that was wild, and I picked pears. There was 2, and I got a lot of pears. They're not very filling, though. But they're still cool. Alright, so I believe I need nails and strips. If I take, I think essentially it's like this. Yep, 2x4 gate pine. Wow, that is expensive. Here we go. Beautiful. 4 2x4 gates. That was very, very pricey. So let's section these off. I have some birch planks. I'm just going to use these. They look good enough, I guess. Alright, another block is in the way. Oh. Alright. That's not exactly how we want this to go. I think I've got to remove this beam here. That's okay. Boom. Ta-da! Giant barn doors. Look at that. Very cool. I love that. Holy moly. Let's knock them out over here. Current rift activity apocalyptic. Very nice. And beautiful. Now the interior is obviously far from complete. I want to have a loft here. I want to have support beams and ridges and trusses and things like that inside this barn. I like to have a nice place to store grain and hay for the animals to eat during the winter. But that's something I can worry about later. I really like how this looks. That's very cool. The only thing that'd be cooler is some lanterns decorating the sides of this place, but you know, I need way more materials for that. Now let's take a look at our crops. Oh no, looks like a lot of these pumpkin roots didn't really take initiative and grow anything. That's unfortunate. Just about everything is done growing. We had a very good harvest. Look at these cabbages. Wow. The onions are all the way in. The soybeans are in. The spelt, the flax, which is really useful stuff. The rye. Overall, I think I've accomplished the main goal of this video. And wow, isn't that stylish looking? This came out looking a lot better than I thought I was going to. That is very nice. I originally filmed an entirely different outro for this. I mean, it was pretty simple, right? And then after that, I kept working on the barn. I was having a lot of fun fleshing out the design. I made a bunch of lanterns. I stuck them everywhere. All the crops are pretty much fully grown. Look at this. I chiseled the arch. I think that looks cool. So the outside hasn't changed much. I just added a lantern here, a bismuth lantern, because I could do that, I guess. It's also becoming more fall time. I spent a lot of time decorating the inside, and you know, I was like, oh, I'm gonna have to wait till the next episode to show it off, but I feel like it'd be more satisfying if I did it now. I'm actually almost done editing this video. I was looking at the outro and I'm like, yeah, I should just show off what I've actually done here. So look at the baby chickens, they're so cute. I love birds and I love baby chickens. Baby birds, very cute. They're always so precious. I've always loved getting new baby chickens. The animals are doing great. Look, we got a baby goat. I think that's it as far as babies go. So I done up the inside of this place with a bunch of stripped oak logs. So I tried to create trusses and that sort of thing. A lot of support beams have been used down here. I created 2 Molbchalkos lanterns. I don't know what that is. It's like lead and copper and something else, I think. And I went panning and I just got a bunch of candles from panning because that's a thing you can get, I suppose. Up here, nothing in the loft yet, but I have put a lot of work into this. Whoop. Hello everybody and welcome to Vintage Story. It is winter in my world and I am getting pretty tired of it, but I think that spring is just around the corner. And I'm ready for spring. I want to be able to plant crops, do other things that I didn't do last spring. I'm still new to this game, there's still a lot of stuff I haven't done, and a lot of things I'd like to try. I'm getting kind of low on my prepared foods. So let's look inside my house here. I have 2 crocs. They both have about 3 servings in each, and then some random bits of raw meat that I've gotten. I don't have anything to cook the raw meat with. I do have all this grain here. I had thought that the only way to use this grain was to grind it down into flour, but apparently that's not the case. I was told that I can actually just cook it right away, and that's what I'm gonna do. So I'm gonna put my pot there. Let's grab some firewood. I do my meat and add a little bit of grain. No? I think I need water? Let's try that. How about that? No? I'm surprised. I thought I could make a meal out of this. Okay, look. First 2 slots must be grain. The rest can be vegetables, fruit, and honey. So I think that I can't have any meat. Yeah, okay, look at that. 1 serving of flax porridge. Only thing else I can put in there, fruit, vegetables, and honey, and I don't have any of those. That's too bad. Now, the other thing that you can do, you can grind it down into flour and then bake it into bread. But I guess I was under the assumption that you can't do that without a windmill and a grindstone. However, I did learn that you can actually grind the grindstone manually. You don't need a windmill. So I think I'm going to try to do that and maybe make some bread. I can make a granite, andesite, basalt, or peridotite quern. So this takes 4 granite rocks, 2 sticks, a chisel, and a hammer to make. And then I can use this to mill down some grain into flour for bread. So let's get some rocks. Now, here's something else I found. I explored this cave a little bit that goes right underneath my house, and I found down there something really interesting. But before I mention what the interesting thing was, I do want to state that I am doing another giveaway. I'm giving away 1 free Vintage Story Game Pass to anyone who can correctly guess what my favorite thing to do in this game is and why. Just leave a comment, say your favorite thing to do in Vintage Story is this and this is why, something along those lines. And whoever guesses it correctly first will win the Game Pass. I have a lot of trouble coming up with reasonable things to make giveaways about, so I hope that works out for everybody. You know, good luck. Anyway, the way that we get entire pieces of solid stone, I think, is you have to break all the blocks surrounding them. And I figured that out when I was mining earlier, so pretty interesting. Look at that. It just breaks off, and we need 4 of these. Nice. Alright, that should be all that we need. Yeah, and this cave goes for a while. It's super scary. I'm not gonna really worry about it right now. But I did find something very interesting down there, like I was saying before, and I'll show you real quick, because I dug a tunnel straight to the bottom. It's right down here. Very deep. I can already hear monsters. But yeah, it's this thing, a translocator. And I'd found one before, and I had no idea how to fix it because, I don't know, I just found it to be confusing. But then I was clearing up some junk around here, and I got metal parts, and it turns out that's what you need to fix it, along with temporal gears. So I had this stuff, fixed it up, and if I stand on this thing, I'm sure you can figure this part out. I get teleported to a completely new location. So this is where I got teleported to. This is my house, okay? It's just about the center of the world. And this is where I am now. This is very far away. Another interesting thing about this place is it's very close to where I died last time I came this direction. This entire path was a one-way trip. I traveled all the way out here, I was loving it, and then I got killed by a goat in this valley with a bunch of stuff I thought was pretty important by a very cool peridotite mountain that I wanted to build a base by. So the fact that there is a translocator so close to where I died and the mountain is really cool. There's one problem, okay? It's underground, but not only that, this cave is super freaky. Look at that. I have no idea how to get out of here. Ooh, I don't like that sound. Let me out of here. Let me out. Whew. That was a close one. So yeah, it's very dangerous. One hit from one of those guys, or two, and I would have been dead. I don't feel like exploring the area without some proper gear, some armor. And I don't have any. I don't have any armor. I just have this stuff that keeps me warm. So that's another thing I gotta figure out. Okay, so we got all this stuff to make a quern, whatever. Maybe I should look up how to pronounce it. I was thinking I'd just stick it right here. This is a decent spot. So let's go for, what do we want to make? Okay, we have rye, rice, flax, and spelt. This is making me hungry. I have a lot of rye, so let's do this. So, what do I do? Add, remove items. Oh, I was just standing too close to it? Okay. Oh, alright. Very straightforward. So I do know this is how they used to do it back in the day, right? The windmills would be powered by the wind. They'd turn these massive, massive millstones, and they just grind the crap out of grains. It was a very efficient way to make flour. I just think that's super, super cool. And now, of course, we do it in factories, and we bleach it, and we do our whatever the heck else. But I find that traditional ways of doing things are really fascinating, and that's another reason I really like Vintage Story. That's not the answer to the giveaway, though. Or maybe it is. I don't know, the fact that it kind of gets back to the roots of doing everything. Maybe if I was stranded in the wilderness, I could use my Vintage Story knowledge to help survive, although probably not. I probably shouldn't rely on video games and giving me accurate advice. Still, cool that I can grind down grain into flour. This is very slow, though, so I can see where having a windmill would come in handy. Alright. 31. I can make a rye dough with this, and rye ale. That's interesting. I could make it into whiskey. My gosh. Look, we just want bread. We want dough. All we need is a bowl of water and flour. Okay. Oh, that was easy. Okay, well now what? I can bake in an oven into bread. We'll create one rye bread chard. Okay. Wow. That is very burnt. 210 saturation. Huh, not impressed. I'll cook 2 more while I read a little bit more up on this. There are 4 types of rye bread. Seemingly, there's rye dough, which we have. Rye bread part baked. Rye bread, then rye bread chard, which is what we made. Rye bread chard gives us 210 saturation. Part baked gives us 150, which is less. Rye bread gives us 300, which I guess is only slightly more. But it looks like, yeah, okay. The charred bread is good for a lot longer. That makes sense. How do I get an oven? Clay oven. Created by clay forming. I guess I need one of these then. Okay, I don't see clay oven on here. I don't think I'm blind, but I don't see anything like that. Maybe I need a different kind of clay. Also, look at this. We got 5 charred bread. I never have any grain with anything, so maybe it's good to have a little bit better range in nutrition, you know what I mean? And it stacks, which is nice. Maybe fire clay is what we need. Oh, I was right. Okay, looks simple enough. This duplicate layer thing is actually really helpful. I just wish it worked across multiple clay forming spots, you know what I mean? Oh man, I have 2 more. Oh no, hope that's enough. Oh no, I don't think it is. Oh no, it's not enough. Man, that means I gotta go dig some more up. I might as well get a bunch of this since I'm here. So I've been told many times by others who have seen my world that fire clay is actually supposed to be extremely rare, and I kind of gathered that, but it apparently can be found in bauxite biomes naturally. Everywhere else you have to make it, or you have to, I think, dig for it, like deep in the earth, I believe. Regardless of that, I don't really know how you make this stuff, or how I would make this stuff if I didn't have it readily available. Fire clay can be obtained or crafted. Calcinated flint. Calcinated flint you get by calcinated flint chunks, by cooking, smelting, roasting flint. What? That's weird. Alright, this is the clay oven, and am I crazy or did I not have to cook this at all? I mean, it's just done. Okay, well, I guess that's convenient, I suppose. Might as well make one more, right? Since they're so easy. Alright, there's our second clay oven. Perfect spot for it, maybe. Okay, so all we do is preheat the oven before baking. It doesn't seem too difficult. So this bakes at 200 Celsius. Part bake also bakes at 200 Celsius. So I imagine I just cook them twice. Oh, that one's done. I can put in 4. Suppose I'll just let that sit. Alright, look at this. From caving and from killing some monsters while clearing the cave under my house. I got tuning cylinders, which I think are basically music discs. Metal parts, which is what I use to fix the translocator. Jonas part, and another Jonas subassembly. I don't know what the heck I'm supposed to do with those. Oh wow, they're done. I just keep holding it in there until it... Oh wow, look at that. Okay, so I don't need to bake them twice. I just need to keep them in there for a decent amount of time. Let's put some more in. Very cool. Come on, you can do it. Whew. That's a close one. Oh no, they're not going to cook now because they're just below 200. Oh, they are cooking. Oh, they're done. Okay. I thought that 200 was the temp... Whatever. Alright, well this is nice and simple, and it's not much harder than just doing on a campfire. I'm pretty happy with that. So I took a nap, and I guess I left these in here for too long, because now they're charred. So, gotta take them out at the exact right time. That makes sense. I'm not too upset about this loss. But look at this, okay? This lasts 61 days in a chest. This isn't even in a cellar. I don't even have a cellar yet. The chard lasts for 1.2 years. How about that, huh? I'm doing pretty good. This winter hasn't been that hard on me at all. You might be wondering, I guess if you've been looking around when I'm outside, what that structure is. This I built not too long ago. It's supposed to be essentially a mob grinder, a place I can go during a temporal storm. So the idea is I stand in here, the monsters are like attracted to me, and then they fall in this pit here. And then down there, beneath this pit, there's little holes I can punch their feet. However, I'm realizing something, and that's that the pit's probably not big enough. I think drifters can fall in here, but not shivers, you know, because they're wider. So I'm gonna widen this up a little bit. Alright, there we go. Now this pit is plenty big. I think we should be good. So the next time there's a temporal storm, I'm going to run in here and test this sucker out. Another one of these guys got into my house somehow. Jeez. I feel like this place is very well lit up. I mean, I got these oil lamps literally everywhere. These must just not be very strong. I made these brass torch holders, and I got brass by combining, I think it was copper and zinc. I had a little bit of zinc. And this is like the only material torch holders can be made out of, but they let torches burn forever. So I was able to make 2. That's it. That was all I was able to do. But that means these torches will stay, and that's nice because they're brighter. And then I have 1 copper lantern, but that's it, because I need candles, and candles can only be obtained by panning or from bees, and I can't deal with bees in the winter. All right, I'm gonna go fill this bucket up with some water. I need it for this next part here. I'm curious about something. Oh, cool. Infinite water source. Oh no, a medium temporal storm is approaching. Okay. Well, at least we're going to try that thing out. Perfect timing, really. So I just made a bucket, and it has 10 liters of water, and I think I can use the bucket to make an infinite water source. Boom. Look at that. It's just infinite now, which is nice, and also very convenient. So I went ahead and I prepared all these barrels here. The reason I did that is because I wanted to get into leather making, because that's the first step into getting better armor, which means I'll be able to go into caves more confidently. There is a guide on how to leather make, and I've actually screenshotted this and put it on my other monitor so I can reference it. The first step is to seal raw hides into a barrel of lime water or diluted borax, and I believe I can make both. So if I bust up some of this chalk stone, it'll turn into lime. Then borax, I think I need to grind borax. So let's do that really quickly. Alright, 2 powdered borax. Alright, there are 4 stages. Soaking the hide, scraping the hide, putting in a weak tannin, then putting in a strong tannin. 3 of those stages require barrels, and I have 6. So we're going to do one of these with some powdered borax. How does this work? 5 liters of water. 2 bits of powdered borax. So I can put single portion, which is how much? 1 liter? Okay, we have 5. Oh, perfect mix. Made 5 liters of diluted borax. Perfect. Then over here, put the rest in there. Lime water is made with only 1 bit of lime. Interesting. There we go. 2 liters of lime water. How much am I supposed to have in here? I'm not totally sure. Besides that, this is the stuff that we need. Lime water and diluted borax. Let me go get some hides and shove them in there before the temporal storm starts. I've been saving some of these. I'm going to use large hides for this. I'm just going to put in 5 of these. And 5 in the other one. How do I seal these? Oh, I don't have enough diluted borax or lime water. Alright, the portions aren't correct. Now, this is really a math problem, isn't it? Diluted borax is in there. We're going to make some more. Okay, perfect. 5 liters of diluted borax. This is confusing. Okay. Okay, now we have 10 liters. I'll put 1 in here. Will turn into 1 soaked hide after 18 hours of sealing. So boom, I sealed it. Alright, so I got the 2 liters of lime water in there. I need just a little more. I need 4 more, so I need 4 bits of lime and 4 liters. The rest of the lime water's in here. Now we have 6. Seal it with this large hide. There we go. Well, that was an ordeal, but I think we got it. So they just got to sit in there for 18 hours and then 20 hours. The other thing I need to do is have weak tannin and strong tannin. So I'm going to do this while I'm waiting for the storm to show up. It's 10 liters of water. 10 liters of water in there, and then I think all I got to do is mix a little bit of oak log in here, right? And that's it. And I might as well make a little bit extra because you need weak tannin to make strong tannin. Boom. This Falx is about to break. I got 57 uses on this thing left. Get out of here, dude. I'll make that 54. Now, I have 4 pieces left of tin bronze. I believe that was all I could actually make. I had like cassiterite, and I only got cassiterite from breaking pots and ruins. I have no way to make more tin bronze. What I'm going to do, at least temporarily, is I'm going to make some... Oh my gosh, it's a bear? I can't deal with this. Oh. He's scared. I'm going to go back to the Stone Age a little bit. I'm going to make some flint spearheads. Alright, let's see if I can get over there before... He's literally waiting for me. Do you see that? Alright, let's see if I can come around the side before that bear gets any closer to me. The temporal storm is imminent. Alright. I feel like a bear always shows up when I'm about to do a temporal storm. Here we go. And look at that. There's the thing. Everybody calls him Dave, I think. Oh, they're shooting me. Come closer, buddy. Oh, he got me. I don't really have a great way to fight back against these things. Oh my gosh. Alright. I think I got one. It's kind of hard to see. Well, they're fighting each other. I think he tried to throw a rock at me. Maybe these openings are wide enough. Got him. I think they're trying to throw rocks in here, but it doesn't fit through the gap. Okay, so the temporal storm is over. I didn't really get anything besides 3 flags. I can definitely think of some improvements that I can make in this place. Namely, I'm too far away from the monsters to actually hit them. So I think that I need to remove those blocks and lower the floor by a slabs amount in order to really reach in there. So I can get under the walls and not just, you know, to the side of them. And I need to probably pack down the dirt underneath there to stop grass and stuff from growing. I was working on that mob grinder over there, and then my pickaxe broke, and my Falx is also about to break, so I figured I would make some new ones out of the tin bronze that I had left over. This hammer is just about done for. Now I heard you can just dump these into water. And then I'll just cool them down immediately. Look at that. Look at all these things. In other news, all of our stewing is done. Look at that. Got our weak tannins. Oh, the lime is gone. Okay. That consumed all the lime water, but we got the soaked hide. And here we still have a little bit of borax left. Interesting. I was kind of hoping it would stick around, but it soaked up the entire thing. Alright. Next thing we gotta do is scrape the hide with a knife. That's it. That's all we had to do. And then I think we just seal it inside of here. 3 days of sealing. Good lord. Maybe a higher quantity would be a shorter amount of time. And as for these barrels of wheat tannin, I put another oak log in there, seal it up. Same for here. Seal that sucker up, and we just wait. Let's look at what we can actually make with leather, since I am going through the effort to make it. So, with leather, we can, books, bridles, I guess, if we had an animal to ride, antler mounts, all kinds of clothes. Also bows, plate armor, scale armor, body leather jerkin, all kinds of armor. Let's look at this real quick. This gives us a 40% protection and 0.25 health points of shielding. It is also used to make the next level of armor, which is chain armor. That does a little bit better. But then you can use chain armor to make plate armor, which is even better. And plate armor, I think, is the best that you can do. We need to get here first, I think. And we need a lot of leather to do that. So leather, I don't think we're going to get a whole lot from what I've just made. So I'm probably going to need to make a lot more. Which means I'm gonna make a lot more borax and a lot more lime, and put some more hides that I have in it. I wanted to try making a longbow, because I think it would help me do a lot more damage, and also my only ranged weapon is a spear, and I throw it once and then I have to go get it. So the thing about the longbow, though, is I think I have enough to make it, but I have to have this thing called a bow stave, and you have to first cut it out of logs and then let it dry for 168 hours. And that is accurate to real life, right? You cut green wood, you want to let it dry because it will warp as it dries. And you don't want to warp the bow stick thing. Bow stave is the right word. Should be simple enough. Raw longbow stave. And it specifically stated that we have to store it outside of a container. So I'm just going to set it, I don't know, right here. Can I not put it on the ground? I guess I'll just hold on to it. Anyway, I filled these 2 barrels. I'm completely out of lime, so I'm just going to stick to borax from now on. I have a decent amount more borax. Yeah, I have 10 more pieces of borax. I don't know how much more they can make. Get out of here, dude. But you may notice there is no more snow anywhere to be found. Look at that. It's all melted. It was slowly melting before, but now it's totally gone. It's because it's been above freezing for a little while now. Look, the ice is almost cleared up. It's nearly the end of March, too, which means that spring is finally coming, and that means I can potentially start a farm, try to catch some animals, and do a lot of other stuff I couldn't do in the winter. Oh, look, a butterfly. Look at that. Okay, so I've made my improvements. Let's go inside. Up here is unchanged. Down below is a little bit different. So this is what I was talking about. Now I can really get in here and hit the monsters that fall in. Hopefully this should also still keep me protected from harm. And I've also got ladders so I can escape. And not only that, I changed this all into packed dirt so no more grass would grow and obstruct my vision. So the next temporal storm, I am totally ready. Besides all that, I have a small issue. Now, I've never really dealt with fog over here. I have in areas I've explored, but never here. It's very foggy. And not only is it foggy outside, but it's foggy inside as well. And so I've done a little bit of reading in the handbook, and the reason it's foggy in my house is because the game does not register this as a room, because it is too large. I'm fairly certain it needs to be within 14 by 14 by 14 blocks wide. This is certainly larger than that. Not only this, but apparently these sleek doors are really just for interiors, not exteriors. I need to have a solid door. So this is very large. The upstairs is connected to the downstairs. What I could do to fix this issue is change the doors, take this entire stairwell and move it, put it up against this wall instead of where it is now. Erect walls here and there and downstairs. And then this would be like 3 separate rooms and I would be fine. But that's a lot of work, and I'd have to move all my storage. Maybe I'll do that another time. Not right now though. Here's what I'm actually going to do at the moment. I'm going to grab a bunch of my copper that I mined up. Got some black coal. And I'm going to make some chains. I can make copper chains from 2 ingots, and then I can add that to this leather thing I'm going to make later. And I need a lot. That's about 11, which is 22 copper ingots I have to smith. I think I've got enough for that. I've got some ingot molds here. If I recall correctly, about 20 pieces of this is 1 ingot. That's 440. So I need about 110 in each slot. All right, that'll give me a lot of copper. But not only do I want to make about that much ingots. I want to make another hammer, and I want to make a prospecting pick. I've never gotten one of those. I'm going to go ahead and add 40 more to those. I certainly don't have enough ingot molds to do all this, but I should be able to take them out of the ingot molds once they've cooled a little bit and smith them right away. All right, look at that. Here they go. This is going to take a little while. The oven mechanic is cool, although I wonder if I could possibly start a fire underneath an oven just to warm the thing instead of starting it inside. I feel like I've seen that somewhere, but I'm not really sure. All right, we are just about there. All right, here we go. All right, hammer mold first. Now we're doing the ingots. Do this prospecting pick last. How much more are we having here? 1,008? 1,008 units of copper. Did I screw this up? Oh, there's not enough in this one. That's weird. What if I had made that ingot with slightly less copper? Alright, I'll just let this one cool down some because I am so close to having a dead hammer. We have 1,000 left, which means we got a lot more to go. I'm gonna stick this back in the fire. Let that keep a warm temperature. I'll give you a status update up here. We have our strong tannins ready to go. These still have a little bit of a while to process. I put the rest of my hides in these barrels. So far we have a good amount of scraped hides to go around. Everything's looking good. Been thinking about making some more buckets so I can make some more tannin while I'm waiting. I should probably do that. Grab the strong tannins and just set them aside for now. Fill these to the top with water, both of them. Oh, we're looking here. Oh, look at that. Can I take this out? No, I can't take it out. Okay, shoot. I don't want to break it. I was kind of assuming that once this cooled down a certain amount, I could just like pick it up, but I can't. So I guess I'm just going to keep waiting. All right, 5 oak logs sealed up. Another 5 sealed up. Then we're going to have plenty of tannin afterwards. All right, it's the next morning. I made a hammer and everything is cold, so I'm just going to take it all. So interestingly, time, as in sleeping, time will speed up and it will affect how quickly these cool, or at least it seems to. But it doesn't affect things that are cooking. So this is still going, and it's still nice and warm, relatively. I'm a rich man. Alright, I'm sure I can kind of just grab this at the temperature it's at right now, right? Well, I have 82 units of copper in here. What did I do wrong? 82 units of copper? What? Where's the rest of the copper? I had thought that I did this perfectly. I would like another shovel since mine is almost broken. Oh, look at that. I went to 100. It said 82, but it went to 100. That's really weird. So I'm going to put it down as some weird, janky bugginess. Now begins the long, arduous smithing process. Copper chain. What a mess this is. Like I'm making a metal waffle. Ta-da! Copper chain. Can I just... Oop. Huh, not bad. So I just need to make 11 more of these. I will spare you that process, I think. Okay, leather working update. We have 1 prepared hide and another one here. Look at that. Next thing I have to do is seal it in with some strong tannin, which I've got over here. It'll turn into 6 leather. Not bad. As for the rest of these, I'm just going to stick as much as possible in them. I do 12 medium ones, 12 in here. And as for this stuff, I'm going to consolidate it over here. I do about 4. Yeah, so that's nothing impressive, but it is something. And I suppose I'll make some more tannic acid while I wait for these, because it's another 3 days before I get anything. Any leather. And even when I get that, it's not going to be enough. I have to wait another 3 days after that to do up the rest of my hides. Gotta make a lot more tannin. Okay, small update. The strong tannin is finished being made. This, whatever level this is done. So I have my 12 prepared hides. Over here, another 12 prepared hides. Another barrel of strong tannin. This one has 4 prepared hides in it, I guess. All right, and this one's still going. It's kind of close to being done. I think it's about 12 in here as well. Seal her up. 12 in here too. Seal that one up. Then I have 4 prepared hides. I don't know what I can do with it, really. I'm just going to set them aside for now. In any case, you may notice, I did start putting up some walls here. This one is finished. This one needs a little bit of work. Wait till you see downstairs. Okay, this stairwell is a little different now. I decided I'd bite the bullet. I was just waiting for that stuff to percolate or whatever it is. I'm like, all right, I might as well just start moving everything. So I moved everything. And I know that there is a mod that allows you to pick up storage containers and move them over, like pick them up in your hands and move them over without having to break everything inside of it. I think it's called the carry-on mod or something like that. I've heard of that, but I don't have it. So I moved this all, I busted up one at a time, filled them back up with their items, moved all the lumber over. Change these doors out for, oop, that guy scared me, for some real doors. I just need to make 2 more walls. The one that was above here and the one right here. And then I think I'll be getting the room bonuses for everything. Of course, that leaves us with the question, where do I put all this crap? And I'm figuring that out. I'm thinking that, I'm wondering if it should be upstairs. All the storage should be in this room because it's very tall, and then have all the workshop stuff, the barrels, the smithing, all that kind of thing down here, which this is also pretty disorganized, but this would be the place for it. I'm still trying to get some more, raw materials to finish the walls up while I'm waiting for the leather to finish, but that's where I'm at the moment. It's a complete mess in here. Alright, as soon as I stopped recording, I just got a message. Another temporal storm is approaching. That was the perfect chance for me to figure out if that mob grinder over there, are they mobs? I guess maybe that's not correct. That monster grinder is as effective as I'm hoping it is. I'm definitely not healed though, so maybe I can take a light nap and that'll do something. Alright, here we go. Okay, that's a lot better. Oh, okay. Okay, I didn't think it was gonna start so quick. Think I can get over there in time? Alright. Where's the big steppy guy? There he is. He looks different. Oh no, we're not doing this right now. Please, God. Shoot. Oh. Alright. They're like faster too. Oh, it's just right there. Oh shoot. It's right there. What do I do? Okay, I wonder if I can go under and grab it. At least I'm safe. I mean, I think that they're throwing stuff at me, and it's not working. He can't even crawl in here. Not bad. Okay, so I'm gonna cover this. Alright. Boom. Not bad. Alright. Oh my gosh. This guy got killed by another mob. Probably threw a rock at one of them. This is crazy. He's dead too. They're just killing each other. I'm glad I can finally hit them with the Falks, though. This place is honestly perfect for this. Ooh, a gear. Nice. Another gear. Another gear. Alright, come on, guys. He climbed out. I'd hate to come up on one of these guys in a cave. Okay, it's gone. So I got 3 gears from all of that, which means that this was kind of profitable for me. Not bad. Okay, we have a few developments. The first, finally got our first bit of leather. 6, that's not bad. We need a little bit more than that. So, I still gotta wait the days out for these. And these, but we're well on our way. We're almost there. The next thing is that constructing this house, I started digging a little bit of a basement here. So look, I sealed this off into its own room instead of just getting out from the surface. And then I started doing this hallway down here. And the idea, hopefully one day, is that I can put different rooms against this wall, different entrances to these rooms, and they can be cellars for different types of things. Cheeses, meats, grains, vegetables, whatever. Hopefully, one day. And the third thing, the third thing is that my bow stave finally dried, so that means I can make a longbow out of this. This is the recipe I'm going to use. Alright, let's try it. I have a pelt here, I don't want to waste any of the leather on this. And boom, longbow. So I suppose I need arrows for this, eh? Control and Q to charge. Well, I know I need feathers for arrows, and I've got some arrowheads over here. So let's make these really quickly. Probably need more sticks, huh? Alright, let's test it on something. Oh yeah, it's raining. It hasn't rained in so long. Look at that. April 7th. Alright. Wow. These don't totally inconsistent. One arrow went here. Another arrow might be gone. And then another arrow went right there. Very inconsistent. Alright, well that's... Is this meant for close range? It says control and Q. What? Control, Q, charge. Am I doing something wrong? What? Well, I'm gonna ignore that for now. Oh! Hey, what the heck, dude? This guy decided he belonged to my house. Alright, let's put it to use. Get out of here. Oh, wow, that was like 4 or 5 hits. Stopped him dead in his tracks. Look at that. Not bad. It's nice to finally have a ranged weapon that's not a spear. Another thing I've decided to do with my life is to finally make a scythe. I made this out of bismuth bronze because I found some bismuth in a cave somewhere. And apparently that's an alloy you can make. It's not the best as some of the other stuff, but it's all I could afford to make because I have no copper. Anyway, there's 2 modes. Trim grass and then remove grass. And I suppose I'll just trim the grass. So... Wow, okay. Oh man, that is so much better. Holy crap. That is so much better than just using a knife. Now here's my question. This thing has a durability of 750 normally, so 723. If I use it once... Oh, I got 5 pieces, but it only knocked me down 4. That's interesting. Regardless, very, very nice upgrade. Okay, we're gonna put this thing to use. Boom. Wait. Dang it. Alright, come on. Shoot. Ta-da! Not bad. I have been noticing that animals have been coming back to the forests. I mean, ones that can eat, not just like wolves or something. And also some mushrooms. I got some mushrooms here, which is very nice. Look at that, almond mushrooms. I've been getting a lot of these. I am ready for summer. I realize that I've probably spent most of this video inside my house. Just kind of waiting things out. The next video I make on this, I definitely want to change things up, and I want to be outside more. I want to farm. I want to start planting crops. I want to start planting fruit trees, and I want to try to capture some wild animals. That's what I really want to do, and see what I can do with that. I've heard that's pretty tricky, but I'm sure that I could probably figure something out. Look, a rabbit. Hold on. What if sneaking actually lets me get closer to it? Boom. Boom! It only took 2 hits. 1 piece of meat. Beautiful. Also, I just want to mention these rift things that spawn everywhere. I am fairly certain the developers just got their sound from a train, if you listen very closely. I mean, it literally just sounds like a train rolling past. That's literally all it sounds like. Anyway, it doesn't really matter, but I wonder if my suspicions are correct on that one. What's happening in here? Oh. Get out of here, dog. You see, mobs keep spawning in my house. That's because I only have 2 of these brass torch holders. I do know, when I was exploring all the way out here, I found some ruins that had a lot of aged torch holders in them. And that's the only other way to get it without making it yourself. And of course, torch holders, they allow your torches to stay lit forever. I died over here with them. That's also where my translocator thing takes me. So once I have my armor, and I'm brave enough, I can go grab it and properly light up my house. Hopefully. But anyways, oh my goodness, look. I wasn't expecting this, but it's done. 24 leather. 24 leather, look at that. Okay, let's try it. I think the recipe, there we go. Bloody leather jerkin. Figured an armor stand existed in this game, and sure enough it did. It was pretty easy to craft. Wait a minute. Oh, I just put it on. Oh, cool. Look at me. Not a great view. There we go. Not bad. Oh yeah, I can put it on him. I can also make leg leather jerkin. Not bad. Alright. The next step. I did end up smithing tons of chains. And take a look at this. This is the brand new refurbished workshop. Everything has been put up on a shelf. It's very organized. We finally have rooms in this house. I got some tool racks going on here. Pretty cool stuff. But anyway, pretty sure this is enough copper chain to get what I want. Alright, let's try this. Fairly certain. Do this, and then this. And boom. Chain armor. That's all I had. I guess I can't do the legs. Look at that. Pretty fancy. I suppose I can take off these winter clothes, huh? They're in terrible condition. Oh no. I don't really know what to do about that. Look at me. Oh. Wait. You can... That's cool. Hey. Get out of here. Not bad. Very cool. Now I just have to figure out, you know, the head and the boot and the leg situation, I think. But I'll get that taken care of. Since I've got enough, I think I'm also going to make myself a little leather helmet. Now, I don't think you can upgrade leather helmets. I don't think that's a thing you can do. But anything else kind of requires... Well, that's kind of cool. Look how I'm holding it under my arm. Anything else requires more copper, which I just don't have. So we're doing this right now. So, boom. Look at that. Stylish. I feel like it'd be unfair to make you sit through watching me make this armor for however long, just to not let you watch me struggle in a cave, so I'm gonna do that. I've got some bandages, I made a little bit more food, I brought some blocks, I got that. I have a storage vessel, because I'm surely not gonna have enough room to store all my drops. Okay, here we go. Alright. This has got me really nervous. Alright, here we go. Okay. Well, we're here. What is this stuff? Basalt. Because it's all flat right here. It's almost like this is the bedrock layer. And we're underneath andesite. That basalt looks nice. It looks kind of like a slate. Okay, this is a dead end. I hear a shiver somewhere. We're gonna see how well this stuff holds up against combat soon enough. I guess the only way out is up. Wait a minute. That doesn't go anywhere. Well, then where am I supposed to go? I hear mobs, Where are they? They sound very close. Ooh. Ooh. Whew. Gosh, that still did a pretty big dent in me. The armor definitely helped. Well, it seems like my best lead is to go this direction, so I'm just going to start mining upwards and see what I can find. See, I hear things. I don't know what's going on. How deep am I? Will the map tell me? 163 says I'm 157. No, I don't know, that must not be correct. You know, I've noticed something while I've been sitting here mining. Some of these andesite rocks have like flecks of blue in it, this one. But over here, there's none. It's like a rust color, but mostly gray. And that tells me, I think that means there's several textures for the same block, which is pretty cool. It's such a small detail you wouldn't notice it, but the lengths that the developers go to make everything a little bit more unique is really, really admirable, in my opinion. My pickaxe is gonna bust soon. Oh, peridotite? Peridotite? Does that mean we're getting close to the surface? I thought it was dirt, and I was excited. I have 40 more blocks to mine with this. And we're still not, well, anywhere. So I think I'm going to go straight up. I hope that's not going to be the wrong move. I'm just going to go straight up and place dirt underneath me and hope for the best. I have 40 left. Certainly that should be enough to get me where I need to go. This is kind of a gamble. Alright, I've gone up 33 blocks so far, which means this pickaxe is very close to being busted. We have 5 blocks left. Well, okay. I guess I gotta go back down. Back the way we came. Oh my goodness. Alright. Jeez. Oh shoot. Ooh. Now we're gonna have a fight. Oh. Come on. Oh! My gosh. Oh, I still have my armor on. Oh my goodness, look, they just tore through the leather legs like nothing. That's very damaged. This is not doing any damage reduction now. I think I can do something about that, though. I think I can repair it. If I take just some leather, grab this thing. Yeah, I should be able to add leather to this to fix it. So let's try it. Boom, 3 pieces. And we're good as new. I don't have enough copper to make anything, really. But I have 2 tin bronze ingots. That's it. And that's what we're going to work with here. Thankfully, all my important tools are here. Oh, 89 durability. That's not very promising. Okay. Hopefully I can get what I need from that. It is pretty convenient that I can just take the torch right there and then immediately put it back. All right, let's go to work. Okay. Ah. I'm gonna make some fat candle things too. They're cheap infinite light sources. Good enough for me. Okay, here we go. Here goes nothing. I just realized I brought my freaking tongs with me. So far, so good. Okay. Not bad at all. Except I have way too many rocks. Alright, back at it. And I'm just going to continue going on this like normal because at least I need a way up and down out of here. Oh. Slate rock. Okay. Shale? I'm just going down the rainbow, aren't I? Oh, I hear a goat. I just don't want sand to start falling in here and crushing me. That could certainly happen. I knew it! I knew it! We made it. I mean, it's pitch black. Oh, I see you. Here we are. It's gonna be a while before it becomes day as well. Oh, okay. I'm out of here. Well, I guess maybe I can take shelter in this cave and then just wait until morning. Okay, that's good enough for me. It's about 4. Alright. Leave me alone! Hey, I believe I just gotta go that direction, actually. One day I will capture a goat just like this. There's another goat. That one's white. Huh. I'll be pretty happy when I get to this stuff. It's been a while since I've seen it. Oh my goodness. Quartz. Quartz everywhere. You know, I had a lot of good stuff when I came out here the last time. I got like all kinds of new seeds. I got, I don't know, just a lot of good stuff. Oh, copper. And I have no room for it. Yeah, it's starting to look more familiar. This is very far away. It was very stupid for me to go exploring in winter, but I was getting cooped up, staying inside the house all the time, you know what I mean? I wanted to go see somewhere new. And then about halfway through, I ran out of the food that I had brought. And then I just subsisted off of foraging and hunting all the way to here. And then I got killed by a male goat. This peridotite, though, is a very interesting stone I only really ran into when I came out here. Is it green? I mean, I'm not great with colors. It looks green to me, which means it might be pretty cool to build with if I ever wanted to do that. I mean, I've got a lot of it here and a lot of it waiting back at that mine. Hopefully it's still there. I would assume it doesn't despawn since it's unloaded, right? Oh, goodness, yep. Here it is, and here are the goats. Get out of here. There it is. There's all my stuff. There's a spear that I threw at a goat. Look at that. That's what I had. Well, it's all rotten now. Oh, I had another storage vessel. Okay, I think I got it all sorted out. Here's another question. Should I take revenge on these goats? There's a lot of goats here, which means I can make a pretty good goat farm, I think. Seeing if I could get them all the way back home, which, again, very far away. But I'm not going to mess with them for now. Finally, I got to where I needed to go. I accomplished my goal. Look at this stuff. I got soybean seeds, pumpkin seeds, cabbage seeds, onion and rye. I had 3 aged torch holders. That's good stuff. That's a real treasure. Some lead I got somehow. An obsidian knife I found. 2 skulls, a normal skull and a deformed skull. What on earth is that? I don't even know. Look at that. All the oranges and the yellows are coming in. That means it's fall time. Even some reds. It's actually October 1st, which means winter is fast approaching. And this is first and foremost a survival game, meaning that I need to prepare for winter. I need to prepare for the food shortages I'm going to face. And look at this. Ignore the rift that's being annoying. But I've got full-grown crops everywhere. So it's time to harvest these and process them into something that I can store full-time, as well as build a cellar where I can store my food for longer. Some of the animals are finally giving birth. We have new chickens. Aren't they cute? Got a baby goat over here. That's not a rabbit. The pigs and the sheep are pregnant. We're just waiting on those, but so far we're doing pretty good. But I also have to consider them during the winter. What are they gonna eat and what I'm gonna feed them, you know? Downstairs, I have the unfinished layout of a cellar. I was planning on finishing this hallway and then putting doorways here that lead to separate cellars, and the cellars will store different types of food. I'll probably sort them out because they can only be so big. According to the handbook, they can only be 7 by 7 by 7 blocks, so I can't make them super huge. One thing I've always also wanted to do is make alcohol and make pie. So we're gonna do all those things. Okay, I ran very far away to try to get the rifts to despawn. I foraged a lot of stuff, found a lot of berry bushes I hadn't seen, a lot of mushrooms, but besides that, I think it's time to finally harvest these crops. So I don't think I need a knife. Now, unfortunately, a lot of these turnips had their growth stunted because they don't like the heat here, or at least they didn't during the summer. And, you know, that's too bad. But I think that when I harvest all these crops here, I'm going to replant mostly turnips and rye because they thrive better in colder weather. Look at that. The rye also has stunted growth. Holy smokes. Wow, that was 16 rye plants. We got more than 2 stacks. Like it says it's stunted, only yielding 75%, but that is really good. Dang. This is satisfying. I'm not gonna be able to hold all this stuff, but that's all the rye from this section of field. Wow. All right, let's go for flax. I think I planted more flax than rye, but we'll see. I can't even hold it all. It's falling out of my ears. Look at this stuff. Now, flax fibers are very useful. You can turn them into a lot of things, linen being, I think, the most important. Also candles and twine. Twine can be used to make tons of clothing, tons of useful things. Linen can be used to make, I think it can be used to make windmills and sailboats. I've also got spelt. The only thing left on this side to harvest are carrots and 1 onion, because this is what I had left over. What's nice about these is that they have a very long shelf life. The onion especially is 28 days, look at that. Now grain is very long shelf life, but the onions and the carrots could last me through the winter if I store them properly. Over on this side I've got more turnips. Some of them didn't really come in, that's unfortunate. Got more flax over here. And I grew some on terra preta, which is a very high nutrition soil. More carrots over here. Some more onions. I know I'm gonna like these. If anybody's ever grown onions in real life, you'll know it's very satisfying when you pull them up out of the ground and see how many you got, you know? We have more spelt over here. And we've got some soybeans. I'm curious about these. It looks pretty different. Perishable fresh for 3.4 years. They don't have a nutrition profile, do they? Turnips have 100 saturation, but soybeans, I can't even eat them. What do I do with these? I can pickle them. I can put them in meals and pies. I guess I can't eat them outright. It's interesting. Over here, I had some pumpkin plants going. Feels like they're kind of done producing. I've only ever gotten one pumpkin from these, and I realize it's because I didn't really plant these correctly, but it was my first time. See, this one says withered. I'm sad. That one's withered. They're all withered. I was told that if I leave these and wait till they fully die in winter, I'll be able to get seeds from them, because I break them now and I'm not getting any seeds, which is bad news because I don't have very much pumpkin seeds. That means these turnips are still coming in. I'm going to leave these alone. The last I have are the cabbage, and look how pretty these are. It's a very nice model, and they're very easy to grab. Look at that. They just come right up. I only got 28 of them, but they're very healthy. Look at that, 300 saturation. In total, it's hard to go over how much stuff I actually got. I've just been shoving it in every container I can get because I have so much. But it's not a bad problem to have. I'll eventually be sorting this into the cellars, where I'll hopefully have a lot more room. Now that I've done my first ever harvest, there's one thing I wanted to do for a long time, and I mentioned it earlier, but it's make a pie. So I'm gonna make use of this rye grain since I have so much. I'm gonna grind it down into flour by putting it in this quern, or this grindstone. Now it is a slow process, and I know you can automate this with windmills. And one day maybe I'll get one of those, but that'll have to be another time. That gives us 8 rye flour. I believe all I need to do is mix the flour with water to get dough. At least that's what I did last time, I think. I just went out and harvested these berries from the wild. Let's do a blueberry pie. Love blueberries. You know, and I like blueberries in pancakes. Ooh. Okay. I read the handbook a little bit on how to do this, so I think all I've got to do, add filling. Wow. That's a lot. And then add the crust. And then I can change crust style with a knife. I don't have a knife. Change crust style. Ooh. Ooh. Oh, I like this one. That's a classic. Okay, I love that. Wow. I'm gonna make one more since I have enough. Blueberries, delicious. I'm gonna do it the same style because maybe they'll make them stack. I'm not sure. So I have to heat up these clay ovens. And look at that, the temperature is raising. So how hot do these have to be? I guess we're gonna find out, I don't really know. Oh, that one's done. Pie, and then we can watch the temperature of the pie raise and the little overlay up there. I'm gonna watch these very carefully. I think the baking temperature has to be higher than this, doesn't it? I read that bread has to be 200, so I guess I would assume that pie would be about the same. Okay, that's 206. Should be good. Now let's see if they bake. I feel like I just saw those pies move. Oh, part baked. Okay, that means it needs to keep going. I'm not gonna take it out yet. Yeah, they pop. Look at that, they jiggle a little bit. That's kind of interesting. That is true to real life. What a small detail. Look at that. They're done. Fresh for 8 days. All right, let's try it. Not bad. That is awesome. So it lasts for 8 days, but shoved into like a chest. How long does it last? 18. What about a pot? 17. Slightly worse. I'll keep that in here for now with all the clay. Now here's something I tried to do somewhat recently. I remember making these oak paths, and not being able to put water underneath them because these require a solid block to be on. But I thought if I got oak slabs and chiseled them down to just barely cover the water, that I could walk over it like nobody's business. And that's what this is, and I came up with this design that I like. And then I started working on this one, and then my chisel broke. So I'm gonna have to do some smithing later to get these going, but overall, water in the center of this should help these have a lot more moisture for a longer time. The center of these crops were drying out very quickly. Now it's only 8 Celsius, which isn't great, so that means I need to think about planting right away. And I have some rye and some turnip seeds left over, so let's plant those right now. Now there's one other thing about this game, and that's that soil has nutrition levels. So rye specifically takes nitrogen, and it looks like this soil is kind of barren of nitrogen at the moment. Same with turnips, they're both nitrogen crops. You see, as I must have planted something here that took a lot of nitrogen. Over here, I planted something that took like phosphorus, and this one was potassium. That being said, there's ways to raise the nutrition of soil. So here I have compost, which I got from stewing rot in a barrel for like 20 days. Saltpeter, which I mined out of a cave. And bone meal, which I ground bones in a quern to get. So we almost need entirely nitrogen for all these crops, so I'm going to use the compost, which has 40% nitrogen, and see if that'll help a little bit. Slow release fertilizer. Okay, so this is going to take a little while, but this should add 40% nitrogen to everything. That's not bad at all. I've heard this is why people rotate their crops in the game, right? You know, soil will eventually be out of the nutrient that you want, so you plant different types of crops according to whatever's left. However, I don't see how that's... I mean, can't I just dig up dirt and replace it all? Can't I just do that? Am I crazy for thinking this? That was all the compost that I had. Saltpeter does raise it somewhat, so I'm gonna add a good amount into here. Oh, well, that's everything. And there's bone meal, which has almost no benefit as far as the nitrogen department goes. So I have enough rot to make more compost, even though it does take 20 days to ferment. But all the barrels up here have something important in it. I've got 36.87 liters of Perry, which is like a pear wine, 50 liters of cranberry wine, 10 liters of blackcurrant wine, strong tannin, weak tannin, and more blackcurrant wine. So I can probably combine these. Stick the rot, seal it up, and there we go, 20 days to wait. Now all this wine, I need to have a place to store it, so I think that means it's time to start considering the basement here. If a cellar can only be 7 by 7, let me measure this out. 1, 2, 3. That's about 7 blocks. I could fit one on either side. So I think I'll extend the hallway to be about this long. You know what, maybe I'll even go longer. Reason being, I think the more insulated cellar rooms are, the better preservation they give you. At least I think so. I was thinking about just putting a single block thick wall between all of these, but I wonder if I did double thick or something like that, right? So about like this. So I have an entrance here, one right there, and one right there. That's about 4 cellars, and I can divide things pretty evenly among those, I believe. That means I gotta dig them out. This is a lot of digging I gotta do. My gosh. This is a little bit of a trick that I've picked up when doing a large section of mining like this, or just going to get resources of some kind. If you kind of mine in this checkerboard pattern, you can separate these blocks on all sides. So take a look at this one here. It's attached to only this block below it, and if I break this one, it just pops off. And this is how you're supposed to get these types of just smooth stone blocks, and then you could shave it down and all kinds of other things. It's an interesting way to do stuff, I suppose. But that's how you're supposed to obtain these. There's not silk touch. You separate them on all sides, you basically trim them out. But I can also use it to my advantage, because when I clear out a large section like this, it doesn't really cost me any pickaxe power to also mine this block. I'm saving a block. So it makes things a little bit faster. It doesn't clutter my inventory as much because, you know, one of these is worth 3 or 4 rocks or something like that. And so it becomes a kind of an efficient way to mine. Of course, you got to be careful because it can be kind of hard to reach some of them. In this example, how would I reach this one, you know? I'd have to go underneath. And I'm going to. I want to dig this one deeper anyways. I just go underneath, crouch down. Boom, I just got 3. Yeah, this takes an awful long time to clear out, and I've been running through pickaxes. Mobs have been spawning down here like crazy because they're just not lit up very well. I'm gonna take a break from this though, because I know for a fact my berries are about to go bad. All these blueberries I picked earlier, they're about to expire. They're gonna expire today. So I think I'm gonna turn them into wine. Okay, this is all the berries that I got from foraging the other day, and I can't eat them all before they go bad, unfortunately. Let me walk you through this. So I have my fruit press right here. I add in all the berries. It's about 32 at a time. Got a bucket and squeeze it. Look at that. We get a lot of info up on top. It's really fascinating. Okay, and now it's all dry. I'll release this. Take out the fruit mash, which there's 10. And now we have a full bucket of blueberry juice. Let's do another one. I don't have a great place to put these barrels at the moment, so I'm just going to stick some more up here. 20 liters of blueberry juice. And interestingly, juicing these berries makes it last a lot longer. Though I'd be curious to find out what the nutrient loss was, because I haven't really thought about it. So 10 liters of blueberry juice has 2,000 saturation, and it took 32 blueberries to make, and a normal blueberry has 80 saturation. That's a calorie loss of about 20%, because this should add up to 2,560, and now it's at 2,000. I've switched it down into 10 liters of blueberry juice, which is interesting, but we are trading the nutrients for a longer shelf life. That's all the blueberries I got for now. Now, I made cranberry wine earlier. It looks about 10 liters, has about 800 saturation, which is a lot less. But cranberries have less saturation than blueberries in general. I think about half. Oh, Perry. Yeah, it's about the same. And blackcurrant wine, it's about the same. So turning it into wine, you're left with less than 50% of the nutrients. But now it'll last for years. I guess this isn't enough to squeeze. That's interesting. I mean, it makes sense. Like, it's not even hitting the bottom. Okay, well, that's a shame. But it turns into fruit mash anyways. Okay. So just a little bit of blackcurrant wine will be made. That's okay. Nothing goes to waste. We can feed these fruit mash pieces to our animals here. Oh my lord, look at that. Some of the chickens grew up. They're teenager chickens. Wow. See, every time I walk into here, I scare the hens away from the hen boxes, and they can't incubate their eggs because I ain't sitting on them. But if I just spend a few days away from here, then it goes fine. Then they have plenty of time to just hatch more chickens. They're so scared of me. I think they'll lose their fear of me after the 3rd or 5th generation. I don't quite remember. But anyway, I'm sure they're hungry, so let's feed them up. This guy's still pregnant, so I don't need to feed them technically. This will also feed goats, I believe. Feeds just about everything. Will it feed rabbits? No. Yeah, rabbits need pure vegetables. Oh yeah, by the way, I just updated to 1.21.1, and I saw in the changelog there were some bugs with rabbit breeding. So apparently rabbits of different kinds couldn't breed together, which was, I don't know, that's kind of silly, but an oversight, I suppose. So hopefully these guys will actually start making babies now. Look at that, oh my gosh. That one sow made all them. I guess it's accurate to real life. Got 5 babies from that. Goodness gracious. Let's give them lots of food. Alright, both of these rooms are completely dug out. And the only thing I'm really worried about before I continue further than this is lighting, because I don't have anything to light these rooms up with. Except these little oil lamps, which apparently only mob-proof a 3x3 area. Their lighting is mostly visual, it's not protective. So the way that we get good lighting is with torch holders or lanterns. And lanterns take candles and a lot of metal, and I don't have a way to get candles except the few that I've found. Torch holders you can make from brass, and brass is made from zinc and copper. Now I have plenty of copper, but I haven't got any zinc. But let me show you something. All these little dots on my map are areas where I've been prospecting. So I did a little prospecting. I didn't record it before, and then I got really into it because it's pretty interesting. Basically, you sample rock in an area and it'll tell you like what percentage of ore might be centered around that spot for the nearest 1,000 blocks or something like that. It distills it into a percentage. So let's look at this one. And this spot, there's 5 traces of ore near this area. 3.74% is hematite, which is iron ore. 10% is native copper. 0.45% is sphalerite. And there's other kinds. But what we're looking for is sphalerite, because that's the name for zinc ore. Now, I've done a lot of sampling, and what's cool is that when you sample a spot, you automatically get a waypoint and the color corresponding to how good of a sample it is. Over here, 0 traces of ore, minuscule amounts of hematite, sphalerite, but not enough to even put it into a percentage. Right by my house, very high hematite, which is good, I guess, if I want to get into the Iron Age. Now right here, right in this spot, this is the highest sphalerite I could find, and that's exactly what I need to go get. So I'm going to run over here and see what I can do. So prospecting puts my best chance at finding some good ore kind of around this hill right here. That's all I know. I mean, I don't know if I need to start strip mining here or something. There is a cave nearby. I could go cave diving. I don't really want to. I don't like doing it. Oh, look, there's some goats. Let's do another sample down here. Why not? So let me show you how this works. Prospecting pick has 2 modes. There's node search and there's density search. And the node search searches for an ore pocket nearby. So let's do that first. Just gonna see if there's something around here. It's unlikely, but it'll tell us in the chat. Ooh, it found trace amounts of copper. That's interesting. That means within a small area, there's probably a bit of copper ore around here. That was lucky. Now let's switch to density search. In this case, we actually pick 3 blocks. They can't be super far from each other, but they can't be super close either. And it's gonna ask for 1 more sample. Let's do that one. And there we go. So we got ultra high sphalerite, very poor native copper, very poor hematite, and the other stuff. Now, even though we found copper right here, it still says very poor. That's because copper is more common. 4%, is considered a low amount for this area. But that still means you could find copper right here somewhere. Anyway, this isn't a mining video. It is something I should do to prepare for the winter because I don't want to mine out in the winter. I don't want to freeze my butt off swinging a pickaxe. But this is something I got to get done. I just tested for some sphalerite. So that means around this spot, there's probably a little bit of sphalerite. Let's get some daylight going on in here. I'll see if I can find it before I run out of durability on my pick. Look, we're getting closer, because now it says small amounts, where before it said trace amounts. Ooh, medium amounts, we're getting even closer. Oh no! Oh, I gotta go make more. Oh, I got bad news. Oh my gosh. Because I was waiting for so dang long to pick these berries, some of them started to die off. Look at them, they're all empty. All these bushes are empty. Only a few have any berries left. I'm gonna pick them now. That's the last of the berries for the year, you know what I mean? Oh, that's sad. I should have picked them before. It's really hard for me to pick out the red cranberries against the red bush. I think that's all of them. It looks like they all just died off slowly. Must have been getting cold at night, killing them. Oop, still got some there. Just a little bit of blueberries. Oh, we do have red currants though. Yeah, we haven't lost any red currant. Same with white currant. These cranberry bushes are all flowering, but I don't think it's gonna go anywhere. And we got quite the mix of berries here, I suppose. It's okay. But this is all we have to work with. I think for the rest of the year, that's all we're gonna get. Now it is possible that I could run around and try to find some more fruit trees. I know I've marked them on the map occasionally. It's very likely they've given off fruit after this point. Could run around and try to find some. Sphalerite medium amounts. That's interesting because I think up here I detected a lot more. There we go, large amounts. Okay. Whereas right here, small amounts. So by a difference of 2 blocks, that means I think I need to be going this way. Now, I don't have a great method on how to do this. I'm mostly kind of using my intuition, and I'm sure there are better ways. But my idea is to dig this tunnel, and every other block I'll sample, and then see if the amount of sphalerite changes. So right now it's still a large amount. Oh! Hey look! Zinc! Oh yeah, zinc is nearly impossible to tell in granite. I forgot about that. This has got a little bit of black flecks. Just a tad bit of black flecks. That means it's zinc ore. Thank God for these little tooltip things. Ta-da! Sphalerite. This one I wouldn't have even known it was zinc if I wasn't looking right at it. I wonder if I passed it before, too. There's some on the ground, apparently. Hey, you literally just can't tell what it is by looking. Or at least I can't. I don't know. But, you know, it's pretty fun. It is satisfying, kind of searching and finally locating the ore that you're looking for. It's a little dangerous, sure, but if you bring the right tools, then I don't think it's a problem. Okay, without me having any tooltips on, which of these 4 stone blocks do you think contain zinc ore? Which one is the one with zinc? Is it 1, 2, 3, or 4? Go ahead and write your questions down in the comment section. Why do people... people only ask that for engagement. The creator of the video is not going to go read them because you're going to know the answer in 5 seconds. It doesn't matter. Anyway, the answer is 3 and 4. Look at this. They're both zinc. These are not. Maybe this was easier, but I mean, it's hard for me. Gosh. It's kind of funny. It is a trope, isn't it? Like when a YouTuber, they ask a question like, oh, do you think the answer is yes or no? Comment your answers down below before you press play and find out the real answer 5 seconds later. I mean, it works, right? But it is just engagement farming. All right, here's a harder one. Which one is the zinc ore? 1, 2, 3, or 4? Is this just hard for me because I'm colorblind? Maybe this is really easy and I don't get it. Anyway, in this case, 1 is zinc ore. This is cracked granite, 2 and 3. And 4 is just regular granite. I do like how all the different ores have different uses. That is something that's interesting, and it allows for a pretty wide diversity of mining. Oh boy, what a mess this is. This is called spaghetti mining. I suppose it's a new method, I just invented it. A very nice byproduct of this is at least I'm getting lots of granite from doing all this exploratory mining, which is what I want to use in this cellar. So we're kind of knocking out 2 birds with 1 stone. Alright, I think I need to head up before it gets too dark, but I mean, we did pretty good. Look at that. This is all the sphalerite that we got. I can't even tell what it's supposed to look like at its own chunk. And there's still some to be found here, I guess. So I'll keep this mine in mind. I'm sure there's other pockets to explore too. Let's see how well we did here. First, this large chunk gets us 8 pieces of sphalerite. That's pretty good. The rest of these will give us 4 each. Almost 3 stacks of sphalerite. That's really good stuff. Now, as I mentioned, zinc can be alloyed into brass, which can be turned into a brass plate, which can then be used to make torch holder. This is the only way to do it. 2 brass plates. Brass plate is 2 ingots each. An ingot is 20 pieces. So that means 80 pieces turns into a brass torch holder. Now, of course, brass is an alloy, which is like 30-40% zinc, and the rest is copper. I don't know if I ever show how to do this, but to get alloys and things like that, you have to really get the perfect ratios. So we consider that 1/4 of this has to be zinc and 75% of it has to be copper. Well, that doesn't seem to work for some reason. I've only got about 12 ingot molds. That means we need 1,200 units of brass. And it's really fascinating. You can tweak these a little bit, but there's only so much you can do before you gotta add more of the other stuff. So I could probably remove 2 coppers and add 2 zinc and it would be fine. But I think I want to save my zinc as much as possible. I'm gonna stick with this ratio here. Now it's not perfect, but that's what we need. To get this melting, I'm gonna prime the fire with some firewood, light her up. We can watch the temperature raise here, the temperature of the fire, which is being fed by the firewood, and then the temperature of the crucible. I want to say it needs to reach 1084 for it all to melt, because that's copper's melting point, whereas zinc's melting point is a lot lower. So firewood doesn't really get nearly as hot enough. It only gets up to 700 Celsius. So after, it's gotten about to its max temp, I'm going to switch over to lignite, or brown coal. Lignite can get up to 1100, which is just where we need to be to start to melt this. But it's very inefficient, it's very slow. So after I use up about 2 pieces of lignite, I'm going to move over to charcoal, which burns about 200 Celsius hotter than lignite does. Now look at this. As it reaches 1084, we should just barely see this arrow start to move. Now it's going to be slow because we're creating a lot of brass. But we should see a sliver of green. Oh, there it is, just barely showing up. And that means it's on its way. So I'm going to stoke it up with some charcoal next. While I've been doing this, I've been having a lot of unwanted house guests. When I built my house here, I didn't know I was moving into a neighborhood of Jehovah's Witnesses. But they keep coming to my door every day and every night. They don't even give me anything good. The thing is that I really want to join, but they never talk to me. They never give me a pamphlet. They just throw rocks at me and bite me. So yeah, look at this. Charcoal burns a lot hotter. And we're moving slightly faster because of it, which is the benefit of using charcoal. You have to make charcoal and you have to mine brown coal. There's also black coal, which is a middle ground between the two. They all have their uses. I use brown coal a lot for smithing because it's about the right temperature, and charcoal for more heavy duty things. And I think that you need to use charcoal later down the line to get more refined ores like iron, because the smelting temperature of iron is crazy. Look at this. I found a little bit of magnetite. I don't remember where I got it. I think I just smashed a pot and got it. But its smelting temperature is 1482. That's hotter than anything I can use. I don't even know how that's gonna work. All right, look at that. We're so close. We're almost there. And there we go. All right. I do kind of wonder what would happen if I poured molten metal onto like a drifter or something, but it's always too precious. I don't really want to get rid of it like that. No, but isn't it interesting all the math that goes into deciding how this works? There's so many algorithms, equations. You've seen quite a lot since I started this video. I mean, the spoilage rates of foods, preserving, temperatures, ore probabilities, prospecting, mining. There's so much detail and so much process to everything. And it's not something you really get in Minecraft, which is one of the things that makes this game so fascinating and so satisfying. Like, look, they're slowly cooling, okay? Look at the temperature up there. This one is cooler than this one, so it's more orange. You can see a little bit of a color profile going on here. And if I step on these, yep, it's painful. Okay, it's the next morning and these are all cooled down. Boom, look at that. Now, before I get started on smithing these into plates, I'm going to go and check on my animals. I haven't checked on them in a while. Oh yeah, and the crops, I forgot about these. I've been watering them a little bit. They need a lot. Having the water sources in the center has definitely helped. I feel like these aren't really gonna make it. Well, it's getting colder and colder. It's 4 Celsius right now. Oh man. The tippy tops of the mountains, they're turning white. And these are only on stage 2 of 9. I was late to most things, I think, in terms of harvesting and planting, but next year it's gonna be different, I think. I've learned a lot about how farming works in this game and how harvesting works. And there's a lot of mechanics at play. There's a lot of stuff at play. Now, thankfully, the turnips, probably we will get some of those. Over here, the growth rate of the rye is very fast. Because I use the compost, I think the compost is very healthy for this stuff. So look at that. They have a very high growth speed. Like I said about math before, moisture is directly correlated with the growth speed as well. Look at that. 51% N for growth speed, 55% moisture. And as I add moisture, the growth speed gets higher. So that's why it's important to keep your crops watered. The more watered they are, the faster they'll grow. I mean, that makes sense intuitively in real life, of course, but everything is so tied together in this game. This one's barely been growing. It has very little nitrogen in the soil. It's 33% growth rate. These ones are doing very poorly. This is ready, so I'll take these. And I'm not going to replant. These are from the last harvest. They're not even done from the last. All right, let's check on the animals. Wow. They're almost all grown. They're laying eggs on the ground. Oh my goodness. That ewe still hasn't given birth, which is fascinating. I wonder why it's taking so long. But I'm going to take this egg because I don't think I can put it back into a hen box. Oh, it pecked me. Hey. Yeah, roosters will fight each other once they're lower generation. Let's give them some of the fruit mash that I had before. Female rabbit is pregnant. I know it's impossible to see because they move so fast, but it is. I don't think the sow is going to be mating anytime soon. That's okay. We'll give it a little bit of food. We'll give these guys some hay. Oh, too much. I've been very hungry lately. I haven't got a lot of food. I've got no meat. A lot of those animals aren't ready to be butchered yet. So why don't I make some pie? I don't mind. Let's make some turnip and pink apple pies. What did I do last time? Spelt? Let's do flax this time. All right, 16 is good enough. Let's get some pie going. Let's do turnips. Oh, that's interesting. And let's try it this way, I guess. Let's do another one. Can I mix and match? No, it doesn't really let me mix and match. It's interesting. Get these ovens going. Since these are both vegetables, can I do onions and turnips? Oh, I can. I can mix them. Let's do my favorite one. There we go. This has the same saturation as the other pies. All right, let's get these going. Cabbage has a lot of nutrition, so let's try that one. Cabbage pie. Single cabbage has 300. Putting them into here, I think it was 4. Was it 4 or 8? Gave it 3,600. Wow. I didn't end up making any pink apple pie, but that's fascinating. I need to plant a lot of cabbage next year. It's like these pies are done. Let's do all that's going. Yum. Look at that. There's a pig here. This isn't one of my pigs, of course, but I need some meat, you know? Oop, oop, oh, look at this. We got ice coming in. A little bit of snow right here. It's 1 Celsius. Earlier it was 0 Celsius. And it was snowing, and I didn't quite catch it on camera. So I think what I need to be doing, I need to go around and find all those fruit trees I've marked on this map here. See what I can get out of them, if anything. Oh, okay. No pink apples here. Maybe I've already harvested that one. Oh, shoot. There's a rabbit. Boom. I don't want to rely too much on my animals I got right now because they're still growing. Anything I can get while I'm out here, I'm going to keep. Oh, we're getting lucky. Empty pink apple. Now, I would think, just off of my poor understanding, that, you know, apples and fruit like that usually come later in the year in real life. So I think they'd be able to hang around. Ooh, I heard a chicken. Hang around on the branches a little bit longer than berries would. Got him. Game, for sure, is also going to get a lot harder to come by as it becomes deeper set into winter. So it's a good thing I got the ones in the barn going. I don't usually really care for hunting fish, but they're out here, so I might as well, right? Ooh, jackpot. Look at that chicken of the woods. I found this in real life before. Oh, what the heck? There's a trader right here. Survival goods trader. I can buy some good stuff from this guy. 10 bronze fox, that's nice. Recurve bow. Halite? I've never found halite on my own. Hey, look, I could sell him this feathers I just got. How close am I to my own house? I've never found this trader here ever. There's some ruins here too. Ooh, and more chicken. Ooh, big pig. Look at that, somehow this pig ended up in this cave. I ain't going in there. Oh, what? What the heck? Am I cold or something? Why is this that just appeared out of nowhere? I don't know what it is. I'm gonna go back though. Now I can't hardly see it, but some of these trees got fruit. I actually can't see a thing. I'm literally using the mini-map only. I can't tell what is going on. That's so bizarre. It's just totally invisible. And that was so weird. The frost overlay appeared immediately. It's pitch black. I wonder if the moon's even out. Maybe that's why it's so dark. It's a pretty successful hunting slash foraging trip. I mean, we got 18 red meat, 5 raw fish, Poor raw poultry. Got a little bit of fruit. Alright, look at this. 2 brass torch holders. I thought I only made 1, but it actually makes 2, which is wonderful. Because these are hard to make. If you're curious at all about the process in which I have to make one of these, take 4 ingots, pile them high up in the crucible, or the forge. I only use 1 piece of coal, because I'm cheap. Light them up, and they're going to cook in there. Before I was doing this, I made some cranberry tea that I picked up in Maine. It's cranberry black tea, actually. I don't really care for fruit teas often, because the fruit is usually overpowering the taste of the tea leaves. Either that or there's no tea leaves at all, and it's just fruit, and I don't care for that either too much. But this is good. It's a great balance, and it's rare that I find a fruit tea that I like. And then I had a cinnamon raisin bagel with plain cream cheese, because I was so hungry. All right. They're cooked up. Now, this is the biggest pain out of doing it all. It's forging, and these can only forge into one thing, and that is a brass plate. So just kind of hit the voxels until they kind of get into the shape that I want, which takes a little bit of finagling. Alright, that's good enough, and then I use the more precise menu to get the little bits into where I want them. Then split the rest off once I've filled all the green spots. And there we go, brass plate. Cool it off. Do the other 2. Let it never be said that this isn't a voxel game. Craft them into the torch holders. And there we go, that's the whole process. It's very long. Look how blue everything is, my gosh. That is fascinating. That's a fascinating color. Oh no, some of the crops are freezing. They're turning blue. Oh no. Let's see if I can't get my hands on some more fruit before it really freezes over. Once my own fruit trees grow, I won't have to run around and do this. I'll be able to just harvest them at home. But it takes a year for them to produce fruit, and they have to go through a winter. Most of them do. They have to vernalize, as in they have to enter a state of dormancy, and then flower in spring and that kind of thing. Look, are we gonna get lucky? Yay! Anything here? Entering dormancy. I guess no apples for me. Does that mean that I just missed it, that the fruit tree season is over, essentially? That's too bad, I would've liked some yellow apples. It's getting pretty frosty out here, but there is one thing I want to mention, which is the turnips haven't been stunted by the heat because they're coming out at a colder time of year. Look at this. I get a lot. Whereas before when I harvested the turnips, what was it, like 2 or 3? It seems like I'm getting way more bang for my buck. Hope the animals, like, don't freeze or something, but God, look at all those chickens. And look at this. Bunch of baby bunnies. Isn't that cute? Give some of our new turnips to them. I think. Oh. Wow. Well, they're all grown up. I think you can actually pet Generation 1 animals. I think. This sheep is still holding off on me. What does that say? Lactating for 7 days, can be milked but will become aggressive. Wait a minute. When ewes and nannies have recently given birth, they can be milked. The more domesticated they are, the more likely they will be to produce milk for you. Milk goes bad quick, so make sure to drink it or use it to produce cheese or it will go to waste. Well, how do I get the milk out of them? It's kind of a silly question. I was not expecting this to be possible. What the heck? Currently too stressed to be milkable. Well, what am I supposed to do? Just sit here? Okay. Oh, wow. Huh. 10 liters of milk? You had all that inside of you? Are you crazy? What do we do with this milk? You can use milk to make cheese. How long does this last? It lasts for 4 days only. Interesting. Cheese making. Making cheese is a lengthy but rewarding process that can be broken down into 4 steps. Step 1. Fill a barrel with either 25 or 50 liters of milk and add pickled vegetables of any sort. Seal the barrel and in time the milk will curdle. Step 2. Add salt to the curdled milk and seal the barrel. In time this will create cottage cheese. You can use a bowl to eat the cottage cheese. Step 3. Use a piece of linen to remove the cottage cheese from the barrel. Place the bundle on the ground and add a stick. Twist the curd bundle until all the whey is removed. Open the curd bundle and add 5 salt to the exposed cheese wheel. At this point, you can either place the salted raw cheese wheel on a shelf to cure, or craft it in your grid with a piece of wax and turn it into a wax raw cheese wheel, which will last longer. Well, I don't have any wax. Place the salted wax cheese wheel on a shelf to cure. After many days, you'll have cheddar cheese. To make blue cheese, you must store the raw cheese in an enclosed. There's a word missing here. An enclosed space, maybe. With a very cold, very low light level cave with at least 1 block open to the outside. Okay, that's specific. So pickled vegetables. What can we do about that? We have to mix brine and vegetables in a barrel. Make brine by salt and water. I have 4 days to do this. I don't know how long that's gonna last, but hey, oh no, 21 days, not bad. Halide is what you use to get salt, but I've never seen it. Ever. Thought maybe I grabbed it from a trader, but no, I don't think so. We got a limited lifespan for most of these fruits here, so I think we need to get on it, start working on the cellars as soon as possible. So I've got plenty of granite now. Actually, I got a lot of granite. Look at that. Let's go downstairs and see what we can do. The first thing I want to do is the floor. That's the floor of one cellar. That's the other one. Gotta need more granite than this. Now I think we can knock out 2 birds with 1 stone. So halite does show up when you do prospecting. The most halite I think I've ever prospected for was here. I got 14%, which is, I mean, should be easy to find. I don't think I've ever found it that high before. Second highest was over here at 11%, but it looks like it doesn't spread much. Just right here was pretty high. Over here, it's barely even there. So maybe it won't be hard to find. So if I just prospect around this field, hopefully I can narrow it down and get some granite in the process. Also, look at this. 35 liters of blueberry wine. Wow. 10 liters of black currant wine. I've already got some black currant wine, so I'm going to consolidate that. Now the clock is kind of ticking for the milk. If I can get halite soon, I can make a pickled vegetable, and then hopefully I can do something to preserve it. 1500 saturation, that's pretty good. It's good for 34 days. I think that's because it's so cold out. Not only that, but I've never actually had dairy. This is always empty. I wonder what happens once I finally have this nutrition bar filled up. Alright, this is where I sampled the halite before, and honestly I don't really know what to look for or what this should look like or if I should even be cave diving right now. Let's take another sample down here. Halite's much better this direction. I would assume digging over here would yield higher halite potentially if there's a decent amount, but let me do a node search just in case. Nothing nearby. Oh, here's another trick that I got. If I mine a block and at the last second switch to the prospecting pick, it goes a little bit faster. Okay, just checking, but nothing seems to really be nearby. There's no open air stone here, so I'm gonna have to just dig down some. Our first sample could be here. Also, it puts the map marker around the first sample that you take. That's another thing that I've learned here. Let's do one more. Very poor halite for decent chromite. Very poor borax. The halite hasn't really changed between here and here, so let's triangulate. Let's go right over here, take a sample, see if it's relatively the same, and maybe we can kind of locate the center of this halite chunk. This is all very theoretical. Poor halite. So instead of very poor halite, now we have poor. So it's higher here. That's interesting. So this is slightly higher than this. And this is higher out of everything. So maybe we're getting close to the center here. Let me sample around right there. See if it changes. This is actually kind of fun. It's like playing Minesweeper a little bit. But what I don't know, how far away the area you're sampling in, because you can do real close or you can do real far. Does that make a difference in your results? I'm not really sure. I feel like it doesn't actually matter. I don't know, I've never been able to really find anything on it. So if you guys know, or if that changes anything, leave a comment, I suppose. Okay, so back to pour highlight. We have 14.9. But still, it's definitely higher in this direction. Let me go over here. Oh, this is Pete. Pour highlight. Oh, we're getting better. 16.7%. Let's do up here. Seems like a good spot. Slightly lower than here. Let's sample right by this lake. Highlight's even lower. So it's the highest, I think, between these three spots. Let's do one more. 16.09. That's interesting. So it's highest here, or slightly higher there, but then it gets lower. We'll do one more, then call it good, and then start doing a little bit of strip mining. After taking all these readings, I think that I should probably be digging right here, the place that I'm standing, because this is the highest sample that I took. There's a lot of high samples around here, and it gets lower the more I go out this way. So I think this is probably the best spot. Let me warm up really quickly though. It's a trick on really quickly getting warm. Have a heat source with you. Oh, just light some random foliage on fire, and then you're good. I think 37.8 is about as high as you can go, so boom. Let's get to digging. I'm about to have a lot of more sandstone. I really want to granite, but oh well. Okay, let's do a node search. See if anything shows up. Nothing, okay. How about now? Nothing. Ooh, bauxite. How about here? No ore node nearby. Ooh, granite. This is what I came here to dig in the first place. Oh, quartz? I don't want that. Oh, well, there's the quartz. I can't break it, I don't have bronze. Let's do an experiment. Let's do another density search. Now that I'm underground, I wonder what I'm gonna get. Oh, still says pretty decent highlight. I mean, well, it says poor highlight, right? But I feel like 16% is pretty high. Okay, I've been getting trace amounts of chromite, which I wasn't looking for, but it's not a bad thing, I suppose. Ooh, small amounts. Will my greed get me killed? Very possible. No or no nearby. Okay, I passed it. Oh, chromium ore, look at that. Requires tool tier 5 steel to break? That was a waste of time. Dang, okay. After searching for halite for a very long time, I had zero luck. I eventually went to the wiki, and I looked up, how am I supposed to find halite? How do you find this stuff? It seems to be kind of a rare spawn. Using node search with the prospecting pick doesn't actually locate it, apparently. So I could have been close to it and never have known. You're supposed to do strip mining in sedimentary rock, or a certain way, but I don't know, it just seems kind of unobtainable for the time being, so I'm not going to focus on that. The other way to get it was to find a trader, a certain kind of trader, I think commodities or a survival goods trader, and buy it from them, which is what I want to do. But first I have some other things I have to tend to. You also may notice it snowed a lot while I was gone. Winter's here. Guess that means I need to make some winter clothes. While I was in here, I made a bunch of clay forms. I made a bunch of raw clay storage vessels for the grain that I got. I made cooking pots on accident. I made 8 more crocks, and I probably need even more than that. They haven't been fired yet. That's something I have to do. And I use fire clay. And the reason I use fire clay is because it's abundant where I live, and, why not? I'm hoping that with the new update, I'll get a cool color when I fire these. But before I do anything, these berries are about to go bad. They have very little time left. And so I want to cook these as much as possible. This milk is good for a little bit longer, so I can at least wait for that. I had some meat from all my running around that also needs to be cooked. I got 2 days left on 54 pieces of meat. So let's go, let's have a cook-off. I think I'm going to avoid cooking the cranberries just because they're pretty low saturation. These berries, the currants, the blueberries, those are the high saturation berries. This cranberry stuff I could probably turn into alcohol or something. I'm just gonna have some very simple concoctions going of meat and berries. Well, I can't have both.
Well, that's odd. That's quite strange. I figured you could do both. Is it because they're both currants? No, you can only have one kind of berries. I feel like I remember you being able to have multiple berry types. Well, okay, fine. I'll just go through and use up some of the mushrooms that I have, as well as turnips, because I just have so many turnips. There we go. While those are going, I'm going to try to set some of these pit kilns up. Look at that, the trees are going dormant. Pear tree, totally dormant. Those trees, a lot of them still have their leaves. 2 crux. Let's keep it going. This is currently all the crocs that I own. I'm completely out after this. So until I get the other ones fired, I can't really preserve too much more food. However, we can still make pies. And not just fruit pies. We can make vegetable, we can make meat. And I'm going to do that. First, I'm going to finish up all the pit kilns before I go anywhere else. It's interesting how much care was put into this game. Unlike everything else when you place sticks on these storage vessels, you're kind of like packing the sticks around them. I think that's just a cool detail. Alright, I hope these don't catch my berry bushes on fire. Oh, this was just put out by the snow. My goodness. I didn't think snow would put it out. Good to know. There we go. Oh no, look, it's 2% spoiled. Oh no, the red currants are 25% spoiled. It's because they've been in my inventory, they've been rotting faster. Alright. Okay, we gotta be quick here. Oh, wow. As usual, gotta do the classic. It's interesting, once it becomes a pie, it doesn't say anything about being spoiled. So that's good, at least. Can I put chicken in there too? Yes, I can, okay. And that's all the meat. Let's do up the spoiled berries. Now, fresh for 8 days in my inventory, 64 days in the chest. And what's interesting, that's about 7.5 months. Each month is 9 days, at least in my world. You can customize it upon world creation. But each month in this world is 9 days long, so these will last me throughout winter. So no need to char them, I guess. Kinda wish I could just throw the grain into the water and then it turns into dough. Wait. Oh, it just destroyed it. What the heck? Let me ask you a non-Vintage Story related question. Have any of you guys heard of Alomeria? It looks pretty cool. It's like Terraria and old Minecraft mixed, basically, but I think, you know, the developers obviously put a lot of work into it. The trailers look a lot of fun. I think I certainly would like to try it, maybe even make a video on it. If you haven't heard of it, look it up. It's Alomeria. It's a really cool indie project, at the very least. And it's free. I love free games. Especially free creative games. Alright, I'm gonna keep making pie. Unfortunately, my OBS froze. That does happen on occasion. And I missed some footage, but not all of it. So I'll just tell you what I did. I essentially went around and I harvested some of the crops had actually grown in. They had been fully hydrated, even though it's been snowing like crazy. They're a little bit cold damaged, but I got about 45 turnips, which I then fed to my animals, a lot of which have given birth. A lot of the babies had grown up. And then I came in here and I showed off all these pies that I made. It's about 30 pies, and some of them I burned because I wasn't paying attention. But look at that. Isn't that fascinating? And the last thing is these cream-colored ceramics. Very pretty. Very happy to have these. And I've been turning the rest of the berries I couldn't, you know, make into meals. I've been turning them into wine. So all in all, I made pretty good use of them. Now all I've really got left is to finish the cellar and hopefully get my hands on some salt. I realize I should probably show you what these crops and the animals look like since you didn't get to see before I do anything else. Here's the turnips. They're a little frozen. The rye is doing fine, surprisingly. It's doing fine in this cold, cold weather. It's -6 °C. I find it so interesting the way the snow falls on some of the chiseled blocks here. And it only fell on a little bit of this, but still, it's fascinating. I'm thinking these pumpkins might be potential perennials, so I'm going to leave them be for now. Let's look at the animals. Now, our sheep gave birth. Little lamb running around. Lots of chickens in here. The goat grew up. Lots of grown-up rabbits now. Lots of pigs. Let's feed these birds. I think at some point I need to think about culling some of the older generations of animals so that I can get them to, go down the line a little bit. Let's feed these guys. Now I think, yeah, I can get some milk. Currently too stressed to be milkable. All right. Dang. Last time I was able to milk them by just crouching. I wonder if I just sit down and crouch and show it that I mean no harm. If I can milk it, Doing this at my own risk here. Sitting. All right, here we go. Please. All right. Maybe I need to give up on that. One of the rabbits is already pregnant. Oh my goodness. And the sleepy pigs. There you go. Ironically, I stumbled into this guy just recently when I was bumbling around in the woods. What do you got for me, Shem? Yes. Let's buy 64 halite stones. Pleasure doing business with you. Very strange circumstance. The sheep just appeared out here, and it's not one of mine. He's right there. But he certainly would be good to have. I kind of wonder, I lost one before. I wonder if this is him. Let's see if I can catch him. Why not, right? Here's what I think I'll do. I'll remove these fence posts. This should be enough to block all of them from escaping. Come get me. Alright. Come on. Come on, bud. Sucker. Now we have another sheep. Alright, let's make some pickled vegetables. I'm just going to use soybeans here because you can't eat them normally. I think that the way we get salt is... Do we just smash it? No, we got to grind it up. Alright, let's make some brine. I think that... Yeah, okay. 1 salt, 2 liters of water makes brine. How many soybeans can we put in here? It's 32. Wonderful. And I'll take 14 days. The milk is still good for 22 days. So, not bad. Okay, let's finally finish up these cellars. Now I have 4 of these granite rocks from mining. And there's something cool you can do with these. So I think if I take a chisel and a hammer, you get polished stone. And if you take that even further, you can get slabs, and then you can get little bricks, and then whatever. But I'm just going to get the polished stone, put that right in the center, because I think it looks cool. Don't mind me. For the base of these rooms, I would like to use pine planks like this. Ta-da! Perfect amount. Okay, the next thing I want to do, which might be a little bit different, is I want to try to make use of plaster. So plaster, it's kind of like wattle and daub, a little bit harder to make, but it's got a cool look to it. Let's take a look. Quicklime and sand gets plaster, it's just a white block. Quicklime is made by cooking lime. Lime is you get by grinding up certain stones. And I have chalk, so that should be perfect for this. And this also needs to be ground in a quern, or a kern. All right, 16 should be good enough for a demonstration. Turns into quicklime at 825. I guess I need a little bit more than firewood here. It's a good thing cross-contamination doesn't exist in this game, because I feel like all the food and weird materials I've been grinding in this thing seems kind of unsanitary. So I guess I just need to take some sand. Let's see if sandstone sand works. Boom. Plaster. Okay, it's that simple. What's cool about plaster is that you can turn it into all these different little shapes here. You have diagonal plaster shape, you can have square, straight logs. Really kind of fascinating. So I want to try to make patterns and stuff out of all the different rooms. I think it'd be fun. All right, let's see how these turn out. Huh. Oh, look, it's at the top. Okay, need a wrench. Okay, so that's what all the different options look like. That's kind of cool. Suppose that means I just gotta keep cooking and grinding lime and finish up those walls. It's gonna take a while. Okay, we have a new problem. Or should I say, a new challenge. However you want to think about it, it was what? About 128 pieces of chalk that led me to being able to create this interior. I think this looks super cool, by the way. The problem is that wasn't hardly enough. I probably need another 64 to finish these walls, I would guess. And then there's all the other rooms. Let me do some math here. Hold on. So we got 3 by 7 for each wall. That's 21, 42, 84. And then we'll subtract about 20, but actually subtract about 19, 64, right? I was able to get about 64 blocks of this. Need about 20 more, well actually 19 more to finish this. Less than that, 18. So by my calculations, I think we need about 7 stacks of chalk. And then and only then will I be able to finish all these walls. And yes, it is worth it. The nearest chalk desert is kind of far. I've marked it here. Yeah, it's 3,500 away. It's a little bit far away, but it's not terrible. It's just a bad time of year to be traveling extreme distances. So what I am going to do, I'm going to get some food ready. I think I'm going to dig out some pelts and make some new winter clothes. And then I'm going to get on the road. Is this some kind of animal? Oh, is it these foxes? Oh, is it the baby fox? Oh my goodness. That's cute. Anyway, I've been traveling. I think I've been making some pretty good time. Look how beautiful the mountain is. I'm about halfway there. It's hard to kind of run through all this snow. Dang, isn't it pretty? Look at some deer. Huh. White-tailed deer, huh? Not bad. And I got the antlers. Also got my new threads going on here, keeping me nice and warm. Oh no! Ah, that's not good. Yeah, shoot, I'm gonna have to make a fire starter. Thankfully, they're actually really easy to make. But being wet is not good. You have to avoid water as much as possible, and I just did a poor job of doing that. Now because I'm wet, I'm gonna get a lot colder a lot quicker. Let's do something about it. 1 piece of grass and 2 sticks. No problem. I'm gonna sacrifice this bush to help warm me up a little bit. Once this is lit, look how quickly I'm going to warm up. Quite literally within seconds. Okay, this is supposedly the Chalky Mountain. There was a desert I talked about earlier, but I found that I'd actually marked one that was a little bit closer. It was this mountain here. It's supposed to have a lot of chalk. Might as well take some samples while I'm here. Oh, that's pretty. Oh, hey. That's what that is, right? That's chalk right here. Dang, that's not much. Or how much did I say that I needed? 7 stacks, I think it was. Maybe this isn't the best place to be looking. Looks like the layer of chalk here is very thin. Yeah, I said I wanted to get about 7 stacks, but it doesn't hurt to get an extra. Yeah, I think that means it's time to go. Well, alright. I'm a little worried about getting out of here safe. Another thing I realized I need to get is a lot of sand, but I don't have any more room, so that's going to be the next thing. Wow, look how pretty that is. Well, let's get a better look at it, actually. Is that a trader over there? There's all these maple trees around here. It really does make me wish I could make maple syrup. I'm sure there's a mod for that. I'm pretty sure I've mentioned it before, but in case I haven't, my family makes maple syrup. Not every winter, but we have many times. It's pretty fun. It's delicious. It never tastes as good as it does when it comes fresh out of the evaporator, because it's a lot of work, you know, especially for a small operation. One time I remember I made a French toast, ran over to the evaporator, and then poured a fresh maple syrup onto it. And that was like one of the best things I ever had. Anyway, it'd be cool if it was in this game. And that's a nice view too. All right, what kind of trader we got here? Oh, treasure hunter. A farming vessel would probably be a good purchase because you have a random chance of getting a seed I think you haven't discovered. Here's something. If you say know of any interesting places around here, he will say give him a tin bronze pickaxe and he'll tell you where to find this like huge dungeon. And that's a lore thing. That's the next lore option. And I would love to do all the lore stuff. I've actually done a lot of panning with bony soil. And I've gotten tons of like lore books that I should be reading, and I haven't gone into them yet. And I know there's this big dungeon that's like the next big step in the story or whatever. That being said, I think it'd be pretty cool to do all that live, like on a live stream. I don't know when, but I feel like since it's story stuff, I should save it for like a live event, which I think would be pretty cool. So keep your eyes out for that, I suppose. All right, let's get the heck out of here. This weather is kind of making me excited for real winter. Like being inside and working when it's kind of blizzarding like this. It's a very cozy feeling. Anyway, so I made a mistake. 2 bits of lime cooked down into 1 quick lime. They're not 1-to-1, it's 2-to-1. So I actually had a lot less than I thought I did. But I did decorate some of these rooms up. I got some patterns going on here I think are pretty cool. Here's another one. It's the first one I was working on. There's a third. There's just stripes. These are very poorly lit, but I haven't got the torches down here yet. And then this one, I don't have enough. I've actually got enough to do 3 walls because I got the extra stack of chalk stones, but I don't have enough to fully complete the last wall, which is so sad. So that means I gotta run all the way back, grab more chalk, then make my way back here. That's the update. So far, doing pretty good, but more errands to run. Also, cooking all that lime was just so time consuming, just grinding it all down. To cook it, I had to use pretty much all my coal and charcoal. I only have 15 left, so not amazing. By the way, one of these birds killed 2 roosters. I guess they really wanted to duke it out. Now I heard that I think roosters stop attacking each other after a few generations, and I assumed this was going to happen. Because this is what happens in real life, you know? My roosters, I think I mentioned, have attacked each other. Killed each other even. Hard to stop them. Anyway. Disappointed in you all. Might as well make use of them. Bad birds. Bad birds. It's fun to take care of the animals, though. There's a lot of goat types. It'd be neat to find other types of goats. Look at all the rabbits. They really do multiply like crazy. Sorry, that was an incredibly long transition because getting the rest of the lime, turning it into quick lime, then making it into plaster, doing the trips back and forth, getting killed by wolves and things on the way there and having to go back and find my stuff. It took about 6 hours to do. I counted. I started at around 8 a.m. It's 6 hours. Real life hours, not game hours. It is currently January 5th, year 2 of this world, but here it is, the interior of the last room. I actually really do like how it looks. It looks pretty dang cool. But gosh, it took so long. That means all the room interiors are done, at least structurally. I still have to decorate them. I gotta put in, you know, the doors, the pots, the chests, fill them with food, that kind of thing. When I was waiting for a temporal storm, I made this, which I think this is pretty cool. It's like a little stairway. This is the best I could do to create it. It was a little difficult. And I used walnut wood. And I haven't used walnut wood anywhere, but I did figure out it's probably the closest color to whatever this trim is made out of on the plaster. So I kind of like that it was matching in tone to some degree. I think that was a cool idea. I guess I could have just chiseled something as well. I didn't think about that. Anyway, these rooms are all done. I just got to fill them up, decorate them, whatever. I had to do another charcoal pit because it was running out. When I was traveling, I found a ruin pit, like a big pit that was a giant ruin. It was full of treasure, and I was too scared to go down there, so I got none of it. Well, I did find a translocator room, which usually has some pretty good ore that I can find there. This one had some magnetite. I got some more magnetite, some sphalerite. Pretty nice stuff. But yeah, next thing is, gotta start decorating. Okay, I took a break and got myself some more cinnamon bagels and some blueberry cream tea. Added heavy cream and honey. So let's temporarily at least light these places up. That's nicer. And then I think these I can just remove for now. I wonder if I'm gonna need more of them. I really don't want monsters to be spawning in here when I'm up in my base. I mean, I know they're not gonna attack my food, but I just don't want to hear them, you know? Ah! So much for that theory. Oh my gosh. So maybe I'll move these down just a little bit. I don't know now. Suppose I should hang on to these. Okay, I feel a little safer. These, I think I mentioned, they only spawn proof in a 3x3 radius. So that should at least cover the corners, the far corners. Our next thing is I want to put doors in all of these. And these are kapak doors. So I got a kapak seed, which is I guess a tropical kind of tree, from a agricultural trader. And it's an interesting tree, I mean, but honestly it doesn't look terribly different from the other trees, whatever. I just thought it'd be cool to have something special, but it really just looks like pine, doesn't it? Let's do it side by side, I'm curious. It's like a little bit lighter. The way that I achieve those handrails, let's see if even I can remember. So if you hover over the support beams, you'll get a tooltip saying that if you hold control, you can be a little bit more precise with your placements. It says 16 by 16 grid, but you can't actually see the 16 by 16 grid if you hold control, which I am right now. So what I did is I did a little bit of counting, and it's kind of silly. First, I'm gonna put these here temporarily. I should probably remove these because these are gonna confuse me. All right, so I believe it was 4 pixels over, 8 pixels down, and same here, it's 8 pixels up, 4 pixels over. I think that's correct. All right, here's how I'm going to test if I'm right or not here. The next thing that I did, and this was made easier by the fact that I already had a handrail. So in 4 pixels over, 4 pixels in, holding control, and just boom, attached it right to the other one. Okay, I think that was correct. Okay, good to know. I don't know if I said it before, but it's very tedious. Maybe chiseling would have been better, huh? So either you could say 8 pixels up or 4 increments of movement up. This is 0, 1, 2, 3, 4. See, not bad. And then this next one, I had, I think, to place 2 blocks here, then from the center, put them up until they were flush. That's not flush. There we go. Okay, and it's not perfect, obviously. These aren't in line with those rails in the same way, but I don't know. I mean, I think that's kind of the best I can do. Maybe I could have done it better. I don't know. Anyway, there's the handrail. And then the rest was to just line out this entire thing. So I'm going to do that. Which again, I got to count 4 pixels over because otherwise it's going to be in the seams. Yeah, okay, and then this was at the edge, down 4, and it's harder because I can't see it. But there you go, that's the guide to making these handrails, and gosh, it was very, very tedious, very detail-oriented. Alright, I'm gonna do the rest now. I've gone and done all the trim and the handrails, and I also decided to replace the roof of this thing. Because before it was upside down stairs, and it kind of annoyed me that there was a seam running down the center. Cobblestone stairs, they have this little seam on the edge. I guess it's to get the look that they're worn down from being walked on. And that was up here and I didn't like it, so I replaced it with normal cobblestone blocks and then chiseled them out. Which I like better, but I almost wonder if I could even raise it up a little bit, but oh well. In any case, we're gonna start back here. I want this to be the cheese cellar. Got this lantern here, you'll notice it's not actually connected to the roof. So that's something I'm gonna fix. I got some slate rock to help me with this. So I'm going to right click, then I'm going to press F, and I drop a block there. Click the slate rock, I'll change it to a very small size, even smaller than that. Oh, my gosh. Okay, hold on, I was hoping I could give it a spot to hang from. Yay! That's cool. Wow, it's seamless. That's fascinating. Okay. The next thing I want to do is make a bunch of shells, because that's what cheese needs to ripen. Let's get 14 going here. Alright, hold on, I just made some barrels. Because I want this room to have a lot of barrels so I can make the cheese in. I feel like if I put the... Yeah, if I do it right there, it'll be kind of hard to see inside. No, I can see in. Yeah, that's fine. That's not bad at all, actually. Yeah, I'm fine with that. Might as well go the extra mile and completely surround all the walls with barrels. That'll be fun. Oop, oh, oop. Okay, now I got all the shelves. Let us make 2 chests for whatever needs to go down here. Look at that, a beautiful, beautiful cellar. That's very pretty. Let's get some cheese going on here. We ended up getting 32 pickled soybeans. The thing about cheese making is it says you need to have 25 liters or 50 liters of milk. So I don't think that just 10 will work. Oh yeah, and I want to check. It's fresh for 13 days up here. So will we get the cellar bonus when we bring it downstairs? 13 days. Well, that doesn't inspire too much confidence. Well, anyway, let's start with this one in the center. So if I... I'm looking on here, and pickled soybean is not an option. That's not great. Maybe I should have checked, but it said pickled vegetable. I assumed that pickled soybean would work. Oh no. It's good for 13.3 days up here. What about in the barrel upstairs? 13.2 days. Alright, I'm just gonna grab these carrots. We'll mix them down here. For whatever reason, I'm not getting the cellar bonus. Even though this is 7 by 7, I'm not getting any kind of benefit to this. I mean, this milk is lasting 13 days, and it was about the same upstairs. Well, carrots. Carrots last 1.6 years down here, which is about how much they were lasting upstairs. It's odd. Nonetheless, let's mix some carrots up in here, and those will be turned into pickled carrots. Hopefully that milk stays good for a decent amount of time. I'm gonna put these buckets in the corners, so there's something for me to work with. Okay, using my deductive reasoning by going onto the wiki and the subreddit and the server and asking people what's wrong, the main reason the cellars aren't working is because they have wood, and wood apparently gives a spoilage rate penalty of some kind. So since they're pretty much all lined with wood, the ceilings, the walls, that has to change. So I've decided I'll make use of all of this slate rock that I have, because I just had a lot of it. I figure I'll go the extra mile and chisel it into polished slate rock. Why not, right? Now that's not quite enough to do what I need to do, so the rest will be filled in with slate cobblestone, and I'm fine with that. I wonder if that actually means I'm gonna have to replace these as well. I don't think about it. Oh boy, that means I gotta remove a lot of this stuff. At the very least, the slate rock will hopefully match the plaster trim here. Oh, it's too bad I gotta say goodbye to my chiseled block. Oh, what? You could keep it? What? What am I supposed to do with that? That's bizarre. Alright. I mean, it's cool, but it's bizarre. Why do slabs take longer to break than stairs? And blocks? That's odd, right? Well, that's kind of like spooky. Yeah, whatever. There we go. That's not nearly as charming as it was before, now is it? Perhaps I'll add, like, trim or something. I didn't even think about down here. I definitely don't have enough blocks to do the bottom down here. Oh, shoot. Could I go the full length and then just have plaster all the way down? We're really in a pickle here. Well, at least for now, I'm gonna try to use the slate rock. Oh, you know something? I wonder if this is an issue because this door is inset, making it slightly larger than 7 by 7. Yeah, I wonder if that's a problem. Oh no. Oh boy, alright. Oh, it's ruined. Oh no. Not enough space, it says. Oh, this hurts. Oh, this hurts me. Oh, how about now? No benefit. None. What's happening? After doing a deep dive into seller logic, consulted a lot of people, made a creative world, and did a lot of tests, I have deduced that this seller actually does work. It just doesn't appear to work because it's winter right now, and because it's so cold, it's preserving everything very well regardless. So this is apparently a really good length for milk to last. My problem is I don't have nearly enough slate rock to do all the cellars up this way, because they do have to be rock. They can't be wood. Even one block of wood will start to decrease the effectiveness of your cellar. I'll really be able to tell in the summer. But there's something that I can do. There's a way I can have what I want. I can change this back to pine and not have to go mine slate thousands of blocks away. Let me show you exactly what I mean. Let's say this is the other room. I'm going to remove these planks, and then I'm going to put in packed dirt. Packed dirt works 100% for a cellar. Then I'm going to take the packed dirt, right click it with the chisel and hammer, and then... What the heck? What? I can't do dirt? I could do dirt in creative mode. Why can't I chisel dirt? Alright, another fix had to be made here. So I found out that in creative mode you can chisel most every block, but in survival mode, when you create a world in default conditions, automatically you're only able to chisel wood and stone. Now you can update this with commands, which is what I just did. I changed it from wood and stone to all, because I want to chisel all blocks. Are you kidding me? I don't want to just do wood and stone. You can do that in the command menu. I think it's totally worth it. So anyway, here's my point. Just right click this packed dirt. There we go, beautiful. Now I'm going to pick 8x8. Remove that front face. Then I'm going to add the pine planks in. Click those. Add in the pine planks. And there we go. That's all we have to do. Now, this block was originally dirt. Its base was dirt, which means it retains the properties of dirt. And I've already tested this in creative, meaning that we can get a fully functional cellar if we just go through and add a wood facade to everything. That is the technique. As you can see in the top bar thing, whatever they want to call it, it still says packed dirt insulating block face. And it sounds like packed dirt when I hit it, so that's exactly what we want. I've taken the liberty and replaced everything, all the wood, with packed dirt. In here too, put all the slate away. Oh yeah, now comes the very long chiseling process of removing it all and turning it into what I want. Because not only do I have to, remove all of these, but I also have to individually click every single one and add the planks to it. Like this. Ta-da! Now on to the next one. Ta-da! It's a long process. At least, you know, it's not that much of a cost, considering that I already had all the planks and dirt. I had so much dirt I was coming out of my ears, you know? So I'm only upset about the time sink. Here's a weird thing I just noticed. All the ones I just chiseled on these two walls show up as pine planks, and if I hit them, they sound like pine planks, or if I hit these, sounds like packed dirt. So I think the solution is to remove that. Let's change to a smaller chisel size. I want to make the majority of this block packed dirt instead of, 50-50. So now it's 75-25. Okay. Now it's packed dirt. So even more work. Even more work. Okay. I found a time-saving technique. So as long as at least the majority of the block is packed dirt, and I suppose it does, of course, depend on rotation because these are fine. But as long as the majority of the block is packed dirt, then the game will think it's packed dirt, right? So in this case, I put 4 extra smaller pixels of packed dirt, right? So just a little bit extra, and then some wood on top. So that makes the majority of this block dirt. And as you can see, sounds like dirt to me. You know, this whole experience has been very educational. Okay, now every baseboard is finished properly. Very tedious work. Time is the most valuable resource in Vintage Story. It's not iron, it's not copper, it's not pine resin or something. It's time. That's what it is. Anyway, now I gotta do up this roof. Now I'm curious how splitting this 50-50 is gonna affect things. It really does seem to depend on rotation, whether it takes the properties of dirt or pine planks. It's kind of interesting. It reminds me of old Minecraft versions. What is it? Pine planks. Huh. So the bottom half is pine planks. That's interesting. Well, that just means... And we gotta do it like this, and there we go. Pack dirt. This kind of feels like cheating. You know, once this is done, it's gonna be all wood interior. I guess I should be concerned that I'm misinforming people who want to make their own cellars, you know what I mean? You really shouldn't use wood, apparently. This is disorienting. I was hoping I wouldn't have to do it like this. Now, I'm sure some of you may be thinking that I should use this opportunity, since I'm already chiseling the entire roof, to make some cool designs or something like that. And you're not wrong, maybe I will, but honestly, I'm so tired of using this thing. It was nice looking enough before, I just want it to be done. Okay, I did the outside, so I guess here's what I'm curious about. These were originally stairs. I wonder if I could carve these into something, like, different, actually. You know, this makes you pretty hungry, too. Look at my hunger bars just going down like a rocket. Kind of wondering, what if I just turn this into, like, some kind of circle? Let's keep it going, why not? Okay, well now we have some kind of a circle going on here. Yeah, it's a little thin. Could stretch out some, I think. Is that better? That's better. That's a much better circle. I really need to eat something. Alright, let's get our second circle of hell going. Just gonna add in all these blocks. There's our second circle. Just realized I forgot that I could hold Alt and do it. That makes things faster. And look, this still counts as packed dirt, which is perfect. Oh, no, now it's pine planks. Oh no. Yes. Alright. I actually kind of tested this, and I'm not sure by how much, but doing smaller and smaller sections of a block takes smaller and smaller durability away from your tools. At this point, I should only be taking away fractions of a durability point, or whatever you want to call it. But at least it's not taking one away every single time, because that would be awful. That's pretty. I am liking this, actually. The fact that I didn't even have to do this and that making circles is totally unnecessary, but still works as a cellar is pretty cool. Alright, now I gotta figure out this center block here. So I'm not only gonna add dirt, but I'm also gonna add slate rock, like before. So first, let's knock this sucker down. Still registers as packed dirt. Let's go even smaller than this. Add a little bit of packed dirt in the middle. I can't even tell that it's a different material, but it is, technically. And ta-da, this is what it's supposed to look like. There's one more thing. I still want to keep these. I still want to keep my walnut logs here. However, I did notice a mistake. So I took all the stairs out already, but imagine the stairs are here and here, okay? They're stair blocks. This is inset in the wall by 2 blocks, and since it makes it slightly out of the bounds of 7x7x7, that immediately loses any cellar benefits you may otherwise get. The solution is to move this door from that block to this block, and because of that, earlier I had moved forward the stairs so I could have that, and then it messed up these railways. However, I've devised a new plan. Making my own stairs like this means I can still kind of keep exactly what I need. And if I destroy this door, oh look, I place it and it goes right over. Ta-da! And then, you know, just in case, I'm going to add this, even though I don't think it matters. There we go. So now this is technically a flush wall. This chisel block and this door are part of the wall. So as far as the game understands, this is 7 by 7 with no holes or any kind of other obstruction. And now I think, since this is so inset, I'd like to mess with this entrance a little bit. And actually, I'd honestly like to make this entire tunnel a little bit more spectacular. Yeah, why not? Let's raise the whole thing up. Okay, I don't have nearly enough to show what I mean, but just go with it. Chiseling really is an addiction. It's a bad addiction. You know, I think I mentioned this earlier. I don't know if I did, but I just recently passed 100 hours in this world. I think I'm at 110 now. So, yep. I like that. Why not go further? I don't like how that casts a shadow like that. Alright, I like that general arch now just to continue it all the way down. Okay, after giving myself carpal tunnel, I think this looks a lot nicer. I think it would be pretty cool, and this is kind of what I meant earlier, is if I kind of chiseled this out to have the same shape as this hallway. I could pretty easily achieve that, I think. Let's go even smaller. I think you can see where I'm going with this. Look at that. That's actually very pretty. That's really cool. Alright. I was hoping I'd find a good spot to put a sign. That's my next concern, because I don't... Yeah, where am I going to put that? I can't just put it there. That's a terrible place. No. Can't put it there, because that's part of a block. Perhaps I'll just put it on the side here. I mean, that's not terrible, right? You know, chiseling is a great way to turn a 10-hour project into a 20-hour project. I did up here as well. Look at this. That looks kind of cool. I like the arch. And then down here, we have the arch going all the way down. These, I originally had the same arch as this one, but I ended up lowering it, making it a little bit smaller, because I just think it's neat. All the doors are done. This is our cheese cellar. Just by looking at it, you never know that it's all just actually dirt. But I think this turned out very well. I really like how this looks. And all of them are done. I did all of them. And yes, it was very time consuming. And they should all register as sellers. And if they don't, I'll find out come summertime. But in any case, it's time we work on the other ones finally. This is the cheese cellar. So let's write on here, cheese cellar. And let's see if I can move up the font size. 40. Beautiful. Kind of wish I could change the font. Maybe there's a mod for that. This one is going to be our wine cellar, which means I have a lot of liquid transportation I got to do. Let's start with barrel spam everywhere. All right, lots of barrels. Let's go upstairs and see what we can grab. I wish there was I don't know, is there another way to store wine than just open in a barrel like this? It doesn't seem very elegant. I mean, this is a lot of alcohol. Gosh. I feel like it might be more efficient to get a bunch of buckets of these and then store it in a chest. Because a chest, you know, only takes up one spot. But I think you could hold a lot more. Oh well, we'll find out. A lot of spots for liquor in here. You know what this place would probably benefit from is a well. I should put a well at the end of this. Like a cistern. I don't know if I want to put it in here because I don't want to mess with the seller's properties, but I think if I put it in here, well, that might be a good use of this empty space in the back. Because I feel like I would definitely use it. Alright, this is a good enough space. Let's do like this. I don't have enough granite, but I do have a lot of andesite. So I think I'm going to try to make use of that. I'm going to use some of the slate rock that I made earlier for the bottom. Kind of like how that has a blue hue to it. It's neat. I don't have enough granite cobblestone, but I do have a bunch of stairs left over. So I think I could just kind of chisel this the way that I want. Because look, that changes the texture. And look at that. That's cool. It's like a well. Would have been neater if I had made it deeper, but oh well. Very nice. I think that for these, I'm going to put 2 chests up here. I'm going to turn these into shelves. It's weird how it changed the texture. Well, let me think about this. Let's scoop out the inside. Let me place these first. Yeah, just in case. I'll break these bottom ones. I like that. That looks nice. I wonder if I can shrink this just a tad bit, only because I feel like it's a little bit long. I like that. That's cool. Let's do the same over here. There we go. I like that a lot. And we can store buckets and jugs and stuff of wine in here and then just make it here. Speaking of wine, I have very low fruit nutrition. It's at 264.8 at 1500. And here's my curiosity talking. What actually happens when you drink this stuff? I'm starting to be a little... Oh my gosh. Whoa, I'm not even moving the mouse right now, by the way. I'm not even touching it. Okay. Whoa, alright. A little bit tipsy. Really tipsy. Let's keep going. I feel like I drank 24 liters of wine. Is that a lot? Is that excessive? Ooh, it's a little bit wavy here. Alright, let's see what kind of work we can get done in this state. This really does feel like being drunk. Wow. Alright, let's write on the sign. Everybody needs a wine cellar. Wine cellar. I do wish I could have fancier text. Alright. Look at this hallway, man. That is so funny. These 2 cellars here, I want them to be grain and vegetable, and then the other one, everything else. And that's because grains and vegetables get a bonus when they're stored in storage vessels. And so I made a few of these. I'll probably make some more. But storage vessels are the best way to store those things. So you get a big bonus. Look at this. Other means just anything else, right? But you can see it's 0.12x, whereas grain, it's half that. Vegetables, 75% of that. When is this going to wear off? It did give me some fruit nutrition, though, that's for sure. I suppose I should make some more shelving units here. I don't know if I hold Alt. Still a little crazy. There doesn't seem to be anything that shows level of drunkenness, which is interesting. Huh. It's already worn off. Okay. That wasn't too bad. Well, anyway, there's our shelves for the next storage vessels, except I haven't got any to put up there. Oh, I have this one. I need some to put around these walls, and that's going to be some future endeavors, making more of these. At the moment, this is good. Let's do grain and veg cellar. Oh, it doesn't go as big as 40. That's too bad. Let's get all the grains and vegetables I can get my hands on. So on the first one, let's put flax grain. Why not? Let's keep it sorted. Spelt in the next one. Rye. And this, I think I'll keep this entire bottom row for grain. This one I'm going to put carrots in and the pickled soybeans. Some soybeans, a little bit of cabbage. So now everything's in here. I'll make more vessels another time. Now it's time for the meat cellar. All the nails and strips I had was enough to make all of these. And I would prefer to use as much wooden trunk as possible because they store a little bit extra. Considering they take up 2 spots, they still store extra than this. About 4 more spots. Here's what I think. I'll do a label chest here. I can put them in the air. Awesome. Chest there, because that's all I got. But these ones have labels, which means I can write on them. So what's going to go here is meals, meat, fruit, and anything else. Pump that up to 40. Meat. Can I put these right on top of each other? I can, and they still open. Not bad. Then I'm going to move this, at least temporarily. This one will be fruit. And that's just the extra chest that I had. So the pies are going to go in the meals section. Meat, I'm just gonna put eggs in here because it's technically protein. Fruit. Lucky me, I got another chest. I'll put that there in the meat section because we're gonna need it. This is all I have as far as prepared meals go. And then we're gonna call this one meals, meat, and veg cellar. We're not quite done with this one yet though. Alright, it's time to fill the meat cellar. What the heck? How'd you get out? How did you get out? Okay. I can only assume the goats gave birth and it clipped out of the fence or something like that. Alright, come on, buddy. Come on. Come on. Oh. No, no. Oh. I'm gonna have to consider that one a loss. Anyway, it's time to cull the herd. So I want to kill any chickens that are generation 0 if possible. This is not gonna be easy. Wow. That's good. It's a good start. I don't think I could pick very easily. I mean, it's just hard. Gosh. I don't know which ones I'm gonna kill, you know? It's a little bit tough. Oh no, that was a rooster. Alright. I just killed the last rooster. Okay, they got us 10 chicken breasts. Alright, the rabbits. And there's a lot of these. Oh, I didn't even mean to hit you. Okay, that was the first hare I ever got in here. Okay. Oh, it's a Gen 2. I don't want that. Okay. Oh, shoot. That's a baby. I'm so sorry. This is hard. A little bit to be desired there, but there will be way more rabbits soon, I guarantee you. Got about 11 pieces of meat. Alright, pigs. Oh boy. This is one of the originals. Alright, this is one of the original boars. Technically, we just need one boar. I got us 39 raw red meat, which means I feel like we should get one more. Oh my gosh. Yes. Whew. Alright. 13. Dang. Alright, let's get cooking. I've got 2 stacks of bread. I've got all the meat. Got my remaining fruit and a bunch of vegetables. I'm gonna try to cook this into the most nutritionally dense meals I possibly can. So whenever I go adventuring or mining or exploring or, you know, searching for things or just work, I can keep my satiety. I can be satiated. How about that? No window shoppers. Get out of here. Alright, so I need to have 4 portions at a time so I can stuff them into the crocks. Let's use up the cabbage first. These are going to be my cream of the crop meals. Pretty nutritious meals, I think. While that's going, let's get the bread in there. A little bit smoky in here. I like how the bread appears to like bounce and rise and things in the oven. That's kind of neat. Well, it's dark. Nice. I'm going to use the brand new crocks that I have to fill these up. Hearty meals, look at those. And I'm gonna go the extra mile and I'm gonna seal them with a little bit of fat that I've been saving. And that'll greatly increase the amount of time that it's supposed to last. Let's keep this going though. I want to cook one meal in one of these new fire clay pots. So in the fire clay pot, let's do 6. Because a cooking pot can hold up to 6. Because we have 6 cabbages left, might as well finish it off strong. And 6 apples. This one will do a normal meal. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. I have a little bit of eggs going on there, why not? Oh no, I charred the bread. That's what happens when I don't pay attention. This one's a little bit less nutritious, so I'm not going to bother sealing it up. This time we're going to mix some mashed poultry. Let's do some onions. Now this one is 6 portions, and it's very nutritious. You can't seal these up, but I'm still going to leave it out because it can hold a little bit more than a crock, which means it's great for traveling. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. All right, this one's done. Let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. 1, 2, 3, 4. Almost done with apples. Might as well use them up. That's done. This one I'm gonna do a stew. It's gonna be a little bit different. We do put 5 liters of water, 5 red meat. Is that correct? 2 to 4 slots of meat. Charred the dang bread again. 1 vegetables, 1 to 3 spots of vegetable. Alright. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Alright, that'll make myself some soup. Done. And we're out of meat, so I'm actually gonna leave this one alone. Alright, for this one, I'm gonna put one in my bowl, put the rest in a crock, and just keep that in my inventory so I can eat it. Yum. Alright, that's the last of the bread. Let's see what we got here. I'm not reading all of that, but some of these meals are good for many years, which is nice. And then I have all this bread, some of it's charred, which means it's good for even longer. Since this is all spelt bread, I put it in with the spelt grain. And when I stick it in here, wow, even the bread is good for 2.4 years. The oh my gosh, 5.3 years. Yeah, I'm not worried about losing these, because these are good for like 26 years. And then in the meals cellar, we're gonna put in our sealed ones first. Those two are good for 3.3 and 3.5 years. Wow, I lost 0.2 years, I guess, depending on how long they were on the ground. These go in there, and the pot. And I wonder how long. The pot's good for 34 days. That's many months. That's pretty good. Almost 6 months, half a year. Goes good with our pies that we had from earlier. So the pies are as good as long as the crocks. But the charred pies are just slightly longer, whereas the sealed crocks are very long. How much was that in here, actually? 71 days? What if I stuck it in the vessel? What would that be? 72? Okay, that's not enough of a difference. There's one more thing I want to do before this video ends. We're back in the wine cellar. And we don't just make wine in this place. We also make beer. Apparently, you can just take flour from any kind of grain, almost any kind of grain, seal it in with an equal amount of liters of water, and then it'll turn into ale. Apparently it's a 5-to-1 ratio if this is correct. But I'll get spelt ale after 14 days. Here I'll have some rye ale, and there I'll have flax. Oh, huh, okay. No such thing as flax ale. Well, anyway, exciting. Making your own drinks is fun. You know, there is a mod called Make Tea. I think that'd be fun to get. Anyway, look at this rainbow of concoctions that we have here. I realized I had left some upstairs, so I moved it back down here. We have a lot of wine. Nothing really happening in this cellar because I don't have enough milk. Lots of grain and vegetables, though I need to make some more vessels, that's for sure. And our meal cellar, which I need more chests, per usual, but this is good. I mean, this is pretty good. I don't think I'm gonna have to worry. And also the cistern, which is suddenly very dark, and I don't know why. Recently, I've been working on a set of tin bronze plate armor. It's a very long process, and I can't help but think that it would be aided with the use of a Helvhammer. And Helvhammers are powered by windmills. Wind power is this game's version of redstone. It can unlock a lot of things and automate others. And so I think that's what I'm going to do. We're going to build a windmill to help me accomplish this task. Building one of these requires a lot of different materials, like animal fat, resin, wood, and other stuff I'm not able to think of at the moment. So the first thing I'm going to do is gather all the necessary materials for the windmill device, as well as the structure I'm going to put it in. Then I'll pick a spot, build the structure, install the windmill and axles and gears, and then set up the Helvhammer. Or at least I'm going to try to do all this stuff. You know, I've never done it before. The windmill itself, the actual part that spins, those sails take a lot of flax, and I'm growing some. Though I started this growing season with mostly rye and turnips because it was a little bit colder. I'll grow more flax later, but I've already got quite a bit. Anyway, the first thing that I want to go after is going to be the easiest. It's resin. Pine resin, to be exact. I've got it marked all over my map. Areas where pine logs are leaking resin. I wish there was a way to filter waypoints, but there doesn't really seem to be, except for prospecting waypoints and terrain. We're gonna run into this forest. There's lots and lots of resin in here. I don't think we're gonna need a ton. I've already got some, so this will be a quick fetch quest. I've noticed that the summer months give you a lot more haze, where the winter months are very clear. Okay, according to the map, this is the first one. Down here, okay. Nice. You know, I don't ever talk about this. I don't think I've ever really talked about it, but there was a time I was going through pilot training. I left for other reasons, but it wasn't too long. But I remember there being such a stark difference in the air, the way the plane could fly, and, you know, how far you could see in the winter and the summer. And of course, you probably know that to be intuitively true if you've ever been outside during those months in your life. And a northern hemisphere maybe. But when you're up in the air, that effect is so much more pronounced. I guess at Vintage Story, I just notice it because, well, the seasons change a lot quicker. Gotta love the peace that summertime months bring in your world. Very easy to run around here. Okay, I think that was the last one I actually had marked on my map. There's some north of here. This is some really interesting terrain that's a little bit north of my house. Look at that. It's like an ancient riverbed. All the sand's flat right here with all the arches. It is actually very cool. The terrain generator in this game is very well done. And I know that it can be improved on with mods, but it already has, I feel like, a lot to offer. Although I would like rivers and oceans. Before anybody mentions, I know you can make oceans when you generate a world, but you have to know how to do it, and I did not when I first started, so I'm never going to get an ocean. So the resin I just got, plus the resin I already had, totals at about 40 pieces. I think that's more than enough, I don't have to worry. Which means the next part is gathering animal fat. And thankfully there's also an easy way that we can get some of that. I'll show you. Let's head right into the barn. Well, hello. I think I accidentally killed all my roosters. You know, they run so fast, it's hard to figure out which one you're killing. I want to kill the early generation chickens, but I'm just hoping these chicks grow up to be boys, because if they don't, I'm gonna have to go get one. So I think the best hope is these pigs, because, you know, they're a little easy to nail down. Got lots of boars. Let's pick a generation 1 boar. Alright, curious. What kind of drops do we get from you? 10 pieces of meat, 1 raw hide, 2 fat. That's pretty good. Domesticated animals give a lot better drops than wild ones. I really only need 1 boar left. The more females, the better, but only 1 male is needed. Not as good meat drops, but that's okay. That's 10 pieces of fat, and I think I've already got plenty, so I'm going to call that good for now. I did get a few hides. There is some post-processing to be done. Every part of the animal can be used. Like, for example, I can fill up this barrel. I made this guy right here. It's kind of disguised as a barrel, just so I don't have to keep running downstairs to get water. Let's take some powder to borax. I always forget the ratios. Okay, so I need about 20. I add that. We get 50 liters of diluted borax. I'm gonna go ahead and add the hides that I got into here. And after 18 hours, I will be able to scrape them and further process them. Nothing is wasted. The next thing I have to concern myself with is chopping down trees. I've actually got quite a bit of them growing out back. You can kind of see through there. Got a few axes, I just made one. I want to get a lot of pine. Pine's the most common. It's a nice color when it's processed, so I can use it as part of the structure. And of course, the axles, the gears, the windmill, it will take a lot of planks. I'm gonna put these away while I'm here. Isn't this beautiful? You may have also noticed, out here I've cleared a lot of land out, gotten rid of most of the trees for a future project, and also it kind of opens up the view to see all these mountains, which is pretty neat. Before there was a forest here, now there is nothing. It's charcoal in my chest now. Before I get any further ahead, I have to create the Helve Hammer mold out of clay and then fire it, and that's going to take a little while. Raw red clay Helve Hammer mold requires 6 red clay. Yes, of course. Ta-da! Okay, that's easy. Alright, let's set this down. Peat. There we go. Oh yeah, and I had some bloomeries going. I was making some glass. I don't really know how much I'm going to use, but still good to have. And the berries are coming in. They're gonna ripen soon. And I'm going to turn it all into alcohol. It's all becoming alcohol because they don't last very long. The fruit trees will bear much better fruit. It'll all become alcohol. Before the sun goes down, let me tell you where I want to build this thing. I was hoping to put it up on this hill over here. Reason being, I heard that windmills gain like 1% more power for every block higher that they're built above a certain value. It's like, I don't know, we're at 114. It needs to be at 120 or higher, I think. So if I go to the top of here, we're at 125, and then I can build it up from there. I mean, heck, if I really wanted a really powerful windmill, I could probably build it on one of those mountains over there, but that's way too far away. The next thing we need is lots of flax. We have to make windmill sails. So let's take all those. I'm not really sure how much this is going to require. I know that with 64 flax fibers, you can get 16 flax twine. Gotta turn it all into that just cause. So, okay, let's take this flax twine. All right, yeah. 4 twine makes 1 linen. That's what we need, basically. Okay, and then you can take this and turn it into a sail. Wow, that is pricey. Oh, it makes 4? Okay. All right. Right away, we can get 8. After grabbing some more sticks, we can afford how much? Wow, we're good on that front, that's for sure. Let's make some of the other parts right now. God, you're so annoying. Why you gotta be so noisy? Yes, you. Leave. I don't care if you're having a seizure. Let's craft up some of the windmill parts. Windmill rotor. This is the recipe. I need a hammer. Okay, it was something like this, maybe? Okay, cool. The wooden axle is pretty simple to build. I think it's this and then animal fat. I don't really know how much of these we're gonna need. I'm just gonna make a bunch. Angled gears. This is a specialty item. All right, fat, resin, sticks, chisel, saw, into hammer, or is it? Yeah, okay. Angled gears. I can't imagine we're gonna need a lot of these, but I'm gonna make 4. Next thing, clutch. This allows us to toggle the wind power, I guess. This is an expensive one. Okay. These gotta go in some certain order. This one over here, that one there, this one here, yes. 1 clutch, I don't think we need many. I'm gonna make a brake. Seems like I probably might need it. I don't really know what for, but I'm gonna make one. 1 brake. And then I need to make large gear sections. I need to make 4 of these and then combine them into 1 large gear. And that is expensive. Good thing I'm made of money. I need 4 of these. All right, I need a lot more than that. These are turned into a large gear. Like so. Ta-da! Huge gear. What does it look like when I put it down? Oh, that's the clutch. Ooh. It's the brake. Can't imagine I would actually need this. This is what an axle looks like. I guess like that. And then an angle gear. It'll allow us to do some pretty cool things. It looks complicated, but I think it's actually pretty simple once you get into it. I still need a transmission, I think. 2 angle gears, 8 boards. Okay, 1 transmission. Oh yeah, we need something called a toggle. This is actually what puts that power into the hell of hammers. Uh-huh. Oh, wow. That's the only time I ever got it right the first time. Wow. Okay, I think that's everything. As far as the mechanical structure goes, I'll build more as necessary, but it'll all make sense soon. Alright, that Helve Hammer mold is surely ready by now. Ta-da! Okay, that takes 200 units of metal. I'm going to make as much tin bronze as I possibly can manage. Oh yeah, and I need to make another anvil too, don't I? Because this is going to require an anvil all the way up on the hill. I don't want to take this one. Alright, so I'm just going to make as much tin bronze as I possibly can. All the excess will be poured into various molds. Alright, let's hope I get the ratios right. I don't have a lot of copper left. The crucible, the fire pit, let's put in all the copper. Put it all in there. Now, I believe as I add in cassiterite, we'll get an estimate of how much we can make. Yeah, okay. That means I need to get rid of some copper here. Yeah, I can't make it all the way to 1200. Which means this is the most I can make. That is just enough to do another anvil and the Health Hammer mold. That's it. All right, let's stoke this fire. I'm running very low on copper, which means I either need to go copper mining or I need to think about upgrading to something better. All right, I'm going to toss in a charcoal and just wait for that to get hot. Well, I'm just going to let that go. It's going to be a little bit. Man, I had the most delicious thing this morning. I had apple cinnamon pancakes. There is nothing better. I said before that blueberries are the best thing in pancakes. It's not true. Apples, so much tastier. You know, you can't just cut apples into slices or chunks and mix it into your batter. I mean, you could do that, but it's actually a lot tastier if you grate the apple like it's cheese into the batter, and then you mix in cinnamon. And these aren't any ordinary apples. I got the apples, I picked them at an orchard. How much was it? It was $16, and we got like 20 apples. I don't know if that's worth it or not. Seems worth it to me. Though I think we had to pay to get into the orchard because it was real touristy. But they were so tasty, and I ate 2 apples while I was picking the apples to fill my bag. So I consider that part of the price. Got Honeycrisp Lobo apples. I've never heard of a Lobo apple. The only thing I know about Lobo is he's a villain in the DC comic universe. He looks like a member of KISS. I don't know. I haven't even thought about how I'm going to build a windmill yet. I was going to... There we go. First, the Helve Hammer. Then, the Anvil. Now, here's what I don't understand. Is there really a benefit to making different types of anvils? Now, I know that you're supposed to make an iron anvil for like higher steel and iron tools, I think. And I don't really know why, but the steel making process is exceedingly complicated from what I've read. But what would be the point of making a copper anvil and a tin bronze anvil? I mean, they don't wear out. I mean, I've been using it forever. I don't know. We're gonna find out, I guess. You might think it was wasteful that I used tin bronze, but for one, I wanted to see if there was a difference. For two, I have no more copper. That was the only way to stretch my ore out enough to be able to fill this up. Look at some of these trees are already fruiting. That's a good sign. I've still got fruit from last year. Look how pretty these ones are, and this one is pink. Ooh, not a huge peach fan, but you know, maybe if I grew them myself one day I would be. Anyway, while that's cooling, we're gonna get another ingredient for the actual physical structure of the windmill, and that is grass. We need a lot of grass. Why do we need so much? Well, I want to use wattle and daub, and daub is put onto a wattle fence to create a cool looking block. That's what I built this entire house out of before I had any copper tools. I was in the Stone Age when I built this house. I'm being 100% honest. And I ran around and just cut grass with flint knives. I thought that was just, you know, how you're supposed to play, but apparently that's a ludicrous amount of effort. Could have been done way simpler if I had just poured some copper in a mold. Regardless, I need grass to make the daub. Not only that, but I actually need the grass to make a green dye. And this green dye can be turned into green daub. You can dye the daub green. And you can make a pretty cool block with the raw daub. This is what it looks like when it's green. I think that's just a cool color. But first, cutting grass. Oh yeah, if you guys like the videos that I make, I've been getting a lot of support on them recently, and I think that's really cool. If you subscribe, if you like, that really does help the channel grow. It helps me out a lot. I try to make more slower paced, less like overly edited brain rot style content. You know, the kind of Let's Play that I grew up watching, if you know what I mean. So if you like that, if you like what I make, I really would appreciate it. All right, all my barrels upstairs are occupied. Let's make some green dye. Okay, so I don't really know how much grass has to go in here, so I'm just gonna keep adding it until I get some kind of workable ratio. I bet it's 50 or 100. Yeah, it's 50. 50 liters of green dye after 8 hours of sealing. Okay, maybe I should make more than that. I will put it next to all this wine and beer I've been making. More green dye. We have a Helve Hammer ready to go. Okay, cool. And the newest update of the game, you have to actually break this open to get the anvil out. So, boom. Aha. It says tier 2 anvil, it says tier 1, but I wonder like what the actual difference is. Anyway, Helve Hammer head can be turned into a Helve Hammer. Ta-da. I think this needs to sit in something. I need a Helve Hammer base. Hammer, chisel, wood, wood, wood. resin. Elfhammer base. It looks like this. Yeah, it doesn't really do anything right now, but it will. The next thing we need is clay and sand. I can actually use peridotite sand to make the green wattle and daub, but I don't want to run multiple miles away and risk my life to get green sand, so I'm just going to make it here with grass. There's actually, I believe, clay. Yeah, there's a little bit of clay right here by the barn. Not a lot, though. Just called a parking garage and tried to cancel my contract, and they said, no, you can't cancel. You had to give a 30-day notice, and they're right. The egg is on my face. But that means I have to pay for another month of it, which is $160. Okay. Alright, thankfully there is a clay patch also pretty close to my house. These spawn in such huge patches that you almost need just a handful nearby, and you'll be good forever. At least at my stage in the game. I'm not really sure how it is further down the line. And all my time playing this world, which is about 130 hours, I've only ever consumed a single red clay deposit. That's it. This is a new one. Alright, I'm gonna go get some sand. I'm gonna collect these woads that I find along the way, because they help me get blue dye. I don't know if I'm gonna need much. I don't even know if I'm gonna need any, but at least it'll be nice to have. I don't need bauxite sand, I need granite, which is over this way. This is where I would run all the time when I needed daub for my first house. Let's actually trace out where I'm gonna build this thing. I know it's up on this mountain, or it's not a mountain, it's a hill. I have to build a stairway up here eventually. Woo! There we go. Well, first, let's get rid of these logs. So I want the base of this to be a circle. I don't care how large that circle is, but I do know it's got to be relatively in the center, so I'll just stick it, yeah, right here. That's the center. But my problem is I don't really know how much room a health hammer needs. See, if the gear is coming down straight to the middle, then the hammer connects to that. The gear is about 3 by 3. It was like, what, 3 or 4 blocks long? Maybe, and I need to be able to put the clutch in there. Maybe we make the base of this thing have a radius of about, I don't know, what is that, 8 blocks? Hard to tell. I guess I'm not counting the center. But the inside will be 13 by 13 across. I don't want to go much larger than I have to. 1, 2, 3, that's 6. About these dimensions, modest. At least I feel like it's modest. Pretty sure those calculations are correct. And I guess I gotta feel out a circle here, so let's do that. Circle. This is the shape, the base of the windmill. The question arises, what shall the base be built of? This does extend quite a bit over the hill, so I'm gonna need a lot of base blocks. Probably just gonna use granite cobblestone. But yeah, that's where it's gonna go. So I'm grinding some flour to make into some pies because some of my meat is about to go bad. And this is actually something you can automate with the windmill as well. You can hook a quern up to it, and then you don't have to worry about spinning it by hand all the time, because I've had to hand grind a lot of stuff, and it's very time consuming. So that's something I definitely will be doing. This red meat is only good for one more day. This poultry is about to go bad, so I'm going to add that in. So I'll do 6 red meat, 2 poultry for the pie. I think I can actually do 2 pies now that I think about it. That's my favorite shape. And in goes the pie. While I'm at it, I might as well make another one. I made 8 dough that translates to 2 pies. I miscalculated a little bit. That's okay. There we go. Next one. I think for this windmill, I'm actually going to freehand the base of it. I want the top to be a little bit larger than the circle I traced out, so there's room to walk around maybe. So down here, I'm just going to, I don't know, kind of just go in and out and that kind of thing till I get to the top. Something like this. And I'll probably fine tune it with the chisel and the thing. Yeah, something like this. You know, if I was more professional, I'd mix cobblestone blocks with other blocks. But this is what I have. I have a lot of granite at my disposal. I want to make use of it. And it's for the base anyway. This isn't what you're supposed to be looking at. You know, that was 2 stacks of granite cobble blocks. I didn't hardly cover anything. I'm getting some more granite underneath my house. I have mentioned before, but mining in this pattern allows you to break loose individual granite rock pieces, which can then be turned into more intricate and detailed granite blocks. Let's take a look. So if I press H over this, you can see what you can kind of make. What we're interested in is the granite rock polished section, which can then be turned into a granite rock slab. And then even further down into ashlar blocks, which can be used to make all manner of blocks here, which are pretty cool, including stone bricks, or they're just called granite ashlar blocks with an S. I think it would be pretty cool, although the dry stone does look really cool. To make this, you need mortar. To get mortar, you need basically some kind of sand and some kind of slaked lime, which we can also make. But if we get these, I think the top surface, the top walkway of the base of the windmill would look very good if it was trimmed out with these blocks here. That's my idea anyways. I like how they pop off just like this. Boom. Very satisfying. To make this mortar, I have to grind a bunch of lime, and sitting around and grinding an entire stack of lime rocks and then smelting it is a very, very long process. But that's how we make a mortar. That's how we're going to get the blocks that I want, which are really only going to be a minor detail in the entire structure, which looks like that right now, by the way, kind of messy. But again, in case I didn't drive the point home before, being able to speed this process up and automate it with the windmill will be totally worth it. By the way, I just recently got enough milk from my goats that I think I can make cheese now. I put in 1 pickled carrot. Yeah, it'll turn into curdled milk after 3 days of sealing. Perfect. I've never made cheese before. I have this gigantic cellar for cheese making, but I've never made it. Don't worry about the wood in here. It actually is secretly dirt. If you haven't seen me make this, watch the last video. Alright, so I think it's, what, about 50 quicklime, 50 liters of water, right? Do I have that wrong? I do. It's actually 4 times that amount. Holy smokes, okay. So I need to quarter this, essentially, because quicklime can't even stack up that high. Okay, so an entire stack, 64 liters of slaked lime. Oh, wait, 64 liters? Only 50 liters can fit in a barrel. What? That's crazy. Okay. What happens if I try to take some out? Don't drink it, it's not milk. Yeah. It actually maxes out more than the barrel is willing to take. So I can't put the extra 14 back in. Anyway. Granite sand, 400 mortar. Wow, I overshot how much I needed by a lot. Okay. That's a nice treat, I suppose. Yeah, that's more than enough. All right, next step, we have to basically divide up these granite rocks. First, they all get processed in the granite rock polished. Then they get further processed in the granite rock slabs, as I mentioned. Then they get further processed in the granite ashlar. And look, we have a lot of this stuff now. So if I put it back together like this, with the mortar in the middle, we get 2 stacks of blocks. That's an interesting process. So I initially started with 64 granite rocks, and now I have 128 granite ashlar blocks. All right, let's make this happen. Right now, this thing just looks kind of like a giant boulder, and I want to even it out some, but first, let's do up the top properly. So I think what I'm going to do is trace out the top like this. Anywhere I went too high, I'll just shave down a little bit, which is most of the way around. I've never built with these before, it's cool. Oh, they're directional. That's different. Okay. I don't really mind that. I don't mind having some diversity. Are they directional, or do they just always place differently? Yeah, they just always place differently. Okay. I'm alright with that too. I like how they don't keep the same pattern at all times. That's what that looks like. The top kind of capped off that way. I think that's pretty cool. I'm going to go even further than this though, and I'm going to need some scaffolding to get up there. So I mentioned earlier I wanted to chisel this. I'll show you exactly how. So if I right click, I add a little bit of granite cobblestone. I click on it. I'm also going to, I think, let's go a little bit further like this. And let's add in the cobblestone. So just like that, it looks like, you know, it's just a brick, some larger bricks, but then this section is cobblestone, so it creates... Well, I don't know if you can tell what I'm doing quite yet. Let's keep going. Add cobble, subtract ashlar. Or maybe you can see what I'm doing now. There's a wolf over there. Okay, let's get a look at it. Let's hope this guy doesn't bother us. It's all good, guys. Turns out he's friendly. All right, so just on that side, maybe you can tell what I'm doing, but it looks like slightly capped off, a little bit less of a solid line where you can tell where the blocks are. I like that a lot. I might play with it a little bit, but I'm going to do that all the way around. I think it's kind of a neat idea. And I like how evenly you can chisel along the brick lines here. That's pretty cool. Yes! Finally! It's like the third or fourth time I tried to catch this specific rooster. Yeah, I killed all the roosters in my farm on accident, so we need one. Also, he laid an egg. He laid an egg. The last time I came out here, I noticed this egg was here. I wasn't there before then, and there was only a day. Now, he's a well-fed rooster because he kept eating the grain out of my traps and not getting caught. But then this egg popped up. There are no hens anywhere, okay? And even if there was, what would they have eaten? They wouldn't have been here long enough to lay anything, and there's certainly no way they could have escaped. So, this rooster laid an egg. Or it just generated one. I don't really know, but I'm taking it. Rooster egg. But yeah, I captured an ibex, a little brown goat. Be free. he's moonwalking. Okay, go. Go. What? He doesn't. He's stuck here. That's concerning. I didn't mean to give him paralysis. Maybe if I reload, he'll be alright. Okay, yeah, reloading seems to put some pep into his step. Enjoy your stay. God. Between the last clip and catching that chicken, I did a little bit of chiseling over at my house because I thought it would be cool. I made this. I don't know, it's kind of strange. Let's see, what else? Over here, I incorporated a lot of bricks into the very top of that windmill platform. So it kind of went a little bit differently than I expected. I think it looks cool. It's just, maybe it's still too uniform. I guess those bricks, they're very orderly looking compared to the chaos of the cobblestone, you know what I mean? But hopefully it stays looking nice. I also went to the trouble of completely filling the empty space, which there was a lot, and the base of this thing with all the dirt that I had, so it's completely filled. That's kind of what people did when they built castles, you know. The outside was stone, the inside was just dirt, something to make it more dense. It can't be hollow in the inside, otherwise it might collapse. So yeah, that's what this is. Oh, ouch. Down in this cave, which I never really saw, you know, till I cleared some of the trees out of here. This is right by my first house. There is, pretty sure, a locust spawner down here. Yeah, I know. You guys need more personality. Like, maybe sometimes you should just leave me be. Anyway, yeah. Those little yellow things over there. They're evil locusts. There's a locust spawner over there. I don't really know of a great way to light it up. Alright, I'm leaving. They're hard to fight and I'm not ready. I must say, that thing looks really cool on the map. Look at that. Also, all the berries came in. And last time I waited so long to pick the berries, they actually just died. So I'm going to take all these and we're going to turn them into alcohol. We're going to mash them, get the juice out, and ferment it in the cellars that I've made. Now, it's not like I'm going to be drinking tons of alcohol during the winter, because honestly, it doesn't seem to have a ton of benefit, besides giving you a little bit of fruit nutrition. But you can distill it further into aqua vitae, which is like a more pure alcohol, I guess. Which just means life water in Latin, apparently. But you can incorporate aqua vitae into bandages and things like that to give them greater healing factor. I'm sure it also has other use cases. I'm not totally sure what they are. I know that's one, and that's a good reason to use this stuff. Because if I ferment it into wine and then distill it, a lot of berries goes into just a little bit of aqua vitae. It yielded us about 4.5 stacks of blackberries, and what's interesting, I have way more berry bushes just stored in storage vessels. I just haven't planted them because it's not like I really need that many. They don't keep very long, you know? There's no way I can hold all this. Okay, I'm gonna pick the rest of these off camera. Okay, a full harvest of all those berry bushes gets us 438 black currants, 736 cranberries, 357 blueberries, 83 red currants, and 42 white currants, which are my favorite, strictly because they're just so rare. I've never seen one in real life, and I hardly see them in this world. But honestly, the currants are just generally the best berries, I think. Anyway, I stuck them in crates because I don't have anywhere to put them, at least not yet. Brought all these buckets up here. We're gonna do a lot of juicing. Also, if you're curious, I have a lot more berry bushes to plant. I just collect them when I run around. Anyway, let's just start with the white currants. This is one process I think that cannot be automated. All right. Good thing about this is I can use the juice to turn into alcohol. I can use the leftover mash to feed to my animals. Is 10 enough to squish? Might not be. You need a certain amount, otherwise they won't. Oh no. The worst part is I can't get them back into berries, so it's just gonna be fruit mash now. Alright, well I'm gonna take this down first because it's the only one of these we're gonna have. Sealed. Oh yeah, and the cheese cellar. So this ended up turning into curdled milk, and to turn it into cottage cheese you need to add salt, right? Wait, hold on. Oh, it's 5 curdled milk per salt, so I need 5 salts. Boop. Nice. Alright, this is going to take a while. Alright, I think this is all I'm going to mash up tonight. I still have quite a bit to go through, but at this point I don't really care if it turns into rot. I might cook it into something, but I don't even have enough barrels to fit everything in. Let's see, where should this go? Yeah, over here. So either I make more and crowd this place further, which I don't really like the idea of doing, but I may have to. Or I cook all those berries into pies and meals. Probably meals would be better. Alright, let's go feed the animals. I ended up turning off the bloom that was making everything fuzzy. You guys are going to have to let me know what you think about that. You know, it looked kind of strange. Now it's a little bit more rigid. The lines are a little clearer. Oh yeah, look at my crops I planted. Look at this. They're nearly almost done. Very close. Like these turnips are done. Though the growth still ended up getting stunted, sadly. You know, I know that these got stunted due to the heat, and I probably just had to plant earlier. I didn't plant early enough, but I've been considering for another base one day. You know, I've got a lot of nice stuff here, but I'm kind of outgrowing it. I like to have a base that has everything I could ever need. And also I've been considering moving down south just because it's warmer, and the winters kind of really paused my progress here. It would be a big move, but I've been really thinking about it. Alright, eat some turnips. Yum, yum, yum. What? How did chicken get in there? What the heck? How did you get in here? There's too many rabbits in here. How am I ever supposed to sort between the new and the old ones, huh? Thankfully, all these eggs are now fertilized because we have one rooster. Will sheep eat fruit mash? They will, yeah, okay. So will hungry pigs. Rabbits do not. Okay, good to know. Oh yeah, I heard you can use a scythe. Haha, nice. Satisfying. Alright, I've been putting off building that thing for long enough. It's time to get back at it. Okay, here's the plan. I'm going to create a path from here to the house, and I'll worry about the layout of that later. But the path is going to continue up a ramp and kind of wrap around the base of this thing till it gets to there, and then the entrance of the windmill will be right there. Which means I gotta start it a little bit further back. I'm okay with that. I don't really know how this is gonna end up looking. But you know something? If I were to put a half a path block there, you can see the dirt underneath it. So I almost wonder if it's worth it to just completely replace. Oh wait, yeah, you can't do that, can you? Because never mind. Dirt it is. I want it to look kind of natural, not super organized. It's kind of a hard thing to do. And then this needs to just shoot up that way. Isn't rising quick enough. See, I wanted it to be higher than that. It's just, you know, it's so gradual. Maybe I need to start the path from over here. You know, maybe, what if I created a big platform, a secondary platform right here, and then just had some wooden steps going up to the top? I'm not opposed to doing that. That would be interesting, I guess. Just to sketch it out. Oop. Let's do... Something like this. That's pretty steep and weird, but it's kind of cool. Maybe it gives it some character. I didn't expect things were going to go this way. All right, well, let's get some stair blocks that aren't stone and try to create some scaffolding here. This is kind of a rough idea of what it could look like, and these beams aren't placed very well. Also, look, they just barely kind of like float over the path because you can't really set it properly. I'm not really sure what to do about that. Maybe I should replace those with slabs and then set it to the slab and then replace it back with the path block so it goes in. Or I just ignore it. But this is the basic shape of the little staircase thing. So I don't want to do any more terraforming than I already am. I'm already going to have to do a lot. I think it would be cool if I mess with these stairs a little bit. I think it will be neat. Look, if I'm crazy, I could even go further like this. Ooh, that looks pretty. And then maybe I would take a beam and go like that. And that's how it's connected. Kind of a cool idea. I like that, huh? Shoot, how do I break it? That's how. Maybe I place it a little bit lower. Perhaps down there. That doesn't look right. Why is it so hard to find where the hitbox of beams are, I swear? Maybe like that. Okay. And then maybe from here we just kind of like hook it on to the middle. Something like that. We can do all kinds of things. I think it'd be pretty cool. Just to make a very nicely decorated stairway. Okay, that is a lot more like it. This is what I was really talking about. I think this looks pretty good. You're gonna have to forgive me, I'm a little bit drunk because I drank 8 liters of blackcurrant wine to make room in some of my barrels in my cellar. So this might be a little disorienting. I went ahead and I completed a lot of the other steps. I chiseled this down, tried to make some cool shapes, completed the path, completed the outside structure, added foliage and gravel. I actually did run all the way and get some more granite, gravel, and sand just to decorate. Turned out I really wanted it to look good, so used my entire fern collection and just doctored the entire thing up with ferns like crazy to make it look like it's kind of grassy. And I think this turned out very well. Maybe I would have incorporated some more dirt blocks into the mix, and you know, that's notes for the future. But at the moment, I like how everything looks. It's all ferned up, it's all vined up. Been saving this stuff. Oh yeah, I also completed this path all the way to the main path. It stretches. That's all done. I sped through all this part. I didn't record it because I just want to get to building the windmill already. And that's what I'm planning on doing. I just sealed up a lot of the daub and the dye containers, and that takes about 4 hours to do, hence why I'm drunk. So while I'm waiting for that, I think everything is almost done growing, which is good. But let's look in here. What? How did you get out? How did these guys escape? Oh my goodness. Ooh. Explosion. Oh yeah. So I came in here and I saw eggs everywhere. I'm like, huh, I'll get that on camera later. And then they started kind of escaping the coop. Look at that. And now they're kind of going away. I guess they're rotting or something like that. And they don't turn into rot. They just disappear. That's a guess. All right, well, let's get them. More chickens is always a good thing. So I am going to leave these here. I'm starting to think maybe I should raise these fences up a little bit. You know, add another layer. Because sometimes animals do escape, particularly the rabbits, oh my gosh. And the goats, they tend to get out. You know, I'm okay with losing a rabbit every once in a while, but I don't really want to lose a goat. These things are hard to grow. Thinking I should harvest this stuff, but it's not all completely grown yet, so I'm going to give it a little bit. I actually didn't have enough dirt to fill the interior of that thing either. I had to go mine some, believe it or not. And you know what else you need dirt for? Making daub. I can't believe I ran out. All right, let's look. Well, now we have green daub. The ratio is about 10 to 1. So I can only use 12 liters of dye at a time and then mix in 120 bits of daub. There you go. We're coming up on egg season, that's for sure. I like how these are good for 4 days. This is good for 15 days. That one's good for 19. So if I kind of like throw these around, mix them together, I can extend their shelf life. All these barrels are just full of juice. Oh yeah, look, the daub's almost done. So let me take all that. So wattle fencing, I'm pretty sure is... Actually, how simple is that? Oh, you need a knife. Okay. Yeah, I forgot about that part. Make a U shape, add your knife, ta-da, and you get a bunch of wattle fence. And this is a lot easier now that I have access to tools like shears and copper knives and things. Okay, let's start the base of this windmill. And more chiseling will be done to this thing. I want to chisel it into a circle shape, or at least a more uniform circle than this already is. I'll figure out how I'm going to do that later. First, let's run through the creation of the wattle and daub process. First, you place down your wattle fencing. You know, I actually saw a wattle fence in real life recently. I thought it was pretty cool. I'd like to make one day. And then you add 6 daub? I thought it used to be 4. I thought it used to be 4. Am I crazy? Did they make it more expensive? I don't know. Anyway, you just add this. It's pretty simple. You just pack it on. Oop, wop, beep, wop. I feel like the ratios are different because I remember you could only create a few more blocks at a time before you had to switch the stack you were using. But now it seems like it goes a little bit further. So either it stacks higher or it takes less and not more. I don't know. That's the base of our windmill. It's not going to be super tall. I think just 3 or 4 blocks. Really trying to decide, should it be 3 or 4 blocks tall? Because I have to consider the height that the roof will add to it. Probably 4. I should probably take all the room that I can get. There's so many little crickets. You see the little bouncing dots? There's so many crickets on this hilltop. My gosh. I can't jump over this normally, but if I turn it into a daub block, boom. For whatever reason, creating daub takes a lot out of me. Oh wait, no. Oh, this is golden brown. I can't use this. I was using the undyed stuff. Oh shoot. I really wouldn't have been able to tell unless I had actually read it. Almost to the point I feel like it wouldn't really matter if I use it as an accenting color. I'll leave it be for now. Alright, and that's as far as it went, but that's a good sign. That means we don't need a whole lot. That already looks quite good from here. But yeah, it does need to be taller. I think even visually it would make it look a little bit better. So I've got the rest of the daub here. I got a little bit of scaffolding blocks I can use. Boop, boop, beep, wop, oops, wop, wop. It's not the easiest placement in the world, but it is what it is. Okay, the next thing to do is to throw even more daub. To make it look less crappy, I can do that from the inside. God, there's so many crickets up here. I really don't want these big patches showing. I know that it's like a cool weathering block that you can use. I just never personally cared for it. Maybe one day I'll build something where it seems necessary, but I don't want this windmill to look super ruined. Alright, then you can even go further. Make it nice and smooth. And I'm going to do that. I'm going to leave some cracked looking. I think that gives it an acceptable level of texture. The next thing that I want to do that might be a little bit avant-garde, which hopefully I still have enough daub for. I was thinking it would be cool if I could chisel this shape to be even more circular. And I'm not going to go too far in depth. I'm just going to do the largest amount you can chisel, which is 8 by 8 or 1/8 of a block sections. I'm going to make this more circular, and I have a circle tool pulled up right next to me. I already did the measurements. It would be, this is currently 15 blocks wide, but if you split all the blocks up, then it would be a width of 30. So let me trace it out like this, and then get a hammer in my hand. Kind of goes like this for a better, more realistic shape. Kind of hard to decipher what's truly going on. Also, I think, you know, once I chisel it, I can't add any more daub to it, so I gotta be careful about how I want these to look. That actually widens the circle by a decent amount. That's interesting. While it does have a better circular shape, might be a little bit too much. Hold on, let's get a look at it from like above or something. So basically it turns it into that sort of shape. It's just kind of strange looking, maybe. It's a lot of extra daub to beef up the walls like that. I almost wonder, instead of expanding them outward, if I could shrink it inward. It's a 30 pixel diameter. I may have used the word radius earlier incorrectly, but it's diameter, 30 pixel diameter. What if I change it to like 28? So that means shaving off this stuff from the sides there. I'm going to try that, actually. Might as well test it. We'll never know till we try. So basically like that. And then 2, and then... That's shaved down quite a bit, but it's slightly more economic. Yeah, let's do it this way. No block unchiseled. Alright, that is, at the moment, the best I can do. You can kind of see where it's pretty rough on that side. But it's a little over halfway done, but I need more daub. And I think that also means I need more of these bricks, and I don't believe I have very many. What? There's a goat. There's a goat over there. I mean a sheep. I always get confused. Everything's finally done. It's time to do a harvest. Every time I try to go rye and turnips, they always end up stunted one way or the other. Either I grow them too late and they get cold damaged, or they grow them too early and they get heat damaged, or I don't know. Maybe I need to stop growing these crops around here just entirely and focus on something else that has a better output. It's not like I need it. I guess I don't really, now that I'm thinking about it. I mean, I still have grain left over from last year. Maybe I should just grow flax. Honestly, I've been considering lengthening the months in my world. So on world creation, you can do 9-day months. You can do like 12, 15, and 30, I think. And mine is 9 because that's default. And I've been considering, you know, what if I decided to lengthen my months, make this game a little bit harder, I guess. Like, I don't think the survival aspects are terribly difficult. Most of my struggle comes from trying to find different blocks and materials to build with. I feel like I have a lot of food that, I mean, I can just make bread forever. This is from last year, right? It'll last me almost 12 years. These are my vegetables from last year. I've hardly really gotten into them. I've mostly been giving them to the animals, which I've also hardly harvested. Now, I do know that changing the length of the months also stretches out harvest times, growth times of things. So I don't really know if that would be advantageous. Maybe there are mods. Maybe there are mods I can get that'll make things a little bit harder for me. Let me tell you how I feel about mods, because a lot of people actually ask. They recommend me a lot of mods. The reason I'm not super eager to do that is because I don't want to download a mod just for the sake of making the normal gameplay loop easier. That's not really what I'm about. I would download a mod that adds more to the gameplay, or maybe fixes a bug. People have recommended me the chisel mod that makes chiseling easier. And that's something I might consider just because it's so tedious to do, but I'm not really sure. One thing I am considering downloading for sure is the make tea mod, of course. I actually would like to dedicate an entire video to making a tea garden and tea, but I feel like that mod even isn't complete. It's not quite to the level that I would like. Like, you can make tea, obviously. You can make it out of every herbal plant and flower and stuff, but I kind of wish that you could obtain tea trees, and then you could harvest leaves from the tea trees and process them certain ways to get different types of tea. I think that would be really cool. Maybe one day something like that will come out. I think that would be pretty cool. This is also my first time growing parsnips. As it turns out, I had never actually obtained them before. They seem to be Yeah, just about as healthy as every other vegetable. They don't last as long as onions. It's nice to have vegetable diversity, but I kind of wonder if I should just be growing cabbages. They last a long time. They're way more healthier. I mean, maybe I should really just prioritize those. I would love to find some more. I think I already said this, but I've been considering moving south eventually at one point, or at least doing a south expedition. Because I think more nutritional things can grow down there. It's July. Let's grab rice seeds. I'm going to leave one just in case. Soybean. I don't really like soybeans. Turnips, I don't like those either. Cabbages, yes. Onions, yes. All right, let's do a quick replant. I'm thinking the best crops for me to grow right now are really onions, cabbage, flax, because it has a multi-purpose. Oh, I didn't mean to grab parsnips. And rice. So rice is interesting. It's very touchy with temperature, like for this area. So it's pretty hot right now. It's July. It can't get much colder than that. So I hope this stuff grows quick. I think this is probably the best area for the rice to grow. I'm keeping one seed just in case. Flax also takes K, so that's going in here. So cabbage takes, I think, pretty long to grow. So I'm going to plant it wherever the N is the highest. Onion takes P. And I'll plant these parsnips, because why not? Alright. I'm going to let the rest of the farmland kind of regenerate. Oh my goodness. The fruit trees are ready. Hold on. Okay, alright. Before I go harvest all those fruit trees, that's what we got, okay? That's what we got right now. I finished the circle. I think it looks amazing. It's wonderful contrast, the uniformity of that circle compared to the chaos of the base. I think this is turning out a lot better than I pictured it would. Now, I've done a little bit of calculations here, and I think that I have enough slate cobblestone blocks to make a ring roof. Not totally sure. And I'm going to chisel that too, of course. But the ring roof is only going to go in a little bit. And then I'm going to start working on, well, the interior of this room, but also the actual windmill system, the functionality. And then I'll finish the structure. Because I want to use a lot of plaster for the upper part. And plaster is kind of hard to make. You have to grind down a lime-rich stone, like chalk, and it takes a while. So once we have a functional windmill, it'll be a lot easier to do. Anyway, that's all my plans. Isn't that pretty? The forest is really expanded. All right. Here's what I think. Let's whip out this circle tool here. Right now, if I were to divide it up by 2, like this, would be about 32 blocks, pixel depth. But I think it would be cool to mix chisel ratios around, like this. I just went to the next lowest grid size. I don't really know how to keep referring to this stuff. I just hope it makes sense. Whereas here, if I went a step below that, you'd see a pretty serious contrast between this one, and I think that's cool. So I'm going to do that. I just realized I accidentally lost a lot of that audio, so I'm not going to use the rest of that clip, but I did build something. I have so many drifters coming to my door, and earlier I had a lot. I decided to put a trapdoor here so I could catch them. Haha. Oh, he hit himself. Why are you hitting yourself? Anyway. That's just a way to quickly get rid of them. There wasn't a lot of room because this is actually right above the hallway, so that's a very thin layer of cobblestone. I recorded but didn't get audio on, unfortunately. I made my first cheese wheel. I put it up on the shelf. I changed how I'm going to do that roof a little bit. I made a ton of scrambled eggs. I just cooked them all because they're about to go bad. I filled every crock that I have with eggs and carrots. So, alright, I'm going to work on the roof. I might incorporate some walnut support beams as an accent. And then the next thing I want to do is create the windmill mechanism that we built very early on in the video. Alright, it's been getting kind of silly in here, but now it's reached a new level. Look at this. There's 2 rabbits, a baby rabbit, and a baby goat in the pig pen. And over here, there's another goat and a rabbit in the sheep pen. There's a chicken in here, which there already was. And there's one escaped rabbit. But how does this happen? How does this even happen? Are you saying that a goat got born, clipped through the fence, then grew up and clipped through the fence into here. I mean, I guess that's how, but is it the same with the rabbit? Is it the same with the chicken? And my goodness, how did 3 rabbits get in here? I don't know. It's very confusing to me. There's a lot of weird stuff happening lately, like roosters laying eggs and stuff. I feel like that's not supposed to happen. Anyway, all the trees are actually ready to have their fruit picked, and I'll do that afterwards. But first, let's work on the windmill. So as you can see, I've got the roof up in order. Spent a little bit of time working on it, but I didn't want to close it all the way without getting this part done. Lots of small circles. This video is sponsored by Donut Studios oval circle generator, by the way. And I made this pillar, and it will bring us up to Y150. It's about 30 blocks above 120, meaning that this should have pretty good power if I set up the windmill over here. So here's what I think I'm going to do. I'm gonna place my main large wood gear, and then I'm gonna see how close can I actually place the rotor. Can I put it right there? Looks like no. Okay, so I think I actually need an axle. Ooh, okay, hold on. So axle there. That's kind of cool. How does it stand? Angled gear there. Nope, that's not right at all. Alright, bear with me, I'm learning. Angled gear. Alright, looks good to me. Rotor. Boom. Okay, let's remove those support blocks. I want this to have the shortest distance possible, because that means it's going to determine basically the size of the windmill top. I think this is a good distance, actually. Next thing I'm going to do, remove that center post, and we're going to shove a lot of axles in there. So I'm going to carry it all the way down. I've never done anything like this. I've never played any mechanical or industrial mod packs. I'm already out. That's not a good sign. Fat, log, chisel, and hammer, and we get lots of wooden axles. Okay. It'll lead down here. I'll put a large gear. I'll worry about that in a minute, though. I just want to make sure this thing will spin. I've never built anything this tall, you know? It's kind of a cool view. Alright, so I think this is quite literally just as simple as clicking it with the sails. Ooh. Oh, look! That looks kind of suspicious. Man, I love the sound design. It's moving quickly, too. Will it move faster now? I have a lot of sails to go. We're gonna leave it be for now. I don't know if it's gonna add more power or not. You know, even though this is moving so fast, because of the gear ratio, this is moving pretty slowly. But I think that's okay, because there's gonna be another large gear it's attached to, which will change some things up. Alright, I need to make more angled gears, and another large gear. 1, 2, 3, 4. Large gear. You know, that's pretty cool. But for the amount of work I've put into this thing, that windmill is just way too small. So I'm going to add more sail to it, just because I want it to look better. This is intimidating, how fast this is moving. More sail. Haha. And it doesn't really seem to make it move faster. Alright, so... Oh, it doesn't place upside down, so it stays like this, which is interesting. Place some temporary blocks here. Axle, axle, axle. That's not right at all. What the heck? There we go. Look at that thing move. This is actually pretty straightforward. Okay. Oh, that broke off. Alright. Temporary dirt block. Oh wow, look. Okay, so I didn't need to use 2 angled gears, which is interesting. That looks a lot better. I can live with that. Though, you know, it's not nearly as big and grand as I kind of envisioned. I suppose I expected it to be larger compared to the base of the building. I hope it'll just look good in the end, you know? Axle. The toggle goes like this. It's a tad different than I envisioned it. So then the health hammer goes... Definitely not. Okay. Okay, maybe the toggle goes here. I think so. Oh! Alright. Wait. That sounds really cool. Shoot. That is quite something. And now we have... whatever this thing is. Now, I think We need a clutch and a transmission to really kind of stop this thing from being noisy. And I think I could put that right here. Yeah. I've seen this on servers, I think. Mechanically, it makes sense. You look at it and you can kind of start to figure out how this works. So if I click that, it stops going. I put it into place. I mean, yeah, it makes sense. I still don't know how the Helve Hammer works entirely, but this is a pretty good start. Let's see if we can get the quern hooked up. Attach. Oh, change the direction? Am I crazy? I don't know. Anyway, put an angled gear there. Something there. Something there. And then I think we just stick the quern underneath. Alright. So can we run both at the same time? There's a whole deal with not just speed, but torque. I don't really understand either. I feel like if you run both, it might slow them both down. That's going pretty fast. What happens when we... Looks slowed. It looks like it slowed some. And now it's speeding up. That's interesting. I don't have a great way to toggle this thing. That's unfortunate. Only because I don't have any more resin. Let's throw 64 chalk stone into here. That seems slower than by hand. But yeah, it's going. And I don't have to touch it. The power of the wind. Okay, it looks like the wind is actually traveling the opposite direction. Does that mean when I build the structure, it's going to block the wind from hitting it? You know, I've seen people attach multiple windmills. Maybe I should do that. That seems to slow that down significantly. What happens when I add even more sails? Okay. Oh, it tells me. I never even noticed that. Wind speed, 131. Oh, 120, 133. 120, it's really bouncing. 100 kN is the output. That's interesting. I would like to try to see what happens when I attach another windmill just to the opposite side. But I need more resin, I need more linen. I actually completely use up all my flax, so I'm gonna have to wait for the harvest. This is done. Also, I'm gonna replace it with a new one. It's really nice to be able to automatically do this. You know what? I think it's slowed down. So yeah, I do want to get that other windmill in there. But I think right now what I'm going to focus on is making plaster. Now that I have the quern automated, I can make lots of lime, which I can cook into quick lime and then turn into plaster, which is what I'm going to build the windmill tower out of. Can't really see it from here. Oh, you just barely can. But yeah, cooking it all is going to take a long time, and it's going to be very costly. Costs a lot of charcoal. Oh well, catch up to you then. Hello, good morning everybody. So look, one of our trees grew here, and I think it suits this hill rather well. I feel like this entire base has become incorporated into the the surroundings. It fits very neatly. Maybe some more dirt would be helpful, but oh well. Anyway, I got a lot more materials. I used the power of the wind to grind up some chalk into lime, cooked it, then made plaster. Right now I want to cap off the top of this thing, and I want to add the next windmill, which is going to be facing the opposite side and hopefully giving us a big boost in power. I've got some plaster, probably not enough. I have slate rock that I've had for a while, and mortar in case I want to turn it into bricks for the top. I think that'd be pretty cool. I did a little reading on the history of windmills because I think it's interesting. So the earliest known windmill to have been built was by Hammurabi in Babylon about 3,700 years ago. And it was for like a pretty huge Mesopotamian irrigation project. The earliest found windmill, I think, was just 1,000 years ago. It's either 700 or 980 in Persia. Pretty sure Persia is modern-day Iran. I find this fascinating because, you know, over the last 100 years, we've been finding more and more that humanity, and even more so humanity's technology, is older and older than we can imagine. Right now, we estimate the power of the wind to have been harnessed by humans for almost 4,000 years. But I bet you it goes even further than that. Only 10% of Göbekli Tepe has been excavated, so we don't know. But even then, perhaps in the future we'll find evidence of older and older windmills. I mean, it makes sense. Harnessing the power of the earth, right? A fundamental force, the wind. It's pretty cool. Windmills are still used today to generate electricity. All right, that's enough talking. Angled gear, windmill rotor. All right, moment of truth. Does it increase the power? All right, This is quite the system. I still don't really have a great understanding of how the wind power works. I don't know if this is faster or more powerful. I haven't tried to make anything with the quern yet. To that effort, let me see if I could scaffold around this thing. This is scary. Oh, it's gonna chop me up. Oh, what happened? It just broke. My gosh. Oh no, is it because this thing? Hold on, was this in the way? Was it hitting this? Here, let's move that out. Maybe let's move this ladder down a block. Oh no. Cannot add more sails. Make sure there's space for the sails to rotate freely. Oh. Okay, so I think that was in the way. It looked like it wasn't hitting, but it must have just, I don't know, been too close for comfort. Alright, cool. Well, now we've got our device. It'd be cool if standing on this rotated the player. Basically, I'd like to cap off the top of this. Let's run down and grab our slate, because that's what I'm going to use here. Look at this, I got the handbook set up to the right of this thing, which is a lot more helpful now. So with the bricks, we can create all kinds of blocks. Slate ashlar blocks. Can anything else be made from these? I'm not really sure. Let's divide it up. Let's turn these into rock slabs. Further down into ashlar blocks. So if I do this, I'll get 16 blocks. We can make some slabs like this. What about stairs? Alright, cool. I gotta hold the hammer in my offhand because I don't have any room. So we have ashlar block slabs, ashlar blocks, ashlar block stairs. Here's what I'm thinking. I'm not really gonna bother too much with chiseling this top half down. I think it'll look fine either way. So it's gonna go about like this, wide. I just want it to house the mechanism pretty much. I don't care about much more than that. Can I reach through here? I can. The way I'm building this now, there certainly wouldn't be a way to access it from below. But I don't want it to be any wider than it has to be. In fact, I want it to be a little bit thinner. If I'm making it too thin, I'll change it later. Vertical slabs. Heck yeah. The tower would have to be really small to connect from here to there without being weird, like a weird shape. So maybe I will actually make this slightly larger. In fact, one thing I think would be pretty cool, I just remove these and instead surrounded it with these to signify like something's going on here, you know? Alright, let's widen it again. I change my mind on this kind of stuff back and forth a lot. I'm going to place these slabs here. Let's make use of the wrench. Ta-da! Okay, that is the top of the windmill. That's the housing. I'm actually going to extend the bottom a little bit as well. I'm actually planning on extending the bottom a little bit. Might as well just do that right now. Just like this. I feel like that gives it a slightly better shape. And now that means we can start working on the main body. Seeing this come together is quite cool. And look, almost all the trees are grown. You know, earlier I was talking about, I think it would be cool if you stood on a gear and it spun you. Well, it's not totally accurate, but I appreciate the gesture. So look, I got my circle tool pulled up again. The plan with this, so I'm going to start with a small circle here, and I think every 2 blocks it goes down, 2 or 3, I'm going to expand it by a little bit. And that's how you create a perfect windmill, actually, or a perfect conical shape. And it's not just by expanding the radius by a block, it's actually by expanding the radius by a fraction of a block. That's what makes it look more realistic. I'm just gonna do them in half like this because that is the cheapest way to do it and the least time consuming, and I think it'll still look good. Block there, there, oh, no. All right, and then hopefully I could try to reincorporate these slabs back into it. Yeah, okay, great. Thankfully, this is the only time I have to do this. The rest is just going to be chiseled plaster, no multi-blocks. Alright, there we go. There's our first circle, and I'm going to make an exception for this one. It's going to be 2.5 blocks tall, just because of the nature of how this connects. Building it from the top down is going to be a big pain. I could do math, but I don't really know how it's going to look when I get to the bottom. So this is kind of the best way to do it at the moment, in my opinion. I think I'm almost certainly going to have to get more plaster as well. As in, I need to go back to the chalk desert, grab a lot more chalk stones. It's very far away. Okay, here's part of the next trick. Before I had a diameter of 8, since I'm dividing these all by 2, the next step, of course, would be to change it to a diameter of 10 if you wanted to expand the circle. However, I'm not going to fully expand it to 10. It will have a diameter 10, but it won't fill out as much as the circle that the circle tool is giving me. I'll show you what I mean. So this is a picture of what the 10 block diameter looks like. And instead of doing that, I'm going to do this. It's going to look a little different than a normal circle. We do the same thing on all these sides. I was hoping you could kind of see the circle from below, but you really can't. All right, we're going to repeat this one more time. At this point, I'm now going to do the proper circle that I was given by the generator. And this is a really tight spot, but you can maybe kind of see this circular shape slightly larger, just a tiny bit. Anyway, this is the philosophy. I'm going to keep doing this all the way down. It's very tedious, and I'll meet up with you when we get close to the bottom. This is certainly taking a shape. Not one that I expected, but here we are. Also, all my berries came in again. I have nowhere to put them. I don't have room to make more wine. I don't think I have use for more wine. They're just here. I've been snacking on some of them when I pass by, but other than that, I'm not really going to bother. That tubular part is finished. So I had an idea because I really overshot the size of this workshop area. I guess I expected that this Hellhammer, I knew it was kind of long. I didn't know how long. I thought it would come straight out from the axle. And so all my devices would have to be pretty far back set so I'd have room to work in the center. But really, they turn 90 degrees. And I can kind of tuck them in the side. So this bottom could have been a lot smaller. I'm glad earlier in the video I went for the smaller size anyways, instead of making it larger. Otherwise, it probably would have been too much. So here's what I think we can do. This is the shape of the windmill, no doubt. I think it turned out pretty well. I stopped using the circle tool halfway through because it took a really obvious kind of shape. But yeah, there's a big disparity in circumference here. However, we can use some eye-catching, some architectural techniques to kind of make the transition from this wide base a little bit less drastic. So here's what I mean. I think it would be cool if I had another layer of daub here. So how I have the base, that's all wattle and daub. If I had a second 1 block tall ring of wattle and daub, and then another roof on that hangs over this roof. And then that ring of wattle and daub would have some windows, some porthole windows you could look out from inside. I think that would be cool. And then after that, I'm gonna get some walnut beams, create some supports to kind of have a 45-degree angle going from the roof to this thing, maybe have this thing wrapped up in the beams. A lot of windmills have a lot of support beams kind of hanging around it, supporting this taller structure. That's my plan. That's what I've been thinking about. Let's do it. This is 3/4 of a block tall. So maybe just slightly taller than 1 block. I think what I'm going to do is chisel it down to the same kind of micro block ratio as this bottom one. Yeah, like this. We're going to start with some here. Not using the circle tool for this, just freehanding. Already I want to knock it down some. Oh, oops. Okay, and then basically I just gotta get these two to connect. Shouldn't be too difficult. Yeah, not the most circular shape I've ever done, but at least it'll provide kind of a flat surface for the windows that's not super interrupted. Okay, that's done. Now the second roof circle. This is going to be, I think, about this wide starting over. That's okay. I want it to be a little bit wider overhang than the bottom one. It makes the base seem like it's wider, which is the whole point. First thing I got to do, shave off this top, because that's going to be kind of the grade that we have here. Got my circle tool pulled up again, of course. Maybe you can see it a little bit better now. That's the general shape. That means I've done 1/4 of the circle. Looks kind of like this. And hopefully this is the very last step before I begin the actual detailing. The details of the build, and not just the physical structure. Last one. Okay, I already got a look at this from the distance, and I think it is a big improvement. Let's go down and take a look, I suppose. That looks... I feel like that looks a lot better. Really helps ease the transition from there to there, you know? That really does help. And I'm going to go even further. I already mentioned this, but I want to put cross beams angled up to the windmill. I'm even thinking of wrapping this entire thing in like a crisscross pattern, because honestly, it's very featureless besides the shape. I feel like that might help a little bit. The other thing I want to do, add windows to the main structure, to the upper area. I feel like they would look pretty good. There's a lot of detailing to be done. I think I will probably just handle that with a montage. Alright, I just harvested all my crops that I had planted for the late season, and I got a decent amount. That looks pretty nice. Anyway, The windmill, structurally, at least the exterior, is finished. And I think it looks gorgeous. I mean, I feel like that turned out amazingly well. It looks a lot better than it did without any of the stuff on it. That looks just exceptional. And even the weird sideways window that was really just so difficult to do. I think that turned out well from the outside. I did this. I think that's cool. Inside, there's only one sideways window. I couldn't stand doing the other three. Maybe another time. Obviously the interiors is not really finished at all, but that's okay. Real quick, let's set this thing down because I am ready to get started on this armor thing. I don't know if that's enough. This place is going to be a mess for the time being. I'm just going to bust this because I want all the power going to the Hellhammer. What? Hey! Okay, so chain helmet can be used to turn into a plate helmet. So I need 3 chains for a helmet. A lot of chains for the body. Oh my goodness. 5 for the legs. Looks like about 19 chains total. I don't even know if I have that much. I don't think I do. I'm not so worried about getting the armor done as I am making sure this thing works. Testing this thing out. Haven't ever tried it. About to try it. Let's just heat up 2 to start. Let's do 4 actually. Let's not waste coal. Oh yeah, I brought the copper anvil up here just in case. I did not know you could place this diagonally. I just love how this thing looks. I never really expected it to be as beautiful as it is. But I mean, that just looks fantastic. I'm very happy. And the interior of this thing has a lot of potential as well. I feel I could probably make this look really cool, but at the moment, I'm sticking with this. All right, to say that I don't understand how this works at all is an understatement. All right, Hellhammer. Oh my gosh, all right. Oh. It's doing it one at a time. That is very weird. And it's very slow, too. Just not windy enough, I guess. That's crazy. I can't believe it's doing it for me. Alright, well, we're gonna grab these 2. Can this only make plates, then? I guess I assumed it would make plates, because that's the most basic shape. It's done! Oh my gosh. Alright, get out of here. Off. Let's do chain. Will it automatically smith me a chain? No. Yeah, okay, so it really does only do plates. I suppose I have to do that myself. Well, whatever, I need plates anyways, so let's do it. I'll just smith this myself into the chain. Yeah, because it can't do it, can it? Huh. Hold on, before I finish that. Ta-da! Get going, buddy. 1 chain. I don't have any water to quench this with at all. Dang, now it's really going. Wow. I can just throw it right on there, too. Any tips on how I could increase my wind power would be appreciated. I realize I could probably have extra windmills. Maybe I can make those existing windmills larger. I really would prefer to just keep the windmills I've already got. I don't really want to add any more because, well, then it might look a little bit strange. I could make those larger. I'm fine with doing that. If there's like gear ratio stuff that would help me to know, please let me know. It's too bad you can't forge a plate and then from there forge it into the chain. Or maybe you can and I don't know how to do it properly. I cannot forge as nearly as fast as this thing can. So I don't really have a great way to cool these. I think I could just craft it right into the chain head armor. And then take my plates that I just made. Then leather. And a plate helmet. 1,000 durability. Jeez. Now comes the moment of truth. This is The whole reason we made this thing. Let's try it on. Oh, not bad. Now, I just wonder what a full set would look like. And you know, after many hours of looking for more copper, more cassiterite, turning it into ingots, trying to survive the elements, smithing and forging, I finally have a full set of tin bronze armor. Look at this. That sound design is crazy. Now let me tell you why I made this. I am going to the Resonance Archives. It's a big old dungeon. I don't know a whole lot about it. All I know is that it's huge, has tons of loot. It's pretty hard to do. I've never done anything like that in this game before. And I won't be putting that into the video. That'll be part of a live stream, which by the time you watch will have already come out. So I'm going to go do that right now. Well, I don't know. That was something. It was actually really cool. The Resonance Archives exceeded expectations. I had no idea that Vintage Story's lore could get so detailed. It was huge. There was a lot going on, and I'm not going to spoil it, but what I am going to do is direct you to the live stream VOD, which you can watch on my channel. I'll leave a link in the description, and I'll probably put it up on screen. Yeah, it really tore me up, but I got a lot of really good stuff, and I got the key to the next part in the story, as well as some iron, which I'm excited to get into. Look at my poor armor. There are many different ages in Vintage Story's gameplay loop. There's the Stone Age, which you start in. You beat rocks together to make tools and pan for minerals. There's the Copper Age, where you pour molten copper into clay forms to get your first metal tools. Then there's the Bronze Age, which I'm in right now. You start to learn how to prospect and mine and alloy. After that, there's the Iron Age and the Steel Age. Those ages require a lot of industrialization. You need to unlock wind power, even deeper mining, create huge blast furnaces, pulverizers, that kind of thing. It's all pretty complicated. Now, I could just spend this video going to the Iron Age. That's a pretty big task in itself. I put down all the steps to achieve it on this little totem pole thing. It's kind of a short list, but I'm not gonna stop here. We're not just gonna go to the Iron Age. We're going straight to the Steel Age, which is a lot more complicated. I believe I can do it. It's gonna take a long time, but if you really, really want to see what makes this game different from Minecraft, then keep watching. First, we have to get the Iron Age before anything. My first step is to repair my armor. So I made some pretty good armor that gives me a decent amount of protection when I go caving, because it's incredibly dangerous using my new windmill forge thing. But I took it to the Resonance Archives. It's like a dungeon in this game, and it got pretty beat up. And as the armor wears down, it loses effectiveness. So I need to repair this stuff. We can repair it with chains, plates, and leather, which I've gotten here. I've upgraded the windmill forge interior a little bit. I added in these diagonal windows. Long hours of chiseling, many days. I think it turned out pretty well. I like how it looks. I have these two clutch and transmissions controlling different devices. How about that? You know, I went to a workshop, a traditional workshop like this once in real life, but it was water powered, but it was an entire woodworking shop, like band saws, sawmills, table saws, all being ran by the power of a massive water wheel. Really cool stuff. There were axles and rods going everywhere. I'm getting ahead of myself. We're probably gonna need a lot of this, and then, you know, it kind of begs the question, would it be cheaper just to make a new pair of armor? It might be, because I think that putting a little bit of chain and plate and leather won't even fully repair it. Let's test this out. I'm just curious. Let's put my helmet in here, add in a plate, add in the chain, piece of leather. Oh, good as new. Yeah, well, that's good enough for me. How about the chest plate, though? Probably not the same story. Yeah, doesn't quite get it there. How about the leggings? That's as good as new. I'll take that over nothing. Okay, so we just need a few more chains and one more plate for the chest plate, and that'll be good. Sorry, body armor. All right, let's get to forging. All right, now they're up to temp. I'm gonna take all 4 of those. Let's put in 2 more. And they can cook while I'm doing everything else. Okay, so I found a newer method to more quickly produce chains and things. You need 2 ingots, activate the clutch, boom, 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 nice. That's gonna automatically smith us a plate. But from there, I can take that plate and turn it into a chain, which I didn't know I could do. But it's very, very helpful. I like this thing a lot. I also like how holding a hammer allows you to kind of see
what's going on here. This health hammer is going to be a big help to us during this process. All right, start the next one. Now if I take this, okay, and I put it on this anvil, and I select chain, and I just got to punch out the holes. It's pretty easy to do. Boom, got some chain. I chiseled this barrel, which holds some water because it'll help quench some of this stuff. Boom, look at it bubbling in there. This is done. Make one more plate. I can easily grab the chain. Now it's all cooled off. Let's make another one. Ah, oh, so close. Dang it. I don't understand, like, throwing physics here. All right, get in. Boom. This is done. All right. Okay, so this should be pretty straightforward. Boom. All healed, for the most part. Let's throw it on. All right, we're ready for the caves. All right, I just finished baking up some bread. I think I've got everything I need to go down to the caves. I think we can mark off the first step here. Can I put a check mark? No. Let's put a big X right there. Done. Boom. This thing makes me really slow, but that's okay because I don't need to be fast down in the caves. Just need to be tough. This is right under my house. The reason I'm going down here, prospecting shows like really good hematite readings. That's the next step. To find hematite, which is iron ore. I remember the first time I ever came down here, I was just freaked out. It's freaky down here, man. I don't know, but now I feel pretty safe. I got lots of torches too. Mark my way, light it up. I got killed so many times down here the first time I ever ventured down. And I know there's got to be iron in this cave somewhere. Huh. Oh wow, hey, copper. Oh, shoot. Alright. Battle test. Ow. Oh, these are locusts. They're like little bug robots or something. But look, they're barely making a dent. It's pretty nice. Get out of here. This is a spawner for the locusts, and oh, it takes a while to mine. Yeah. I actually get some pretty good stuff for breaking it. Look at that. There's copper here. All kinds of copper here. You're not a locust. One of them fell out of there. There's all kinds of copper here. That's good to know, but that's not what I'm here for, you know? Tired of always making copper stuff. Look, I know we can do better. Probably should have made some ladders. There we go. Sorry about your house, buddy. Hey, look at that quartz. Quartz is literally everywhere. It's not useful to me. This is a dead end. This looks like a dead end too. Well, that's nice. I feel like we need to be going deeper here, right? So let's go down this way. Why not? Yep. Getting down here. Is that? Hold up. Boom, iron ore. That was quick. I guess, you know, I'm a lot more confident now. I have never mined iron ore up until this moment. Ta-da! Bountiful chunk of hematite. Bountiful, that's like the best kind that you can get, isn't it? Hey. Ooh. Alright, here we go. Right under my house. This is a really good seed. People always ask me to share it, and I always forget to do it, but I will be putting the seed in the description if you'd like to try this one yourself. It's pretty good. I mean, there's bees everywhere, there's bauxite everywhere. I guess there's iron and translocators under my house. Can't deny it's pretty nice. We need a lot of iron. I hope that there's enough here. That's okay if there isn't. I'll just keep looking. So while it's called iron ore, and this is hematite, there's other ways to get it. There's other kinds of ores that are also iron. There's a magnetite for one, And Dialco found that in his iron video. And I've got some magnetite as well. I don't really remember where I got it. Probably out of a cracked vessel or a treasure chest or something like that. But they both work as iron. They're just different forms of the ore. It's interesting. My temporal stability is getting really low. Oh, shoot. See, my temporal stability is getting lower, so I'm starting to lose my mind and hear cave noises. That's okay, the grind continues. Wow, it just keeps going. It's pretty nice. That's what I think makes this game so rewarding. It's because it's balanced so much with the horror elements, the very scary Lovecraftian Eldritch horror, that kind of thing. Because of that, because there's more fear in the gameplay loop, I think that you value everything outside of that, your home, you know, your base, a lot more, the stuff that you have. You care a lot more about it, which is a very good motivator, keeps you wanting to play the game. Does that make sense? I don't know if it makes sense. It's a good balance of relaxing and horrifying, I guess. If ever such a thing could exist. Vintage Story does it perfectly. Alright, it's getting pretty low. I want to keep mining. There are ways to restore temporal stability in caves. One by using a temporal gear, and the other by killing drifters, I think. So... Ooh! Wow! What are the chances? Alright, so... can be used with a knife to restore temporal stability with some pain involved. Like, I think you have to hold it in your offhand, and then you have to hold your knife. And it hurts you, but boom! Look at that. Huh, never done that before. Was it worth it? Yeah, I think so. I don't want to come back down here any more times than I have to. So I'm pretty sick. I don't know if you could tell from my voice alone. I've been sick for like over a week. I'm pretty tired of it. I just decided, you know, I want to get going. I want to get iron. I want to get steel. The Industrial Revolution calls to me. That sort of thing. And I can already hear the cave ambience again. Wow. It didn't last very long, did it? I may not ever have to find an iron vein again. This is huge. This is pretty freaking lucky. Oh, hello. Stay in the aisles, please. Look, he's flashing. You're not scary. Nerd. Oh, no temporal gear? That's a shame. Hey, can we get some more of those guys? Because I would like to stay down here longer. Can you believe it? Hey, look. It's a creepy crawly. Oh! Hey! They're so respectful. They stay in the lines and everything. I think Nightmare Drifters are the strongest. Am I right about that? I don't know. But, wow! That restored a lot. This isn't your grandma's block game. The plate armor seems to be holding up pretty well. Oop. Well, hello. Oh, another one. That didn't really restore a whole lot. I guess we're gonna find out what happens when you stay in a cave too long. But my screen is flickering. I don't know if you noticed that. Yep. See? There was a flicker. And there it goes again. Alright, you know what? I think that we should probably just go. This is enough iron. Look at all that. My gosh. I can hear the shepherd's tone in the background. Shoot. Look at that, everything's taking on a weird sheen. Oh, and I'm gonna start taking damage too. Yeah, that's another thing that happened. That's okay, we can outlast them. It's like being in a temporal storm. What happens when the clock hits 0? I've never been in this situation before. Oh, it's a different cave. I know what's down here. Yep, I know exactly what's down here. This is the translocator under my house. I can just escape quickly and easily into my own house through here. Okay, we're at 0%. This is what happens. Oh, this is horrible. Oh, now it's starting to turn back the other way. That's good. It sure is nice to know that I can mine iron from the comfort of my own home. Can you believe it? Alright, that's step number 2 of the Iron Age we can check off, or X off. Next one is to smelt ingots. So, let me show you how we do this. We use something called a bloomery, which I've already made in the past to make glass. But it's like a tiny forge that allows you to heat things at higher temperatures. So over here is where I usually do it. I've always just been making pit kilns and bloomeries over in this area. I need fire clay bricks. Probably got to make more at some point. Set these down. It's kind of ugly over here, forgive me for that. Chimneys on top. Now this is how much iron we actually got. I feel like that's a significant amount. So I have to smash it up with a hammer to get the actual hematite nuggets out. Oh my gosh. I don't even know if I'm going to be able to hold it all. Oh my lord, probably not. Alright. About 120 total? Okay. I've got some coal ready, so we can just add in 6 coal, and then we light it up. And I don't think it actually takes too long. As soon as the smoke stops coming out of these things, that's when it's ready, and it'll be piping hot. But it's going to take a minute, so I'm going to make more fire clay bricks so I can get more of these bloomeries going. To do that, we're going to have to make bricks out of fire clay. I have enough for now, but I feel like inevitably I'm going to have to get a lot more of this stuff. Let's just do that for now. Put some of this iron away with the copper. These look almost exactly the same to me. So 64 bountiful chunks, it's 40. It's about 4 stacks I should be getting off of this, right? Yep, 4 stacks. So what'll this do for me? Not bad. I can't even fit it all in the chest. I mean, granted, there was a lot of copper in here first. I have to fire these fire clay bricks. I have to actually cook them. And to do that, I need a lot of grass and I need a lot of sticks. So that means I have to cut grass in winter. And I usually just go underneath trees because there's no snowfall. Seems to be pretty effective. Oh, and there goes my scythe. Alright, 28 is not nearly enough. I'm gonna have to forge a new scythe in here, and that's kind of sad because it's a little premature. I would have liked to have had iron before I made any new tools. That's just how it goes though, I guess. Nice. Man, I really don't like the long night times during winter. Once I kind of max out this place, I really do want to move south. I like winter in real life a lot, but it really slows you down. Somehow it is a calm rift activity night. That is crazy. It has been high rift activity non-stop for so long. But the night I need to record and go cut grass, suddenly it's a nice night out. That's kind of fortunate. Okay, so how many can we actually stick in a pit kiln? I feel like it's not this many. Nope. This many? Yeah, okay. I remember being very impressed with this whole thing. The idea of a pit kiln, you throw something in there and you surround it with flammable material. I mean, it is pretty realistic. Vintage Story Stone Age is done very well. I mean, all the ages are done pretty well. It's all done very well, you know, I like how primitive it feels. If you've ever watched the channel Primitive Technology, he's been around for a while, so I'm sure most of you have, and you thought to yourself, man, I wish there was a video game that I could do that in. Well, there is. It's called Vintage Story. Next thing we have to do, add peat. Lay it on top of these pit kilns. And then light them up. I just realized that doing this is going to make these bloomeries kind of hard to get to when they're done, because they're going to be a lot quicker than these are. Alright, I think it's time to take a rest, and we will come back to this in the morning. Ta-da, they're all done. I actually went and did some cooking. The pit kilns, the bloomeries, they had plenty of time to cook. So look at all this. Wow. Lots of bricks. I don't really know how far this is going to get us. Contents, 6 iron bloom. Let's take a look. Iron bloom. Hooray. Here's what I'm going to do. I'm going to set up some new ones around the base of the forge. We can make more than that. Alright, let's light them up. Look at that. Since these iron blooms are cold, we're gonna have to, I guess, heat them back up. We've got to heat it back up, and then we have to work it into an ingot. Alright, look at that thing. It's piping hot. So it's as simple as... Oh, I can't work it on here. Working this metal needs a tier 2 anvil. That's what I heard. If you want to work a metal, you have to make sure it's at least a level below in order to work it. So this is a copper anvil. Copper's level 1. As I mentioned in the beginning of the video about ages, like Stone Age is level 0, Copper's level 1, Bronze is level 2, Iron is 3. So we need a level 2 anvil. And I've got one over here, actually. And boom, that is what that looks like. And you know what else we can do? I'm pretty sure I can just start smashing it to pieces. Oh, look at that. It is actually working it. Okay. So it's clearing up all the slag. That's that black stuff there. And I think it's going to find the ingot underneath for me. Gotta love wind power. I was going to do it by myself first. At least that's what I was thinking. But it's much nicer to let the machine do it for me. Let's heat up another iron bloom. Can I do multiple? Nope. The speed of this thing waxes and wanes just with the wind power. I guess it's a pretty calm night. Ta-da! Our very first iron ingot. Dang it. Dang it. Dang it. This thing I need to change. I need to fix this thing. This needs to be different. Dang it. Boom. Alright. I'm actually curious on trying this myself without the use of automation. Though this forge will make things a lot easier for me, that's for sure. Let's try it. So, I have to get rid of all this black stuff, right? Ooh. Useful. Just kind of pops off there. In big chunks. I like that. I remember watching Primitive Technology basically forge an iron spearhead out of iron bacteria. And he did something very similar where he just constantly heated it and worked it. Kept removing impurities and slag until he had his ingot, I guess. It's pretty cool. Yeah, this is pretty straightforward. It was even a little bit faster doing it my own self. But I'm gonna let the machine handle it, I think. Yeah, 2 iron ingots. Okay, there we have it. 168 iron bars, ingots. This took me the better half of February to do. It's about February 7th. A very long time just running back and forth between the forge and the Hellhammer. And I couldn't have done it without some delicious ginger herbal tea. I like to do about 2 bags of this stuff to make it a stronger flavor, steep it at boiling for 5-ish minutes. And then I added some lemon honey that I got as a gift, as well as eat it with this delicious scone that I also got as a gift. I love scones, man. Never get them. So thank you to my aunt for that. But yeah, couldn't have done it without this stuff. Anyway, now that that's done, we have to turn this into steel. But we are done with the Iron Age. That means we get to move on to the Steel Age. And the first step is to build a pulverizer? Okay. The reason we need to build a pulverizer is because that's what allows us to get a necessary ingredient that we put into refractory bricks. So we got to do that first. Pulverizer is kind of a complex structure, but you do need a pulverizer cap. And I'm going to make one out of our iron that we just acquired, because we need a high tier metal if we're going to crush some of the materials we need to crush. I'm also going to have to move this table because the pulverizer is going to go there. All right, I don't know if this takes 1 or 2. I'm doing 2 just in case. Okay, so iron pounder cap. Okay, it only takes one. First ever iron anything. What should I do with this other ingot? Should I make anything out of it? No, I'm gonna leave it alone for now. I'll wait till I can turn it into steel. I changed the size of this opening on the barrel because it was so annoying to throw stuff in there before. To make a pulverizer, we need a lot of bores, we need some kind of rock, we need a pulverizer toggle, which, I mean, I would assume that we can just use any kind of plate. 2 pounders, pounder caps, so we actually needed 2, so I probably shouldn't have just tossed that ingot into the water. Let's heat it up again. Make another one of these pounder cap things. I feel like this is something people could speedrun. They could speedrun the most efficient way to smith something. I always think about it. How do I use the least amount of hammer strikes as possible? Because there's things you can do. I've learned over time how to be efficient with this thing. All right, let's make the pulverizer frame. Just 1 rock, logs, and tin bronze saw. Boom, that was easy. We can make 2 pounders right now. Boom, boom. Wait, boom. Then we're gonna need angled gears. I always forget how to make them. Oh yeah, we don't have any resin. No resin. Bad time of day to go out looking for resin. I should have just done it earlier. Let's move this. Oh no. You're going here. Ta-da, now we can't see out the window. This beautiful table has to be moved as well. I'm just gonna put it here for now, I guess. Boom, boom. Easy. I actually buffed this thing by adding a new windmill. Not like you can see it. You have to wait till day, I guess. While that's going, let's get our resin. Yes, I'm crazy and dangerous. Okay, there's a resin tree like right there. It's not far. Rift activity is medium. It's not too bad. I feel like I'm holding a flare saying like, come get me, come look at me, I'm tasty. Knew it. Hey, look, he dropped a gear. Haha, he's run away. Alright, let's hope this one actually has some, because I had to run out here earlier. Oh no. Alright, there's another one. It's a little bit further away. There it is. Okay, we're going back. Actually, I should grab a little more. You know, I might need more than 1 angled gear. Ow. Dude! I'm leaving. I hope I don't need more. Wonderful. Ah. Yep, there we go. Wow. 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 Ah. Plate, axle, chisel, hammer, toggle, boom. Oh my gosh, this thing's in my face a little bit. Let's set it here. Is this where it should go? I don't know. There's a toggle I bet she's gonna come in through the side here, so let's maybe move it over. Like to the side like this? I don't know, maybe. Pulverizer pounder, oh, they just go right in there. Caps, boom. Need to toggle, gotcha. This means I just need to have a... Is there enough room here? Need to make some angled gears. Oh gosh, I don't have enough resin. Boom, boom. Just need just one more angled gear to really kind of make this work. Let's see how far we can go. Can I put it over here? Seems like it. Down and then, you know, 1 more, and that would be good if we had 1 more angled gear, which we don't. I knew I should have grabbed 1 more. Shoot. Second nearest resin trees over this way. Let's mark it. I have nothing to heal myself. Here we go. Rust monsters, drifters, shivers, boathorns. I can deal with those, but I can't deal with our wolves and bears. That's they're a lot more dangerous than those guys. Oh, there we are. I mean, there's another one right over here. I might as well grab it. I don't want to repeat the previous situation. Ta-da. Okay, here we go. Just realized I should have the clutch and transmission up here. Transmission, clutch, right there. Okay, that should be everything we need to actually make this work. So once I flip this, Look at that. Boom, boom, boom. That's pretty fun. I like that sound. I haven't heard that sound yet. Sound design is peak. I keep saying it. It's always true. So build pulverizer. First step of the Steel Age is done. X that off. Now we have refractory bricks. I've got everything I need, plus a little extra. We're going to have to pulverize a lot of this stuff, combine it into unfired bricks, fire them in pit kilns, and then we can use it to build the cementation furnace. So what do I do? Do I... Okay. How do I get it to pulverize something? Oh, does it need, Oh, I bet you... Yeah, it does, doesn't it? It needs these chutes, right? Yeah, you need like a hopper or something, don't you? I know that they exist. I feel like I've seen them that way in servers. Or am I just stupid? Wait, did I lose a piece of bauxite somehow? Oh, wait. Okay, if I hold control, it actually puts it in there, but I can only do one at a time. That's lame. So maybe I really just should get a chute just for efficiency reason. It's going kind of slow. Oh, it worked. Crushed bauxite. Okay. So if I just keep putting it in there one at a time. Oh, I can put two. Yeah, I can put two at a time, can't I? Okay. Boom. Boom. Let me show you. I did end up making like some upgrades here. This is all the flax that I had. So I added 2 more windmills to this thing and it looks kind of goofy. But it, you know, it's something, I guess. It's just going very slowly right now. So maybe the wind speed is just really low. All right, this is not for me. Let's see if we can shoot section, cross shoot, straight shoot, T-shaped shoot, elbow shoot, 3-way shoot, Archimedes screw. Archimedes screw with port. So I guess that brings things upwards. This is something I never even really considered. Isn't there a... Yeah, there is literally a hopper made with copper plates. So it has to be copper. You can't make like a bismuth bronze one. So a hopper will require 3 copper plates. It's 2 ingots each. An ingot is 100 units, so that's 600 units of copper. Luckily, we have enough to do that. This is going to take a little bit more time. I'm also going to make a chest because that can feed into a hopper, I hope. Chest. We need 6 ingot molds. If you pour water on the hot ingots, it can cool them faster. You have to do it at a certain level, and I don't remember what it is, and I've broken 2 molds because I forget. Interestingly, olivine, if you crush it and go into refractory bricks to make a stronger version. I don't even know how many refractory bricks I'm going to need. I assume that you go through them, like you need to just keep making them. So I'm going to make all the tier 2 ones first, which require the addition of olivine. But the tier 1 don't require it at all, just quartz and bauxite, as well as fire clay, which I have a lot of. Alright, there we go, finally. Now once these cool down to a certain amount, I can probably safely pour water on them. But at the state that they're in now, they would explode. And that's, you know, similar to real life when you add water to molten metal. Okay, I didn't want to put water on it. I read, because I was curious, there isn't a certain point that when you pour water on it, it won't break. It's more like the chance of it breaking goes down with its temperature, so didn't want to risk it. Alright, so I guess we're just going to pound these flat. Fun fact, holding something in your offhand increases your hunger rate. If I were to equip these wood tongs, boom, increased by 20%. It's at 125 right now, probably because it's cold and it's winter. Now it's at 145 because I'm holding the tongs. Went through a lot of food when I was making all this iron. It's interesting, you know, in Minecraft, when they added the ability to use your offhand for things, it just, what it really did was just make the game slightly easier, I guess, which is fine. But it's interesting that it carries a little bit of a penalty in Vintage Story. It's also interesting that using your offhand is actually necessary for a lot of things. So I feel like that means it's just way better integrated into this game than it is into Minecraft. Yeah. Oh, you're so slow. Man, this thing was cracking like dynamite when I was doing the iron ingots. But oh. 3 times the charm. Yeah, so all I do is... Okay. So how do I get this? I assume this is the feeding side and then it comes out through this ramp. So how do I... I mean, it looks like it just goes straight down. Shoot, do I need to make a chute? Like an elbow chute like this? Probably do, man. Ah, so I need 2 chute sections to get this elbow chute going on. I guess I thought this would connect immediately, but probably not, huh? Yeah, it's going nowhere. I like that sound, though. Alright, I need to smith 2 chute sections. We have 1 chute section. Nice. Okay, here's hoping. Yep, elbow chute. That should go... No. Maybe if I put that on top. There we go. Okay, so... Hopper. Look at that. It just fed right in there. I think if we peek inside, we can see a little bauxite. Okay. And over time, it should kind of just spit out, yeah, this stuff. So that's how that works. That's interesting. So I guess I just, like, need to stand here then. But yeah, I guess this is going to take a while. Okay, that was the last one, actually. So what we have to do is just combine this stuff all together. Crushed bauxite, crushed quartz, or do our crushed olivine. That gives us 64 unfired refractory brick tier 2. Love it. The rest of the bricks we're going to make are going to be normal tier 1 bricks. Gross. The only reason I have olivine in the first place is because I ventured south during my very first winter, because I just love to explore. And I came up on a peridotite mountain, a huge peridotite mountain that had just scores and scores of olivine going up and down it and across, well, really more like across it, but still, there's a lot going on. I don't know if I'm going to need more than this. If I do, then I'll just tell you and do it all the work off screen. Alright, I'm going to fire all the tier 2 bricks first. You know, there is a way to make a gigantic kiln and then just put all your stuff in there at once. And man, would that be a much better use of resources. But I think that's also made of refractory bricks, so gotta start somewhere. Wish I could just Molotov cocktail this and then get them all going at once, but nope, I gotta light them one at a time. Okay, while this is going, I know that before we even build the cementation furnace, we are going to need a lot of charcoal, to turn this iron into steel. Which means I need to go and probably clean up this mini forest I've just slowly been growing. It's kind of messy. I've just been planting and replanting over and over whenever I needed logs. I should probably take care of it. It looks a little different around here. Alright, let's bury all this wood in a pit or something. I love renewable energy. That's probably not going to be enough charcoal. I guess I don't really know how much we're expected to use. Meanwhile, these are done. So here's our tier 2 bricks. Pretty sure it is just this simple. We got 16. We don't even have enough of these, oh my gosh. And we need the refractory brick gratings. So this means, well, I guess I needed to spend a lot of time getting a lot more fire clay. There it is, big patch of fire clay. Basically, I gotta run through the entire process of grinding up quartz and bauxite all over again. I'm not gonna put you through that a second time. I'm gonna put myself through it a second time, not you though. Come on, shovel, you can make it. Ah. I know I got some flint somewhere. I haven't had to use flint in ages. Wow. Alright, we finally got all the bricks that we need. We can check the refractory bricks off. I bet the next thing we need is the iron door, so I guess we'll do that right now. I also got a lot of charcoal. I ended up doing 2 charcoal pits, one after the other. We're going to use it, so might as well. There are 2 kinds of iron doors we can use. We can use a solid iron door or a windowed iron door. A windowed iron door has, well, I'm going to ignore that. 2 iron rods And a solid one is all plates. They cost the same. I think that technically this one is maybe a little bit more effort to smith. But I think it'd be cool to have a window, right? So let's do it. Look at all those tooltips, man. First thing we're gonna do, 5 iron plates, 2 iron rods. That's 12 though. About that much. While that's heating up, the next thing we have to do is make the granite coffin sections. And this is, I think, pretty easy to do, right? It's just like a hammer or something. Yeah, okay, we need 2 of these. I've already got the stone to do that with. And then the lids, which can be made with the powdered borax. So now that we have those, we're good on that front, so I can actually, that's actually a step ahead, but I just had to put it down. The snow is actually melting. It's been above freezing during the day for a few days now. The snow is finally going away, which means I guess there's going to be another summer. I was worried the previous summer was going to be the last one, but thankfully it seems like we're at least going to get one more. Get to work, Hellhammer. I can help. Look at those hills back there. It reminds me of those 3 little creepy dudes in Mario Galaxy 2, I think it was. There was a world, it was called the Icefire Galaxy or something like that, where if you got one of those binoculars and you looked up on the ridge line, you would see like little ghost creatures. I'm sure I could probably find a picture of them. Anyway, that's just kind of what that reminds me of. Just a little bit. And it's actually because of a glitch. So clouds are all lit up like this when you look at them through windows. Even at nighttime when they're not supposed to be. See? Big difference. Very lit up. I don't know if that was the most efficient way to do it, but here we go. Another one. Ta-da! I technically don't really need to cool these before I craft them into something, but eh. Big freaking iron door. Oh my goodness, it's almost like it's a shield of some kind. We can strike off 3 and 4 right away. So now it's time to actually build the furnace. And I wasn't really sure where to put it, but after clearing most of this forest, I think it's probably fine if I just stick it right here. I don't know. Just right here's a fine enough spot. So yeah, I think you're supposed to place a granite coffin section first. And then what do? You have to hit some kind of keybind and it'll outline the cementation furnace for you, so it'll show you how to build it. Or if I can push it up a block, you know, like make it a little bit higher. Oh, okay, that's not right. Oh, like this. Show structure preview. Oh, interesting. Wow, okay. That's pretty big. So I guess this is slightly red because the wrong block is there, right? So if I clear these up, hold on. Hide, show. Yeah, now they're green. Where do I put the door? Guess right here. This is totally new territory for me. I don't know what to expect here. Okay, I think that's the entire outside structure then. Not terribly glamorous. And then... oh, big door. Dang! And then in here we have to have the gratings. I think it goes like this. A little bit of mortar in the middle? Yeah. So we just need 9 of these. Wow. Pretty sure I'm doing this right. So let's hide it. Oh, this is what it actually looks like. And then... show structure preview. 3 blocks are missing or wrong. These are wrong? Really? Maybe these are supposed to be solid. How about now? Oh, it's not even giving me the option to show it anymore, so it must be correct. I must have done it right. Okay, cool. Build 2 stone coffin, 3x2 flooring of grating. I got that correct. In the middle of it, place both stone coffin sections in opposite directions. So just create a large container.
Keep the air pathways of the interior clear. Once that is ready, fill the stone coffin to the top with 16 iron ingots and charcoal or coke. Okay. I've got my charcoal. Structure is not complete. 0 tiles are damaged. What the heck? I just tried to put them in here. This is weird, man. Come on, get in there. Fill the stone coffin to the top with 16 iron ingots. Okay. Ow. It's not letting me. Needs a layer of high quality carbon bearing material, coke or charcoal. Okay, needs that first. Oh, hey, it went in. Next, add carburized metal ingots. Now charcoal. Okay, so we're just layers and layers of this. Stone coffin lid is missing. Way ahead of you. So you can only do 16 at once, really? I wonder if I could put multiple coffins in here. Dig out an empty space 2 blocks below each stone coffin section. This is where you have to place 2 piles of coal or charcoal in order to fire the furnace. Use a chisel to build a small retaining wall so the coal doesn't fall to the sides while piling. Once that is ready, ignite the coal piles. I guess I just got a tunnel underneath here. So build a small retaining wall with a chisel and hammer. Out of what? We got some cobblestone in here, so let's use that, I guess. Think I'm doing this right? Retaining wall, huh? Because I know when you try to pile up coal and charcoal and stuff, it just kind of goes everywhere. Make it even smaller. It doesn't say how much to do, and I can't really see very well, but I'm just gonna pile it up in there, I guess. I can't even see it. How am I supposed to reach in there? Maybe I put little holes. There we go. Okay. That's as much coal as I can put in there. I'm pretty sure this is correct. So this means I can start firing, right? Ooh. Look at that. Okay. Oh my goodness. Look. Wow. I'm glad I have a windowed one. It's funny that I could just stand underneath here and not be burnt. But if I go inside here. Whoa. Yeah, I knew it. You can verify the furnace is working by looking into it through the door, but we don't recommend you go inside there. Yeah, okay. You will need to replenish and relight the coal piles approximately once per day, but leave the stone coffin closed. It'll take a week in total. There's the smoke. This isn't a very pretty structure. You know, it's not like terribly inspiring, but it is pretty cool, I guess. All right, so we built the cementation furnace and we fired it, so that's another 2 we can knock off. The next thing that we have to do while that thing is running, because it's going to take a while, is smith an iron anvil. So this is created by welding, which means you need a little bit of borax, and I've got that. An anvil base, and an anvil top. So these anvils must be smithed on another anvil, 2 sides at once, then basically weld them together while they're hot. It's interesting, you know, I used to, one of my previous job used to be soldering, and I used to use flux all the time to combine metals. Pretty cool. While I'm here, I'm just going to do this. I need to have a proper tannery. But I have a little bit of borax in here. So we got to make both halves of the anvil. So anvil base, how much does that take? Started by smithing 5 ingots and 3 plates. My gosh. Hold on. Okay, I'm going to heat up 4 of these and just see where it gets us, because I have no idea where to start. I need a grabber. Huh. Clearing up around here. Wow, look, all the snow just zap, it's gone. Should have grabbed that before. Oh, you're chasing me? Oh, up. Oh, up. Oh. Aw. Do you need medical assistance? Do you want me to get a medical care professional? Here goes nothing. Okay, anvil base requires 5 iron ingots. My god. Try hammering down before adding additional voxels. Got it, boss. Gonna heat up some more of these. I don't think I have enough left on this hammer. Wham. Wham. I can see why... My gosh. This is such a mess. Honest to God, I'm having kind of a hard time deciphering what I'm looking at here. So we should only need one more. Oh, okay. That doesn't seem right to me. Well, like a lot of those voxels didn't go anywhere, like they just disappeared. Am I crazy for that? Because I've just put down 5, and I said 5 should be enough. Right? That's not enough. What the heck? Okay, look, I'm adding it in and it's only giving me a little bit more. So I'm just wasting iron somehow. Okay. Uh-huh. And now look at that, it's too cold to work. Come on, buddy. I'll be glad when this is over. That's as hot as it's gonna get. Come on, buddy. And there goes the hammer. Okay, here's the thing. I could make an iron hammer. Oh wait, no, I can't make an iron hammer because I need another hammer to make that hammer. Oh no. No, that means I'm gonna have to make a tin bronze hammer. Like all the way from scratch, because I just don't have a way to make another hammer. Oh boy. Actually, I'll make a bismuth bronze hammer because they last slightly longer. There's no real point in making a tin bronze hammer when you could really just make a bismuth bronze one, is there? Check out this trick that I learned. If you just hold control and you move your scroll wheel, look at that. It just, you get exactly what you want. There you go, 100 units of bismuth bronze. So I guess I just patiently wait for this to cool while I'm gonna go to bed. Good morning. I could have been more mindful about this. I could have just made another hammer with my last hammer, but I didn't do that, did I? Huh. Wonder how this is going. Look at that, it's nearly to the bottom. That's kind of cool. And you know something else? Winter is pretty much over. Look at that. I don't see any snow anywhere. I mean, there's ice, but that'll thaw out. Not bad. About time. All right, come on. Oh, yeah. All right, back where we left off, like it never even happened. I'm gonna move all these voxels from this side to this side. Huh. It's done. Dang it. Wait, I wasn't supposed to do that, was I? I'm supposed to leave it hot. Whatever, I'll just heat it back up. It's already done. You can go back in there. Okay, anvil top. Costs the same amount. Good to know. Before I make the mistake of putting too many here, how high can I stack it? Just about that high? I'm not gonna let it get any higher than that. Okay. Probably put another one on. Okay. This one looks like even more of a mess than the previous one, but you know, at least I've learned something. Might have to heat this one back up a little bit. Furnace is still going over there. Still going. I'm probably gonna have to reheat it soon. It's like watching my gas go up at the gas station. Oh my goodness. It's done. So I just set it, add the flux, and then I guess I just wait. So I guess wait till that finishes cooling down, and then after that I really just have to wait for the steel to finish firing. Let's go check on it. Wow, look at that thing, man. Red hot. Almost out. Easy enough. And then there's all the charcoal inside the coffin. You know, I used to work with steel. I didn't forge it, but, I used to make things out of it for my job. This is a job a long time ago. I remember asking, like, what's the difference between steel and iron? And steel is just iron that retains carbon. So this makes sense. This kind of cementation furnace thing. All that charcoal is burning, but there's no air being consumed, so all that carbon stays inside. So it's basically enriching the iron bars with crazy amounts of carbon and all this heat. At least that's the understanding of it. When this is finally done firing, we're going to have blister steel, so it's going to need to be worked even further from that. But after that, we'll have it, supposedly. Smith the iron anvil. Now we just need to wait a week. I'm going to have this cool little custom chocolate. My aunt got me. She got me these 2 little chocolates. One of them is supposed to be oolong flavor, and the other one's supposed to be Earl Grey flavor. I'm picking the one with the little spirals on it, or the little suns, because I think that this one is oolong. I'm going to try it. Yeah, I think that's definitely oolong, though. It really just tastes like chocolate. It's pretty good, though. I am not like a candy or a chocolate eater or anything, but it was a gift. Anyway, it's been a week, and this thing is done. Also, the iron anvil, I had to fix it. I'll talk about that in a minute. Look at this. It looks like there's rust on my door. Was that there before? But besides that, this thing is like busted up. That means I'm probably going to have to remove these and replace them with new blocks for the next batch. But yeah, it took a while. I planted crops. I domesticated, took care of my animals. I mostly just kind of was a busybody. Now, throughout the process of the steel making, this thing displayed a percentage when I looked at it. And it told me how close it was to being done. So that's how I knew when it was finished. It's 100% complete. So let's see what we can get out of here, I guess. Ooh, look at that. Look, the coal's still in here. Okay. That's so weird. I got it back. I wonder if I got it all back. Oh no, look at the gratings all destroyed. Yes, that's why I need tier 2. So now we have blister steel, and we need to refine this into actual steel. Okay. Whoa! There we go. Alright, so guess we just get rid of the slag off of this thing and then we're good. We got steel. Oh. Well, that was easy. That's our first steel ingots. That means we did it. Wow. That took a long time. And I don't think I did everything the most efficient possible way. But even so, it's not so bad because a lot of things in this game take a long time. You just do each step one at a time, all at the same time. While I'm stoking that thing, I'll be planting my crops, I'll be feeding my animals, I'll be firing pottery, collecting berries or whatever, tanning leather, that kind of thing. It's all part of the process. So it means that there's always just very much to do, you know what I mean? There's always a lot to do in this world. So I'm going to refine the rest of this, which isn't going to be very much. Oh yeah, by the way, this iron anvil, I did it incorrectly, as in I just put them on top of each other then left. What you're supposed to do is you're supposed to put them on top of each other, the 2 halves with the borax, and then hammer it down. And I didn't know that, so when I came back the next day to try to use it, it just fell to pieces. So I had to reheat it, hammer it together, and then it works just fine. There we have it. That's all the steel forged, which means I can mark these last 2 off, leaving only step number 10, which is, I don't know, what do we do with it? I left these hot, and that's so we could still work them. So let's make something with our steel ingot. I'm gonna make, oh, look at all this stuff. Why would you ever make steel nails and strips? You have to be crazy. Let's make steel pickaxe head. Ta-da! Steel pickaxe head, janky looking stick. Boom. So how does that compare to a tin bronze pickaxe? This one's 450 durability. 2,500. Good lord. That's over 5 of these. That's pretty nice. And it breaks it quite faster. This breaks stone 6 times as fast or 6 times as fast, whereas this one is 9 times as fast. I'm going down there and getting more iron, that's for sure. What else are we gonna make? How about a Falc's head? Cool weapon. Oh no! I should have been a hammer. There's something that I can now do. Before I go forge more steel tools, I want to try something that I've never been able to do. And that is mine meteoric iron. Look at this. So this is a special kind of iron. It's slightly better than iron. It's not as good as steel, but it's pretty good. And this has been over here for ages. And I can't mine it. Look at that. Requires tool tier 4 iron to break. Now, we skipped iron tools and went straight to steel. So let's try this out. We should be more than equipped to mine this. Wow, it's slow. But look at that, it's breaking. Huh. Look at that, we got 4 iron meteorite piece. Didn't say that right at all. Huh, there's another one. I only thought there was one here. That's it, I think. That's not the only one. Let's go to the other one. I wonder how... I mean, is it the same as making normal iron? Making meteoric iron? I know that since I have steel, I kind of don't really need meteoric iron, especially since steel is better, but steel does take a long time. I did see a mod called Meteoric Steel, so you could make steel from it, and it's even better than normal steel. I would be interested in getting that. It's kind of cool. Okay, so right out here, there's supposed to be another one. Look at that. Swavite. Swavite stones? Consists partly melted material likely formed during an impact event. See, it's just a special kind of rock. I don't think you can find this anywhere else. Alright, but yeah, Swavite, whenever you see that, I guess it means that there is a meteor here. And look, it's only a 1 block wide impact crater. So, let's see if we can find anything, huh? Oh, nothing. Hold on, let's dig around. Wow, it's quick. Wow. Hey, I knew it. Wow, look. Oh. Swavite impact. I wonder if we can get these rocks by themselves. Hold on. Only because I feel like they're very difficult to come by rock. They're very rare. So I wonder if we can just obtain this entirely. Boom. Oh, I'm gonna have to sacrifice this one. It's for the greater good though. It's alright. Well, that's really fascinating. Barely made a dent in this thing, though. 15 Swavite impact rocks. That's a really pretty looking rock, though. That's pretty cool. Only have 18 iron meteoric piece, but 2 pieces smelt into 1 meteoric iron ingot. Wow. So it doesn't take much. Okay, this beautiful spot of the world. There's also, look, some meteoric iron right here. While I ran all the way over here, I ate that other chocolate, and it tasted a lot more like Earl Grey. Like, it tasted a lot like tea. It was very, very tasty. More chocolate shops should do that sort of thing, in my opinion. I don't ever go to them, but maybe I'll start. So I wonder if that was it, then. No Swavite impact rock. But the meteoric iron was just on the surface, alright. There's other places in the world I'm pretty sure I've marked it. But also, just over here in this field, there is a little chromite strip mine. And the thing about that is I was never actually able to mine the chromite in here. I found it when I was looking for halite, and then I was like, well, shoot, I can't actually do anything with this. But now that I have one of these guys, I should be able to do it. Ooh. What does that reach, man? Yeah, it's very, very deep. There it is, chromite. Now I can mine it. This not only requires iron, but it requires steel to break. So I got the perfect tools for the job. Chromium ore, I don't even know what that is. I do know, though, it's very helpful for making advanced tools. So making the best kind of backpack for holding your items, you need chromium. There's a lot of this. I could be down here for a while. There's a lot of this stuff. Let's just see what you can actually do with it. This is poor chromite. Oh no. You could turn it into crushed chromite. You could make a chromium ingot. Crushed chromite can be used to make a diluted chromite and chromite, so chromium sulfate. Chromium sulfate can be used to make a chromium tanned hide, which you can use to make really good backpacks. It's created by cooking all this crap in a pot. What about diluted chromite? You can use to make, it's an ingredient for mordanted cloth. So if you want to make dyed clothes. So you can make dyed clothes, and you can make tanned hide. Tanned hide can be used to make sturdy leather. Sturdy leather can be used to make sturdy leather backpack, which has 8 storage slots. Sturdy mining bag has 14. It's very expensive, but it holds a lot of space, especially for mining. And saddlebags, which can be for elks, which is pretty cool. Let's fire these up. Let's see what happens. Only 12 at a time, huh? It doesn't let me go more than 4 black coal. It's nice that it's consistent, I guess. I guess while that's going, I'll repair and get another thing of steel going. Might as well. Let's fix it up with these tier 2 refractory bricks. I actually wonder if I get any back. Yeah, got a little bit back. See, it's a little stronger now. You probably can't even tell the difference. It's very slight. Oh, under the door. Wow, look at that. It stays in the air. Looks good. This is very expensive. I'm surprised that the granite coffin thing is reusable. Alright, let's finish forging this thing. I don't even need to cool this down, I don't think. Ta-da! Looking pretty fierce with this thing. This thing, it's kind of cool. This thing, it's a different color. Wow. Also, it's way stronger. Negative 5.3 health. Not much more than this, but it's certainly more durable. My goodness. There's a lot of other steel things I could make. I guess I will make them as needed. But I do think I kind of want to try for the Meteoric Steel mod, which means it would be the first mod that I ever installed on this channel. But I do want to do that. Okay, so these are done, and it actually says that there's 6 meteoric iron ingots in here and not like one of those iron bloom things. So I think we're just gonna, yeah, look, we just got them outright. There's no reforging to be done. Wow, that's interesting. This one has 4, another 6. That is interesting. They're kind of shiny. So we have a total of 16 of these. This looks a lot different up next to a light source. There's a little flecks of gold in there. That's crazy. So this stuff's supposed to be slightly stronger than iron. Not as strong as steel. I'm curious, how does it compare? So an iron pickaxe, for example, has 1,000 durability, 7.5 times mining speed. Meteoric iron, okay, 300 more, and 0.5 mining faster. Whereas a steel pickaxe is quite a bit more. Okay. So now I can understand if you were in the Iron Age and you found some of this, it'd be like a little extra bonus. It's less work to make. After you find it, it gives you a little extra durability. It's just a nice little thing. However, there is a mod, as I mentioned earlier, called Meteoric Steel. And I saw this being showcased by Hardware Despair. And you know, I've never really installed a mod, not for this series, but I'm like, why don't we go one step further? So I did. I installed it. So that means I can now take this stuff. I should be able to make Meteoric Steel. Yeah, look, it shows up here. This is not part of the base game, it's entirely part of the mod. But I have to refine it the exact same way that you would refine iron to make steel. And since I literally just fired that thing up, I'm not just gonna wait for that to get done. I'm just gonna build another one, you know what I mean? I'm gonna build another one right next to it.
I made a lot more refractory bricks for this as well. I'm a little worried about my game breaking when an update comes out, because the mod might not update or might not update as fast. So I don't really know what to do about that. We're gonna try it. Why not? Just realized we're gonna need another door for this. Ah, so it is rusty when you craft it. That's interesting. Place the coffin sections, the lids, the door. I guess we gotta go underneath here, don't we? Which reminds me, I don't have a shovel anymore. It just come up to me and take a bite and then leave. Gotta make another hammer while I'm at it. Wow, that is quite generous. That is 5 times the amount of this one. 4 in the morning, doesn't seem like it. Oh, there's a tree growing right here. Sorry, tree. You gotta move. Wow. That is wicked fast. Oh man, that's awesome. We gotta chisel this up again. I don't even like how tall this thing is. I'm gonna lower it. Ta-da! Alright, I should actually open this. So, we have just enough to completely fill this thing, I think. Oh, I need more charcoal. Man, charcoal production's gonna have to get crazy. Oh, we don't really have a lot left, do we? Really don't have a lot left. Uh-oh. I have coal up in that base, and you can fuel this thing with coal. You don't need charcoal. This part has to be charcoal, from what I gather. Should be just enough coal. Oh, looks like it's going. There it goes. Meteoric steel, here we come. This one's been going, look at that, 26% complete. I'm gonna need a lot more charcoal. Well, I'll do that while we're waiting. But the other thing I have to do while we're waiting is forge a steel anvil. So the mod doesn't just allow you to go a tier higher for nothing, right? Like just for a little bit of effort. You also have to make a steel anvil to work meteoric steel on. So that means I gotta make another anvil out of the remaining steel ingots that we have. Boy, oh boy, I don't want to do that. But it's part of the trade-off, I guess. Here we go. I have enough to make 1 anvil and I have 2 ingots left over. So long as I don't completely screw it up, which seems awfully possible. I mean, there's so many voxels here, it's hard to even tell what's going on. Oh my gosh. Okay. 4x, top, and then... Dang. Oh. Ta-da! Look at that. Steel anvil. That looks pretty slick. And it instantly cooled down and everything. Basically, all I have left to do is just babysit these things. This is gonna take a week. This one, a little bit less. Oop, I gotta get more fuel. I gotta fuel this thing up, which means more tree chopping and replanting, and probably might consider mining some black coal. But I'll catch up to you then. Okay, it's been a while. I went on many adventures and actually made another batch of steel. I put it up into the tower, and that's the 3rd batch going. But the meteoric steel is finally done, and I'm curious what this stuff actually is supposed to look like here. I'm sure it's hot. Oh my goodness. Wow! Huh. Look at that. That's crazy. This looks like... What is it? I don't know. It just looks pretty, I guess. So what can we actually make with this? I know you can't do armor. You can only do tools. Why on earth would you make meteoric steel nails and strips? Are you crazy? I can make a hoe and chain, but the chain doesn't do anything. Meteoric steel arrowhead. There you go. What about a lantern? Can we get a lantern going? No? Alright, fine. You can make a meteoric steel anvil? That's crazy. Look, so I have a steel falx that does 2,125 durability, and it does 5.3 hearts of damage. So a meteoric steel falx would do, okay, 0.2 more. It's a little bit more durable, 625 points more durable than normal steel. So this is just like slightly better steel. It's not anything super crazy from what I can tell. What about a pickaxe? This is a steel pickaxe. It has a max durability of 2,500. Stone is 9 times. So this is, 750 more points of durability, and it's 1 times faster. Well, that doesn't make sense mathematically, but it is. But it's 10 times. A mine's stone 10 times, whatever. The normal steel pickaxe is 9 times. So yeah, just slightly better steel. So what are we going to make with our brand new meteoric steel ingots? You'll find out in a minute. By the way, it is beautiful. I love the summer and the spring. And I've been listening to the music. I haven't been listening to the music lately. I usually have it turned off, but I've been having it on. It's very nice. Oh boy, here we go. I'm just going to do one. So what I did while I was waiting, I traveled very far south. I guess I had never been this far south without any tools before, without getting into the Copper Age. So I was just testing all the way down. And I went here. First, it's got a lot of cool ruins. But second, it is the first place I have ever found sulfur. From what I understand, it's the only place I've ever found sulfur before. I just found it at the bottom of a lake, so I marked it. And look at this also. You can see this is where the difference between old and new chunks. It's all like kind of gross. I think my FPS is kind of messed up. It doesn't match well with the FPS of the map, so it flickers for you guys, so I apologize for that. But if you're looking closely, oh, look at that. That's definitely meteoric iron. It's definitely meteoric iron. Question mark. Look how circular that is. It's perfect. Anyway, yeah. Went down here. Mined sulfur. I have a little hut here I built when I was still new. Traveled down here my first winter. Kept going south. And I stopped right here and then died. And I was like, oh man, so far down south. I found a translocator under my house that takes me right here. I did this all in the video, right? But still, the events are crazy. I was able to get to that stuff that I lost, which was some good stuff, by the way, just by using the translocator that I have under my house. But in all of that, I have never found sulfur. Except for this big lake right here, I found sulfur. So I ran all the way down there, I got some, and it's because I have the chromite now, as I did mine earlier in the video. This is definitely hot enough. I'm going to finish my explanation. I want to make sturdy leather. I want to make sturdy leather bags. I want to do a whole lot of other stuff I'll talk about later. We're going to make a chisel. Exactly what we needed. I forgot a hammer. I should just keep a hammer up here. There's no reason for me to use it down there, is there? This video's audio is going to be a little bit rough, and that's only because I had it perfectly set up when I was in Montreal, and I moved back here, and now I'm just trying to get it figured out again. That's right, the best possible tool you could ever possibly have at your disposal, the meteoric steel chisel. Oh, look at my weird little hand. This would be like a cool weapon. Imagine like a knife like this. It's like a street knife. Look at that. But I think that pretty much encapsulates step 10 here, which means the Steel Age has been complete, if you could call it that, or I am at least in the Steel Age pretty firmly. And that is everything. That's the whole totem pole. And that was pretty cool. That was a really cool learning process. Man, it's time consuming, but I mean, you just got to do it alongside anything else that you're doing. Like I do tanning in the background all the time. I do animal husbandry and farming in the background all the time. It's fun. It's a whole functional society that I have here. I will mention something. I thought about building a better base because I feel like I'm outgrowing the house. It's a nice house though. I thought about building a better, bigger base here. But you know what? I think if I were to spend that much time doing that, I would do it in a new location. And by new location, I mean far south. Far, far south. Because I like the summers. I like I like springtime. And the winter slows everything down and just makes it hard, and it's a lot more cheerful in the summer. So the longer summers, the warmer temperatures I can have, the better. Plus, there's all kinds of new stuff to explore. There's entirely new fauna, flora, new things, new edible things, new types of rock potential. I don't know, there's just new stuff. Here's what I want to do, and I'll give you a sneak peek for the next video that we're going to do here. I want to obtain sturdy leather. Okay, so sturdy leather is pretty difficult. We have to use the chromium that I mined. We have to use sulfuric acid. We have to use honey and like beeswax. So that means I need a bee farm. So we're going to get a bee farm going on. I want to use sturdy leather to make the best backpacks, but I also want to use it to make an elk travel sack. So you can get a rideable mount called an elk. I mean, elk, it's kind of weird to ride an elk, but Vintage Story is already kind of weird. And the elks in this game are tanks, man. They can carry so much stuff, and they're fast as lightning, and they're like a cool companion. And you can get one of those from the treasure hunter trader for 100 gears. After you go to the Resonance Archives, and I hope that's not too much of a spoiler, but look at this. I have 149 gears, that's enough. I was mining a bunch of sulfur between waiting for the steel to finish, so that should be enough to hopefully kickstart the sturdy leather making process. So I need to get a bee farm, I need to make sturdy leather, I need to get an elk, because I want to move south. I want to pack everything that I possibly can and move south and start a new colony and everything. And I think that that would be very, very cool. I don't know how far south, it might be inconvenient, it might be hard, but it's something I really want to do. Bees, 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 bees. I've never experimented with bees in Vintage Story before, but there's always been a nest in this little tree right by my little dirt hut over here. So anyway, I've been reading the handbook on them, and we're gonna try to figure this out. What do you call that? Bee husbandry, apiarying? I don't know, but it's different than Minecraft, that's for sure. I've always said the future of block games needs to not just be different from Minecraft, I guess, but better. They have to do what Minecraft does better, not just different. I hope that makes sense. In this case, Vintage Story, I think, does it more realistically. So right now I'm cutting cattails, and if I cut 16 cattails and I take a little bit of clay, I can make a skep, and a skep is like a fake beehive. And then I place it near the bee nest over there. I think we gotta place some flowers nearby, and eventually the bees will move into the skep, or something like that. I've never tried it before, but we're going to. Look at this, I've never noticed this. On the tooltip up there, cattails, also known as Cooper's reeds. I've never seen that before, that must be new. All right, I went overboard, I got 32 of them. And I've already got some clay. Ta-da. Empty reed skep. So we just take this and we place it right here. I look at this bee's nest just by listening, and if you can look closely, you can see the little bee particles flying around. The nest is like in this tree somewhere. Hold on, I wonder if we can see it. There it is. Yeah. I don't want to mess with the tree too much because it could make the leaves disappear, and then that would fall and then it would be angry at me. Huh. But yeah, look at that. So I guess I'll just place this down right next to it. I'll put the other one here too. I think we need flowers. Is horsetail a flower? It is. I don't know, maybe this is good enough. The flowers aren't very pretty, but they are flowers. That's kind of cute, right? So eventually they'll move into here. At least that's what the handbook says. Oh, look at that. Nearby flowers 5. Oh, that's odd. How many of these do we place? 5 of the cow parsley, right? So it must not be looking very far away. That's interesting. Wonder if we can move these flowers closer. Be right up on it. It still says nearby flowers 5. Let's try lily of the valley. Maybe horsetail doesn't count as flowers. Or maybe the bees don't like it. How about now? Nearby flowers 12. Wow. Will swarm in approximately 7 days. Okay, so that means they'll move. They'll look for someplace to move in 7 days. Okay. Well, that's a good sign. So I had to make sure there was enough flowers nearby. That's cool. I'm gonna cut some more cattail, and I'm gonna start placing some more skeps nearby other nests that I know about. There's bees' nests all throughout this forest. They're everywhere, actually. So I want to try to get as many as possible. You know, you guys might find this kind of strange, but one of my favorite modern Minecraft updates is 1.15, the bee update. Why? Because it's not too OP, but it introduces some cool mechanics, plus like beekeeping, and the bees are cute. I like it. Like, it's just a fun little system, and the honey is useful, and there's things you can do with it. Where are these guys, man? I can't find them. I don't want to accidentally make them mad.
Oh, I see some bee particles up there. Hold on. Yes, there it is. Wild beehive, nearby flowers 19. Wow. Oh yeah, look. Oh, I could just put it up there. I think it actually just takes a moment for it to register all the nearby flowers. At least I think that's what it is. Oh, we'll come back to it later. There's 2 more beehives right here, really close by, which is pretty nice. Where are you guys? There it is. Population size large. Ta-da. And there's one more right here somewhere. I can see them. They're way up there. I think I hardly reached that thing, but look, it says nearby flowers 37. Oh my gosh. Okay, you're going there. I don't need to put any flowers here. And then I'm actually going to go to this one over here because it's closer to the house. It can really be a trick to find them, although I guess you don't really need to find them. But I would like to know what the stats on it are, you know? There it is. 27. All right, we're good on that. There you go. When I get a chance, I want to take those beehives, or those skeps, and place them in here in a little protected area because I think raccoons will come and try to destroy the bee colonies. So in here, I want to fill it up with flowers. So I guess I'll put the big flowers like cow parsley on the edges, and forget-me-nots in the center. There's a lot of flowers around here, so there we go, lily of the valley. I should spend some more time gardening, you know, I've never really done it too much. Like planting nice flowers, making pretty gardens. Never really done that. And there's a ton of options. There's like 3 or 4 types of ferns that grow near my house. Now if I was clever, I could make some really nice arrangements. I don't really like how the cow parsley looks. I don't know if I've ever seen it in real life. What does cow parsley look like in real life? I'm curious. I'll throw up a photo of it on screen in post, I think. But right now, I'm just gonna have to wonder. Okay, I'll get more later. But yeah, this is where the bees are going to go. Let me check on the first one. Look, now it counts 22 flowers and it will swarm in a day. So it just didn't register all the flowers until recent, which is interesting. So I hope those other ones will be fine, will work out just fine. I hope they're close enough. I was lucky that this hive is as close to the ground as it is. But yeah, look, it's summertime. It's June, middle of summer. The berries are finally coming in. Yum yum berries. Now that's nice and all, but there's other things that I want to do. For one, I want to get an elk. Okay, and that's got nothing to do with bees. But in this game, you can capture and tame elks. You can ride them, you can carry stuff around in them. They're pretty cool. Now you can find one in the wild or you can buy one from the trader. So before we get the elk, we need to have different pieces of equipment, like a saddle, which I can make that right now. A bridle, which I guess I can also make. So when you catch a baby elk, you have to keep and feed it for a year, and then it'll grow into a normal elk, I guess. But if you buy one, I think you can just get it as it is right away, which is what I'm counting on here. So there's 2 kinds of bridles, actually, and the different kinds of bridles affect how your elk is controlled. So the one that I'm going to make allows me to move the elk around just like a player, ASWD. But the other one, I think, affects it a little differently. I don't really know. There we go. Saddle and bridle. Okay, just in case I'm going to grab some fence pieces. You never know. And the other thing I'm going to grab is this thing. I don't want to spoil you guys, so just pretend it's an elk discount. It's got something to do with the story. It doesn't really matter right now, but it gives me a little bit of a discount on the elk. And the other thing I need is gears to buy this thing. So I have 158 because I never actually spend them. All right, let's go check it out. Oh yeah, look at this. I think all my crops are done growing as well. I got to harvest these. Ooh, the cabbages came in quite nice. And the rye? I better harvest that rye before it gets too hot in here, actually. Because once it gets too hot, it can damage it. And that can, unfortunately, lower the amount of rye I can harvest from it, or the amount of grain that I actually get from it. All right, now we're heading to the trader who's going to sell us this thing. And I just realized I forgot to say good morning to all you guys. Or good night, I guess, is more realistic, isn't it? But if it's morning, good morning. I hope you had a nice breakfast. Should be, there he is. What's up, buddy? Ephraim. Alright, I went to that ruin you mentioned. That was the story thing. You did tell me about it. What did you find? Structure house to... Okay. This is... Shut up, man. This is more story stuff. The Lazaret. I know this one strange place full of stone and monsters. Let me see here. This will show you the way. Oh, very nice. Only that's quite a distance away. You best be prepared for a long journey. Perhaps I can help with that. I have an elk I could part with. He would be a loyal companion to you on your journey. As thanks for the information, I'll part with him for only 100 gears. You'll need a saddle and bridle too. Okay, so here's where I think I can offer him the discount. We can haggle it a little bit. How much would it cost if I gave you this treasure I found? Oh my, that's a very intriguing find you've got there. You have a mind for bartering, friend. Give me that artifact and I'll take 50 gears off the elk. Have you got a saddle and bridle with you? Of course. What a lovely treasure. Thank you. A pleasure doing business with you. Now let me call him to us. All right, check outside. He should be nearby. Thanks, I'll take care of him. All right, so I guess he gave me the elk because I need it to travel to the next story location, but I wasn't really planning on going to the next story location. Ooh, hello. Tamed elk male. How come he doesn't have antlers? Oh, that's not where you're supposed to go, buddy. Get out of the wheel. Move. Oh, that's pretty. Where was he keeping this thing, huh? How do I put the thing on him? Oh, there we go. And the bridle. Okay, we're on the elk. Interesting. Oh, look at that. It's like a weird horse. Just like the player is like a weird human. So can we run? We can. Oh, this is just the worst terrain to practice on. He's pretty fast. Wait, okay. How about water? It's okay, I guess. It's a little janky, but it gets the job done. Oh, man. Alright, deep water. You know, horses in Minecraft, if you jump in water, they, you'll have to dismount them, because they sink. Or actually, you know, I think they got changed very recently. It's a good change. Vintage Story did it first, though. Oh, cave. This takes a little getting used to. I wonder if I'd like the other bridle bit better. Not bad, I guess. Huh. Okay. Good job, elk. Very majestic. They actually have a very beautiful, like, surreal call that they make. I've never seen one in real life, unfortunately, but I'd love to. So where do I put him? I don't know. I just got this guy. I haven't gotten to know him yet. He's not moving. Stay. I do want to look at this Lazaret thing. Approximate location of the Lazaret added to your world map. So I guess that is the next story location / dungeon thing I need to go to. All right, where is it? Okay, it's over here. Dang, dude, that's far. Is it also underground? No kidding, I'm gonna need an elk to get there. Goodness. He's just not moving. He's just not moving at all. He's... What a good boy. Let's go to bed. A medium temporal storm is imminent. I didn't even get any warning. Shoot. Aw, man. Are you kidding me? I don't want to deal with this right now. What about my elk? Are they gonna hurt him? Man, he just isn't moving at all. That is weird. Aren't they supposed to be like a little animated? Oh god. Look at this. Okay. This is temporal storm security measures here. Look at this. Easy. They can still hit you with rocks though, so just be careful. What about you? Hey! You can get them to fight each other sometimes. If I stand above, get them to throw a rock, they'll throw it straight up. If it lands on another drifter, a different drifter, they'll attack each other. Look at that. Boom. Come in. Look at them, they're fighting. Oh man, he got him. Come in, come in. Together we made it through. I think those wolves were just a coincidence, though it's weird because they never really come that close to my house. But anyway, he's a good boy. He's just chilling. Look at this. I can attach meals. I can attach weapons and all kinds of things to the side. That's crazy. What a useful creature. Anyway, let's go check on the beehives. It's been over a day. All right, so empty, empty still. We'll swarm in less than a day. All right, we gotta wait. Let's look at the other ones.
Wow, look at that. They already went in there. Population size poor, so I think it has to replenish over time. Wow. I'm going to pick it up into an empty backpack slot. So I remove these out of my backpack slots, which means I have a smaller inventory. And no, if they have something in them, they can't go into your inventory like this. So it's not like a shulker box situation. But you move them out, you make space here, and then you can pick up the bees. Ta-da! Look at that. Hey, look at that. Wow. Very effective. That was very fast. Huh, strange. Never noticed this, but there's like this hole here. Oh, wow, look at that, meteoric iron. Found a meteor right here next to my house. I've never seen it before. What crazy luck. Ooh, Suavite. I'm just gonna mark this. Well, anyway, let's place down our newly populated skeps. Has poor population. This one, also poor population. I guess it's gonna take a minute to realize what flowers are nearby. So here's the thing. If I break this, I'll get the honeycombs and the honey and stuff. But if I break it, I won't have any more skeps. So I guess I could either put empty ones here and wait for those to spread over. I guess I didn't really need to put those over there. Or I could just wait till the ones I put out there are full. This is surprisingly easy. Huh. Although now that I'm looking at this isn't the most efficient layout for a bee farm or an apiary. You know what I mean? I just realized this video is all over the place. You're probably pretty confused. What am I even trying to do here? I have a goal in mind and I'll explain it. Simply put, I want to move. I want to get out of here. This place is nice, but I'm sick of the long winters. I want to go south. And the further south you go, the warmer it gets, the nicer it gets. I want to kick back on the beaches of some island somewhere, you know? That's where I want to go. But that's like tens of thousands of blocks away. That's far. And the easiest way to move is to get an elk, a tamed elk. So you can, one, move very quickly, but two, it can carry stuff. I can only hold so much in my inventory, but there might be a lot of things I want to bring, all different kinds of seeds, for example, tools, ore, that sort of stuff. That one's still empty. So you can trick the elk out with all kinds of backpacks and saddlebags and things so you can increase storage, but you need sturdy leather, not just normal leather. And look, this one's empty too. Dang it. I think this isn't close enough. There we go. Not just normal leather, but a sturdy leather, and it's made with a high-tier ore called chromite and honey. You need to like boil it together with sulfur also, I think, to make sturdy leather. It's very different than the normal leather making process. Still waiting on this guy. So look at this, sturdy leather. You have to cook 3 beeswax and 1 chromium tanned hide to get sturdy leather. So how do we get a chromium tanned hide? Well, chromite is the high-tier ore I was talking about. So you need chromium sulfate, 3 liters of it with a scraped hide, which you get with normal leather working. Chromium sulfate is made with 2 bits of sulfuric acid, 2 bits of crushed chromite. Crushed chromite is made by crushing chromite, which you mine out of the ground somewhere. So I've actually already got this stuff. I've got to crush it. I have to boil it with sulfuric acid. How do I make sulfuric acid? Saltpeter, which I guess you find in caves, water, 2 bits of powdered sulfur. You get sulfuric acid. See, it's a whole thing. Oh, you sleepy? He's cute. I like it. He needs a name. I was thinking of calling him Ephraim just because the trader who sold me to him is also named Ephraim. Maybe I need to change that name. Okay, we need to cook. So the ratios should be something like, how do I dump a little bit of water in here? Shoot. Oh, I just click it. Okay, so 1 liter, 1 saltpeter, 2 powdered sulfurs. That's how much we can do. So I think I could do up to 6 at a time in a cooking pot. We'll do 6 saltpeters, 6 powdered sulfur, 6 powdered sulfur, and then I'll give us 6 liters of sulfuric acid. Just gotta make sure that I don't cook any food in these pots. Just kidding, that's not how it works. A little more water. Ta-da. All right, I don't really know how hot these have to get. I'm gonna assume I can just do it with firewood. There's no temperature constraints on these that I can see. Yeah, look, they're already cooking. That was easy. While those are going, we have to take these chromite nuggets and crush them in a pulverizer, so let's run up there. Look, all the berries came in. Maybe I'll make jam with them if we get honey. That'd be fun. All right, entering the workshop. Now I'm just gonna throw some of this into the hopper. Click. And it should start crushing.
You just barely see the nugget kind of getting crushed. Oh, what the heck? Look at that. Yeah, it's just giving me the chromite back. It's not actually crushing it. Alright, something's wrong here. What the heck? I didn't even get it all back. It just destroyed half the chromite and gave me nothing. What the heck? Okay. Requires pulverizer tier 4. This is what tier is this? It's probably tier 3. Alright. Shut up. I think we need to upgrade this thing. This needs to be a pulverizer tier 4, which I think means steel. Yeah, because otherwise it just obliterates the chromite. That doesn't make sense to me, but okay. Oh, look at that. So the sulfuric acid is done. I'm just going to put this in a barrel and hope that it doesn't eat through the barrel. Residue-covered fireclay ceramic pot. Covered in grime, can no longer be used for meal making? I was joking earlier about remembering which pots had sulfuric acid in it, but it actually does damage the pots. Wow. I actually didn't think that was going to happen. I've cooked all kinds of things in these pots that probably shouldn't be. I guess I just assumed that this would be the same, but no. You can't just make sulfuric acid in the same pots you cook beef stew with. I mean, it makes sense. I think it can at least reuse these for sulfuric acid and stuff, so let's do that. Although we don't have like a lot left. Okay, there we go. Okay, currently 16 liters of sulfuric acid. I don't have enough saltpeter. I mean, I have a little bit left. I have about 7. That's not a whole lot. So I could make 7 more liters of it. Might as well, right? I'll just let that cook while I'm working on other things. Just don't like that it's not a nice even multiple of 2. Well, it is a multiple of 2. I just don't like that you can't get an even integer square root out of it. How about that? At least the barrel doesn't seem to be damaged, or the bucket that I'm using. 4 in there, 3 in there, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 4, 1, 2, 3, 1, 2, 3, 3, 4. Alright, it's getting dark, but let's see what we can do about this pulverizer thing. I guess the first thing I'm gonna do is tear this to pieces. Boom. So iron pounder cap, that's what we had before, and I guess I will just put that away forever. We've got to make ourselves some steel pounder caps, so let's get on that. I'm gonna try something here when I set this back up. We're gonna maybe do it a little differently. This thing is so big, it's hard to look at. It goes like this. No, it doesn't. It goes like this. What the heck, man? I need this ramp to be facing the other way. Oh, okay, fine. We're just gonna do it this way now. We need to add in the axle. We need to add in the actual pulverizer things. The elbow chute. Yep, that's not facing the right way at all. There we go. And then I had the hopper going into the chute before, but I think I can just put the hopper down here. And I think I can just put a basket on top of the chute, right? I think it'll go right into the chute that way. Okay, and now the way that I have this set up, I should be able to put items in here, they'll get crushed, and then they'll be automatically collected, I think. All right, let's make our pounder caps. Okay, and then all we gotta do is just, I think, click it and they'll be added in. You can't see it, but they're there. All right, so it's turned on, and if we add in the chromite, yeah, okay, look at that, it just goes right through. And it should pop out, yeah. Pops out right into the hopper. All right, I'm just gonna crush all of it. Cool, let's go check on the sulfuric acid. Where's my elk? Where'd he go? What? Oh, what? He walked over here. That was weird. So he just got up, he walked here, and then sat back down. It's kind of strange. He's never moved out of zone up until this point. Okay, that's weird. Cool. All right. So glad I destroyed my pots for this. I guess it's 23 liters sulfuric acid. It's nothing crazy. If I want more than this, I have to get more saltpeter. I don't really know how much sturdy leather I'm gonna need to make. So I'm sure on the map, I've definitely marked it somewhere, which means I gotta check every single one of these. Oh boy. One of these caves gotta have saltpeter. Like, I don't think it's that uncommon. Oh, yeah, right there. Okay, boom. So we just pin that one down. So look at that, it'll show up on our mini-map. And then I guess we're gonna go caving or digging. I just came up here to check, and look, some of these didn't go into the hopper. That's weird, right? Hold on now. These ones are going in. Look, that one didn't go in. What the heck? That's kind of odd, right? Yeah, look at that. What the heck? Why is that just sticking on the surface? Maybe I need to... Maybe they're clipping? Maybe they're like slightly on this block? Maybe I've seen people will add like little walls on the sides to keep stuff inside the hopper. So maybe that's something I need to consider doing. I'm gonna put this right here. Okay. And then we're gonna chisel this down, I guess. Let's build up the thinnest wall on all sides. Oh, this is gonna take a minute. This isn't pulverizing anything anymore. What the heck? I put like 119 in here. Put 119 in here. Why don't I... Huh? That's a lot less than what we had before. What is happening? Hold on, I gotta like look this up or something. After doing a little research, look at this. At the top it says when pulverized turns into 0.3 times crushed chromite. And it's not totally evenly. If I did 10 of these, I would get 3. I think it's more probability based. Not totally sure. But anyways, this I guess is an accurate amount for 119. So I'm just going to keep it going. Right now, chromite has no use except for this. You have to crush it to turn it into crushed chromite, and then you can make sturdy leather, and I think you can use it as like dye, or like mordant, which holds dye and cloth, like a primer. But other than that, it doesn't do anything. You can't use it in metallurgy. It only has a use when you crush it. Oh yeah, look at this. So this is literally just a single block of pine that I put over the hopper, and hopefully that keeps everything inside of it. Let's go check on the scaps one more time before we go for the saltpeter. Okay. Oh, look at this. That one's empty, but this one, population size large. Wow. Mine now. Haha. Like this one we threw high up on the tree. Yeah, right there, but it's still empty. It doesn't want to swarm, I guess. I don't know why that is. Stick it a little higher. Yeah, it doesn't say that it wants to swarm. That's kind of odd. I'm just going to move it to one of the other trees, I guess. Or, you know what, better yet, I'll just take it back with me, because now that I have bees at my own little bee garden, I don't need to run out here and get bees. I can just do it from home, essentially. This one's also empty. That's odd. Okay. They didn't want to swarm. That's interesting. Oh, yeah, look at that. There's a glitch with the windmills, or at least there is on my computer. Like, if you're real far away and you look at it like this, sometimes it gets all jittery, like it's Z-fighting or something. I don't know. All right, I'm going to take this one back, too. Sorry, beehive. I'm going to place this one here. I'm going to place this populated one here. The population size on these are already pretty large. That's nice. Let's plant some more flowers. Now, I had an idea for this to make it kind of larger. I'm going to have to remove some of these for that. I know I've actually got some more flowers in here. Lily of the Valley, cow parsley. And I have some honeycomb because I accidentally destroyed a bee nest when I was chopping a tree. There's some that we can use right here. First, I'm going to take this lantern and put it over here. So I'm going to make like shelves. Look at this. Big benches. And then we can just put our skeps right here, right? And then they'll slowly, or at least they should slowly, populate over time. Look at this. 72 flowers nearby. That's crazy. There we go. Let's go check out our chromite real quick. Oh, look at that. It popped out. What the heck? And look, they're not going in. What's up with this, huh? Why doesn't it go in the hopper? Anyway, I don't know. This is like a good amount of crushed chromite for right now, but it's still concerning to me that these pop out and don't go in. So I'm going to raise this wall up by a little bit. All right, and I carved a little heart in it. I don't think that's going to be a problem. There you go. You can kind of see it better from this side. Oh, there's some very pretty flowers right here. Look at that. Okay, something about this bit, this whatever I'm using, it's annoying me a little bit. It's whenever I let go of W, stop moving forward, it stops sprinting. And when I normally run around and I hold control, and I stop for a second and then I go again, I don't have to reset my control. Like, I don't have to lift it up and put it back down. I can just hold it down. But the elk doesn't work that way. And now I'm kind of wondering, should I use the other bit? I think what I am using is a snaffle bit. Can I take it off? Let's get it off of you. Yeah, this is a bridle with a snaffle built, but I think...
I think that if I use the curb bit, I'd like to try it actually. Anyway, let's get these flowers. They're very pretty looking. These kind of don't grow by me. Lupines. I like these. You know, back in the day, purple was the color of royalty because it was a very difficult dye to make. To make really like quality purple cloth, it was very difficult to do. Well, anyway, if you ever read the Old Testament, a lot of the characters make a big deal out of wearing purple and like its significance. And that's just because it was very expensive and very hard to get back then. Although in Vintage Story, I was curious if it would be the same, and it's not. You could just make purple dye with blueberries. So, whatever. That's not what we came here for. We came here to get saltpeter. This guy has some trouble getting over ledges and things. So I think if I jump, I keep my momentum. Whereas if I just run straight into a block, it kind of like goes up first and then over. So it's a little bit slower. But if I jump first, it seems like it's better. What do I know? Well, okay. This is the spot that's marked with saltpeter, but you know what? I bet you I marked this in a cave. In a nearby cave or something, probably this one or this one. Let's try over here. All right, stay. We're going down. I didn't bring ladders, that's fine. Pretty sure I've been in here before. I hear you. Hey. Love having a steel falcon so I could just two-shot these guys. Are we getting close to the saltpeter? It looks like it. Oh, hey, look, there's a ladder here. Is this a dead end? No, it's not a dead end. Nope. Yeah, okay. Maybe I should have just mined straight down from that spot. You know, I probably would have found it a lot easier. I'm gonna get lost in here. What about here? Saltpeter, here we come. Yes! There it is. So what is saltpeter? I was actually curious, so I looked it up. And saltpeter is potassium nitrate. And it occurs naturally in caves, and sometimes like barns. So it's either the gas that's trapped in these caves, or the minerals and nutrients kind of seep around through the porous rock material, and they crystallize on the surface. It's something like that. But yeah, saltpeter has been used to preserve food in real life. It's used to make explosives and fertilizer. I don't think it does any food preservation stuff in Vintage Story, but I know that it does. Oh, excuse me. I know that it is used for fertilizer and explosives, which is pretty neat. Get out of here, man. Go! I'm busy. And I think if you have like a barn full of animals and there's constantly like producing methane like cows, I think that it can kind of accumulate on the surface of the barn or the walls of the barn. Don't quote me on that though. There's a lot of conspiracy theories surrounding saltpeter as well. I'm not really going to go into them, but apparently some people think that the military was giving it to soldiers to like temper their aggressiveness, among other things. They're putting it in their food. Or prisons do the same thing. I don't know how true that is. We got a lot of this stuff though. It's kind of nice. Oh, you're alive. What are these things anyway? They kind of remind me of maggots. I think that's all of it. Let's get out of here now. Don't really remember the way out of here. Oh, nice. Another ladder. Oh, yep. I killed that guy. And the exit. Hooray. We survived. Where'd you go, elk? Oh, there he is. Good boy. Ephraim. The elk. Are these purple ones too? No, they're blue. Look at that. These are awfully pretty. They really just look like a deeper purple to me. Ooh, look at these. Hey, look. White ones. Huh. How many different versions are there? There's red, blue, white, orange, and purple. Ooh. Oh, wow. Speak of the devil. I like that there's so many flowers. Gosh, you're struggling. Okay. All right. Look at all these bees, man. I need to make more. 69 flowers. Wow. They all have bee populations. Hooray. I'm going to plant these guys on the outside. We're going to alternate them and make them pretty.
It's kind of pretty, right? I mean, I didn't try very hard at decorating this thing, but it's a neat place. Good boy. Okay, we got a lot of saltpeter, so that means that I can turn, I think, all this sulfur into sulfuric acid now. So I'm just gonna make a lot more of this stuff. Boom. Boom. That's so weird. I stacked these 2 buckets. They both had 10. And so putting it over this divides it evenly. Math. All right, we're gonna cook up a bunch of this stuff. Okay, now we have 59 liters of sulfuric acid. Anyway, the recipe is as follows. 2 parts 1 liter sulfuric acid, 2 parts 1 crushed chromite. That'll create 6 liters of chromium sulfate. I assume again that it doesn't require a crazy high temperature to pull off. Let's ask the drifters what they think. Interesting theory. I'll put down another barrel. Okay, look at that. 6 liters chromium sulfate, meaning we got 12 in total. So what do we do from there? Let's say I want to make a tanned hide. We have to have a scraped hide from leatherworking, which I've neglected to do thus far, and then 3 pieces of chromium sulfate. That's for a huge one, but I don't typically get those, so what about a large? Okay, it costs the same amount. Huh, look at this. You can only do huge or large ones. I don't see any smaller ones. Yeah, you can't do small hides, only big ones. That is really interesting, okay. And they're both 3 parts chromium sulfate. So I could, with these 12 liters, I could make 4 of these. And once we have chromium tanned hides, we can make 4 at the moment, but I'm going to make more chromium sulfate, and mixing it with 3 pieces of beeswax, we will get 3 sturdy leather. I'm not remembering any of this, and you guys shouldn't either. Sturdy leather backpack. It'd be nice to have one of these. Oh, that's very pricey. Sturdy saddlebags for the elk. Ooh, very expensive. 20 storage slots, that's crazy. So yeah, we need a lot of this stuff. All right, let's keep cooking. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, boom. Let's check upstairs. This is where I do all my tanning. How did you get over here? That's weird. I think during the temporal storm, there must have been a drifter that spawned up here and then just moved my armor stand over. We don't have any soaked hides. To make a soaked hide, we have to throw it into something like diluted borax for a little while, and then we scrape it, and then we make a scraped hide, which is what we actually need, my bad. Okay, we're gonna make 100 liters of diluted borax, plus whatever I had left over. I don't really remember how much it was per liter, but I don't even know if we have enough of this. Let's take 32 of this. In the background also, I'll just mention I've been making steel. I just did a harvest of steel. Got a decent amount. I think I have about 30 ingots of it. It's something I would also like to bring with me on this expedition. I realize I haven't really made a list for it. I probably should do that. All right, let's corn it up. Grind this thing down. Look at that, 30 steel ingots. Been going through charcoal like nobody's business, man. That entire field back there used to be almost entirely forest. There used to be forest all through here, way over there. It is very cleared out. Let me refocus myself here. There's a lot going on. We need to get hides. Otherwise, there's no leather to begin with. Where do we get hides? From the barn. Okay. I'm gonna feed these animals while I'm at it. These guys, pretty sure that you over there is pregnant. We have pregnant goats. I'm not getting rid of these. We only have 2 of them. We have a lot of pigs. But you know what? They're also, I think all of them are pregnant sows. we need these. They've been pregnant for a while. I hope they, make up their minds. And then we have rabbits, and they don't give large enough hides to do this. Actually, I don't even think... Oh wait, look. 1 baby hare. And that's a female, so I can get rid of this one. But you know what? The hide that I get from this rabbit is too small to turn into a chromium tanned hide. I think I actually am going to have to get it from something these size. That's done. Turn off. How much was it in here? I don't really know. Just gonna... I think it's 20? Yep. So 20 powdered borax, 50 liters of water. I think it's a 2 to 5 ratio. 50 liters of diluted borax, but we don't have hides to put in here. Large enough hides, I mean. But I do know a place we can go I guess we'll hop on the elk again. We are gonna go hunting, kind of, not really. So a while back when I was first domesticating all my barn animals that you just saw, when I was trying to get the sheep, I got them up in the mountains here, way up in the mountains, and that was really difficult to do. Originally, I trapped a whole bunch in a pit by getting them angry and then having them follow me into the pit. And I just had actually a bunch in there. I was gonna breed them and then wait till they made babies, and then the baby I would try to trap in a crate and bring it back here. But that is not what I ended up doing. I ended up just aggroing two of them, making them mad, male and a female, and then just had them kind of follow me all the way back, which was very dangerous, but it did work. But anyway, all those sheep should still be up there. I just kind of left them up there, which means I think now is a good time to wipe them out. Okay, I'm leaving you here. Don't move, because I'm not going to be able to find you. They're all trapped in a pit, so it shouldn't be too hard to kill them. I could also go hunting. You know, I've always kind of wished that there was some more extreme hunting in Vintage Story, and I had like better rewards. This would be one of them. Getting huge hides for sturdy leather. That'd be cool. Alright, they should all be in here. Yep, there they are. I guess I should at least leave one male and one female alive. So here's the problem though, I can't like reach them. Oh yeah, if I just hang in a lap. Ow. Never mind. Got him. Okay. How much do we get from this? One rawhide. Another rawhide. Okay. Nothing to write home about. Yeah, they're kind of avoiding me. Can I make it through here? I think they can. There we go. This is kind of a good system. There they are. Don't run. Don't run. Oh, that was dangerous. Don't shoot. Oh, it's a good thing I brought bandages. Okay, there's two more males over there. I can kill one more male sheep. Alright, got him. Okay, they yielded about 7 raw hides. These are large enough, thankfully. Now, where do we get huge hides? I'm actually kind of curious about this. I know we can get them from bears, but I wish it kind of told you what animal you can get this from. Like moose? Did you hunt a moose, maybe? That's the largest animal that we can get that size of hide from. That's not really good enough. I don't think it is. I remember looking, it's... Whoa! Whoops. Okay. Sorry. The maximum amount of sturdy leather I could get from a hide, a large hide, was 3. So I could get 21 from this. Yeah, I need more than that. You're right. So I just got distracted collecting cattail for more skeps, and I've lost my elk. Actually, he's right there. But let's just say, for the sake of argument, I've lost my elk. So there's something that you can do. You can make a bone flute, and using all the bones from all of the sheep I just murdered, you can make that with a knife. So you can call mounts to you that you have claimed ownership over, use the medallion to claim ownership on elks. You can only own one elk. Oh, okay. Well, I don't have a medallion. Huh. Elk medallion. Wow, look at all these. You can get a lot. So this allows you to claim ownership of the elk. That's cool. Elk medallion keys is made with 2 nails and strips. What about this night sky one? Placed in the brow of a tamed elk. You can only claim one elk at a time. This one you can't make, but it's sold by a luxuries trader. Ooh, forge. That one's cool. That one's really cool. I like that one a lot. Strand. Neat. Some of these you can buy. Crown. Huh. Stiletto. Yeah, there's a lot of different kinds of medallions, and you can buy a few of them, and you can make a few of them. You can make the sawtooth and the keys one. That's it, I think. Wait, no, you can make the trident as well, which is a neat one. This crescent moon is sold by a clothing trader. How do I get this forge one, though? That one's really cool.
Well, okay, I could make one, but I could also buy one from a luxuries trader, and then we could really use the bone flute. Gotta be a luxury traders nearby. Survival goods trader, clothing, artisan, luxuries. Boom. There's one right there. All right, we're gonna go pay him a visit. Before we do that though, let's soak these hides so we can get them started. It shouldn't take like an immensely long time. Yeah, okay. Boom. Let's also make the scaps. We do 4 of them. Gotta get the gears. I'm actually gonna take a nap because it's getting late. Aren't these guys pretty though? I actually have 1 extra. I'll just hold on to that, I guess. Okay, let's pay a visit to the luxuries trader. I will say, riding this thing does make it a lot easier to get around. I'm getting a hang of it, I think. Recently, I made scones. I've been eating a lot of scones. I got gifted a few, and then I realized how much I actually like them. This is a total aside, but I decided I would try to make them. I made maple scones. I actually recorded myself making this. I've never recorded myself cooking anything before, but I figured I'd do it for the video. I think it'd be interesting. But yeah, scones are the perfect companion to tea, and you know, I don't really like overly sweet things, so it's nice to have something that's only got a little bit of sweetener. And I use maple syrup, which my father and I made together, which is neat. We milked a moose for it. I'm just kidding. But yeah, it really didn't take much. I liked them so much that I made them again. I adjusted the recipe a little bit, and that's what you're seeing. I added more maple syrup. But yeah, it's a really easy recipe to follow. I did this a few days ago, but I bet you I remember everything. It was like 2 cups of flour, 1 tablespoon baking powder, teaspoon of salt, probably not even that much, but it doesn't really matter. Half a cup of maple syrup, half a cup of heavy cream, 4 tablespoons of butter. You chop the butter up into pieces, you cube it into the dry ingredients until they're pretty small and mixed in. Then you pour in the wet ingredients, half a cup maple syrup, half a cup of heavy cream. You knead it together just a little bit, and then you fold them onto themselves a couple of times so you get nice layers. Then after that, I just cut them into wedges. I put them on a baking tray. I brushed a little melted butter and syrup onto them as well, and then baked them for 15 minutes. It doesn't take long. Then when I took them out, I took the leftover melted butter and syrup, I mixed it with powdered sugar, and then I brushed that on top again because I wanted it to have a little bit of a glaze to it. And that was cool. They're pretty tasty. I probably didn't need to put as much syrup as I did, but they're great. And it was late at night, so I didn't want to have a caffeinated tea, so I found an herbal tea. It was coconut and something. I don't remember. It was some kind of coconut tea. It's different. It's pretty good, though. It was a gift from my girlfriend. But anyway, yeah, scones, they're basically just biscuits. They're a great tea companion, and it only took me 30 minutes to make it, so I recommend. Anyway, hello, Marco. Got anything to trade? Elk medallion, he doesn't have it. Dang it. Ooh, a saddle blanket, look at that. Forlorn Hope saddle blanket. You can only buy them, and you can use it to decorate your elk. So that's something. I guess I'll buy that. Thank you, yeah, but still need one of those medallion things. How do I put this on him? Ta-da! Ooh, isn't that pretty? Fancy. Yeah, he likes it. All right, I know I've met lots of other luxuries traders, so let's see what we can find here. Commodities, building materials, clothing, artisan, building materials, clothing, artisan, clothing, furniture, artisan. Are you kidding me? I swore that there was a luxuries merchant somewhere. Artisan, building materials, clothing, furniture. There's another treasure hunter over there. Commodities. Are luxuries traders rare? Artisan, treasure hunter, luxuries. Well, okay. There's a luxuries trader. He lives 5,000 blocks from me. I'm not going over there. Kidding me? There really is only one other that I see here, and it's pretty far. Okay, well, before we go crazy, there are clothing traders that also sell elk medallions, so let's check these guys out. This one's not too far. Oh, look at these crimson maples. I've only ever seen 2 of these in my world, and they're both right here. Very rare trees. Very pretty ones. So if I move, I'm definitely taking those with me.
Here's where I need to move to. I need to move to somewhere really, really flat that has mountains in the distance and a lake nearby. Preferably an ocean, but you know what? This world doesn't have ocean, so that's because you have to set the land cover of your world when you generate it. And by default, you only get these kind of lakes in your world. You don't get oceans to generate. But I wonder if I can adjust that with commands, and then when I explore new chunks, maybe I'll find oceans and things like that with reefs? Maybe? I guess I'll have to look into that. Oh, get out of here, bear. How many mushrooms are on that tree, man? That's crazy. Wow, he can get over 2 blocks. There you go. Clothing trader. Alright, buddy. Heavy tool belt. Merchant belt. Leather bracers. He really does just sell clothing. I kind of like these belts, but I've got no use for it. Bye. Don't be sad, buddy. There's another one south of here. I've been through here in a while. Very flat. Right here. Hello. Mustafa. I love the Lion King, by the way. Hooray! A crescent moon elk medallion. And, you know, it's okay. Got some nice shoes, too. Should I buy them? Nah. Elk medallion. Alright, buddy. Ta-da! You're mine! Alright, so, let's try this bone flute thing out. Oh, wow. Good boy. He's so attentive. Oh, wow, look at that. Cool, he's following me. Good boy. Wait, is he just gonna follow me around all the time? That's nice and all, but how do I get him to sit down? Sit. Stay. Oh man, now he's not listening to me. Okay, I think he lost interest. Interesting. Okay, that's cool. I want to look at this big spiky thing out here. Just follow me, buddy. I've already been here before. This is cool. Anyway, look at that. Hey, look. There's a trader over there, too. Yeah, I've already been there. That's the artisan trader. I don't come this way very often. It's pretty. Come on, buddy. Oh, he's swimming. Hey, look at that. Another meteoric iron. Look at this. Loose meteoric iron pieces. Nice. Ta-da! Once you know where to look for these things, it's really easy. Just look for circles on your map. They're pretty common. I feel like they shouldn't be this common. But if you didn't know, I have a mod that allows me to... Hello. I have a mod that allows me to make meteoric steel. And Swavite, which I don't really need. Alright, that's cool. Now we have some more elk accessories. What else can we put on you, huh? Front right storage. Front left storage. Rear side storage. Temporal gear storage slots. Blanket spot, which we have. Rear storage. What is that? Mid storage. Head mount spot. Pendant spot. I don't think I have a pendant, do I? We can really trick this guy out. It's already looking pretty sick. But alright, it's time to get out of here. Look at this. We have diluted our borax. And we've soaked our hides. So all we have to do is take this and scrape it. So we put it with a knife in the crafting grid. And there we go. Pretty easy. I think we gotta boil this stuff up with some honey and chromite, sulfate, whatever. This stuff. I don't think I have enough honeycomb. If I squeeze it, I'll get honey and wax. That's interesting. No, I had thought I had to do it over with a fruit press. Chromium tanned hide. Oh, okay. All we have to do first is make the chromium tanned hide. That's 3 bits of chromium sulfate. Then the sturdy leather, we have to boil it with beeswax. Awesome. Well, okay, let's do that. We do 6 at a time. And 6. We'll create 6 chromium tanned hide large. Okay.
I don't think I have enough firewood for this. Yeah, that's going to do most of them. While that's going, let's figure this situation out. So I think I just... Yeah, okay, I just added it to it. Oh god, that's really low. I don't think I'm going to be able to... I don't think it's going to squeeze. You need like a certain amount here, otherwise it's not going to compress. Yeah, look at that. I only went this far down. I need to go down to there. Shoot. I mean, do you expect me to have pounds and pounds of this stuff? Jeez. Okay, well, I don't know what to do with that. We can try adding more honeycomb, and I don't really think our bees are ready to harvest. Oh, they're getting rained on. This is the only large one we have here. Another large one on this side. But I feel like I should probably leave these let them build up a little bit. Maybe we can go to the wild hives and harvest those. I imagine it's not too difficult. I just run up, smash them, and run away. I feel kind of bad doing it, but what choice do I have? Oh. Look at that, chromium tanned hide. I think we can make one more, right? Will it cook without having to add firewood? That's the question. Might have to add one more log here. No. Actually, look at that. Nice. Okay, so we have 7 of these. That's something to be proud of. Take a nap real quick. Let's go destroy beehives. I feel kind of bad doing it, you know? I'm gonna leave that one there because it's always been there. It's always been there. I'm gonna leave it be. But some of the ones that are further away, they're fair game as far as I'm concerned. Okay, where are you? There it is. What's the best tool for this? Aha! Honey achieved. Ow. Ow. I didn't get a whole lot from that. I just got 2. Alright, well. Elite. Maybe they'll build another nest. Alright, here we go. Aha! Wow! That dropped a lot. Ow. Ow. I've already forgotten where this one was. There you are. So just keep jumping. Hooray! I thought I dropped 3, but I don't see 3, do I? They're chasing me. Can I fight them? Get out of here. I feel like there should be more reason to avoid getting stung, because it's not like they're hurting me that bad. Alright, here's one. Ah, some of them got stuck up there. There we go. Where else can we go? There's one over this way. Really kind of slaughtering the golden goose here. There's a nest in here somewhere. I don't know where it is, but I think I can actually just cut the tree down. I need firewood anyways. Ah. Oh. Back off. Alright, there's probably one in here as well. This oak tree is gigantic. Oh, that destroyed my axe. Oh, and they're not in this tree. They're in this one. Ah, they're in here somewhere, I think. Boom. Oh, I got it inadvertently. Aha. Okay, we need to go. Oh my gosh, they're fast. Okay, now we have a lot more. So, please don't cause me any issues here. Ah, finally. Ta-da! Okay, so you really do need to have a lot at once. Boom, they gave us 22 beeswax and 4.4 liters of honey. Okay, that's more than enough. Residue-covered fireclay ceramic pot is too small to make 18 sturdy leather. Okay. Is that because it can only hold 6 at a time? That means we can only do, I think, 2 at once. Yeah. Okay. Ta-da, there we go. I'll do one on here as well. I actually need another axe, though, because we have no wood. And I haven't got one over here. I really go through these. Let's make 2.
I just realized I took the clamps all the way down with me. Look at that, sturdy leather. Boom. Okay, let's keep this going. 1, 2, 3. That's only one batch. This is 2 batches. Oop, 3 sturdy leather there. And boom. Ta-da, 21 sturdy leather. Here's what we can do with that, all right? So we can make a sturdy leather backpack, which has 2 more storage slots than my current leather backpacks. So if I made 4 of those, I would have 8 more slots here, which would be pretty nice. I could make a sturdy mining bag, which has 14 slots, but I think that's only allowed to hold stuff like rocks, and I don't really need to be bringing rocks with me. There's a sturdy saddlebags for the elk. Now, from what we saw, we can put them on the front and the back, right? So, and they have 20 slots, so let's try these out. Oh man, I need 2 more for this. I need 2 more pieces of sturdy leather for this. That's not enough. I mean, I knew I was gonna need more, but gosh. So you need 23 pieces for each. Okay, well, how much is a backpack? I mean, I could make one of these. I could. And these are awfully expensive, but you know what? I'm gonna hold on to it for now because I think the thing that I really want is the sturdy saddlebags, which means really that I need to get more large hides. The ewe still hasn't given birth, so I'm not going to dispatch one of these guys just yet. The pigs haven't either, but they don't give me large hides. That means I think my best bet is going hunting, like running around and looking for the animals. I wish I had known that you can't just use any kind of hide. You have to use the largest ones, otherwise I would have kept them, you know? Oh well. Alright, it's time to go big game hunting in Vintage Story. We need to get animals with large hides. That means things like moose and things like bears. And to help me out on my hunt, I've brought some bear ice cream. This is my favorite ice cream brand. This flavor is called Bearista. It's coffee flavored. It's got cacao nibs in it. Really good. It's not like I eat a bunch. Now you might be thinking if you watch my other videos like, dang, this guy eats a lot of ice cream. What a freak. Well, I've actually just been eating little tiny bites out of this cup for the last 2 weeks. So, I don't know. I like to savor things. Anyway, let's see what we can find. So, I found a lot more wild game. I don't mean just normal game, but I mean wild game in this area. Lots of bears and moose over here. I haven't really found them anywhere else. I even found caribou once. And that's what we're looking for. Now, bears are very dangerous. I brought my armor with me and some patches. Also made 2 tin bronze spears, because you can't make steel spears. That's not a thing for whatever reason. And I got my bow. Here's what this goat's gonna give me. Ah! Boom. Ah, that actually worked. Mounted hunting goes crazy. Come here. Nice. Good job, steed. But unfortunately, the goats only gave me these raw, medium hides, and that's not what we need. That was a nice test run. I've also happened to see lots of bears in that open field. Let's go over there first. There was one over here for the longest time, and it killed me a few times, actually. I ended up killing it. I don't know if it was the same bear every time. Oh, wait, look. There's one. All right, here we go. Boom. Got him. Direct hit. All right. Oh, no, I didn't mean to get off. Oh man, I didn't mean to get off the elk. Come on, let me on, let me on. Yes. Okay. Oh man, I hit shift or something. Okay, we're doing all right. We're doing all right. Bears are fast, man. All right, let's bring out the spears. Got him. This is awesome. Got him. Gotta get my spears back. I knew it. I wouldn't pick them up. It's too bad I don't just pick them up normally, huh? Whoa! That was deep! Oh my gosh, alright. That was a close one. Wish this guy was better at turning quickly. Got him. Dang, this is going hard. Boom. I haven't missed a shot on this guy. Got him. He's dead. All right, Mr. Bear. Thank you for your sacrifice. Okay, so we get a raw black bear hide with head, and we can cut the head off of this thing, right? I believe. Actually, we got to soak it first, and then we can scrape it and turn it to a large scraped hide, which is what we need. Look at that skeleton, man. That's huge. Follow me while I collect all my crap. Good boy. Ephraim the elk. Let's see. Spent a lot of arrows in that thing. I know I left the spear over here. There's my other spear. Can I get any of the arrows back? I think I used about half of them. Oh my goodness. Oh, there's one. That went pretty well, but that was just a black bear. There are brown bears as well, grizzlies. I don't think I see any other arrows. I'm not gonna run around and look for them for too long. Now I see like way over there. I saw him earlier, he was running away, but I think that's a fallow deer. I wonder what they give. I will tell you though, that was one of the more epic moments of this game that I participated in. A mounted bear battle riding on an elk. That was pretty freaking cool, man. All right, let's see if we can get this deer. Shouldn't be too difficult. I mean, I thought I saw him. Yeah, there he is. Oh, it doesn't reach. Dang it. Got him. There he goes. Booking it. Oh yeah, he went over here, but I want to grab these spears first. Oh yeah, look at this. There's a locust nest right here. There's a bunch of locust nests right there. Okay, all right, we're leaving. Where'd you go, buddy? I heard him. There he is. I see him over there. Is he faster than us? I don't think he is. Come on, there. Oh. Whoop. Oh, there's two. Oh, it's a chicken. Oh my goodness. This is a little tougher than the bear because he runs away. I think I just need to stop chasing him. Dang, look at him. Oh man, this thing doesn't even look that big. Dang it. You got stuck. Well, that is a dead fallow deer. Okay. What kind of hide do we get from a fallow deer? Ooh. Yes, that is exactly what we needed. You wouldn't have thought it. So tiny. Very nice. Okay, well, there was another one over here. Where did that one go? I thought we had kind of lost it over this way. There he is. Dang it. Boom, got him. Can I hit him while he's running? Not at all. Where'd you go? There he went. Into the water, you fool. Eventually, it's actually going to turn around if it stays in the water too long and then try to go to the land, and it's going to ignore everything in its way. So I think I can catch up to it. But if not, come here, buddy. Oh, shoot. He beat me. He's coming. I think I can make the shot here. Got him. Where'd you go? Oh. He's a really slow swimmer all by himself. Spear. Spear. I can blow this thing underneath the water. That's awesome. All right, time to debone this guy underwater. This was a male fallow deer, but I got the same stuff from it, which is interesting. Slowly but surely, he made it over. He's incredibly loyal, and we just met. Good boy. Can we name him? I wonder if we can name him. All right, I gotta put this ice cream away. It's melting. We're doing pretty good so far. We have 4 of these, and each of these was equal to 3 sturdy leather. And then we have one of these, which is equal to about 6. So about 18. No, I mean, we need a lot more than that, but it's still, it's good. Now, I want to kind of look through these woods a little bit, but there's a pass we can take through the mountain through the mountains here, we can see some crazy terrain, maybe get to some more wilder areas. I haven't been there in a long time. I know there's like caribou in this forest. I've seen them. I've seen all kinds of game in here actually. Bears and the like. It's a pretty dangerous place. And also probably pretty dangerous to go stomping in with an elk, but oh well. Oh, I already hear a wolf. Yeah, wolves are not what we are after. Okay, I'm stuck. Oh my gosh, I keep getting stuck here. Yeah, I don't want to be in the forest because it's a terrible place to hunt, especially when you're on the back of an elk, and it's a terrible place to navigate. I think I got mauled to death by a bear in this lake once. Critters, nothing more. Chickens, not particularly useful. And okay, we made it through, thank goodness. This place is really deserty. I've actually never prospected over here, so I might as well take some samples. Magnetite. Let's go around here, I want to see something. So a while back when I was first getting to know this world, I actually found something that I thought was really fascinating. And I never got to show anybody. But yeah, look at that. It's a hot spring. And you never would have known that these are in the game. They, I don't think they actually do anything. But check this out, man. Sludgy gravel, these are all unique blocks. With hot spring bacteria mat, 55 degrees, 65 degrees, 74, and then 87. It's pretty gross here, huh? And if you step inside the water, it's pretty dangerous. Yeah, it really is a hot spring. Now, you can't do anything with it yet, but I mean, it would be awfully interesting if you could. Look at that, it's smoking up and everything. All right, I haven't been over here in ages. See if we can see anything. We're getting pretty far from home. Pretty big trees. I don't know if I should expect to see like a deer or a bear over here though. I guess maybe they're in more like lush areas. I'm not totally sure. Never been too far this way before. Lands unknown. Oh my gosh. Look at that. I don't think I've ever seen a mountain that big. Look at that thing, man. My God. All right, let's take a sample. Decent native copper, magnetite. Eh. How big is that mountain, man? Oh, look at that. It's like all screwed up. I think that's because it's old and new chunks. I must have explored part of it before, I guess. I don't have too many arrows left. It's actually also getting late. Hopefully it doesn't get too dark tonight. Let's go up on this ridge. Maybe it's flatter. Huh, look at how the new landforms look here. It's pretty weird. Oh, look. Turnips. Yeah, turnips. Can I feed? Can I feed him? I was kind of wondering that. You want some? I don't know how to feed him. Eat up. Maybe I gotta put him next to a trough or something like that. Okay, whatever. Let's take a sample. 1.59 bismuthinite per mil. Ooh, this is a nice spot. Look at that mountain, man. That's crazy. This is a great place to look for game. Nice and open. Man, look how big that tree is. Look at that. Pear tree. Oh, it's not ripe yet. Huge oak tree. Gigantic oak tree. That is so cool. I never cut one down before. Even if I did right now, there's no way I'd be able to haul all the way back. Check this out, man. Huge valley. That's beautiful. Look at this. I mean, isn't that just stunning? I could see myself moving into a place like this. This is what I'm talking about. That would be beautiful. Look at that, some kind of grain. Rye. Maybe he likes rye? No, but I do. Look how this terrain looks right here. I mean, you can kind of really clearly see the noise patterns being imprinted into the ground. Look at these mountains. Wow. Huge. We should keep looking. We might even need to look for a trader, a place to sleep, huh? Because as beautiful as it is, there's no game. Yeah, okay, it's getting hard to see. When it gets dark, it does make it easier to see the glow of a trader's wagon. Yeah, we're really in here. Let's take a sample. Not much. Mountainous areas never seem to have good ore. That's something I've noticed, at least in my world. Okay, it looks like if we just pass these huge ridges, we can make it into this very flat area. So that's what we're gonna do. Earliest parts unknown. Wow. I see something over here. Look at this, it's like a whole ruined town. This is a cool place. Looks like it was once a pretty big building. Look at this, there's bony soil. I forgot I had torches. Bony soil is always good to have. You get pretty good treasure when you pan. Oh, look at that! It's glowing. That's what we're looking for. Don't mind me. Okay, this looks like it's a little bit messed up, huh? This guy's wagon kind of got stuck in the terrain, didn't it? Who goes there? Trader. What's your name? Hi, Jasper. He's a commodities merchant who can buy beeswax. I will be taking your bed. Okay, now I can see a lot better. This seems like a good place to look around. I mean, we've been doing a lot of exploring. I see a pillar way over there. Looks like more ruins. Kind of want to check it out. Look at this. This is some big ruins, man. Huge spire thing. That's cool. I think I could technically use this thing to take a sample. Maybe I shouldn't, but... And it's right here. Very poor hematite. Once again, there's not much to this area. Except, hey look, white currants. These are my favorite bushes because they're just so rare. I'll take them with me. Why not? So yeah, look, this is like the most intact building I've found. Can we get inside? Oh yeah, look at this. Cool place. What's in here, huh? Ooh, poultices. Ooh, seed. These are good. You can find rare things. Rare seeds here. Ah, just cabbages. But you know what? Cabbages are good. Well, these ruins are certainly cool. And you know, if I ever was really in need of bony soil, maybe I'd come back here and do some like archaeology. Oh, yeah. But I'm not really. I only want to find something big I can kill. That's it. So let's keep looking. You can tell when there's a deer nearby because you'll hear it huff or make a little noise. It's slight, but they'll huff and then they'll run away usually. And that's accurate to real life. I don't know if any of you spend a lot of time around deer. Actually, last night, I like to sleep with my window open. Dang, that is gorgeous. I like to sleep with my window open and I hear all kinds of animals, especially when I have insomnia. Last night I was just listening to owls and stuff, but at one point, some deer were going crazy. They were huffing and puffing. You know, they go like, that's not right. It's because they do something like that. Here, this is what they sound like. Anyway, there's one deer just doing that on and on and on all night. I don't know why. Maybe there was coyotes or something, or maybe he was just spooked. But yeah, deer do make some noises. And they do that in Vintage Story, so... All I'm trying to say is that that's a way you can find them, or at least know that they're nearby. Oh, more white currants. Yes, please. You know, currants grow by my house in real life. I wonder if I can eat them. I always thought they're poisonous. I'm not really good at identifying that kind of thing, maybe. Or at least I just don't want to risk it. It looks like right behind this we have even more flat areas, which is kind of preferential. Let's go around. Hey, I gotta admit, this thing is kind of awesome. This elk, exploring with this thing. Exploring is one of my favorite things to do, really. I love discovering new land like this. It's just cool. You might be wondering, how could I just leave behind my base I've worked so hard to build? And I don't really see it as leaving it behind. I feel like setting up shop somewhere new is a slow way of kind of conquering the world of Vintage Story. I like that. I think that's cool, and I don't plan on never coming back. Quite the opposite. It's for the love of the game. It's just a part of the grind to me. Look at some of these trees, man. They're all like lopsided. Look at that. Alright, buddy, what do you sell? Mustafa. I already met you, Mustafa. Clothing merchant. He doesn't sell any elk stuff, and even if he did, I don't have the money to buy it. Oh, he does have the saddle blanket, which is nice. That looks like another crimson maple. And that looks like the ribcage of some giant beast. We're gonna check it out in a minute. Definitely crimson maple. You know, that makes my third time I've ever found one before. They're pretty cool. You know what's really popular around where I live is black maples. I don't really know what you'd call them, but people like to grow those because I guess they're rare and they're cool looking. Still looking for deer. I haven't found a thing. My god. Maybe it's because I'm exploring all these areas and not giving anything any time to spawn. But I thought about that, and I've seen so many rabbits and raccoons and chickens and stuff, so... I don't know. Alright, look at this thing, huh? Let's go. Stonehenge. I just know if I go over by the woods, you'll probably find something. But I don't want to go by those woods. The woods that we just were at. Because we should start heading back. There's another trader. Been finding a lot of these guys. What are you selling? Yearn. Agricultural supplier. Ooh, these guys sell seeds and things. Saguaro fruit. Parsnip seeds, cabbage seeds. Okay, nothing impressive. That's too bad because you can get new seeds that you can't normally get from guys like these. I actually have a question. So, the auction house. Active auctions. I never understood how this works. Is this an online thing? I assume that you could trade with people online, but I don't see anything ever in here. So what is up with that? If anybody knows, please comment and tell me. It's a big old lake. Well, look, it's been a very cool adventure and everything, but you know, we haven't actually found any game ever since we kind of left the nearby plane, and we should head back, or at least look somewhere closer to home. I love exploring, but I need to get on with it, you know? These hides are only gonna last a few more days, too. I gotta start treating them. Another crimson maple, look at that. Ooh, bee's nest. I'm gonna mine it, because why not? Aha. Oh god, he's got scared. Here, buddy. Oh, he's scared of the bees. Oh, another huge oak. Look at that. Hooray! God, he freaks out. He's so skittish now. Don't be scared. Oh, look, there's a trader over there. Salutations. Noah. Sells clothing. Oh well. Alright, well, it's been really fun to run around and kind of just see what's out there, you know? But I think I'm just gonna head back. Right as I say that, look at that. Now, that's either a moose or it's another elk. We're really cutting it close here, though. I need to get over to that thing. We're pretty high up here. We're on that big, beautiful mountain that I saw before. Wonder if we can even get over there, you know? That is an elk. Oh my gosh. Oh, man. Okay. It is an elk, because that just made the elk noise, and it wasn't this one. It wasn't Ephraim. Oh, shoot. Okay. This is stupid. Oh, no! Oh, I'm so sorry. Okay, I'm going it alone, okay? I'm gonna get up there. I'm gonna figure out a way up there. Wait for me. Let's take a sample. Why not? I've actually never seen an elk before. Ilmenite. Titanium. What? What do I do that for? Where'd he go? I thought I saw him. Was that you? Ah, oh my gosh. Look, he made it all the way down there. What am I doing? All right. We gotta get off this thing. There's the elk. I guess it somehow got to the bottom, unless that's a different elk. I've never seen a wild one. Sorry, buddy, don't look. Okay, don't look again. Dang it. There we go. I think he's mad at me. Wow. That took nothing. You know, I guess he was pretty hurt from jumping off the cliff. Alright, what do we get? Dead elk male. Nice. I knew we'd have some luck eventually. I just had to climb a mountain for it. Look at this. On the way back, I decided to climb this mountain so I get this view. And who did I find up here? Hello. I appreciate your donation to the Skin Foundation. Alright, whatever. One large hide, not spectacular. Tops of mountains seem to have pretty nice game. I just saw another bear. Is that it? Yeah, there he is, man. Another bear. This terrain is a lot rougher. I have 5 arrows left. Let's see if we can take him. I missed those 2 shots. Got him. I want him to kind of follow me out into this flatter area. Come on, buddy. Come on, come on, come on, come on. Man, he's circling me. Boom. Oh no, I'm out of arrows. Shoot. Poke. Don't poke the bear, they always say. Man, okay, the bear's model is very strange if you look at it run. Big guy, huh? Alright, that was both of my spears, so, that was the final hit. Alright, awesome. Now we have 2 of these things. We used all of our arrows, but we did get, and this is worth 6 each. It's 12 sturdy leather I can get from this, 21 I can get from that. That's pretty good. That's 2 sets of saddlebags, if that is how that works. I don't know if a saddlebag pair covers both sides of the elk or only does one side. I'm not totally sure. Either way, really good results. While we're waiting on those hides to cure, why don't we do some side quests? So I really do need to harvest these crops, and unfortunately the rye got heat damaged while I was away. I should have harvested it, but I never really found a good moment to. Now is as good as any, I suppose. Rye is a pretty good grain to have. Look at Ephraim sticking his head through, he's hungry. You know, I bet I could give him a trough to eat from. Over here, the flax is still growing there, but over here it's done. Look at that growing rice. The rice is almost done. Rice is a great crop. Interestingly, flax grain only gives 30 saturation, while rye gives double that. And I guess flax's main crop is really flax fibers, not the grain you get from it, so it's good to feed to animals. Hey, come back here. Whoa, alright, no. Don't go in there. Come here. I don't know if it was actually going to eat from this, because it doesn't say elk on there. But, you know, maybe he'll like it, I don't know. Alright, the other thing we can harvest are the onions and some of the rice. Rice, I think, is the best grain that you can get. Oh, he's still following me, okay. Look at that. 75 saturation, just a little more than the rye that we had. The best vegetables, no contest, are the cabbages. Check this out. 300 saturation compared to the normal 100 you get from a standard vegetable. It's pretty good. I'm curious, maybe onions will work? I filled this thing up with onions. No, it still says the same thing. Alright, whatever, man. You get what you get and you don't throw a fit. How about that? Cabbage is one of those things I'm definitely going to be taking with me, as well as rice grain. And I'll take whatever seeds I can get besides that. But those are the best crops. Rice in particular will be growing a lot better once it's down south. Ooh, look, this one's done. The next task we gotta do, the next little task. Harvest more cattails, or Cooper's reeds, that just grew in. Who calls them Cooper's reeds? Is that like a European thing? I've never heard of that before. Let me tell you, in the States, cattails grow everywhere. They're everywhere. And I've never heard them called Cooper's reeds.
whatever. I'm just curious, does anybody actually call it that where you're from? All right, it's time to harvest the bees. So these should all be large populations, which I think is as big as they can get. They're pretty active. And so, like the wild beehives, I just have to smash them to get the honeycombs and stuff out. But you know, that's dangerous. I mean, I don't know how dangerous it really is, but I don't feel like being swarmed by bees. So the handbook says angry bees can become diverted if there happens to be anything nearby, which could be mistaken for you. And then it shows a straw dummy. Those are pretty easy to make, just 2 hay and 1 stick. So I'm just gonna stick it right here, I guess. Hey, look, it moves around. Oh, okay, it's an entity, it's not a block. I guess that makes sense. I'm just gonna push them right here. What are you talking about? This thing doesn't look like me. All right, I have 5 empty skips, so let's start replacing them. I don't hear any angry bees, that's weird. That just de-aggroes them entirely. All right, whatever. Oh, those ones are mad. Oh. Haha, oh. That's so weird. Why are the other ones not get angry? Oh wait, what the heck? Why can't I pick that up? Well, anyway, we got about 12 honeycomb from that. And we got some of the cattails back. I feel like bees shouldn't be able to fly around in rain, but whatever. So I can actually make some more. Yep. 1 more. And in less than a day, these ones will swarm to the empty ones. So how about that? This replenishes rather quickly. All right, well, that's very nice. That's 20 honeycomb. It's a pretty good results. We're definitely gonna need it. But here's the thing that poses a little bit of a problem for us. What we really need is more sulfur. We're totally out of sulfuric acid. I can't make more. I have no sulfur. And the only way I obtain that sulfur is because I once spotted it by chance at the bottom of a lake when I was traveling very far south. Over here, actually. I mined it all. I ran all the way back here and mined all of it. This is how far it is from the base. There's my house. There's this place. That was the only place I ever found sulfur. And even when I prospected in that area, it didn't even show sulfur. It actually was like, if I take a look at this prospecting, it says minuscule amounts of sulfur at the very bottom, which means it's such a low amount per mil, it's not even worth writing about, basically. So where on earth can I find sulfur? That's what I need. Well, all these dots are prospecting, places that I prospected. And I can disable my waypoints, which is all the stuff I've manually placed. Then in this prospecting menu over here, we can select what ore we actually want to look for. That filters out everything else and just shows the results for sulfur. So obviously we have a result down here. We have one right here. This is where we explored earlier with the elk. Okay. We have 3 far up north. I don't really remember going over there. I think this is a chalk desert, so it makes kind of sense. But we have a lot right here. It's interesting. We kind of have this Y shape going on. Look at that. But look what they say. Minuscule amounts of sulfur. Minuscule amounts of sulfur. Minuscule amounts of sulfur. Nothing definitive. No serious value. So here's my question. If we treat this as a triangle, if I prospect here, here, and here, and then like more in the center, I wonder what we'll get. This is something we absolutely need to find. Okay, this is our first sulfur sample right here. So I want to take between the furthest sulfur samples on the outside, we're going to triangulate this kind of. So I'm going to take one right there. Okay, so here's the hypothesis I had. And I think I was proven correct. So when you prospect, you have to break 3 stones, but actually only the first one is what's being tested. The single block column that stone I broke was on is the only one being tested. The other 2 that I break actually don't matter.
They don't affect anything. Okay, look at that. Minuscule amounts of sulfur. Shocking. Okay, well that is halfway between this and this. Those are the furthest sulfur readings. I think I can actually hang a lantern from his neck. Yeah. Awesome. Okay. And next, let's go here. Right to this little island. Prospecting there. If you don't know what prospecting is, I guess I haven't discussed that if you're new to this. But prospecting is you're testing the amount of ore around a certain point. Okay, it kind of searches 1,000 block, I think, volume in that area. It's something like that. But it searches the area around it. It gives you how much ore is in that area per mil, not percent. Let's take another sample here. We got this point right here. And oh man, look, our sulfur is a little higher. So it still says very poor sulfur, but it's 0.76 per mil. That's very low. Because if it was 1 per mil, that means there's like 1 block of sulfur per 1,000 near this area, but it's even less than that. But obviously you want to find the highest possible reading because it helps you kind of pinpoint ore deposits. So if I find another reading around here that's even higher, then I would start mining there, potentially. But that's really good, actually. In fact, I've never seen it graduate from minuscule amounts. That's an amount lower than 0.01 per mil. It's so minuscule, they literally just call it minuscule amounts. So yeah, that's a good sign. So this is our highest so far. We have minuscule amounts here, here, and here. So I'm gonna push out across the shore over there, and we're gonna do a test right on that side, I think. Right in these hills. All right. Break a rock. That's right. Kind of wondering if I should change the name Ephraim. I mean, I just started calling him that because the trader was also named Ephraim, but it's like, it's not very endearing for an elk, I think. Maybe I need something else. Oh yeah, and minuscule amounts of sulfur, so nothing good. All right, I'm gonna sample right here, right by the edge of this water. So starting there, very poor sulfur. Look at that. It's slightly higher here, almost to a whole mil. So that means I'm gonna close the circle a lot. So let's sample like here in the lake, here on this shore edge. Oh man, look how deep this is. Wait, hold on. There's a trick you can do. There's a little bit of a mining exploit I've been using. Give me my lantern back. Check this out. So lanterns work underwater. You can actually pretty reasonably mine underwater because sometimes they're huge underwater caves and there's no monsters. So I'm not afraid of going in them. It's really not too hard to do. I feel like that needs to be patched because your mining speed isn't affected by water like it is in Minecraft. Look, that was really fast. So either there needs to be a penalty for that, or I don't know, or you should just have reduced visibility when you're underwater. Oh my gosh, look. Very poor sulfur. That's even better readings. 1.91. And look at that, fluorite? The heck is fluorite? Doesn't do anything. I did find phosphorite once, and it also has no use. The reason they have stuff, ores that actually have no purpose, is for modders, and because they might have a future purpose. So if you were a modder and you wanted to use an ore, instead of just adding your own ore to the game, you use an already built-in ore like fluorite, because mods conflict, especially if you want to have a bunch of mods that all use phosphorite, but they all add their own phosphorite. Well, if they just source from the phosphorite that's already in the game, then there's less conflicting within the mods. So that's why they have stuff like that. Okay, let's test right here. Very poor sulfur, so it went down again. That's our highest. We're getting really close here. We're getting pretty close. I'm gonna test right here. So this reading was 1.19. That was 1.91. It looks like our best bet is just generally around this area. And it actually looks like I might need to be mining underwater, which I don't mind mining underwater, but I do mind strip mining underwater because we're gonna have to dig to that. Okay, here's what else we can do though. There's this cave. Hello. We could go down the cave and hope we can find something. That's what I'm gonna do. We're gonna go caving. See how close we can actually get to the sulfur. Surprise! So we need to be going that way. So I'm hoping that the cave loops around, but if it doesn't, it at least will hopefully get us deep enough. I have my armor with me in case I had to do this. So I'm not too concerned. Okay, that's the right direction. Ooh. Okay, cool. Little house. Ooh, look at this library. Wow, look at that. That's cool. Ooh, tapestry lore. This is a rare thing. Banner of the Forlorn Hope. So sometimes you find tapestries within these ruins and you can get a little bit of a story about the world. So Banner of the Forlorn Hope. They declared themselves the vanguard. Swords raised, oaths taken. They swore a heavenly charge against our foe. It was a challenge of will and ingenuity. Well, that's it. But, you know, I'm taking it with me because it's cool looking. You know what else is cool is these freaking libraries. The only way to get ruined blocks, like ruined bookshelves or ruined tables or whatever, is to put glue on it and then you can get them. Because if you try to pick them up otherwise, they'll just disappear. Whoop, chest. Ooh, Jonas part. Flux cap connector. Sure. Aged book lectern. That's cool. I guess I'll take it. Sticks. Drafting instruments. I don't need those. Tuning cylinder. Ooh la la. And look. Aged owl treasure chest. Ooh, a lore book. I'll read that some other time. I wasn't planning on, like, doing any of this kind of stuff. Look at that. Another lore book. Still, nice find. But we're looking for sulfur. And this is a dead end. Okay. This is even further the wrong way. Alright. Here's what we're gonna do. I'm just gonna, like, mine down from here. Okay, we're gonna turn right. Okay, this is close enough. So let's do a node search. So this searches within a 6-block area on every axis for ore. So let's... Wow, how easy was that? Look at that. Sulfur small amounts. So I know that within 6 blocks of that block, there's sulfur somewhere. Of course, that's kind of a big area. So we can kind of triangulate it. Now that I know that that is close, let's mine, I don't know, up here. Also sulfur small amounts. What about over here? No sulfur. Okay, so not that way. Of course, this doesn't make things super easy, but I'm going to start mining kind of like this direction and then testing. Sulfur small amounts, phosphorite small amounts. My method when it comes to node searches has been to find the furthest I can possibly go in a straight line that you can test for a specific ore. So if I keep mining this direction, I'm going to keep going until I no longer sense any sulfur. Oh yeah, we're getting really low. Temporal stability is failing. That's okay. Still sulfur. Now if you notice, we're at trace amounts of sulfur now and not small amounts, so it means that it senses less. Look at that. Maybe this is our meal ticket? Huh. Okay, well before I go down this cave, I'm actually going to go up it, so I can get some of my temporal stability back. We're directly underneath the water, right here. Oh, knew that was gonna happen. Okay, the surface. Hello. I certainly don't need any of these rocks. We can actually make cool little piles of it. Look at that. That's a good use for it. Alright. Let's see what this cave has to offer. See a light down there. Do see something glowing. This is where I mined in. Let's take a sample. Why not? No ore node nearby. Yeah, okay, I think this is not where we're supposed to be going. Oh, look, saltpeter. Hooray! I wouldn't mind getting saltpeter, I really wouldn't. Huh, look at this. What is this stuff? Tin ore. Oh, it's cassiterite. Yeah, I mean, I didn't come here for this. I really don't need it. Guess I'll mine a little. Okay, we're really close to sulfur here. So if I mine this, I have a sulfur trace amounts, and if I mine this, no sulfur. So this right here is the furthest along this line I can go to get a positive reading of sulfur. And a prospecting pick searches 6 blocks away from the block that you've mined, so it can use a logical reasoning to deduce the nearest sulfur along this axis is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right here. So then the next step would be to start mining along the next axis. I guess I'm gonna go like this way? Sure. I'm gonna see how far I can go before we don't hit sulfur anymore. Sulfur. Still sulfur. No sulfur, okay. So that was no sulfur. What about here? Trace sulfur, no sulfur. You always have to be careful, especially if you're mining at different levels, because that can also affect things. Obviously, it's checking in every axis. But there's no sulfur here, and there was sulfur here. So 6 blocks away, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. I'm pretty sure I'm doing this correctly. So basically, right here, or at least very close to right here. So now the question is up or down? Up! Wow, that was quick. And just like that, we've pinpointed it. Now it's kind of hard to see in the sandstone. That's gonna be a pain. Look at that. Very easy way to find things with prospecting. It's actually quite fun, and that was it. There's no more. Hold on, let's just look around here a little bit. There it is. Sulfur can be kind of tricky. It likes to throw you off. But we need as much of this as possible, so... I'm not seeing any more. No ore node nearby. Are you kidding me? That was all the sulfur that was right here. Okay. Alright, fine. Let's go back over this direction. What do we find? Okay, sulfur, small amounts. Sulfur trace amounts. Prospecting can be very, very tedious. Okay, that was the nearest along this axis for the next pocket of sulfur. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, right here. I'm gonna assume it's more this direction because that's closer to the highest reading. Sulfur trace amounts. No sulfur, but there's phosphorite, which we don't need. Okay, there's sulfur here. That's the nearest. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should be right in this wall somewhere, up or down. Oh, ta-da, there's some. Alright. Also, the amount that the prospecting pick searches in a node search is actually dependent when you create the world. So by default it's 6, but you can change it in the settings, and I think you could also change it with commands. Oh, and there's the spooky music. So far we have 18, and it's not nearly enough. There's still sulfur nearby, though. Oh, there's some. And now that pocket is gone. No more sulfur. Okay, I remember we tested here earlier and we found some. No more sulfur there. Only phosphorite. I have a hard time believing that that was all of it. I found way more sulfur in the lake in the past, and it was barely registering as minuscule. So, there's gotta be a bigger deposit somewhere. Okay, I'm just gonna keep chipping around and looking. Yeah, nothing but phosphorite. So I'm gonna go directly underneath this prospecting point that we had earlier. That was the highest reading. Right here was the highest reading that we had. certain ores will actually generate on different layers of rock. So certain types of rocks are sedimentary, like sandstone. Certain rocks are igneous, like granite. So certain ores will generate like right above the igneous layer or in between the sedimentary layer, stuff like that. It doesn't ever say that in the handbook, I think, but it does say it in the wiki. I don't really know how sulfur spawns, to be honest with you. Huh, cassiterite trace amounts. Well, we don't need that. There's nothing up there. Let's just do some tests. Oh, I think that's the other tunnel that I dug. Alright, I gotta get out of here again. Dang it. I just ran back to unload everything. Look at this. So this is the tapestry that we just got. It's called the Banner of the Forlorn Hope. But you know something? I think that's exactly the same elk blanket. Forlorn Hope saddle blanket suitable for elk. That's the exact same thing that he's wearing. And look, he came here all the way on his own. He ate some of this, I think. Unless it was some other creature, but there's not like a whole lot of wild animals near me because I've captured or killed them all. I think he got hungry and he ate. That's kind of neat. Here's something else while I'm here. So the cherries came in. There's a few cherry trees around here. I grew one myself, but cherries don't last very long. They're the first to become ripe and they're the first to go away. These are actually gone in 2.7 days. So let's pick them. Why not? I had an idea. What if I turn these into jam? So using honey, you can make jam, I think by boiling, and that helps preserve food without turning it into wine. So why not? They gave us like almost 2 stacks of cherries. There's another cherry tree right here. Yeah, there and there. So I'm just gonna go grab them really quickly. Man, walking somewhere is so slow without the elk. That's crazy. How different it feels. All right, yeah, cherry tree. There's one more over that way. I got cherries before. I harvested them last year or the year before or something. But you know, they don't last very long at all. 2 days. And they're only 40 saturation, so that's just a little bit more than like cranberry. It's not nearly as much as a blueberry or a currant. If they're not that healthy for you, then what's the point of growing them? Well, there's not really a point, but I do have them, so might as well try them out. There's a mosquito in here somehow, that's crazy. And cherries are nice in real life. The vitamin C tablets that I have are cherry flavored. I'm sure no actual cherries were harmed in the production of that tablet though. Yeah, look, he ate a little more, now it's at 3 portions. So we have 4.4 liters of honey. We have nearly 6 stacks of cherries. So we can turn this into cherry jam, cherry porridge, okay, and a fruit pie, which I don't really feel like making a fruit pie. But you can make jam and you can actually mix and match different types of fruit. That's cool. So you need 2 slots of sweetener and 2 slots of fruit, like with the bowl of honey in hand to divide the honey, light the fire, and have a bowl or crock ready to scoop out the jam when cooked. So jam has a much longer shelf life than fruit does on its own. So while it isn't particularly filling, it can help extend the life of your fruit significantly if you have the honey necessary to make it. And you know what? I don't really know what else we can do with honey besides put it in other kinds of food. So we might as well, we can make mead with it. That's cool. We might as well use it to make jam and preserve our fruit, you know? And also we have more honeycomb we can make honey with if we need to. I'll set these gross pots aside and get these nice pots. So equal parts honey and fruit. Man, I can only subtract and add 1 liter at a time. That's kind of annoying. Yeah, okay, I can use a bowl to fine tune my item ratios. That's a little silly, but you know, whatever. I can put it back into the bucket with the bowls. All right, let's cook it up. It still says the item ratios are wrong. Okay, all right, so it's 0.2 liters for each. So we can actually add a little more honey to it then. All right, this is what we can do. This is as much honey as we have, and then we're out. So let's squeeze some more, why not? Now, cherry isn't probably a good enough fruit to make jam out of, but I have so much food. It doesn't really matter to me that much. Let's add it in. Oh, beep. Come on. Oh man, no, it doesn't go deep enough. Oh shoot. Fine. But look at that. It's at 6 servings of cherry jam. Wow. I have to get an emergency bee nest. I know there's one right by the cherry tree we just passed. There's one in this tree. Not for much longer, though. Haha. Alright. Ooh, 4. Ow. Hopefully that's enough now. So that gave us 4.8 liters of honey and 24 beeswax. So we could make more jam, though I don't really find that to be worth it. I will taste it though. This is what it looks like. Bottoms up. Yum. As for all these cherries, I guess I'm just gonna stick them in the cellar. How much longer do they last down here? 7 days? That's not terrible. Maybe I'll find something to do with them in 7 days. I don't feel like making more. I don't think it's worth it. So the jam is good for 51 days in my inventory and 1.8 years in a chest. Wow, that's really nice. It's a fun little experiment, but we need to get back to sulfur mining. Well, I searched that other area for a long time and I couldn't find anything, which is crazy. I figured I'd have good results. So I went over by this mountain. Remember I had said that I'd found a little bit of sulfur over here. Well, did a lot of searching around and we have really good readings. The highest I got was 4.85 per mil. And I just dug straight down and I found this cave and I lit it up and we have lignite, which is nice. I need some coal and also lots of sulfur. Hopefully lots of sulfur. Just keep getting harassed by monsters. Get out of here. Okay, fine. I could just block it off. Save me some trouble, you know what I mean? There we go. Oh, there's a shiver. Oh. Poor guy has epilepsy. Lots of sulfur. This is nice, finally. It really is a pain to pinpoint it, although it does make it pretty rewarding to find once you finally get it. Still says sulfur medium amounts. That means there's probably still a lot over here. Hopefully. Sulfur very large amounts. Okay. Not in the mood for scary cave noises right now. Thankfully, you know, there's a trader right there. Guess I'll take a nap. Why not? Just realized I missed this. Oh. Okay, I keep getting very large amounts of sulfur, so I guess I'll just poke down and poke around. Sulfur trace amounts. Sulfur trace. Sulfur trace. No sulfur. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. We can at least say the nearest amount of sulfur is right there. Let's measure. No sulfur there. Some sulfur. No sulfur. So sulfur there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So that means I think the nearest would be around either up from here or down from here. Let's look down. Let's go up a little bit. No sulfur over here at all. That's interesting. Only trace amounts of sulfur. There was small amounts of sulfur over here. We're very close here. No sulfur. No sulfur. Sulfur. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it should be here. Or above. There's large amounts of sulfur the further I go up. That's a good sign. Stuff is so hard to track down. Sulfur very large amounts. Okay. Oh, there's lignite right there. There it is. Ta-da! Sulfur. Well, look at you. You got little spikes going on. How about that, huh? Yeah, he's been eating up a lot of grain.
And I guess that's probably why he started to grow antlers. It'll be cool to see how big those get. But anyway, I am done. I made a bunch more sturdy leather. I mean, I went through the process, made the sulfuric acid, the chromite diluted crap, boiled it with bee guts and whatever you needed to do. It's done. I mean, you already know how that works. I already showed you, so I didn't bother filming it all again. We have it. And so the recipe for elk saddlebags, which is what we really want here, is something like this, and then 2 nails and strips on either side. There we go, sturdy saddlebags. Before I make another pair, I'm going to figure out how this goes on the elk, I suppose. Okay, yeah, look at that. It does stretch over both sides. Okay. In the front here, I'm actually looking at this now. It holds things like falxes, pots, bows and stuff. It doesn't hold more saddlebags, and that makes sense because that seems like a lot for one animal to carry. But look at that. Look at all that space. That's pretty good. That means we can bring a lot of really vital things with us. I want to look at a mining bag here because a mining bag can only hold stones, ores, minerals, and metals. A sturdy mining bag doesn't say the same, but I assume it's the same case. And that would be good because I'd like to bring a lot of steel with me. And for a sturdy mining bag, we need to have, looks like any kind of iron or above plate. Huh, that's pricey, but that's okay. We actually have a lot of iron. So yeah, let's get cooking on that. So we need 2 iron plates, I'm gonna say. It's 4 of these. Well, I can't believe it. I used to have I think I had 168 iron bars. Now look at it. And of course, we are going to do the assisted Hellhammer method for making iron plates. I think the other thing we needed was, what was it? We needed 2 pieces of linen and 1 flax twine. Should be easy to get. You know, I feel like there should be a mod for spinning flax fibers into twine because I don't think it's just that easy. Like just to do it with your hands like this, you know, that's all you gotta do. 2 pieces of linen. Okay, so we have that. We have the iron plates, we got the sturdy leather, and we have 1 twine that gives us sturdy mining bag. So let's remove one of these leather backpacks and add in one of these guys. Okay, look, blue slots. So I think I can't just throw like a hammer in there. It has to be like rocks. Yeah, okay. What about like quartz? Quartz can go in there. Peridot, if I need it. Nails and strips? Yeah, that can go in there. Blasting powder? Nope. Brass ingots? Yes. Iron meteorite pieces? They can go in there. Tin? I don't even know why I asked. What about like bricks? No bricks. Brick blocks? Mortar? Ashlar blocks. Cobblestone? Nope. Flint? Surely flint. Yeah, okay. What clay? I don't know why I'm doing this. So that's very interesting. I can use this to bring hulks and hulks of ore and steel and stuff. The other bits I am just going to turn into the sturdy leather backpack. And that's 10 each, and I have enough to make 3, which is the remaining slots in the inventory. Wow, look at that. Look how much space that is. Having 3 of these is quite literally the same exact amount of 4 of these. So I have the same amount of normal space, and then I have all this additional space from the sturdy mining bag. That's pretty good. That's hard to beat there. Oh yeah, don't mind all the peat that I have in here. The other thing we could do is put temporal gears on the elk. I have a lot of these, and they would be good to bring. Huh. 3 on each side, maybe? It just looks like 3 in total. That's okay. 3 temporal gears. He's got a lantern. It looks like I can just store things on his side like that. Look at that. That's cool. Battle elk. I can put food on there.
Where'd it go? Huh? Or maybe not, because I can't see it. That's weird. Whatever. Yeah, but this is pretty much a fully tricked out elk. I don't think I missed anything. And that means I'm finally ready to move. I just gotta pack, and then we gotta say goodbye and find our new place. But all of that is gonna have to wait till the next video. I'm a little pressed for time this week. And besides, this video is likely long enough. I just had a lot of stuff I needed to do before I could go on the big journey. So pretty sure I did everything I wanted. And no, I'm not going to totally abandon this place. I hope to return many times. Obviously, I have to go to the Lazaret, the next dungeon. But yeah, anyway, that's going to be it. So, look, if you like my videos, I have a membership program where you can watch the extended versions of those videos. And that's just kind of like a bonus, like something to give back to people who support me, because, you know, I can do what I do because I have members and because I have all you guys. I really appreciate it. So yeah, if you want to support me, you'll get extra long videos as well. They're just the rough cuts of these normal videos that you see. It's kind of my like alternative to just accepting sponsorships, because I don't like those really. Oh yeah, and you know, subscribing and liking helps, but it's not like you don't know that. You actually, I actually don't need to tell anybody how that works. I forgot to mention this actually earlier in the video. I had a London fog and I didn't film it or record it, but it was really good. So there's a lot of ways to do it. The way that I did it is I made one measuring cup of really strong Earl Grey tea, and then I boiled 1 measuring cup of milk in a little pot with a tablespoon of maple syrup that I made and like a little tiny bit of vanilla extract. Mixing those together, wonderful drink. Really easy to remember how to make. Equal parts milk and Earl Grey tea, and then you have a little bit of maple syrup. You could also do brown sugar if you don't have maple syrup. Do not use fake syrup. God, don't use fake syrup. And then a little vanilla extract, though I'm sure that's not necessary. You could probably add lavender to it if you really wanted to. I got some lavender honey somewhere. Anyway, I just want to mention that. It was really good. It's not really relevant to the ending of the video. Anyway, thank you for watching. Check out my other videos if you want, I guess. I've been Monster, and have a nice night.